You simply wanted to get a closer look at the evolution sandbox on the table, but you never expected that your face would transform into a gigantic cloud formation, enveloping the entire city and triggering global panic. On the streets, countless people looked up in horror, pointing their phone cameras at the sky. The face, formed from wisps of cloud, was lifelike, its two empty eye sockets gazing down at the earth with an air of majesty. You jolted in surprise and stumbled backward. Just as you stepped out of the evolution sandbox, a cold, mechanical voice exploded in your mind. Evolution sandbox reboot complete, location identified. You watched as the system interface and the 4 large characters observation mode appeared on your retinas, and your breath caught in your throat. This evolution sandbox is connected to the real world. Chapter 1, Evolution Sandbox. Are you sure you don't want to reconsider? If it's a matter of compensation, we can still discuss it. I've already made up my mind. Alright, the company's doors will always be open to you. 10 minutes later, Lin, carrying a backpack, stepped out of the office building. Standing by the roadside, he turned to glance at the building behind him, feeling a touch of melancholy. Lin had majored in advertising design in college. Thanks to his talent, diligence, and a bit of luck, he had made a name for himself early on and successfully landed a job at this well-known company in the industry. Over the past 2 years, he had taken on several major projects and earned high praise. Combined with some freelance work, he had saved up several 100,000 yuan. If he continued on this path, his future looked bright. However, today he had finally decided to resign. He had already given notice on his rental apartment and arranged for someone to ship his belongings. Lin hailed a taxi and left the city center of Yangcheng. A little over an hour later, he stood at the foot of Lishan Mountain in his hometown. Lishan is an obscure peak, part of the Taiha mountain range, standing just on the outskirts of Yangcheng. With no notable scenic spots and little development, it retains a rare sense of simplicity. It was the height of summer, and the mountain was lush and green. On overcast and rainy days, mist would rise from its slopes. Lin had grown up here, attending elementary and middle school in the town at the foot of the mountain, but it had been a long time since he returned. Walking along the mountain path, he soon reached Lishan and spotted a detached courtyard house halfway up the slope. The 2-courtyard compound, built in a classical style, covered a considerable area, but upon closer inspection, he noticed it had fallen into disrepair. This was Lin's childhood home. He had grown up within these walls. After his parents died young, he was raised by his grandfather, who ran a martial arts hall, teaching students to train in martial arts and build their strength. When Lin was a child, people still came here to study martial arts. However, as times changed, the old-style martial arts hall gradually fell into disuse. His grandfather grew despondent and passed away in sorrow. His greatest regret on his deathbed was that the family martial hall had finally fallen into disrepair. He felt he had no face to meet his ancestors in the afterlife. Therefore, Lin had secretly resolved long ago that once he had earned the startup capital, he would return to reopen the martial hall and fulfill his grandfather's dying wish, which was also the reason he had resolutely resigned from his job. Creak. He turned the lock, pushed open the main gate, walked through the first courtyard, and past the quiet, overgrown training ground. Lin sighed as he looked at the thick weeds growing between the stones. Looks like I'll have to give this a good cleaning, and then I'll need to renovate it. Mulling over his future plans, Lin immediately grabbed a broom and set to work vigorously cleaning the compound. Cough, cough. When he pushed open the door to a large house in the backyard, he was instantly choked by dust and began coughing. He waved his arms to fan the air until it cleared, then stepped inside the old house only to be stunned to discover that the roof had developed a huge hole due to years of neglect. Sighing helplessly, Lin looked around and was surprised to find the room completely empty, save for a massive desk. The desk was bare, covered in dust, and he had no idea what it was used for. I don't remember having such a huge table at home, he muttered, reaching out to touch the corner of the table with a touch of melancholy. Almost immediately, he felt as if something sharp had pierced his finger. As his blood mingled with the massive table, the dim, old house was suddenly illuminated. Deep blood medium detected. Evolution Sandbox is rebooting. Before Lin could process what was happening, a mysterious message appeared in his mind. Even more astonishing was the sight before him. The ancient, dust-covered table had suddenly erected an almost invisible light barrier. It swept away the dust, leaving the surface gleaming as if brand new. But that wasn't all. On the previously empty tabletop, countless interlacing lights shifted, transformed, and danced, and in the blink of an eye, they formed a miniature modern metropolis. Yes, an entire city shrunk to an unimaginable scale had appeared across the table. Is this Yangchang? Lin was stunned at first, but then realized the city looked strangely familiar. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was identical to Yangchang, the city where he had worked and lived for several years. Skyscrapers, streets, urban districts, and cars speeding through the crisscrossing alleys, along with pedestrians, it was a bustling, vibrant scene. Lin even spotted the building where his company was located at a glance. People were coming and going at the entrance, though they were too small to make out their faces. Evolution Sandbox reboot complete, location pinpointed, automatically entering observation mode, observation range, 15,000 square kilometers. Current ether concentration, low. More mysterious information continued to surface in his mind, and then, to his astonishment, Lin saw a semi-transparent system interface appear in his field of vision. The system interface was extremely simple, with the words observation mode prominently displayed at the top. At the bottom, it showed ether concentration, followed by the word low. Other than that, there seemed to be nothing else. What is this? Black technology? Observation mode? Could it be that I'm observing the real-world young city? The observation range is 15,000, that's roughly equivalent to the area of Yangchang. Having trained in martial arts since childhood, Lin quickly regained his composure and began to analyze the situation. But how is this possible? A real-world city shrunk and placed on a table? Evolution Sandbox, is that what the Evolution Sandbox is? Unbelievable. Lin couldn't calm his mind at all, felt utterly preposterous. After a moment's hesitation, he approached this Evolution Sandbox to examine it closely. The entire Evolution Sandbox did indeed encompass the city center and its surroundings, but at the very edge where the view was cut off, Lin noticed a transport truck driving along the national highway. It continued straight down the highway, leaving the Evolution Sandbox's observation range and vanishing into thin air. A layer of dark clouds actually lingered above the entire Evolution Sandbox, partially obscuring the view. Lin thought to himself, it really was a cloudy day today. Just then, suddenly, an Air China passenger plane materialized out of thin air at the edge of the Evolution Sandbox. It flew straight through the clouds, like a model, passing over the city. Could it be real? Lin's breath caught in his throat. Finding the dark clouds somewhat obstructing his view, he instinctively leaned forward and descended closer to the city from above, hoping to make out the details. Meanwhile, in Yangchang, not far from the mountain, it was midday. Inside office buildings, employees were crowding into elevators to head downstairs for lunch, while on the streets, delivery riders on bicycles were swarming in. At the base of Lin's former office building, the manager who had approved his resignation had just stepped out onto the first floor when he felt the city's light shift abruptly. The previously overcast sky suddenly brightened. Immediately, he heard a chorus of gasps. Look up at the sky. Holy shit, what is that? Am I seeing things? How did a face just appear in the sky? Quick, take a picture. Where is my phone? On the street, countless people looked up, following the shifting light as they gazed toward the city's sky. The manager froze for a moment, then looked up as well. His eyes widened suddenly, and his mouth fell open instinctively, betraying his inner turmoil. There, high above the city, the towering dark clouds suddenly churned and swirled, as if disturbed by some mysterious force. Then, within the cloud layer, a blurry human face gradually emerged. The face was formed from wisps of cloud, lifelike and seemingly real. Where the eyes should have been, two empty sockets stared down majestically upon the entire land. Chapter 2: A Gift of a Doppelganger. A mysterious, gigantic human face formed from clouds hung high above the entire city, gazing down majestically upon the earth. This eerie celestial phenomenon immediately sparked a commotion. From Lin's perspective, he had barely buried his face in the clouds when he noticed that the ant-sized humans in the Evolution Sandbox city were all looking up, as if they had spotted him. Looking utterly astonished, they stopped in their tracks, some pointing and whispering, others pulling out their phones to take photos or record videos. Can they see me? Lynn jolted in surprise, instinctively straightening up and taking a few steps back, stepping outside the boundaries of Evolution's sandbox to observe from the outside. As he left, the dense crowd of tiny, sesame seed-sized figures in the city gradually dispersed. Inside the old house, however, Lynn's eyes were anything but calm. Beep. Suddenly, he heard his phone's notification sound. He pulled it out of his pocket and saw it was a message from the company group chat. Since he had just resigned, he hadn't left the group yet. Right now, the chat group for his former department was in an uproar. Messages scrolled across the screen one after another. Did anyone else see that just now? The clouds over the city actually formed a human face. I saw it. I even took a picture. Check it out. A young woman from the department hurriedly uploaded a photo and a short video clip. What's going on? I ordered takeout and didn't go out. What exactly happened? Sigh, I missed it. The atmosphere in the department was friendly, and since it was lunchtime, everyone discussed it without much hesitation. Even the department head joined in, everyone getting a piece of the action. Lynn didn't say a word, silently peering at the screen, his expression constantly shifting. He tapped on the short video and watched it over and over again, finally confirming that it was all real. This Evolution sandbox doesn't just provide a viewing perspective. The things I do in it are actually being reflected in real life. It's just that my body seems to be transparent. In the video, it was clearly caused by him looking down on the city moments ago. However, his skin didn't appear in the footage. Even the areas around his eye sockets were just empty cavities. The entire so-called face was simply his features imprinted onto the cloud layer, with some areas still incomplete. Therefore, it was impossible for anyone to recognize him from this. I need to confirm this. After pondering for a moment, Lynn's eyes lit up with interest. He thought for a moment, returned to the skies above the Evolution sandbox, and then gently puffed out his cheeks, blowing slowly. Immediately, the dark clouds over the city center began to slowly disperse. Because he moved cautiously, this didn't attract much attention. Then, Lynn extended a finger, letting it descend from the cloudless area to hover above the city streets. The center of Yang City. A bustling commercial district. At that moment, the area was bustling with people. A man in a suit, tugging at his collar, walked over to a nearby outdoor parking lot, pulled out his keys, and prepared to leave. Just then, he suddenly felt a stifling hot wind blow down from above. Under the force of the wind, dust from the parking lot's surface swirled outward in a circular pattern. Ha! The man paused, looked up, but saw only the scorching sky. Strange. He muttered, shook his head, and paid it no further mind. Inside the old house, Lynn observed the reactions of the humans in the Evolution sandbox city and silently withdrew his hand. It seems my body is invisible when I enter the Evolution sandbox. It was only because of the clouds that I was spotted just now. What about other objects? If I put an apple in there, would it be invisible too? Once he had calmed down, Lynn's imagination ran wild, but after thinking it over, he decided not to conduct the experiment immediately. Although my body is invisible, the force I exert on the city is very real. If I were to carelessly place an object inside even an apple, the impact could trigger an earthquake, and that would be reflected in the real world. Lynn swallowed hard. Realizing that a single careless, abrupt movement could destroy Yangcheng, he instinctively began to breathe much more quietly. Come to think of it, if this Evolution sandbox is the real Yangcheng, does the me inside the Evolution sandbox actually exist? Suddenly, a bold thought occurred to Lynn. He walked slowly around the Evolution sandbox, soon reaching the outskirts of Yangcheng, where he discovered that his own Lishan mountain was also within the Evolution sandbox's boundaries. He even spotted his own martial hall on the miniature Lishan. Is it real? Lynn's heart skipped a beat, and overwhelming curiosity surged through him. He immediately waved his hand, dispelling the clouds hovering over Lishan. Then he bent down, carefully bringing his face close to the martial hall within the Evolution sandbox, and pinpointed the rear courtyard, the very spot where he currently stood. Next, he spotted the hole in the dilapidated roof and pressed his eye against it. To his astonishment, Lin discovered that inside this matchbox-sized house, there was actually a table and a figure of himself leaning over it, intently studying something. Lin's breath caught in his throat. He sprang to his feet and whirled his head to look up at the hole in the roof, but there was no eye to be found. Logical conflict detected, resolving. Hostess mental will has detached from the evolution sandbox taken over by the real host. In a daze, information surfaced in his mind once more. Lin shook his head and looked back at the evolution sandbox, only to find that the ant-sized himself inside was standing there blankly, like a soulless puppet. At the same time, Lin was suddenly overcome by a strange sensation. Almost instinctively, he tried to control this miniature version of himself, guiding him to push open the door, walk out of the house, leave the martial hall, and step onto the mountain path. Next, Lin reached his right hand into the evolution sandbox, holding it suspended at the foot of the mountain, just above the ground. He then controlled the miniature version of himself to leap into the palm of his hand. He slowly brought it out of the evolution sandbox. Is this really possible? Inside the old house, Lin looked at the mini Lin standing in the palm of his hand with astonishment. Was it because two versions of me couldn't exist in the same timeline at the same time, causing a conflict? Has that bug been fixed? So now, the mini-me in the evolution sandbox has become something like a clone? Lin looked down at his doppelganger with a complex expression, then suddenly had an idea and tried shifting his perspective. The next second, Lin transferred his consciousness into the doppelganger-esque body. In his field of vision, he found himself standing on a vast, crisscrossing landscape. The space felt infinitely vast when he looked up. He could see the colossal, godlike original self. However, due to the transition, the original body currently had lifeless eyes and appeared as if it were a puppet. A thought crossed his mind. Lin switched his consciousness back to his original body, then looked at the doppelganger in the palm of his hand, his heart pounding uncontrollably. This experience was simply too thrilling. Anyone with a weak heart probably wouldn't be able to handle it. Exhaling, Lin forced himself to calm down. It seems, this evolution sandbox can indeed influence reality, or rather, what it presents is the real world itself. A flash of realization crossed Lin's eyes, and immediately, a restless urge stirred within him. So, does that mean I can use my clone to enter Yancheng from the dimension of the evolution sandbox? No sooner said than done. Lin immediately placed his clone back at the foot of Lishan Mountain within the evolution sandbox, beside a secluded stretch of national highway. He withdrew his hand and attempted to switch. Whoosh! The light and shadows before his eyes shifted. In the blink of an eye, when he opened his eyes again, Lin found that he had already left the old house in the martial hall. At that moment, he was standing beside a national highway. He looked up. This world felt incredibly real. He took a few steps and jogged into the small town at the foot of the mountain, seeing that everything along the way was indistinguishable from reality. No, this was reality. He had simply switched modes, teleporting directly from the martial hall to the town at the foot of the mountain. Lin? When did you get back? Before he knew it, Lin had walked near his old middle school. He saw an auntie who had watched him grow up step out of a shop and call out to him in surprise. Ah, just got back. Lin pulled himself together, exchanged a few brief words, and didn't he mention that he planned to reopen the martial hall. He simply said he'd come back to visit his hometown. Then, on his way, he bought some lunch nearby before setting off toward the mountain under the midday sun. It took him nearly half an hour before Lin finally arrived back outside his family's martial hall. During this process, for the sake of the experiment, he had switched back to his original body. When he pushed open the gate for the second time and stepped onto the overgrown training ground, Lin, carrying a bag of steaming rice noodles and feeling a mix of emotions, opened the door to the old house and saw his main body standing like a puppet beside the evolution sandbox. The next second, his body suddenly shrank, the takeout fell to the ground with a thud, and his consciousness automatically returned from the clone to his main body. Half a minute later, Lin picked up the takeout that had fallen to the ground and the ant-sized avatar. With a flick of his mind, the avatar turned into a streak of light and entered the palm of his hand. He could vaguely sense its presence and summon it at any time. It seemed this was another ability granted by the evolution sandbox to fix a bug. Slurp. Sitting on the threshold of the old house, Lin ate his steaming rice noodles, forcing himself not to look at the evolution sandbox city inside for the time being. After finishing lunch, as he felt the cool breeze and sensed the quiet aura of the house where he lived for over a decade, Lin's heart finally began to calm down. After staring into space for a few minutes, Lin suddenly rubbed his face vigorously. His eyes sparkled as he cleared his throat and scrutinized the system interface in his retinas. "So," he said earnestly, "what exactly are you?" Chapter 3: Metamorphosis of Life. What exactly are you? Under the eaves of the old house, Lin asked earnestly. Everything that had just happened was simply too bizarre. If he told anyone, no one would believe him. At that moment, he felt both excited and anxious. And as he asked, the evolution sandbox in his mind actually responded. Host trigger keyword detected. Initiating newbie guide. Evolution sandbox, a tool of mysterious origin. Primary function, assists the host in harvesting ether energy to achieve advancement in life stages. Crouching beneath the eaves, Lin froze for a moment. So, he had indeed stumbled upon a system, hadn't he? Was this system a tool for harvesting the so-called ether energy? What is ether? Lin asked. He recalled that in observation mode, the ether concentration in Yangchun within the evolution sandbox was low. Ether, the stream of consciousness that composes space, the first and most fundamental element created by the spirit realm when it fashioned the material world. A mysterious gas widely present throughout the universe and in all places where sentient life exists, possessing the power to elevate life to higher levels. As the explanation unfolded, Lin felt a flood of related information rush into his mind. He instinctively pressed his hand to his forehead, closed his eyes, and took a moment to sort it all out before finally grasping the concept. Simply put, the so-called ether is similar to the spiritual energy found in popular fiction, a substance that coexists with life. It originates from the spiritual realm in the esoteric sense. According to the data provided by Evolution Sandbox, on any planet in the universe where intelligent life exists, ether will also be present. The quantity and concentration of ether are closely tied to the overall quality of the intelligent life on that planet. In other words, ether is widely present in all human settlements on Earth, whether in cities or rural areas. If everyone's physical health and mental state were the same, then the larger the population, the greater the amount of ether infused into the material world from the spiritual realm. If the total amount remains constant, then individuals who are physically stronger and mentally healthier generate more ether. Therefore, on Earth, the concentration of ether above cities is far higher than in rural areas, and in economically and culturally developed regions, it is far higher than in impoverished areas. Moreover, the amount of ether dynamically fluctuates according to the state of sentient life. In short, when the world is at peace and nations prosper, ether concentration rises. Once war, famine, disease, or similar calamities occur, ether concentration drops. Under normal circumstances, ether is invisible, yet it can be observed and absorbed through special means, thereby facilitating the evolution of life. This evolution sandbox is a tool designed to assist in the collection of ether. Opening his eyes again, Lin exhaled slowly. He had roughly grasped the purpose of this system and immediately developed a keen interest in this so-called ether. Based on what you've said, how do I collect ether? Please follow the instructions. 1. Click the system interface to return to the main page. As the information flashed through his mind, Lin paused for a moment, then refocused his attention on the system interface displayed on his retina. At that moment, it was still in observation mode, but since he had left the evolution sandbox area, his field of view was empty. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a small, faint back icon in the upper left corner of the system interface, something he hadn't noticed before. So this observation mode is just a subpage? He tried to click it with his mind. The system interface immediately changed, exiting observation mode and returning to the main page. From a designer's perspective, the main page was still rather crude. On the left were two lines of text arranged one above the other. Observation mode. Creation mode. A little further to the right, a solitary store button hung in isolation. Other than that, there was nothing else. 2. Please open the store. Why would a tool even have a store? Lin muttered to himself, then tapped it with his mind. Instantly, the store page popped up. It was just as empty. There were only 2 items in the store. Aether breathing skill, free. Observation range, 1,000 points, 10,000 square kilometers. Lin's gaze fell on the latter first, and an explanation window popped up beside it. He skimmed through it briefly. The gist was that he could spend Aether to purchase observation range in the store. In other words, the area of the city displayed an evolution sandbox while in observation mode. For example, right now he could only observe Yang City and its surroundings, a total of about 15,000 square kilometers. If he wanted to expand his observation range, he could spend Aether points to do so. Each expansion of 10,000 square kilometers required 1,000 Aether points. How much Aether do I have right now? Lin asked instinctively. Hostess current Aether points, 0. Lin, alright, then. He decisively looked away and turned his attention to the free Aether breathing skill. As expected, this was likely the method for collecting Aether. Purchase. With a mental click, the next second, Lin saw a purchase successful button, and then a large chunk of information flooded into his mind. 3. Please enter observation mode and use the Aether breathing skill to collect Aether. Lin immediately stood up, returned to the old house, approached the evolution sandbox, and re-entered observation mode. Inside the evolution sandbox, Yang City was still operating normally. Cars moved in orderly traffic on the roads, and in places like shopping malls and movie theaters, crowds of citizens went about their daily lives. Dark clouds still hung over the city, and the gap in the clouds that Lin had briefly torn open had already closed. It was a scene of bustling activity. However, this time, Lin spotted something new above the city, high in the clouds. There, floating in the sky, were wispy strands of ethereal, bluish-white gas, undulating like turbulent currents. Unlike the clouds, they were denser in the city center and grew increasingly sparse as they moved outward. By the time they reached the edge of the evolution sandbox over the city's suburbs and the rural fields, they were so thin as to be nearly invisible. Could this be Aether? Lin had a sudden realization. A thought struck him, and almost instinctively, he moved closer, then adjusted his breathing rhythm to activate the Aether breathing skill. Immediately, the pale blue gas seemed to be drawn toward him, slowly gathering from the skies above the evolution sandbox and flowing into his body through his mouth and nose. The scene was utterly bizarre. In the blink of an eye, the Aether produced by the vast city of Yangcheng, home to nearly 6 million permanent residents, was completely consumed by Lin. Yet the city's residents remained completely unaware of this. Nor did they suffer any harm. According to the evolution sandbox, Aether is a form of energy. If it isn't harvested, it goes to waste, and even if it's taken, it won't affect sentient beings in any way. Moreover, it only takes a short time for sentient beings to generate Aether anew. Yet Lin had no mind for such thoughts at that moment. As the pale green gas entered his body, he felt as though every cell in his body had been awakened. It was like a long-awaited downpour after a severe drought. An indescribable sense of exhilaration and relief swept over him, leaving him utterly captivated. It was transcendence. It was evolution. It was a metamorphosis of his very existence. A surge of intense heat suddenly coursed through Lin's body. Blood raced through his meridians like a raging river, and he felt as though boundless power was struggling to break free. Whoosh! Lin spun around, leaped into the air, and stepped out of the old house into the spacious courtyard at the center of the estate, the training ground of the martial hall. Standing at the center of the training ground, Lin focused his mind and abruptly struck a starting stance. Instantly, his entire aura shifted. His eyes shone like stars, his body moved with his intent, his back arched like a bow. He threw a punch with blinding speed, causing a thunderous roar to echo through the courtyard. Crash! Wherever the fist's wind passed, the silent, withered grass in the courtyard swayed, and the leaves of the centuries-old trees lining the walls rustled. This was not the Aether breathing skill, but rather the ancient martial art of his family that Lin had practiced since childhood. A powerful fist technique passed down from Lin's maternal grandfather. The martial ancestor's weapon transforming fist. It uses the human body's bones, tendons, and limbs to mimic various weapons. Unadorned and simple, it is pure and focused on combat. When mastered to perfection, it allows one to disarm an opponent with bare hands, crushing resistance like rotten wood, a truly terrifying feat. This ancient martial art is not widely known. Few in the general public have heard of it. Lin himself cannot trace its origins. He only knows it has been passed down through his maternal grandfather's family for generations. As a child, when the martial hall still existed, he trained in this fist technique under his grandfather's guidance. Over the past 20 years, he has mastered every move to the point of second nature. Yet, until today, Lin had never felt this ancient martial art flow so effortlessly and naturally through him. Synchronizing with the breathing rhythm of the ether breathing skill and channeling the blue-white vortex within his body, Lin moved as swiftly as lightning, performing the entire sequence from start to finish. Fists, fingers, elbows, waist, knees, shins, feet. Every joint, every limb, seemed forged from refined gold, each movement splitting the air with immense power and weight. Especially as the practice of the martial ancestor's transformation fist reached its latter half, Lin felt as though he had been immersed in a strange state of consciousness. It seemed that everything he had learned and practiced over the past 20 years had culminated in this moment, achieving complete mastery. Wave after wave of enlightenment surged through his mind. Gradually, his movements broke free from the form, becoming utterly unpredictable. From his pores, wisps of pale blue energy surged forth, enveloping his entire body, making him appear ethereal and divine. Ha! As the form neared its conclusion, Lin let out a low shout. He swept his right hand to the side, twisted his wrist, and assumed a gripping stance. The next second, those wisps of pale blue energy coalesced into an ethereal short spear. Go! Lin raised his arm slightly and hurled the spear of pale blue energy toward the sky. Whoosh! The short spear shot from his hand, flying 100 meters before disintegrating and exploding mid-air with a massive roar, like the sound of thunder. Boom! At the foot of Lishan Mountain. Some residents near the base suddenly looked up at that moment, glancing puzzledly at the sky filled with drifting clouds and murmuring. Where's the thunder coming from? It doesn't look like it's going to rain, though. Who knows, the weather forecast is never accurate anyway. Though the sound was loud, it was absorbed by the vegetation of Lishan Mountain and ultimately failed to attract much attention. No one could have imagined the true source of that thunderous roar. In the training ground, Lin stood quietly in the courtyard, a thin sheen of sweat beading on his skin. He had already snapped out of his earlier trance and was staring blankly at his own hands. Is this still the Hua Bing fist I know? Chapter 4, Choosing a Desert. In the courtyard, the summer heat was intense, and the gusts of wind generated by his fists gradually subsided. Yet Lin could not calm himself for a long time. Over the years, due to his work, although he had maintained the habit of practicing martial arts, he had ultimately become lax. He had originally thought that after resigning and returning home, it would take some time to pick up his skills again, but he never imagined, simply by absorbing Yang City's ether, he had not only been completely transformed, but had also synthesized 20 years of learning in one fell swoop, pushing the martial ancestor's Hua Bing fist to the minor achievement realm. No, with the Aether's blessing, this is no longer a martial art of this world. It borders on sorcery. Lin exhaled sharply. He felt a sense of profound ease throughout his body, his mind exceptionally alert, and his body light as a feather. However, he knew that the strike he had just delivered was a one-off occurrence. Reproducing it wouldn't be so simple. It would require time to fully assimilate the ether stored within his body. This experiment also confirmed what Evolution Sandbox had stated: this mysterious gas truly offered immense benefits to living beings. How much ether do I have in my body now? Once his mind had settled, Lin couldn't help but ask. Hostess current ether value, 98 points. The entire city of Yangchang has a population of several million, yet they've only generated less than 100 points? Lin asked, somewhat surprised. Immediately, Evolution Sandbox's response flashed through his mind. Collecting ether through the Evolution Sandbox results in significant conversion losses. The explanation was lengthy, and Lin had to close his eyes and sort through it before he fully understood the mechanism. Simply put, there wasn't actually that little ether in the skies above Yang City, but the act of activating the evolution sandbox to collect and convert it caused significant energy loss in the process. In other words, most of what was absorbed was wasted during the conversion process. Lin only received the remaining portion. Of course, theoretically, absorbing ether wasn't limited to the evolution sandbox. Once he mastered the ether breathing skill, Lin could also draw in this gas directly through breathing exercises. However, that method is even less efficient than the evolution sandbox, and it wastes a great deal of time. So, all things considered, using the evolution sandbox is still more cost-effective than practicing breathing techniques on his own. Then how can I obtain more ether? Must I just wait for it to slowly regenerate? Lin asked tentatively. Just 98 points had given him such a massive boost, an offer no sentient being could refuse. According to the information he gathered, ether regenerated very slowly. Since he harvested it all this time, it would take several days for Yang City's ether concentration to recover. Triggered keyword, host has requested assistance. Presenting two viable solutions. Option 1, purchase area in the store to expand the observation mode range. Lin paused for a moment, then immediately grasped the logic behind this option. It was simple: if ether was widely present in both cities and rural areas, and he could currently only absorb it within Yangcheng's boundaries, then by expanding the observable city range within the evolution sandbox, he could absorb ether from other cities. Imagine if, one day, he could purchase enough area to condense the entire Earth into the evolution sandbox. Then, in theory, Lin could harvest ether from all over the globe. But, that won't work, Lin pondered for a moment, a bitter expression crossing his face. The price in the store was 1,000 points for 10,000 square kilometers, and he only had 98 points, far from enough. Even if he expelled every last bit of ether from his body, he still couldn't afford it unless he saved up slowly, waiting until he had 1,000 points before expanding the area. But who knows how long that would take? Perhaps sensing his mood, new information appeared in his mind once more. Option 2, utilize the evolution sandbox's creation mode to provide a new source of ether. Creation mode? Lin immediately shifted his gaze to the system interface. This mode was located directly below observation mode. He wasn't sure what it meant, though. The next second, a long explanation poured into his mind as a stream of information. Simply put, observation mode is for observing a real-world region on Earth. Then, creation mode involves using the evolution sandbox to select an area on Earth and establish an independently operating evolution sandbox, or, in other words, carving out a portion of Earth, isolating it as a separate space. Using the evolution sandbox's capabilities to create civilization from scratch, generating new intelligent lifeforms, and then, by exploiting the difference in the rate of time flow between reality and the evolution sandbox, rapidly harvest ether from the evolution sandbox world. The principle was simple, yet the impact this capability had on Lin was immense. Using a real, existing region on Earth as an evolution sandbox, evolving a civilization within it, and harvesting ether. Is it really necessary to go this big? Keep in mind, this isn't as simple as just shutting yourself away to tinker with an evolution sandbox world. The civilization Lin creates actually exists on Earth. Furthermore, any life or matter he creates within the evolution sandbox exists on Earth in a 1:1 scale. Once creation mode is activated, in this digital age, it would inevitably trigger an immediate global upheaval. Just imagine, if Lin were to use the entire Antarctic continent as his evolution sandbox, it would likely take only a few dozen minutes for news of Antarctica's mysterious disappearance to spread across the globe. And once he lifted the evolution sandbox's isolation, humanity would be stunned to discover that the entire barren Antarctic continent had been transformed into something entirely different. What kind of sensation would that cause? With the entire world as his chessboard, every move Lin makes would send shockwaves across the globe. Isn't there any other, more moderate option? Lin swallowed hard and tentatively asked. Alright, it seems there really isn't. I won't put you through that. Lin sighed, rubbed his face, and began to think seriously. Although the plan sounded far-fetched at first, upon closer consideration, it was actually quite feasible. Not every region on Earth is inhabited. Using those barren lands as the evolution sandbox shouldn't be a problem, right? After all, no one would know it was him. Why not give it a try? Once the thought entered his mind, he couldn't hold back. After a brief moment of hesitation, Lin returned to the old house, walked over to the evolution sandbox, and mentally tapped the creation mode button on the system interface. The screen shifted. Yangchang within the evolution sandbox suddenly dissolved into a blaze of light and vanished. In its place appeared a flat, expansive world map. Yes. A dynamic world map had appeared within the entire evolution sandbox. However, unlike observation mode, this map was somewhat ethereal. The details were indistinct, and only the major continents and oceans could be made out. Directly in front of Lin, closest to him, was Antarctica, rendered in white. As he shifted his gaze forward, he could see a landmass isolated in the middle of the ocean. Australia. Lin murmured softly. Although the global map before him had no text labels or territorial boundaries, a distinct continent like Australia was still instantly recognizable. If this is Australia, then the blue area to my right must be the Pacific Ocean, and to my left is the Indian Ocean. Lin muttered to himself, trying to identify the different regions. He had to admit that without national borders, color-coded regions, or labels, the world map before him suddenly felt unfamiliar. By comparison, only the borders of China, the country where he lived, were relatively easy to locate. After all, he had looked at this map countless times since childhood. At that moment, Lin also noticed a faint grid on the map, dividing the globe into one square after another. Creation mode activated. Please select an evolution sandbox region. Note, the selected region must be less than 300,000 square kilometers. As the information flashed through his mind, Lin paused for a moment before grasping its meaning. Much like observation mode, the evolution sandbox he intended to create was subject to restrictions. Currently, he could only select a land area of up to 300,000 square kilometers. As for whether it could be expanded in the future, that remained unclear. If the area is too small, I'm afraid it won't be able to evolve into much of a civilization, and the ether provided will be very limited. Lin mused to himself, quietly calculating that he would have to make the most of this 300,000 square kilometer quota. Where should I choose? Lin's gaze swept across the 7 continents of the globe. I can't choose a densely populated area, otherwise, wouldn't I just become a world-destroying demon lord? I'll have to pick a desolate, uninhabited land. Antarctica is certainly large enough, but its location is a bit too unique, and it's also too far away, huh? Suddenly, as Lin's gaze swept over the northwestern part of China, it came to an abrupt halt. That was the country's largest uninhabited zone, the Tak Desert. I remember reading in a book that this desert covers a total area of 330,000 square kilometers. Recalling that figure, a thought immediately sprang to Lin's mind: this is it. The size was about right, and it was sufficiently barren. It was right here in the country, close enough to him. Moreover, over the years, the country had been carrying out afforestation projects, with countless people hoping to turn the desert into an oasis. If he chose this place as the evolution sandbox, perhaps he could directly transform the local ecosystem. And once the evolution sandbox is shut down, it might even benefit the local community. As for any potential negative consequences, with me, the creator, keeping watch, they could be minimized as much as possible. What if there are people or buildings within the area I choose? Lin asked tentatively. In Evolution Sandbox, you can choose to relocate intelligent lifeforms and unique structures within a selected area during construction. Is that even possible? Lin paused for a moment, and his last lingering doubts vanished. He immediately bent down and began the process. Every time his hand touched a virtual grid, it meant that area had been selected. Since the desert was not a regular shape, this took quite a bit of effort. During the process, he selected the structures that needed to be moved, primarily several desert highways, and marked their new locations. By the time he finished, he had selected an area of just under 290,000 square kilometers. Selection complete. Do you wish to construct the evolution sandbox within the selected area? Yes. Host confirmed. Clearing the evolution sandbox area. Transforming selected structures. Generating containment shield. Information flashed through his mind. Then, the visuals within the entire evolution sandbox shifted. The world map vanished, leaving only the desert region Lin had chosen. Next, a translucent light barrier rose around the evolution sandbox, closing at the top like a massive transparent dome, isolating the entire desert from the outside world. At the same time, in the endless expanse of the Tak Desert, it was mid-afternoon, the hottest part of the day. In this wasteland of gravel and sand, several cars were speeding along a highway as black as a ribbon. This was a moderately well-known film crew that had come specifically to this remote, uninhabited area to shoot a scene. Inside the car. "How much longer until we get there?" a crew member asked, fanning himself and wiping away sweat as he gazed at the poplar trees lining the highway. The script supervisor sitting next to him glanced at his phone and said, "We're almost there." "Why the rush? The sun's beating down right now. What's the hurry to get out there?" "Ugh, my GPS isn't working. Is the map app broken?" "What's wrong?" someone in the car asked. "My phone's GPS seems to have gone haywire. We were just here a moment ago, but now the map shows we're dozens of kilometers away." Just as the script supervisor was grumbling in bewilderment, the driver suddenly let out a startled cry, "Holy shit!" The entire car began to slow down as a result. "What's going on now?" Everyone in the car was startled and turned to look. Then they saw the driver with a look of sheer terror on his face. Pointing at the windshield, his face pale and his expression panicked, he stammered, "We aren't on the road. What's going on?" The road beneath us, it seems to have shifted. At that moment, in the Tak Desert. For desert highways simultaneously and silently shifted. Chapter 5, Genesis. On this extraordinary afternoon, under the influence of Evolution Sandbox, the structures selected by Lin silently shifted across this vast, desolate land. Not even the people in the midst of it noticed anything amiss. Not until the satellite coordinates showed a discrepancy, and a familiar city appeared at the end of the road. "Oh, man. What the hell? How did we end up over here? This highway can't possibly be here." The convoy came to a stop one by one, and the entire film crew jumped out of their vehicles. Under the scorching sun, they gathered together, most of them still looking bewildered, completely clueless as to what had happened. They asked each other frantically, and soon, everyone realized that they had, in a bizarre twist, emerged from the uninhabited desert and found themselves in the northern part of the Tak Desert. "No, we definitely didn't take a wrong turn. It's south this road. This desert highway has shifted northward by over 100 kilometers, an assistant director exclaimed, his eyes wide, clutching his phone in disbelief. Immediately, he was met with a chorus of skepticism. After all, the idea was simply too far-fetched. But in the very next second, everyone suddenly felt a chill in the air. To be precise, a massive shadow had enveloped them in the blink of an eye, as if something had blocked out the sun. "Ah! Look over there," a lead actor suddenly shouted, pointing south. Everyone hurriedly looked in that direction, and the previously chaotic group fell instantly silent. Right before their eyes, a colossal wall of shadow slowly materialized from the warped air. The wall was likely hundreds, perhaps even thousands of meters high, stretching endlessly from east to west. Under everyone's gaze, in the space of just a few breaths, it transformed from an illusion into solid matter. It seemed to split the world in two. If one were to raise their perspective high enough, they would see. At that very moment, an immense, irregular, impenetrably pitch-black dome like a gigantic bowl enveloped nearly 300,000 square kilometers of the Tak Desert. Lishan, Marshall Hall, within a dilapidated old house. Lin stood beside the evolution sandbox, quietly watching as a slightly dim, translucent dome sealed it in, realizing that this was the so-called isolation dome. It was also the outer shell of the evolution sandbox in creation mode. Based on the data in his mind, he knew that this isolation dome was incredibly sturdy with Earth's current civilization. It could neither be broken nor detected. Although it appeared semi-transparent within the evolution sandbox, in reality, it was insurmountable and impenetrable to both the life forms inside and the humans outside. As for the desert highway and several key engineering structures he had marked, all personnel had already been safely evacuated outside the evolution sandbox under its power. I'm afraid the satellites have already detected something amiss. Soon, news of the entire desert being quarantined will spread. Lin instinctively glanced at his phone lying nearby. After a moment's hesitation, he walked over and switched it to silent mode. As he did this, changes were also taking place within the entire evolution sandbox. An imperceptible force quietly swept across the vast desert, clearing the microbial environment. The plants withered within a few breaths. Lin wasn't surprised by this. He knew it was part of the disinfection process. Evolution Sandbox Number 1 has been constructed. The current environment is deemed unsuitable for the evolution of civilization. Please provide the necessary basic materials. A large chunk of information flooded his mind once more. Lin sorted through it. Essentially, it meant the desert environment was too monotonous and needed to be enriched. At the very least, he needed to provide basic soil and water sources. Although these substances existed in the desert, if Lin gave a little help, it could save a lot of evolutionary time. First, I need to clear out all this sand. Lin muttered to himself, then walked out the door, headed to the storage room, and dug out a shovel and a small wheelbarrow. Parking the wheelbarrow by the door, Lin carried the shovel back inside, took a deep breath, and began shoveling away at a sand dune. Based on the information provided by Evolution Sandbox, he knew that in creation mode, his actions would not affect areas outside of Evolution Sandbox. In other words, even if he dug deep, he didn't have to worry about triggering an earthquake. The isolation shield didn't just exist on the surface, it completely separated the Tack Desert from the rest of Earth. Rise. As Lin raised the shovel. In the Tack Desert region, the air above the 300,000 square kilometers of isolated land warped slightly. Instantly, a shovel large enough to block out the sky materialized. The shovel came down mercilessly, effortlessly scooping up a sand dune weighing hundreds of billions of tons, lifting it into the sky. Once it reached a certain height, it vanished abruptly along with the massive shovel. In the desert, only a terrifying crater remained. Clatter. Dumping a shovelful of sand into the cart, Lin curiously reached out to touch it, discovering that this sand was as fine as dust. It seems there's a scale conversion mechanism inside this evolution sandbox. Ordinary objects enter it and get magnified. But grains of sand that were originally normal size become as tiny as dust the moment they're taken out of the evolution sandbox. Lin withdrew his hand, a pensive look in his eyes. It felt quite magical. Shaking his head, Lin stopped dwelling on it and got back to work. Within a few minutes, he had shoveled all the sand out of the entire evolution sandbox and dumped it into the empty lot behind the Marshall Hall using the wheelbarrow. Once the entire Tack Desert had been cleared, Lin turned his attention to excavating soil and rock. The more complex the base material in the evolution sandbox, the easier it is to derive new elements, Lin murmured softly, then began digging up soil from the back mountain and transferring it into the evolution sandbox. The backyard of Marshall Hall was a grove of trees, with bamboo and flowers planted throughout. Although it looked overgrown from long neglect, the soil quality here was actually quite good. During the transfer process, Lin also discovered that when he placed the backyard soil into the evolution sandbox, the microscopic organisms in the soil died the moment it entered the containment shield, and the color of the soil even changed slightly. The evolution sandbox was quite large, and it took Lin several trips back and forth to finally cover the entire area. Immediately afterward, he drew water from the well in the courtyard and poured it into the evolution sandbox. After a moment's hesitation, he rummaged through the storage shed, pulled out a few discarded metal parts, and tossed them into the evolution sandbox. That should do it. Lin wiped the sweat from his brow, then looked at the evolution sandbox and muttered to himself. Evolution sandbox meets the basic requirements for evolution. Do you wish to initiate the project? The message appeared in his mind at just the right moment. Initiate, Lin said. Immediately, the entire evolution sandbox was bathed in a glow. Something seemed to be transforming inside it, but after only a few seconds, it returned to calm. Inside the evolution sandbox, however, subtle changes had taken place. Lin noticed that above the evolution sandbox, a swirling nebula had appeared. It seemed to be a simulated universe modeled after the outside world. Within this universe was a sun, along with a corresponding moon. Is it really necessary to simulate a moon? Lin couldn't help but wonder inwardly. After all, the essence of this evolution sandbox world was not a planet, but a flat expanse of land. However, the evolution sandbox seemed to have been simulated entirely based on Earth's environment. Or perhaps, the entire evolution of the evolution sandbox had been based on Earth's parameters from the start. In that case, the evolution sandbox now has its own independent ecosystem. Lin turned his gaze back to the ground and noticed that the land had also changed. The rough soil particles had, under the influence of the evolution sandbox, transformed into countless tiny specks of dust, which then rose up to form primitive mountains and hills. The water he had poured in had also gathered together, becoming oceans and lakes. It seemed, at the very least, that the rudiments of a world were taking shape. Evolution Sandbox number 1 has been activated and is running. Lin also noticed that the system interface on his retina had changed. In addition to creation mode and the back button in the top left corner, a new line of text had appeared, current ether concentration, though it was followed by the word none. This was likely a reading of the ether levels within the evolution sandbox world. Additionally, there was a toolbox icon. When opened, it contained only two functions. One was to toggle the isolation shield on or off. It was currently active, so Lin ignored it. The other was time flow speed. Options include dynamic adjustment and synchronize with external time. The concept is straightforward. Dynamic adjustment is a capability in Evolution Sandbox's creation mode that automatically adjusts the ratio of time flow inside Evolution Sandbox number 1 to the external world based on the sandbox's computational power and environmental conditions. In short, during the early stages when the internal environment is less complex, the ratio is high. It's possible that 1 hour in the real world could equate to hundreds of millions of years within the Evolution Sandbox. As civilizations emerge within the evolution sandbox and complexity increases, the time ratio will decrease. 1 hour in reality might correspond to only a few hundred years or even less inside the evolution sandbox. Lin understood that this was because the more complex the environment inside the evolution sandbox became, the greater the computational power required. Therefore, the flow rate had to be reduced, otherwise, the evolution sandbox's processing power wouldn't be able to handle it. As for synchronize with external time, it was a manual toggle that allowed Lin to set the internal and external time flow rates to a 1-to-1 ratio at any time. This synchronizes the time inside the evolution sandbox with real-world time. This feature is actually pretty handy. It saves a lot of trouble, Lin smiled. Apart from this toolbox, a large portion of the system interface center remained blank. Such a large blank area looks a bit out of place, Lin couldn't help but remark from a designer's perspective. However, the very next second, he noticed text beginning to appear in the blank space. Click-clack. Operational log. On a certain day of a certain month in a certain year, at a certain hour, minute, and second, the world's evolution began. At that time, it was a quiet world, taking on an irregular shape. The surface showed no signs of life, filled with chaotic soil, gravel, water, and a small amount of metal, yet it already possessed the foundation for life to emerge. 100 million years passed, and the world remained unchanged. 200 million years passed, and it was still the same. When the 500 million years arrived, a faint ripple appeared in the once deadly silent ocean. Chapter 6, Miracle. The text displayed on the system interface did not appear all at once. After the first line appeared, there was a long pause before the second line appeared, followed by another pause for the third. During this time, Lin did not leave the old house. He simply pulled up a stool and watched the changes in the evolution sandbox with patience and curiosity. Over these 500 million years, the entire evolution sandbox experienced countless sunrises and sunsets. The simulated day and night cycled endlessly, with light and shadow constantly shifting. Because the entire landmass was composed of a single type of terrain, even such an immense span of time did not pose much difficulty for Lin's observations. Over the course of 500 million years, things were not exactly unchanging as the log had described. Although there were no signs of life emerging, there were several instances of tectonic movement during this period. Volcanoes erupted, magma spread, and volcanic ash rose into the sky, obscuring the sun. Rivers released mist, a hazy white vapor that eventually fell as rain. Some hills rose, while some plains sank. The entire landmass was uplifted, altering the course of rivers, and vast oceans stretched across the four edges of evolution's sandbox. Precisely because of all these changes, Lynn did not find the spectacle tedious. Does that mean life isn't worth logging if it doesn't exist? Lynn muttered in exasperation, then turned his gaze toward the ocean, noticing that the once clear seawater seemed to have grown slightly murky. The 500 million years of the evolving world, the earliest simple life forms emerged in the oceans, but just as their populations began to spread, they were forced to halt due to the world's changing climate. The Great Ice Age has arrived. As this brief line appeared in the log, Lynn noticed that a blizzard had suddenly begun to rage above the once barren evolution sandbox. Due to time acceleration, the entire evolution sandbox was soon transformed into a sea of pure white. The temperature plummeted. The entire continent grew frigid. Mountains and plains were covered by thick layers of ice, and even the oceans seemed to have frozen over. Brr, it's cold. Lynn felt a blast of cold air hit him in the face, but in the midst of this sweltering summer, it actually felt quite pleasant. Is there an ice age in the evolution sandbox too? Lynn was somewhat surprised. In his view, the nature of the world within the evolution sandbox was fundamentally different from reality, and its origins were distinct as well. Take the early Earth, for instance. It was said to have been a molten sphere shrouded in magma that gradually cooled over time. Yet the continents in the evolution sandbox had soil and water from the very beginning. Therefore, in his opinion, their evolutionary process must have differed significantly from that of Earth. But he never expected that there would be an ice age as well. The Great Ice Age lasted 1,843 years. Afterward, the climate gradually warmed. Melting snow water nourished the entire world, temperatures rose, the oceans thawed, the evolution of life restarted, oxygen levels in the air increased, and algae proliferated in the oceans. After a while, new text began to appear on the system interface with a series of clicks. Lynn watched as the chill within evolution's sandbox began to recede. The ice-covered land started to melt, vast lakes and marshes appeared, and rainfall became frequent. The oceans gradually turned green, a sign of plant growth. Plants have evolved this quickly? The plants are starting to move onto land. Lynn observed with interest as the green began to spread from the oceans onto the land. Based on his limited knowledge of biology, he surmised that this was likely the process of transition from gymnosperms to angiosperms. Unfortunately, these plants were far too small to observe, and Lynn didn't have a microscope at hand to take samples. He did manage to dig out a magnifying glass, but it wasn't very durable. He decided to give up on that. As plants began to appear in evolution's sandbox, the intervals between text entries in the log shortened, and the flow of time seemed to slow down as well. Of course, for life outside the evolution sandbox, the disparity in the flow of time remained staggering. Is it already this late? When Lynn looked up again, he noticed the light in the room had dimmed. Outside the old house, the sun was setting in the west. Without realizing it, he had spent the entire afternoon observing. Yet within the evolution sandbox, it was still in the plant proliferation era. Looks like animals won't evolve anytime soon, Lynn mused. He stood up, then sighed with a touch of resignation. I was actually planning to clean up the house this afternoon. What on earth did I end up doing instead? He sighed again. Fortunately, most of the rooms had already been cleaned, and the basic bedding and clothes were all there. The utilities were still being paid, so it would be perfectly fine to live there. The only hassle was meals. Lynn thought for a moment and decided he'd just eat in the town down the mountain for the time being, or order takeout. It's about time for dinner. Glancing at the sky, Lynn locked the door to the old house, then left the martial hall. With the setting sun at his back, he hurried down the mountain path toward the town. It was late afternoon. The entire Lishan mountain was bathed in brilliant sunset hues, and even the town below, viewed from afar, took on a quality reminiscent of an anime. This was the place where he had grown up. Lin felt a pang of emotion, a sudden wave of nostalgia, and his feet carried him involuntarily toward a snack shop he had loved as a schoolboy. However, as soon as he entered the town, he sensed something was amiss. Along the streets, groups of townspeople had gathered, holding their phones and talking animatedly, their faces a mix of mystery and astonishment. "You heard, right? The black box from the desert has been confirmed. Is that true? It must be a rumor. I don't know. Let us watch the evening news, maybe they'll mention it." The town wasn't very populous, so Lin only caught a few snippets of the conversation. By the time he reached the shop, he realized the customers inside were also discussing terms like black box and desert. Has it already spread? Has the evolution sandbox I built really had an impact in the real world? Lin forced himself to act nonchalant and ordered dinner. Then, feeling anxious, he pulled out his phone and turned off silent mode. He deliberately avoided checking it all afternoon. As soon as he swiped the button, Lin heard a barrage of notification sounds. The lock screen was covered with a dense cluster of message alerts. Aside from a few daily spam texts, almost all of them were group chat messages. Opening the app, his eyelid twitched involuntarily as he saw that nearly all his group chats had been activated, with the first few already showing 99 plus unread messages. And every second, new messages popped up. It was dinner time, so people in the group chats were particularly free. He randomly tapped into one group chat, where a heated discussion was already underway. "Check out the latest news I forwarded. The state media has spoken. Holy crap, that settles it for good." There were still people being stubborn earlier, claiming it was a fake video and fake news. But this, it's just too unbelievable, isn't it? The entire TAC desert was just sealed off like that? Without a sound? I still can't believe it. Lin silently refreshed the group chat, his expression growing increasingly complex. Although he had anticipated this, seeing the actual impact of his actions made it difficult for him to stay calm. Just as he had suspected, word had finally spread. He left the group chat, opened Weibo, and clicked on the trending topics. Sure enough, the top trending topic was Taku Desert Black Box. Glancing down, he saw that related terms occupied nearly half the entire list. Clicking on it, Lin was stunned to see that the topic's view count had already surpassed the 1 billion mark. Of course, this figure was undoubtedly inflated, but even so, reaching such a number in just a few short hours was enough to confirm that the topic of evolution sandbox had completely taken over social media. In this day and age, the speed at which trending topics spread is truly terrifying. Lin suppressed the emotions welling up inside him and looked at the top post. #Taka Desert Black Box #. According to the National Astronomical Observation Center, at approximately 3:17 p.m. today, a mysterious, irregular black box suddenly appeared in the sky above the Taka Desert, enveloping the entire desert. Furthermore, 4 desert highways, along with some facilities and personnel, were mysteriously transported outside the desert. Relevant authorities have confirmed the report's authenticity and have urgently dispatched an investigation team to the site. The public is asked to remain calm and refrain from spreading or believing rumors. After quickly skimming the news, Lin let out a soft sigh. Exactly. Everything was exactly as she had imagined. After she activated creation mode and selected the Great Desert, in reality on Earth, in the uninhabited desert region of the country's northwest, an anomaly had indeed occurred. That so-called irregular black box was the isolation shield of evolution sandbox. And a change of this magnitude, even in a remote area, could not go unnoticed. It quickly went viral online, causing a massive uproar. He clicked on a video attached to the news article. Lin saw that the scene was set on the outskirts of a city. The highway was lined with parked cars, a chaotic scene of people coming and going. In the background loomed a pitch-black wall that filled the entire frame. The cameraman even panned the camera a few times, clearly conveying to the viewers the sheer size and grandeur of that wall, or rather, the evolution sandbox shell. In the video, a female reporter holding a microphone stood at the foot of the majestic wall, facing the camera, and said excitedly, "As you can see, I am currently in the northern part of the TAC Desert. Right beneath my feet lies National Highway 318. Just a few hours ago, it wasn't even here. Yes, according to satellite calculations, the entire highway has now shifted significantly northward under a mysterious force. And this magnificent wall behind me, whose edges are almost invisible to the naked eye, is the outer shell of the black box that has enveloped and obscured the entire tack desert. We don't know what material it's made of. In fact, upon observation, we can see that its surface is extremely smooth and exceptionally sturdy, clearly not a common material. During the video shoot, likely because the black box was blocking the sunlight, the wind was very strong nearby. So much so that the female reporter had to shout throughout the entire segment, and the wind kept whipping her hair around. After a brief introduction to the surroundings, the camera panned, and the microphone suddenly focused on a group of people nearby. Lynn immediately felt that a few of them looked somewhat familiar, and quickly realized that this group was a domestic film and television crew. No wonder, she had seen them in TV shows and movies before. Director Lee, I hear your crew was one of the first witnesses to discover the anomaly and report it. Could you tell us more about the specific situation? Having been in front of the camera for years, this group seemed exceptionally comfortable facing the lens. However, even so, their expressions remained tense. It seemed they still hadn't fully calmed down. This is a miracle. In the video, the director was nowhere near his usual calm and composed self. With an excited look on his face, he raised both hands toward the camera, his eyes burning with intensity, and said, enunciating each word clearly, "A miracle that is bound to shock the world." Chapter 7, The Elephant Sits Down. A miracle. Upon hearing that word, Lynn's expression subtly shifted. He turned the volume down a notch. In the video, the director first briefly recounted their journey before declaring with great emotion, "Even now, I still can't believe what I'm seeing. If I hadn't experienced it myself, this is simply too surreal." The entire desert was obscured, and the road shifted silently. When it happened, we didn't even notice. This is something you wouldn't dare write into a script. Behind him, the screenwriter standing in the corner of the frame hesitated as if about to speak, but ultimately said nothing. It was clear that none of them were in a stable emotional state. The reporter immediately interviewed several of the lead actors, most of whom were in a similar state. The video ended quickly. Lynn silently opened the comments on the post and found that the number of comments was approaching 100,000. It's actually. I never expected they were right over there. Come to think of it, could this be a publicity stunt? Is Director Lee hyping up his new show? What kind of genius came up with this marketing scheme? Have you ever seen state-run media helping with promotions? Even if it were a promotion, they wouldn't do it this way. Seriously, could it really be some kind of alien technology? Calm down, it's just a glitch where the Earth server's models are overlapping. IT will fix it in a minute. The top comments alone had already racked up hundreds of thousands of likes. Lynn silently opened a few other apps on his phone and found that, without exception, nearly every platform was discussing this breaking news. He checked the trending index. The Tucker Desert Black Box entry had, without a doubt, topped the charts. Even foreign media were abuzz. Lynn saw screenshots of several major international internet platforms, all discussing the Chinese black box. Some were skeptical, some were fearful, and some were curious. Just as I thought, seeing this, Lynn realized he was calmer than he expected. That meant silencing his phone and letting the news settle for an afternoon had been a wise move. Checking out the black box story too? Just then, the restaurant owner walked over carrying a plate of food, set it on the table, glanced at Lynn's phone, and asked casually, "Yeah, not sure if it's true or not." Lynn feigned skepticism. The owner was broad-shouldered and portly, with small eyes and a kind demeanor. Upon hearing this, he shook his head unconcernedly and said, "It's probably true, but it doesn't really affect us ordinary folks. Didn't they say experts have already been dispatched? We'll just have to wait for the results." "I suppose so." Lynn smiled, feeling a strange sense of relief wash over him. After all, no matter how much buzz there was online, it was happening in a distant desert. Most people were just there for the spectacle. Life was hard enough, they had enough on their plates. Who had the heart to worry about the fate of humanity? Shaking his head, Lin quickly finished his dinner and bought some daily necessities. He made his way back to Lishan Martial Hall before the sun set. The land area has recovered. When Lin returned to his old house, he saw that on the evolution sandbox, while he'd been eating, the water from the melting glacier had slowly receded. The land area within the entire evolution sandbox had increased once more. 50 million years have passed. As the seawater receded, the former seabed became land. Marine algae and ferns were exposed to the sunlight, dying off in vast swaths, yet some ultimately survived, evolved, and took root to grow. Similar to plants, some simple marine invertebrates underwent a similar process. Another 10 million years passed, and vertebrate reptiles gradually emerged. Summoning the system interface with his mind, Lin saw row after row of text added to the log. Within the evolution sandbox, an ecosystem increasingly resembling Earth's environment began to take shape. The evolution sandbox was surrounded by vast oceans. Enclosed within these oceans lay a patch of irregularly shaped land. On the land, greenery was gradually increasing. As for the animals, they were still too small for Lin to observe clearly. At this rate, by tomorrow morning, observable animal population should have evolved, Lin calculated the time and estimated silently. Considering that the rate of time passage slows as the environmental complexity within the evolution sandbox increases, he felt his estimate should be accurate. Come to think of it, the world simulated by the evolution sandbox is entirely based on Earth's parameters, and the process of world evolution seems to be, whether intentionally or not, converging toward the real world. If that is the case, it's highly likely that the evolution sandbox will also evolve humans. I just wonder if dinosaurs will appear. Lin sorted through the information in his mind as he pondered. It was inevitable that the evolution sandbox world would converge with the real world after all. The evolution within the evolution sandbox wasn't truly random, so it was unlikely to produce intelligent life forms different from humans. Even if an unexpected outcome did occur, Lin would intervene. After all, from both an emotional and practical standpoint, humanoid life forms were simply more convenient. After confirming that the evolution sandbox was running smoothly, Lin took advantage of the remaining daylight to patch the hole in the roof with his tools, then stepped out into the courtyard. He switched on the lights under the eaves, and the entire martial hall stood empty and bright. The unexpected arrival of the evolution sandbox had forced Lin to postpone the reconstruction of the martial hall slightly. Fortunately, having already waited several years, a few more months won't make much difference. Also, I need to put the process of digesting and integrating the ether on the agenda. Lin tried to sense his body and discovered a faint vortex swirling in his lower abdomen. At this moment, he already knew that ether needed to be digested. Only a portion of the pale blue energy drawn into his body via the evolution sandbox had fused with his cells, tendons, bones, and flesh. This energy would enhance his physical form. To put it in more mystical terms, it was a process of tempering. As for the remaining ether that hadn't been fully absorbed, it remained stored within his body, ready to be summoned, for instance, to condense into illusory weapons, as he had done before. It could also be fed into the marketplace to purchase additional space in observation mode. Lin gave it some serious thought and decided that for now, he would focus on tempering his body to achieve evolution at the level of life itself. As for methods to speed up the tempering and assimilation process, based on his previous martial arts training experience, he felt he could accelerate it using traditional methods of physical conditioning. However, given my current physical condition, basic training methods are no longer very effective. I can challenge myself with some more difficult ones. Standing at the doorway, Lin rolled up his sleeves and studied the well-defined, muscular lines of his arms in the lamplight. An idea formed in his mind. That night, Lin didn't stay up late. He went to sleep early in the bedroom next to the old evolution sandbox house. The night passed uneventfully. Early the next morning, as the first light of dawn broke, Lin was already awake. After a quick wash, he immediately pushed open the door to the old evolution sandbox building next door. Based on the system logs, he already knew his judgment had been correct. Large animals have appeared, Lin said with a hint of excitement as he stood beside the evolution sandbox, looking out over the vast landscape. After a night had passed, the continent had become lush and verdant. Snow-capped mountains, plateaus, basins, river valleys, diverse terrains were scattered across the landscape, with patches of primeval forest standing tall. When Lin manually adjusted the time flow to 1:1 and tried to lean down to blow away the mist above, he startled a flock of birds, which screeched as they took flight from deep within the woods. Boom! Lin cautiously tapped the ground with his finger, causing the earth to tremble. Since he controlled his strength, it didn't quite amount to an earthquake. Even so, many animals in the forest screamed and fled toward the plains. Most were small in stature, and could only be roughly identified as belonging to the feline or canine families. A few larger ones, however, stood out. Is that an elephant? Or perhaps a similar species? Lin looked down in surprise at a short-haired, elephant-like creature. They were moving in herds across the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Curious, Lin paused to think, then reached his right hand into the evolution sandbox and carefully grabbed the elephant at the rear of the herd with his fingers. On the outskirts of a city in northwestern Huagua, outside the containment barrier known as the Magnificent Wall. It was early morning, and the sun had just risen over the eastern horizon. Yet at a makeshift campsite beside the national highway, the atmosphere was bustling. Vehicles were parked in the distance, their roof-mounted searchlights still illuminated. Researchers who had arrived in waves since last night had gathered here, and by now, a temporary research station had already been set up. Strange sensors, connected by cables, were being mounted on the surface of the magnificent wall by people climbing fire escape ladders. At the base, inside an olive-green tent, computer screens glowed brightly on makeshift tables as data analysis was underway. Compared to the commotion outside, this place felt notably quieter. Due to the sudden nature of the incident, the necessary equipment had arrived only belatedly after the first team of experts had reached the site. After a meeting to discuss the situation, and out of an abundance of caution, they decided against using force to attempt to open the Great Wall for the time being, opting instead to use specialized instruments for detection. Yet, so far, nothing had been discovered. Suddenly, at that very moment, several devices sounded alarms simultaneously, and the computer screens displayed intense soundwave curves. We got a signal. An unexpected signal. Quick! The operators, already exhausted from a sleepless night, all jolted awake and trembled. Then, the young man who had first detected the anomaly shouted at the top of his lungs. What's happening? What signal? Several people immediately rushed into the tent, all looking disheveled from their journey. Leading the group was an elderly man with graying temples. It seemed he had only just arrived. Academician Joe, a researcher, jumped to his feet, surprised by his arrival but quick to assess the urgency of the situation. He immediately exclaimed, "Vibrations! A faint vibration signal just appeared inside the black box. It's already gone." Lin, far away on Lishan Mountain, naturally had no idea. Even though he had moved as quietly as possible, the vibrations caused by his tapping on the ground had still been detected. Unfortunately, this discovery was destined to yield no meaningful results. Lin was now examining the primitive elephant slumped in the palm of his hand with great interest. It had already been severely startled when he had carefully picked it up. By the time he removed it from the isolation chamber to examine it up close, the poor elephant's eyes were wide with terror. It went limp as mud and lost control of its bodily functions. It let out a mosquito-like hiss, and then closed its eyes. Log 657,480,000 years into the world's evolution, the first evolution sandbox lifeform faced reality, and then passed out. Chapter 8, 58:21. Lishan, inside the old Martial Hall. Scared out of its wits. Seeing the primordial elephant collapse into his palm, that was Lin's immediate thought. Only after reading the log's description did he breathe a sigh of relief. Such a coward, he murmured softly, picking up the magnifying glass beside him to examine the ancient creature closely. However, he didn't notice anything unusual. Instead, another matter caught his attention. It seems I can directly pass through the containment barrier to extract matter and life from the evolution sandbox, and by traveling through the evolution sandbox's spatial passage, its size will also shrink proportionally. It wasn't he as if he hadn't realized this before. After all, that avatar was still housed within his body. Since this primordial elephant is unique, there is no logical conflict unlike the situation with my avatar. This is indeed an important discovery. As Lin pondered, a sudden thought struck him. If he placed his avatar inside the evolution sandbox and transferred his consciousness there, wouldn't that mean he could appear in any area within the evolution sandbox? However, after a moment's hesitation, he did not attempt it immediately. After a moment's thought, he returned the unconscious primordial elephant to the evolution sandbox. Immediately, he watched as it jolted awake and staggered away, a faint smile curving his lips. Let them continue evolving for now. I wonder if primitive humans will appear today. Shaking his head, Lin turned to the system interface and switched the evolution sandbox to observation mode. Inside the old house, light and shadow shifted as the primeval wilderness shattered, replaced by a bustling modern metropolis. A miniature version of Young City, scaled down countless times, appeared before Lin. At that moment, bathed in the morning light, the entire city was slowly waking up. Sunlight streamed in at an angle, casting intricate shadows from the skyscrapers and high rises. On the city streets, a large number of cars were already moving in an orderly fashion. Is this the generational gap of civilization? Comparing it to the primordial continent in creation mode, Lin couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. He immediately glanced at the current ether concentration. The indicator read low, with an upward pointing arrow next to the text, likely signifying increasing. However, to the naked eye, there was barely any trace of the pale blue mist. As expected, ether doesn't replenish that quickly. Lin let out a soft sigh, gathered his composure, and walked toward the location of Lishan within the evolution sandbox. His gaze, however, swept past it and landed on another mountain peak at the edge of the evolution sandbox. It was a peak even steeper and more perilous than Lishan. It was part of the Taiha mountain range, but lay farther from Yangcheng's urban area, with more than half of its expanse extending beyond the evolution sandbox. He opened his right hand. With a thought, a miniature version of Lin materialized in his palm. A doppelganger. Yes, after careful consideration, Lin had decided to use this doppelganger to conduct an experiment. Through his observations yesterday, he discovered that this clone was almost identical to his original self in every sense. To be precise, it was originally his own self within the evolution sandbox. By switching between their sensations, he had confirmed that the power he had gained by digesting ether also existed in the clone. The two bodies possessed exactly the same strength, sharing those few dozen points of ether aside from the difference in physique, they were indistinguishable. Furthermore, their bodily functions eating, drinking, and excreting were also shared. For example, if Lin's main body ate a meal, the clone would not feel hungry. Conversely, if the clone consumed food, the main body would feel full. It doesn't follow the law of conservation of energy at all. However, given the unique nature of the evolution sandbox, whether or not conservation applied didn't seem to be the main point. What Lin was thinking about was this: since that was the case, he could apparently use his clone to train his body and achieve the goal of digesting ether. No sooner said than done, Lin immediately sent his clone into the evolution sandbox, placing it at the foot of that steep, bizarre peak in the Taiha Mountains. He then withdrew his hand and switched his consciousness. Everything went blurry for a moment. At the foot of the desolate mountain, a lively gleam appeared in the eyes of Lin, who had previously looked as lifeless as a puppet. He stretched his limbs and looked around, spotting a vast expanse of greenery on the abandoned peak not far away. In the east, the sun had just risen. The air was still cool. In the distance, a thick mist hung over the endless Taiha Mountains. This is the place. Lin took a moment to orient himself, then took a deep breath. His whole body shifted, and he darted off at breakneck speed, like a flash of lightning, racing toward a certain spot. Before long, a mountain path paved with blue stone came into view. Though called a path, it was really just a narrow trail, or rather, a series of steps with an extremely steep incline that stretched straight up toward the mountaintop, resembling a stairway to heaven. Lin couldn't say for certain where it came from, but he remembered his grandfather bringing him here when he was a child. His grandfather had told him that this stairway to heaven was hundreds of years old and had originally led to a temple, though it had collapsed long ago. Because the terrain was so treacherous, no one was willing to climb it. Eventually, it fell into complete disrepair. And this was the place Lin had chosen to train his body. After a moment's hesitation, he took off his shirt, wrapped it around his neck, and covered his head and face. Although it was highly unlikely he'd encounter anyone here, it was better to be safe than sorry. Then, he took a few steps forward and placed his hand on a stone stele. The stele was long since weathered, its inscriptions blurred and indistinct. Rise. Lin drew in a gentle breath as the ether within him surged. His transformed physique didn't look particularly impressive at first glance, but now, his streamlined muscles bulged as he effortlessly hoisted the stone tablet onto his back. Then, Lin crouched slightly and, maintaining a steady pace, began leaping up the mountain along the stone steps. Meanwhile, what Lin didn't notice was that, by a highway in the distance, a private car had already pulled over. Two girls in their 20s jumped out of the car. The one in the lead, wearing a sun hat, was staring wide-eyed at the Taiha Mountains, as if searching for something. I don't think it's that serious. You must have seen wrong. How could anyone possibly fly down from the sky? The other girl leaned against the car door, hugging her arms in exasperation as she looked at her companion. The first girl, however, spoke with the utmost seriousness. I really didn't see wrong. Just a moment ago, I glanced out the window and saw a figure falling from the sky. Oh well, just trust me. Seeing her friend's skeptical expression, the girl didn't bother explaining. Instead, she pulled out her phone, opened the camera app, and zoomed in, examining the image closely. Fine, I believe you. I just don't get the world these days anyway. Yesterday they were saying a whole desert had been swallowed up back home, and today you're talking about Superman. I have no idea how. Ah! I found it! Look! Just as he was grumbling, he heard the first girl let out a cheer, holding her phone aloft with obvious excitement. The other girl paused, then leaned in curiously. Immediately, they saw through the phone's lens a figure carrying a massive stone stele on his back, racing upward along a stone staircase that resembled a stairway to heaven. Holy crap! Is there really a Superman? Although the distance was great and the image was a bit blurry, they could still make out the general picture. In the frame was none other than Lin, who was carrying the stone tablet to temper his body. With every step he took, it seemed to follow a certain rhythm, creating a unique kind of beauty. He showed not a trace of fatigue. While this didn't prove he had descended from the heavens, this scene alone was far beyond what an ordinary person could achieve. In their eyes, only a superhuman could pull this off. Record it. Film it. Quick. At the urging, the first girl snapped out of her daze and immediately turned on the camera. The two fell silent, focusing entirely on the scene. A stone tablet that big, and on such a steep mountain path. He'll probably stop soon. Probably. How high do you think he can go? By the side of the road, the two girls chatted casually while filming, speculating on how long Lin could keep going. However, 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes passed. 20 minutes. 40 minutes. The numbers on the camera screen kept ticking up, and the two girls had no choice but to switch from handheld filming to mounting the camera on the car roof with a tripod. Their expressions shifted from initial curiosity and surprise to sheer horror, and then, numbness. It wasn't until Lin disappeared over the mountaintop that they finally snapped out of it and stopped recording. 58 minutes and 21 seconds. Seeing the total duration of the video, the two girls exchanged glances, both finding it hard to believe. In this kind of terrain, jumping at a steady pace without stopping for an entire hour even without carrying any heavy loads was nothing short of mind-boggling. I'm starting to believe what you said, the other girl said, looking dazed and forcing a wry smile. This person, no, I suspect he isn't even human. It seems the world really is about to change. The girl who had been filming put away her phone, her expression complex. Yesterday, the mysterious black box sent shockwaves around the globe. Today, a non-human has appeared. All of this feels like a sign of something to come. Hey, what are you doing? I'm uploading the video online, the girl in the sun hat replied earnestly to her friend as she tapped away, her eyes sparkling. I think we might have just witnessed history. Phew, finally made it to the top. Tossing the stone tablet aside, Lin leaned on his knees, gasping for breath. He was drenched in sweat, his hair completely soaked. How much ether do I have left? Hostess current ether value, 93 points. In his mind, Evolution Sandbox immediately provided the answer. It was 98 points last time, which means I just absorbed 5 points, Lin calculated silently. My strength seems to have increased a bit. It looks like my plan to temper my body is working. As long as I keep at it, I can gradually absorb all this ether until I elevate my life form. However, he wasn't blindly optimistic. The efficiency of the initial absorption is bound to be higher. The higher I go, the greater the difficulty will inevitably become. It seems there really is no such thing as getting stronger without putting in the work. Shaking his head with a smile, Lin pulled off his shirt and wiped the sweat from his brow. Then, glancing at the sun that had already risen, he attempted to shift his consciousness. At the same time, a strange spiritual intuition drew him to instinctively look toward the highway at the foot of the mountain in the distance, muttering, "Why do I feel like I'm being watched?" Chapter 9, The Great River, New Artifacts, Tribes, and Decrees. The sensation was quite subtle, almost like a delusion. Lin never would have imagined that someone so far away had filmed his entire training session. He switched his consciousness back to his main body. The old house at Marshall Hall, beside the Evolution Sandbox. Feeling the sweat soaking his body and the aching fatigue, Lin cautiously scanned the Evolution Sandbox. Through a bird's eye view, he confirmed there were no signs of human activity around his avatar. Only then did he quickly reach out and touch the avatar. After a moment's hesitation, he chose not to lift it with his palm but instead focused his mind, causing the avatar to merge into the palm of his hand. This method is definitely more discreet, otherwise, if I keep grabbing it from the sky every time, people will eventually notice. Although Lin was confident he could conceal his identity, it was better to avoid trouble whenever possible. As for the results of this experiment, they were quite clear. The refinement gains of the avatar could indeed be synchronized with the main body. Perhaps, in the future, I can try placing the avatar into the Evolution Sandbox while it's in creation mode for training. Of course, this was just a vague thought, there was no immediate need for it. For the rest of the day, Lin was busy continuing to repair and clean the Marshall Hall, and he had even hired specialists to come and fix some of the broken doors and windows. As for the Evolution Sandbox, after experimenting with it for some time, he had confirmed that the scenes within it were visible only to him. Even recording or photographing with a phone couldn't capture those flickering lights and shadows at all. This put his mind at ease considerably. After all, he couldn't possibly keep watch over it every moment. As for the commotion outside, it continued and was growing more intense. Online, discussions about the Tucker black box were even more feverish than yesterday, especially after the expert team rushed to the site. That barren land instantly drew the attention of the entire nation, and indeed the whole world. Breaking news! Early this morning, the research team detected abnormal vibrations. Some analysts believe they may contain crucial information and are currently attempting to decode and interpret them. More than 10 academies have already rushed to the northwest. I hear other countries are also trying to establish contact, hoping to send teams over. I hear the Great Wall is incredibly mysterious, completely undetectable, and exceptionally hard. At this rate, we might end up having to use thermal weapons to break through it by force. Countless reports were swirling online. The ones Lin browsed were relatively reasonable, but most were rumors, with speculation about extraterrestrial civilizations dominating the discourse. The ideas were all over the place, and some of the wildest theories left even Lin, the culprit behind it all, baffled. Looks like things won't be quiet for quite some time. Lin put down his phone and sighed, though he didn't really believe that researchers around the world would make any significant discoveries. Nor was he worried about his identity being exposed. After all, the two matters were completely unrelated. In contrast, Lin was far more concerned with the evolution of the Evolution Sandbox world. In the evening, after Lin finished dinner and returned to the Lishan Martial Hall, he was surprised to find a striking line added to the log. World evolution, 703,411,000 years. The first true primitive humans have been born. Humans have appeared. Lin's heart skipped a beat. He quickly pushed open the door, rushed to the evolution sandbox, and peered down. He saw that after 700 million years of evolution, the entire continent had stabilized, with no major changes remaining. And in the middle section of the river that ran across the continent, more and more primitive humans were gradually beginning to appear. Due to the accelerated passage of time, Lin couldn't make out the specific details, but from a macroscopic perspective, he could see that a human population, no larger than ants, was rapidly forming and expanding. The hallmark of humanity is the ability to use tools. This phrase suddenly flashed through Lin's mind. He immediately cleared his thoughts, leaned in, and peered intently. Finally, he spotted a group of cave dwellers gathered along the riverbank. Yes, these primitive humans, who had just learned to use tools, still lived in caves, existing at an extremely primitive stage of civilization. Yet Lin felt quite delighted. Judging by the history of human development on Earth, now that the seeds of civilization have been sown, the pace of evolution from here on out will be astonishing. Just as he was pondering this, outside the window, the last rays of evening sunlight faded, and the second night fell. Dark clouds and lightning appeared above the evolution sandbox, and a flash of fire immediately erupted in the forest. Thunder sparked flames, which in turn set the forest ablaze. Countless creatures perished, yet only humans attempted to interact with and master the fire. To the northwest, on the primordial continent once the vast tack desert, now shielded by the Great Wall. The sky was overcast that day, the world plunged into darkness, with only dancing lightning snakes in the heavens. Boom! Terrifying thunder ripped through this wild and untamed world. Across the land, countless animals fled in terror, scrambling to hide. Deep within a primeval forest, a group of primitive humans, wielding clumsy stone tools and carrying their prey, shouted as they raced toward a cave. But just then, several bolts of lightning, accompanied by raindrops the size of beans, struck the dense forest, igniting a raging wildfire. Fueled by the wind, the fire spread rapidly, even the rain could not extinguish it. Wah wah! Amid the thick smoke and raging flames, countless animals fled in terror. Several primitive humans were swept up in the chaos and gradually engulfed. Some were trampled or crushed to death, others vanished without a trace. The wildfire swept through the entire forest. It was unclear how long it took, but eventually, the terrifying inferno gradually subsided, the gale weakened, and the rain clouds began to disperse. Somewhere amidst the ruins, a primitive man, who had somehow survived, crawled to his feet in terror, gazing at the deathly silent world. He stood there for a moment, then staggered to his feet, swaying unsteadily. He tried to drag a wild deer that had been burned to death nearby, but by some strange twist of fate, he reached out and picked up a still burning branch, letting out a cry of both fear and excitement. With the mastery of fire comes the means to keep warm and defend against attacks by fierce beasts. Roasted food will also gradually improve their physical condition. High above evolution's sandbox, Lin quietly watched the changes unfolding on the continent, murmuring softly. With the help of fire, that once frail little tribe gradually flourished. And similar scenes were playing out in countless tribes along both banks of the river. Humans mastered tools and fire tribes began to take root, flourish, and spread across both banks of the Great River, giving rise to the Great River civilization. The text clattered out onto the log. Lin was a bit speechless, thinking to himself that this evolution sandbox sure had a simple, blunt name. However, it looks like they might just evolve into a feudal state tonight. Lin mused silently. To witness this moment, he decided he might as well stay up all night. I've already quit my job anyway, so I don't have to go to work. With that in mind, Lin pulled up a chair, grabbed some snacks, and settled down right next to the evolution sandbox, scrolling through his phone while keeping a close eye on the simulation's progress. Sure enough, as humans began to take the stage, the pace at which text appeared in the log file noticeably accelerated. Over the next 20,000 years, human civilization evolved slowly, with the cold and unpredictable environment continuing to severely hinder the reproduction of tribes. Food shortages, the torment of disease, the threat of wild beasts, all of these could wipe out a tribe at any moment. This situation persisted until 702,100,000 years ago, when the effects of the last glacial period finally began to fade. The entire continent warmed dramatically, and these climatic changes catalyzed the evolution of human tribes. Humankind entered the Neolithic Age. They emerged from their caves, established settlements, transitioning from a nomadic to a sedentary lifestyle. They hunted with bows and arrows, fished, cultivated grains and rice, polished stone and bone tools, and crafted pottery. The population began to grow rapidly, and social structures and divisions of labor gradually took shape. About 8,000 years later, the Neolithic Age ended, and the Tribal Age began. In the Great River basins, many large tribes emerged. People mastered metal smelting techniques, primitive stone tools were discarded, and bronze and primitive iron artifacts appeared. A model of social division of labor took shape. Dusk fell, and night deepened. The entire Lishan mountain was shrouded in an atmosphere of profound stillness, yet Lin felt only a sense of extraordinary liveliness. His phone lay set aside. Sitting in his chair with his arms folded over the edge of the evolution sandbox, he gazed intently at the flickering screen. With time accelerated, the entire evolution sandbox continent appeared to him like a series of rapidly changing slides, or perhaps a photo album being flipped through at breakneck speed. Every few minutes, new changes took shape across the land. Generation after generation of primitive humans died. Generation after generation was born. Wars frequently broke out between tribes. Some were small-scale, confined to a single valley or a patch of marshland. Others were larger, vast and sweeping, easily catching his attention. For a moment, Lin had the illusion of returning to his childhood, watching the struggles of an ant colony in the mortal world, yet his reason constantly reminded him that this ant colony was real. Moreover, they were not too far from him, within the same country, situated in the Tak Desert, which was completely sealed off. These humans, who appeared minuscule to him, were in reality only slightly shorter than he was. They were living, breathing people, and thus, this observation took on an indescribable, inexplicable significance. And precisely for this reason, he never intervened during the tribal conflicts, choosing only to watch from the sidelines. Shortly after he witnessed the decisive battle between the two largest tribes in the Great River Basin and the outcome was decided, the operational log recorded a new entry. Year 703-0216 of the world's evolution, the two most powerful tribes of the Great River civilization fought a decisive battle, merging and unifying. Their leader was proclaimed the Great King. The tribal era ended, and the era of decrees began. After this line appeared, Lin noticed that the passage of time had slowed even further. Yet, early human society within Evolution's sandbox was flourishing more and more. Whether it was the territory controlled by clans, the population size, or the scale of the most easily identifiable structures, everything was expanding rapidly. Is this what they call an increase in complexity? Lin realized. To him, the age of decrees already bore some resemblance to the Shang dynasty. Although the concept of a nation-state had not yet emerged, a clan-based society had already taken shape. There were now more details requiring the evolution sandbox to accelerate their evolution. He even spotted some magnificent altars built by the humans of the evolution sandbox and was pleased to discover that the ether concentration in the upper left corner of the system interface had changed from blank to low. An upward pointing arrow had also appeared next to it. This indicated that ether had finally appeared in evolution sandbox world number 1. Chapter 10, Giving Civilization a Cheat Code. Evolution Sandbox number 1 had finally produced ether. This discovery deeply excited Lin. After all, this was precisely why he had created the evolution sandbox in the first place. As time flowed rapidly within the evolution sandbox, Lin noticed that a faint, pale blue mist was indeed beginning to appear in the air, very faint and sparse, but it was there nonetheless. Should I take a breath? Just one? Lin hesitated for a few seconds, then stood up, looked out over the evolution sandbox continent, and silently activated the ether breathing skill. To his surprise, however, the ether remained completely unaffected by him. Current environmental ether concentration is too low, cannot be harvested. The message flashed in his mind. Feeling helpless, Lin sat back down. He had no interest in playing with his phone anymore, so he simply propped his chin in his hand and waited. The evolution within evolution's sandbox continued. The climate remained generally stable, occasional droughts and floods flashed by and fast forward under the accelerated passage of time. The era of decrees lasted a full 800 years. The population on the continent grew rapidly, and the original social structure could no longer be sustained. Thus, at a certain moment, war broke out. The continent plunged into chaos. Warlords rose up, feudal lords proliferated, and the concept of the nation-state emerged. The old order was shattered. At its peak, the entire continent fragmented into 82 feudal states, locked in ceaseless conflict. The era of imperial decrees ended, and the warring states period began. Line after line of text appeared in the log. Lin watched as smoke and flames rose across the evolution sandbox. Though he could not make out the details, the fleeting glimpses were enough to convey the brutality of the war-torn era. A landmass of less than 300,000 square kilometers has split into so many factions. Lin couldn't help but be astonished. At the dawn of the warring states period, the factions were in disarray. However, as the feudal lords annexed and expanded their territories, a pattern of 13 coexisting states gradually took shape, ushering in a brief period of peace. Yet this state of affairs did not last long. In the 704,103rd year of the world's evolution, the state of Qi underwent reforms, and its national power grew rapidly. It dealt a crushing defeat to its neighbors in the Digger region. Over the next 21 years, the state of Qi's territory gradually expanded, eventually annexing the other states and unifying the continent. The ruler ascended the throne, offered sacrifices to heaven and the gods, and proclaimed himself emperor. From that moment on, the warring states period ended, and the dynastic era began. That fast? Upon seeing this log entry, Lin paused in surprise and couldn't help but glance out the window at the dark night. It was just past 3 o'clock. He had originally expected to enter the feudal empire era before dawn, but now it seemed to have arrived a bit earlier than anticipated. Perhaps I can try reabsorbing ether before dawn. Lin got up, went to the next room, pulled out a bucket of instant noodles, cooked them, and then waited silently for the continental dynasties to shift. During the warring states period, the arrow next to ether concentration had once shown a downward trend, but Lin understood that such warfare was an inevitable part of a civilization's development. Unlike natural disasters. Therefore, he did not intervene or attempt to alter it. By the time the instant noodles were ready, the arrow had returned to an upward trend and had taken on a faint green hue. Slurp. Holding the bowl of noodles, Lin ate while watching and noticed that time in evolution sandbox was flowing even more slowly. The distribution of the entire human realm began to radiate outward from the capitals in all directions. The most striking feature, however, wasn't the sizable cities, but the expanses of farmland. Advances in farming techniques had increased grain production, and the post-war population was rapidly recovering. And it soon surpassed the population size of the early warring states period. Perhaps because it drew inspiration from reality, or perhaps because the general trajectory of civilizational development is strikingly similar, even the architectural complexes within evolution sandbox gradually converged with the Han and Tang styles as they evolved. Lin had assumed this dynasty would be overthrown soon, replaced by new rulers and a new name, but to his slight surprise, the unified dynasty in evolution sandbox demonstrated astonishing vitality. Year 704-0602 of world evolution, the human population on the continent officially surpassed 5 million. Shortly after this line of text appeared on the system interface, Lin noticed that the environmental ether concentration had finally shifted from negligible to low. I can absorb it now. Seeing this, Lin leaped to his feet and noticed that the sky outside the window had already turned pale blue. The night was drawing to a close. Who could have imagined that, in just one night, the continent of Tark would complete its transformation from tribal slavery to a feudally unified dynasty? I wonder how much ether I'll be able to harvest. Suppressing his excitement, Lin attempted to cast the ether breathing skill once more, and this time, it succeeded. The pale blue mist floating within the protective barrier above the evolution sandbox slowly coalesced into a slender strand of spiritual energy, which Lin effortlessly drew into his body. However, compared to the first time, Lin only felt a sense of well-being. This time there wasn't as intense a reaction as before. In one go, he had completely drained the ether from nearly 300,000 square kilometers of land. Lin slowly exhaled, opened his eyes, and asked, "How much ether do I have now?" Host currently possesses 124 ether points. In his mind, Evolution Sandbox immediately provided the response. That little? Lin paused, taken aback. A total of only 124 points. If he subtracted the 93 points he already possessed, that meant he had only drawn 31 points of ether from Evolution Sandbox with that single breath? This result was completely unexpected. After all, this continent was many times larger than Yang City. Yet the ether value was less than a third of Yang City's. The quality of sentient life in Evolution Sandbox number 1 is relatively low. It seemed his inquiry had triggered a keyword, and the Evolution Sandbox immediately flooded his consciousness with an explanation. Lin's eyes widened, then narrowed as realization dawned on him. The problem lay primarily in two areas. First, harvesting ether in creation mode inherently consumes more resources than in observation mode. In other words, for the same amount of ether, the Evolution Sandbox diverts a larger portion in creation mode. This is a systemic issue that cannot be resolved for the time being. Second, the human dynasties within the Evolution Sandbox simply do not provide much ether to begin with. Although the territory is vast, the total population is no larger than that of Yang City. It's important to note that modern cities are extremely densely populated, while Yang City isn't a provincial capital, it's still quite large, with a population of around 6 million. Furthermore, what matters even more is the quality of human life. The average lifespan, health, and mental well-being of modern humans far exceed those of people living under feudal dynasties. To put it simply, in the Deity dynasty, large numbers of people still die of starvation and exposure every year. Under such conditions, the amount of ether produced by individuals is minimal. If it weren't for Lin's ability to absorb ether spanning many years across the Evolution Sandbox world, this figure would be even lower. "This isn't quite what I imagined," Lin said in the old house, a headache setting in and a bitter smile on his face. Of course, the situation wasn't all that bad. After all, time flows differently in the Evolution Sandbox, and ether replenishes more quickly. As a result, the pale blue mist hovering above the Evolution Sandbox visibly recovered significantly within just a few minutes. He believed that if he waited a little longer, he could perform a second harvest. How should I put it? If the quantity isn't enough, then we'll make up for it with frequency. But is there any way to change this situation? Lin leaned back in his chair and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. To solve the problem of ether scarcity, we must address the root cause either by increasing the population or by improving the quality of the population. It's difficult to increase the population. The current level of social production in the Evolution Sandbox world is too low. The food produced isn't even enough to feed the current population of several million, let alone any more. As for the quality of the population, that's also constrained by the current level of social productivity. Unless the production structure of feudal society changes, the quality of life cannot be improved. In this age of widespread information, Lin, having been exposed to it all, could roughly identify the root of the problem. So, what should we do? Wait for the feudal empire in Evolution Sandbox to continue evolving on its own? Lin leaned back in his wicker chair, one hand casually resting on the edge of the Evolution Sandbox, tapping it absent-mindedly. His eyes were filled with a pensive expression. No, we can't just sit idly by and wait. If we look at the real world, a feudal dynasty, without a catalyst, is likely to become entrenched, stagnate, and remain at its current social level for thousands of years. And now, the flow of time in the Evolution Sandbox has slowed considerably. Even if I wait 10 days or half a month, the feudal empire within the Evolution Sandbox will likely still retain its current form. If relying on its own progress isn't realistic, then what if I, as an external force, give it a push? At this thought, a flash of inspiration suddenly crossed Lin's mind. If I find a way to bestow early science and technology upon the Qi Kingdom, could that accelerate their development? Or to put it simply, Give the civilization in the evolution sandbox a cheat code? Chapter 11, I'll take a look at the human world. Once this thought arose, it was hard to shake. Looking at real-world history, without an external catalyst, a unified dynasty is likely to stagnate for a long time. Even if a new dynasty replaces the old, it's merely a change in those in power, nothing more. Society won't undergo any fundamental transformation. In the best-case scenario, it might encounter a few enlightened rulers, enjoy a brief period of prosperity lasting a few decades, and then decline again, repeating this cycle over and over. But at this juncture, if Lin were to give it a gentle nudge, could that catalyze the progress of civilization? It's worth a try. The problem lies in how to execute it. Given the state of the Deity dynasty, it's too difficult to awaken the lower classes from the bottom up. This isn't something external forces can forcefully drive. By comparison, top-down reform is more feasible. Then, how do we impart knowledge to the Deity dynasty? Lin fell into deep thought. Knowledge is not a tangible object, it cannot be directly bestowed, but only relayed and taught. This process requires mutual exchange, it cannot be a one-sided lecture. In the real ancient world, it would be extremely difficult for an ordinary person to have their thoughts heard by the emperor, but Lin faced no such problem. As long as he wished, a single shout within the evolution sandbox could be heard by every living being on the continent. But that wouldn't achieve his goal. First, such a method akin to a divine manifestation made precise communication difficult, rendering the transmission of knowledge cumbersome and awkward. Furthermore, he wasn't certain what consequences this approach might bring. Would his teachings be deemed forbidden knowledge, or would works like divine whispers and be suppressed? Would the mortal emperors be too afraid to implement it? I still need to come up with a more accessible method, one that doesn't exceed the cognitive limits of the humans in the evolution sandbox, yet still inspires them to learn with reverence and develop on their own. As he pondered, the sky gradually brightened, and Lin began to form some ideas. Before that, I'd better go inside and take a look first. Having made up his mind, Lin summoned the system interface, returned to the home screen, entered the store, and his gaze fell on a new item. It was a new item that had quietly appeared after humans were born in the evolution sandbox. Universal language, 100 points. Description: a ability to quickly master unfamiliar languages. Clearly, this feature had been introduced to facilitate his communication with the humans of the evolution sandbox. However, until now, Lin simply couldn't afford it. Bye. Clutching his chest and uttering those two words with a pang of regret, Lin felt a brief sense of emptiness as his ether points dropped from 124 to 24. Purchase successful. Upon seeing the prompt, Lin returned to the creation mode page and adjusted the time flow in the evolution sandbox to 1:1. In an instant, all the images whizzing through the evolution sandbox seemed to freeze in place. At that moment, the evolution sandbox and reality were completely synchronized. Immediately, Lin raised his right hand again. After a moment's hesitation, he extended his palm toward the largest and most prosperous city on the continent. It was the capital of the Great Pool Dynasty. Lin intended to send his avatar to descend upon the mortal realm and witness firsthand what this world truly looked like. At the same time, in the northwest of Huagua, within the Great Wall, above the former Tak Desert, dawn was breaking. The sky was still dark, dotted with stars. Across this vast continent, cities and towns were scattered like stars, slowly awakening. And just then, an invisible giant hand descended silently from the cosmos, without disturbing a soul. This was the 561st year since the founding of the Great Pool Dynasty. An ordinary, unremarkable night. On a certain official road on the outskirts of the capital, a figure dressed in strange, outlandish attire appeared without a sound. In the north of the Taku continent, endless mountain ranges stretch as far as the eye can see. To the south of these mountains lie the plains. The capital city of the Deity dynasty is situated here. It was early spring, the chill had faded, and the weather had turned warm. Within the capital, the peach blossoms were in full bloom, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene. At that moment, the morning sun slowly rose above the horizon, its warm, crimson rays illuminating the city as it stirred from slumber. The South Gate. The gate stood tightly shut, yet a long line had already formed outside, people waiting to enter the city. Pull yourselves together. Today is the festival. If anything goes wrong, none of you will come out ahead. The commander of the city guard appeared silently on the gatehouse. His stern voice cut through the soldiers' drowsiness like hailstones. Yes. Seeing the soldiers raise their heads in response, the commander's expression softened slightly. Although he was technically an officer, in a place like the capital, he was still merely a low-ranking soldier. In the shadow of the Son of Heaven, one walks on thin ice, and as the officer in charge of the city gates, any mistake would be a major incident. Especially today. Turning to look outside the city walls, where the sky was rapidly brightening, the officer narrowed his eyes and began to estimate the number of carriages and horses outside based on his experience. More than 3 times the usual number. This came as no surprise after all. Today was the day of the annual grand ritual of the gods. Every early spring, when the peach blossoms were in full bloom, His Majesty the Emperor would lead his ministers to the Western Garden to perform a ritual in honor of the deities. This tradition dated back hundreds of years, to a time when the dynasty was still merely a feudal state. It had been held countless times since then. The Western Garden, where the grand ceremony of sacrifice to the gods takes place, is part of the imperial gardens and is only open to the people of the capital on a very limited number of days each year. This ceremony is the grandest of them all, with no restrictions on spectators. Therefore, every year when this time comes, not only the people of the capital but also citizens from other prefectures and counties flock here to watch. They come both to witness the ceremony and to admire the flowers in the capital. Due to the massive crowds, the pressure on the city gate guards has increased dramatically. After all, with a celebration of this magnitude, if any troublemakers were to slip through, the consequences would be too severe. Today is the final day, so the number of people entering the city has decreased somewhat. Most arrived in the capital several days in advance. As far as he knows, nearly every inn in the city is now fully booked. In Yanzi Alley, the sounds of song and dance echoed ceaselessly through the night. On the Taochuan River, pleasure boats gathered, and river lanterns illuminated both banks. To outsiders, this was undoubtedly a testament to Kyoto's bustling vitality. Yet, as a native of the city, he found it utterly tedious. The same scenery, repeating in an endless cycle for decades, it had been carved from the same mold. What could possibly be new about it? New singers and dancers? Or perhaps a new repertoire? What novelty was there in that? It was merely a change of surface. As a garrison officer, he shouldn't have been thinking about such things, but he was the type to let his mind wander. He simply couldn't help it. In his view, the Oik dynasty had been established for over 500 years, and its superficial splendor could no longer conceal the rot and stagnation within. It was no wonder. Across the entire continent, the dynasty had achieved unification, and the small factions on the frontiers were no longer a threat. Without enemies, even the mightiest empire inevitably headed toward decline. Well, the current monarch was indeed a wise ruler dedicated to governing the realm, but what good was His Majesty's diligence and effort? This world ultimately has nothing new to offer. The officer mused silently, then heard the tolling of bells behind him. He sniffed sharply and shouted, "Open the city gates!" Rumble, rumble. At that moment, the hinges creaked as the gates of the capital swung open. The people waiting outside waved their whips, driving their carts as they slowly inched forward. What's in the cart? Stop for inspection. Show your pass. All right, you may enter. To prevent any mishaps, the officer decided to go down to the city gate himself to verify their identities. Next. Wiping the sweat from his brow, the officer shouted. Immediately, a young man appeared before him dressed in a long robe, with short hair, bright eyes, and an expression that was both curious and serene. He seemed to have arrived on foot, his demeanor markedly different from the crowd. He looked like a scholar, yet possessed an added touch of agility and sharpness, perhaps a warrior? But where could one find a warrior so refined and clean-cut? Are you from Mingzhou Prefecture? The officer paused, then glanced at the identity document the young man handed him and asked instinctively. Yes. The young man smiled and nodded. Your identity checks out. There was no photo on the document, so the verification couldn't be entirely accurate. The officer flipped through it, handed it back, then hesitated before asking, "Is this your first time in the capital?" "Indeed, it is my first time." "What brings you here?" The officer couldn't help but ask again. Immediately, Lin turned his gaze toward him with a look of keen interest. The corners of his mouth slowly turned up as he uttered a seemingly inexplicable remark. "I've come to see the world." Chapter 12, The West Garden Festival, Return of the 10,000 Clouds. After passing through the towering city gates and blending into the stream of carriages and people as he entered the capital, Lin put the earlier incident behind him and began observing this world with keen interest. This was his first time in the Great Pool Dynasty, and everything within sight was new to him. Fortunately, many imperial subjects visiting the capital for the first time wore a similar look of wonder. Plus, before entering the city, Lin had managed to get his hands on a set of local robes, so he didn't stand out too much. Especially for the citizens of the capital, the upcoming festival had drawn a huge influx of outsiders into and around the city in recent days, making Lin blend in even more. So this is the Qi Kingdom. Walking through the streets and alleys, Lin admired the shop fronts and buildings lining both sides. By now, the sun had risen, and the entire city had come alive. The streets were gradually filling with people. The sound of their conversations provided him with plenty of useful information. The phrase that came up most frequently was Grand Festival of the Gods. Am I really this lucky, my first time here, and I've already hit a festival? After confirming the meaning of this so-called celebration, Lin was momentarily speechless, then his interest was piqued. He realized that perhaps this could serve as an opportunity for his next move. Yes. Lin had no intention of storming the imperial palace directly. Although he was confident he could do it, there was no need. Just as he had told that city guard officer, the purpose of his journey was simply to observe the mortal world. Look! The imperial carriage is coming! As Lin wandered aimlessly along the banks of the Mamagawa River, which ran through the capital, he saw countless peach blossoms lining both sides of the river, as well as pleasure boats and pavilions floating on the water. Then, he saw people pouring out of the boats, pointing and gesturing toward a bridge in the distance. The Qi Empire was known for its enlightened governance and equally open-minded people. Even in the capital, while the laws were solemn, they were not rigid, so this scene unfolded quite naturally. The imperial carriage? Lin immediately looked in that direction and saw a procession of magnificent carriages slowly approaching, escorted by a crowd of palace attendants, with the sound of music drifting through the air. It was, in fact, a ceremonial carriage procession. The lead carriage, however, was empty, bearing only a single banner. Its bright yellow surface was adorned with the ancient totem of the Qi Empire, fluttering gently in the spring breeze. This is part of the grand ceremony of sacrifice. The imperial carriage, escorted by the banner, will tour the entire city before proceeding to the Western Garden, where His Majesty the Emperor and his ministers are gathered. There is still some waiting to do. The ceremony won't truly begin until this afternoon. There were already quite a few people around Lin. At that moment, they all turned to look upon hearing the words, and immediately a local from the capital began to explain, his tone and expression not lacking in pride. Is His Majesty not in this procession? Someone asked while standing on tiptoe, peering out through the crowd. The local from the capital snorted derisively, shook his head, and laughed. How could that be? This procession will take several hours. If the sovereign were to follow the entire way, where would he find the strength to perform the ritual in the afternoon? It's hard work, after all. Besides, the procession will pass through the entire city with so many people around. What if something were to happen? That is true. What a pity. I was hoping to catch a glimpse of His Majesty. Go to the West Garden this afternoon. But it'll be packed with people. You won't be able to see him anyway. Along the banks of the Taochuan River, whispers and speculation filled the air. Lin stood among them, his gaze momentarily unfocused. He shifted his consciousness back to his physical body, looking down from above to survey the entire city, and located the West Garden. This grove must be it, right? Inside the old martial hall, Lin stood beside the evolution sandbox, leaning forward to look toward the western part of the capital, where he could already see many humans gathering. The grand ceremony of worship, perhaps it really is a good opportunity. Lin stood up, gazing at the wisps of clouds above the evolution sandbox, lost in thought. Since the flow of time inside and outside the evolution sandbox was set to a 1-to-1 ratio, Lin would have to wait patiently until the afternoon to observe the ceremony. He wasn't in a hurry, he might as well use this time to observe the city. In a sense, a nation's capital reflects the character of the country and the state of its society. In Lin's view, this era was roughly comparable to the Han and Tang dynasties. The Great Pool Empire had existed for 500 years and had experienced numerous periods of turmoil throughout its history, though these were mostly internal struggles among the imperial family. Consequently, regardless of who emerged victorious, the dynasty's name remained unchanged. The current monarch had been on the throne for several years and bore a strong resemblance to his ancestors. He had issued decrees to eliminate corruption, ensuring smooth governance and harmony among the people, thereby transforming the empire's atmosphere. His reputation among the common people is quite good. He appears to be a forward-thinking monarch. This pleases Lin greatly. Unfortunately, many issues stem from the current society's inefficient productivity, making substantive change impossible. Consequently, this so-called progress amounts to little more than tinkering. Having the desire to reform is a good thing. Otherwise, I fear that advancing this empire would inevitably be delayed by another few decades. On the banks of the Taochuan River, Lin bent down, scooped up a river lantern from the water, and gazed at it with a flickering expression. At noon, he switched back to his main body to order takeout, and before he knew it, it was already afternoon. When Lin shifted his consciousness back to his alter ego and opened his eyes, he saw the streets teeming with people, moving in groups toward the west. They were clearly heading to the grand divine ceremony. Some were dressed plainly, others looked weary from the journey, and among the crowd were courtesans and dancers clad in classical robes of vivid red, pale pink, or pale yellow, their faces heavily made up, dotting the sea of people as radiant as peach blossoms. No, not like. In fact, Lin noticed that nearly half the people of the capital, regardless of how they were dressed, were all holding a branch adorned with peach blossoms. This seemed to be some sort of festival custom. As he walked, the fragrant breeze swept over him. May the gods bless the kingdom of Qi. As Lin followed the crowd and passed a street corner, a dancer, whether arranged by the court or acting on her own initiative, reached into a massive flower basket beside her, plucked a branch, and handed it to him, her voice gentle. "Thank you." Lin paused for a moment before accepting it. Only then did he truly feel the festive atmosphere. The grand ceremony of sacrifice had been held for hundreds of years, long since evolving from a simple imperial ritual into a folk festival for the entire dynasty. When Lin finally reached the West Garden with the flow of people, he found it already packed with crowds. Trees stood densely on all sides, and imperial guards stood guard ahead, holding the crowd back. Further ahead, a massive circular altar rose high above the ground. At that moment, the area around the altar was already lined with banners. The current emperor of Qi, leading his ministers, stood below the altar, while palace maids and officials bustled about them. The grand ceremony of sacrifice was about to begin. Lin was lost in the crowd, completely inconspicuous. He made no attempt to push forward. He merely needed to occasionally switch his consciousness back to his physical body to look down upon the entire city from above. Boom! 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 Suddenly, drums began to beat around the altar. The sound of the drums echoed, and throughout the entire garden, the thousands of capital residents who had been whispering and chattering in a chaotic din fell silent within a few breaths as the drums sounded. Seeing this, the outsiders also fell silent. For a moment, tens of thousands of eyes turned in unison toward the altar in the western garden. Silence. Pay your respects to the gods. The ceremony begins. The high priest shouted, and immediately, the grand ceremony proceeded according to strict protocol. The first step, the second step. The ceremony proceeded in an orderly fashion, while the imperial guards moved through the crowd to prevent any disturbances. In the crowd, Lin watched for a while and found it interesting at first, but gradually his mind began to wander. Having spent the morning familiarizing himself with the proceedings, he already knew the entire ritual sequence. He knew that once the preceding steps were completed, the Emperor of Qi would ascend the altar, offer a memorial to heaven, recount the merits and demerits of the past year, and then perform a divination to seek the divine will. The latter part was basically just the ritual officials reciting prepared lines. After all, no one had ever seen the gods, so whatever heaven said was entirely up to those officials to make up. Upon learning this, Lin came up with a plan. He slowly raised his head and glanced at the sky. The day was quite clear, with only a few wispy clouds drifting by. The scorching sun hung high in the sky, causing many of the onlookers to pant constantly, not to mention the emperor and his ministers. Dressed so thickly, they must be sweating buckets, muttered a plain-looking commoner beside him. Lin glanced at him, chuckled softly, and whispered back, "I have a feeling it might actually cloud over soon." "How could that be?" Seeing the man's disbelief, Lin offered no explanation but simply continued to wait. About half an hour later, accompanied by a burst of music, a figure clad in a yellow robe ascended the altar under the gaze of the crowd. "The sovereign has arrived." "Is that the emperor?" "He-s out. At this sight, the crowd, which had been wilting under the sun, suddenly grew restless again. Fortunately, with the imperial guards on hand, order was quickly restored. At that moment, nearly everyone turned their gaze toward the figure on the altar ahead. Not a single person noticed that a young man in the crowd had suddenly lost the light in his eyes. His expression was blank as he stood rooted to the spot, like a puppet. Lishan Marshall Hall, inside the old house. Lin, seated in a wicker chair, suddenly awoke. He rose slowly, gazed toward the West Garden-esque location within the evolution sandbox, and a faint smile appeared on his face. "You're finally here. You've kept me waiting." After muttering this under his breath, Lin suddenly raised his hand, leaned forward slightly, and reached his arms into the evolution sandbox, embracing a small portion of the nation's sky high above. Slowly gathering. And so, at that very moment, the countless wisps of cloud that had been scattered and drifting across the nation were forcibly drawn toward the capital by two invisible arms. As he performed this action, he lowered his head to the level just below the cloud layer and coughed forcefully. Ahem! At the same time, in the western garden of the imperial capital of the great Qi dynasty, upon the altar, the Emperor of Qi, drenched in sweat, slowly came to a standstill, then looked at the several bronze tripods arranged on the altar before him. Within the largest tripod in the center stood a flagpole, from which hung the very totem that had circled the entire city at this moment. However, it was covered in writing. It was the prayer to the gods, written by the chief civil official before the ceremony began. The content was quite simple. The gist of it was a plea for divine inspiration to guide the realm toward peace and prosperity. It wasn't that they truly expected the gods to speak, it was merely a tradition, nothing more. As Emperor Qi took the stage and finished reciting the ritual address, a minister standing nearby cast an object into the cauldron. Immediately, a raging fire erupted within the bronze vessel. It gradually engulfed the entire totem. This was the most crucial part of the grand divine ceremony. The letter offered to the gods was set ablaze, after which a designated official would interpret the divine edict. Everyone watched the scene in silence. No one expected anything different this time. After all, the same ritual had been performed countless times before. However, today, at this very moment, just as the flames blazed within the cauldron and tens of thousands of Kyoto citizens gazed on in silence, the scorching sun suddenly vanished. In the crowd, the capital resident, who had been silently grumbling moments ago, froze for a second, then looked up at the sky, which had been clear and cloudless just a second ago. Instantly, his face turned pale with shock, and he cried out. The sky has actually gone dark." Chapter 13, The Deity Manifests, the Holy One emerges from the southeast. His cry was loud, yet at that moment, no one paid it any mind. Almost everyone had raised their heads to gaze at the rapidly darkening sky, and the pupils of each imperial subject, countless swirling, gathering dark clouds, were reflected. The clouds came from all directions, and within a few breaths, they had piled up above the capital. Just a moment ago, the sky had been clear and cloudless. In the blink of an eye, dark clouds had covered the sky. How could anyone not be astonished and filled with fear? Boom! Just as countless cries of alarm rang out, a thunderous roar as if originating from the depths of the cosmos erupted without warning. The sound was deep and majestic. In that instant, it swept across 300,000 square kilometers of the continent. It was not just Kyoto. Across the entire empire, countless provincial capitals, counties, and districts, millions of subjects were startled by this strange roar at that very moment. They all looked up, gazing at the sky with a mixture of shock and confusion. In some regions, people even witnessed the extraordinary sight of dark clouds suddenly swirling toward the center of the continent. What is happening? The dark clouds are drifting away. Countless people were baffled, yet no one could offer an explanation. In contrast, as the source of the roar, the vast city of Kyoto sensed all the more clearly the terrifying divine might contained within that sound. In the end, only a few went to the West Garden to watch the grand ceremony. Most people simply went about their daily lives as usual. Yet, at that very moment, across the vast capital, countless soldiers and civilians paused in their activities. In the streets and alleys, passers-by stopped in their tracks from inns and homes, faces filled with bewilderment and fear peered out. On the banks of the Taochuan River, a dancer dressed in her finest held an empty flower basket, lifting her face to gaze at the sky that had darkened in an instant and the countless swirling dark clouds, her eyes filled with dread. Plip! Suddenly, a drop of moisture appeared between her eyebrows. She raised her hand in surprise to touch it, whispering, "It's raining?" There was no rain in Kyoto today. As the wisps of clouds piled up, they turned into rain. The clouds forcibly gathered by Lin had converged in one place, dark and heavy, immediately generating thick moisture, and scattered raindrops began to fall. On the Mamagawa River, endless ripples spread out. I think I might have gone a bit too far. In an old house within the Lishan Martial Hall. Standing beside the evolution sandbox, Lin gazed at the dark, oppressive cloud before him with its flickering lightning and the restless city of Kyoto and couldn't help but think. Don't let this turn into a downpour and scare the emperor and his ministers away. Muttering to himself, Lin quickly withdrew his arms and waved his hand to disperse part of the cloud, causing the downpour to vanish into thin air. Only then did he turn his attention back to the West Garden. Inside the West Garden. In the sky, after Lin's cough had faded, the rumbling sounds only grew louder. Though the downpour had not yet begun, streaks of lightning still sliced through the dark sky. Immediately, a continuous rumble of thunder followed. A fine, steady rain began to fall, and a fierce wind swept through the entire garden. The trees swayed, banners fluttered wildly, and a deathly silence fell. No one spoke, and the air was still thick with the lingering majesty of the heavens. Look! The banner on the altar has gone out. In the stillness, someone suddenly pointed at the altar and cried out in terror. Everyone immediately looked over and saw that inside the bronze cauldron, the raised flag had long since curled up, and the burning flame had weakened in the steady rain before finally dying out. In the blink of an eye, only wisps of black smoke rose. Dead silence. Oppressive tension. The great sacrificial cauldron extinguished by the rain. No matter how one looked at it, it exuded an air of foreboding. Especially when combined with the sudden shift in the celestial phenomena. Could it be that the gods are angry? This thought arose in everyone's minds, and everyone's expressions turned grim. May the gods calm their wrath. Suddenly, with a rush, a priest on the altar let out a loud cry, then fell to his knees, trembling violently. Only then did the other ministers and the tens of thousands of subjects surrounding them snap out of their daze, falling to their knees one after another in a spectacular sight. Even Emperor Qi was no exception. To them, the scene before their eyes could hardly be explained as a coincidence. The only possibility was that they had angered the gods. Yet unlike his terrified ministers, the young emperor at the center of the altar was the first to raise his head after kneeling, gazing up at the heavens with an expression both fearful and resolute. We do not know where we have offended the divine. Will we beseech the gods to enlighten us? He was perplexed. Since his ascension to the throne, while he couldn't claim to have spent every waking moment in deep worry, he certainly deserved the label of diligent. He had reformed the system's ills and swept away the empire's stagnation. Though he had achieved no great feats, he had a clear conscience. He didn't understand why the gods would unleash their wrath. His voice was not loud, and in the midst of the wind and rain, it couldn't carry very far. In fact, even if Lin had wanted to listen, he wouldn't have been able to hear it. Fortunately, as a divinity, Lin had no need to listen. Inside the Lishan Martial Hall, Lin did not even glance at the altar. Instead, he lowered his head, gazing intently at the rain clouds, saying nothing. After a moment, he raised his hand and picked up a brush he had prepared in advance. He dipped it in ink, then opened his left hand and slowly wrote several characters in the palm of his hand. They were the script of the Qi Empire. The universal language technique had not only helped him quickly master the spoken language of this evolution sandbox realm, but had also taught him the written script. Lin's handwriting wasn't exceptional, but among ordinary people, it was already considered excellent. This was the handwriting his grandfather had forced him to practice as a child. After a short while, Lin set down the brush, gently blew the ink dry, then looked toward the Qi Empire and murmured softly, "My body may be invisible within the evolution sandbox, but surely the writing on my hand can still be seen?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and pressed it toward the dark clouds shrouding the capital. At the same time, in the western garden, atop the altar, winds and rains lashed from all directions. A fine mist drenched the banners and Emperor Qi's dragon robe, yet his gaze fixed upon the heavens remained unwavering. Not even the countless bolts of lightning within those thick clouds seemed capable of deterring him. He could not understand. He was determined to get to the bottom of it. "Your Majesty, you, below," an elderly civil official finally couldn't hold back any longer and tried to speak. Yet, before his words could leave his lips, he heard countless cries of astonishment. "Ah! Look! What is that? A divine manifestation. It's a deity appearing." The cries rose like a tide from all corners of the garden. In the blink of an eye, the once silent crowd erupted into a frenzy. "What?" The officials looked up in astonishment, gazing toward the sky. The next moment, everyone regardless of rank or age stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, too stunned for words. Suddenly, the churning, dense clouds stirred violently, like boiling water. Then, rays of blinding golden light pierced through the clouds, illuminating the earth. The golden light was not blinding, yet it outlined a massive and bizarre silhouette. And within that blurry silhouette were four immense characters, so vast they seemed poised to split the heavens and the earth. The Taochuan River. Beams of sunlight pierced the clouds, showering both banks. A fierce wind whipped up a storm of peach blossoms. Yet, no one was there to admire them. Everyone stared blankly at the sky, at those immense characters as if written by immortals stunned beyond words. Many even collapsed to their knees right in the street, prostrating themselves in worship. "What does that say?" asked those who could not read, looking around in bewilderment. Immediately, a voice, trembling with fear, spoke slowly and deliberately. "The sage will emerge from the southeast." As the words fell, the capital erupted in an uproar. "The sage emerges from the southeast." The Western Garden. As Lin's hand came down, the chief minister of the civil officials also chanted these four words in a trembling voice, his graying beard and hair whipping wildly in the gale like wild grass. Yet his aged eyes shone with a fervent light. "The Divine One shall emerge from the southeast." The Grand Master of Ceremonies, in charge of the rites, echoed the four characters that spanned the sky. "The Divine One shall emerge from the southeast." Another minister, unable to contain his excitement, shouted, seemingly electrified by the revelation, and looked at the emperor with fervor. "Your Majesty, this is not the wrath of the heavens. It is a divine revelation. A message sent down by the gods." At the center of the altar, Emperor Qi also gazed blankly at the large, luminous characters in the sky, his mind reeling. Upon hearing these words, he finally came to his senses. Indeed, the ritual text was meant to beseech the heavens for revelation and guidance for the mortal world. The meaning of these four characters, "the sage emerges from the southeast," was crystal clear. The divine decree, "a sage descends from the heavens." Could it be that our great Qi, could we be about to produce a sage? Emperor Qi murmured, his body trembling uncontrollably. "A sage. An ancient saying goes, "Whenever great calamity strikes, a sage shall emerge. Whenever a golden age dawns, a sage shall emerge." The great Qi has enjoyed a century of peace without disaster. Now that the divine decree has been issued, could it be that we are about to usher in a golden age? At this thought, Emperor Qi could no longer remain calm. He sprang to his feet, gazing intently toward the southeast, his eyes burning with excitement as he declared, "The gods have issued their decree. Heaven blesses the kingdom of Qi. Imperial guards, heed my command. Prepare the imperial carriage. Follow me as I journey southeast to seek out the sage." "Yes, your majesty." In an instant, banners fluttered and spears and swords stood like a forest. Yet no one noticed that, amidst the vast sea of people at the foot of the altar, a smiling young man had vanished. Log. De Qi Dynasty, spring of the 561st year, Grand Divine Ceremony. The divine being manifested. Winds and clouds swirled, scattering the city as peach blossoms. The next day, the monarch issued an edict, and the realm was shaken. Chapter 14, Overwhelming Heaven. Within an old house at Lishan Martial Hall. Only after Lin had maneuvered his avatar away from the crowd and recalled it did he withdraw his right hand, which had been suspended within the thunderclouds. "It's so tingly." Feeling the tingling sensation on his skin, Lin sighed helplessly. When his hand plunged into the thunderclouds, he felt the jolt of electricity. But given the circumstances, he couldn't stop, so he had to endure it. Fortunately, compared to his massive frame, the lightning above the capital was no match for him. At most, it was just a bit tingly. No experience gained this time. I'll have to be more careful next time. Lin rubbed his right hand while dispersing the dark clouds high above, silently reflecting on the lesson. However, despite a few minor hiccups, his plan had been a success overall. Manifesting myself this way should have a sufficiently intimidating effect. Next, the ruler of Qigua will inevitably send people to search the southeast for the so-called sage. Looks like I'll be busy for the next few days. Yes. This was the plan Lin had devised on the spot, taking advantage of the grand ceremony of worship to impersonate a celestial deity, offer guidance, and lay the groundwork for his next move. The so-called sage was, of course, a complete fabrication, a role he would have to play himself. As for the southeast direction, that was just a random choice. The goal was to buy time. Who would have thought it would be such a coincidence to run into the divine ritual? I haven't prepared any materials at all, so pulling off a sage descending from the heavens act outright just wouldn't work. This way, I can at least buy myself 10 days to a fortnight. Lin walked over to the next room, washed the ink off his palms, and mused. The Qi Empire isn't exactly vast, but it's certainly not small either. In an era where horses were the only means of transportation, even if the ruler of Qi knew exactly where the sage was, it would still take several days to reach him. Moreover, at present, they only knew the sage was in the southeast. They had no idea of his exact location, name, or identity. All of this bought Lin time to prepare. With time flowing at a 1:1 rate, he would have plenty of time to research and prepare the knowledge he intended to teach the people of the empire. Once ready, he could enter the evolution sandbox and impart science as the sage. As for why he chose this identity, there were two main considerations. First, the identity of a sage would allow him to speak directly with the monarch, lending his actions sufficient authority and legitimacy. Second, appearing as a human would also avoid many issues. For instance, a sage teaching the people how to modify modern farming tools or manufacture chemical fertilizers, that would be somewhat acceptable. But if a divine being were to do such things, it would be far too bizarre. As for exactly what knowledge to impart to them, Lin had a rough idea. Wiping his hands clean, Lin turned, took his notebook out of his backpack, created a new document, and began to think. The people of Qi are still in the feudal stage of rule, and science is still in its infancy. No, to be precise, all they currently possess are some folk techniques. So, I can't teach them anything too complex without a foundation. They simply won't be able to understand it. With that in mind, Lin typed out the word foundation. As for modern artifacts, I can't just give them away either. According to Evolution Sandbox's spatial conversion rules, even a grain of sand turns into a boulder once it enters the system. Unless we bypass the evolution sandbox and enter via the containment barrier in the Tak Desert to the northwest, the so-called Great Wall. That idea was clearly unsuitable as well. Not to mention the global uproar that opening the containment barrier would cause. Simply procuring enough machinery to sustain the entire operation of Chigua was beyond Lin's financial means. In summary, we should educate them on the fundamentals of science, primarily establishing scientific ways of thinking and research methods, and introducing knowledge in fields like mathematics, physics, and chemistry, then let them learn and explore naturally. But that alone isn't enough. We must find a way to forcibly drive social evolution. We could provide them with some simple blueprints for basic machinery. For example, looms, steam engines, as well as blueprints for machines from the early, transitional stages of industrial society, smelting, farming techniques, and so on. Inside the Marshall Hall, the sun was gradually setting. As the sunset hues turned mildly red, Lin's computer document was already filled with densely packed outlines. Phew, that's about it. Next up is copying the data. Lin took a sip of water, stretched, and felt a deep sense of accomplishment. As for the data, it was all available on the internet. All Lin needed were technical documents from the early days of the Industrial Revolution, which could be found on various specialized websites and even in academic papers. It would just take some time to organize. Over the next few days, Lin's life followed a strict routine. Every morning, he would use observation mode to project a clone into the Taiha Mountains for training. Since he was careful enough, he didn't run into anyone. In the mornings, he organized materials or practiced martial arts. In the afternoons, he was busy renovating the Marshall Hall, hiring workers to replace doors, windows, and roof tiles, and ordering furniture to transform the old house where the evolution sandbox was located into a study. The bedroom was right next door, which would make things more convenient in the future. He also kept an eye on news online. The buzz around the Tucker black box showed no signs of abating. Reportedly, the research team recently detected another anomalous sound source and has enlisted experts to analyze and decode it. Lin wasn't too concerned about it. He didn't believe these people could actually extract any useful information from the sound of his cough. I hear a foreign team has arrived as well. This time, the whole world is watching. In the group chat, people chatted from time to time. I heard someone suggested a brute force approach using military-grade firepower, but the proposal was rejected. Of course. Who would dare to start bombing until all other options are exhausted? But I think it's only a matter of time before they do. I heard the previous plan to use heavy machinery for excavation already failed. Even at a depth of over 100 meters underground, that massive wall still stands. Similar discussions flooded the internet. At first, Lin felt a bit anxious, but eventually, he grew indifferent. This went on for several days. When Lin finally organized his data, he turned his attention back to the Pool Nation within the evolution sandbox. Following the plan he formulated based on his observations over the past few days, he sent his avatar back into the evolution sandbox. The location he chose was a remote county town southeast of the capital. Tao County. Tao County wasn't large. Though the Great Qi dynasty bore the name dynasty, its territory was ultimately limited. While the capital was relatively prosperous, the further one moved from the political center, the more meager both the scale of the cities and their populations became. Tao County was very far from the capital. So far, in fact, that some commoners spent their entire lives without ever knowing who the current emperor was. So far, in fact, that even when sent at full gallop, the imperial edict seeking a sage to bring rain was among the last to reach this place. This was, of course, momentous news, yet none of the people of Tao County felt it had anything to do with them. They had more pressing matters to worry about. Has the county posted another notice seeking a sage to pray for rain? How many times has this happened now? Sigh. At the county's notice board, a group of haggard-looking people were engaged in heated discussion. The kingdom of Qi was not large, yet its climate was capricious, and Tao County was particularly prone to this. Due to its geography, the chill of winter faded much earlier here than in the capital. To grow an extra crop, the people of Tao County would often break ground, sow seeds, and transplant rice seedlings while the peach blossoms in the capital were still tender. While spring still lingered in the capital, the temperature here was already approaching summer. The heat was scorching, the sky cloudless, and with no rain for days on end, the seedlings in the fields lay listless, curled and withered. The people were frantic with worry, so the local county magistrate had no choice but to invite people to set up an altar to pray for rain, yet to no avail. One master after another tried their hand at it, only to step down and leave with the remark, "Please find someone else." But Tao County was so small, where else could they possibly find someone else? Just as the crowd was about to disperse, a young man with short hair and a long robe suddenly appeared from the distance. Rip! Without hesitation, Lin tore down the notice, then turned to the county clerk who was about to leave and the astonished crowd, smiling as he said, "Why don't I give it a try?" The highest-ranking official in Tao County was not called a county magistrate, but a county princess at least, that is how Tong Yashu translated it. Upon hearing this title, his expression grew somewhat peculiar. He recalled, in TV dramas, county princess was supposed to be a title bestowed upon a princess of the imperial family. Unfortunately, in the kingdom of Qi, that was not the case. When Lin followed the clerk to the county office, he saw a gaunt middle-aged man leading a group of people out to greet them. The county lord of Tao County looked quite haggard, as if he hadn't slept in days. He had heard that someone had taken down the notice and had hurriedly put aside his work to come out and welcome them, but he never expected to find a young man standing at the entrance. However, as the head of the county, the middle-aged man, though surprised and somewhat skeptical, still respectfully invited Lin into the residence. Once host and guest had taken their seats, he could not help but ask, "May I ask who your master is? Which school of the divine way do you practice? Do you have the confidence to resolve the drought in Tao County?" Upon hearing this, Lin merely shook his head and replied honestly, "I have no teacher, nor do I understand the arts of magic." He watched as the middle-aged man's expression shifted, a hint of anger beginning to show. Lin added calmly, "However, if all you need is some rain, that is not difficult." The magistrate of Tao County was taken aback. "Not difficult? Of course. Then, is there anything we need to prepare? A cup of tea will suffice." Lin smiled as he picked up a teacup from the table, then, under the puzzled gazes of the county magistrate and the others, poured it over himself. At that moment, his eyes briefly lost focus as he shifted his consciousness back to his physical body. In the study of Lishan Martial Hall, Lin rose from his wicker chair, picked up a prepared spray bottle, located the county magistrate of Tao, and gently pressed the trigger. SSSSH. A fine mist sprayed out, drifting slowly down from above. The county magistrate of Tao's residence. Lin's eyes regained their focus. Before the county official standing beside him could speak, he pointed outside and said, "Look." "Look? At what?" County Magistrate Tao turned her head in confusion. After waiting a few seconds, she saw an endless downpour falling from the sky. Across the vast expanse of Tao County, the sky was clear as day, yet torrential rain poured down. Chapter 15, Lin Shang. The rain came on extremely suddenly, without any warning, not even a single dark cloud in the sky. After all, the spray bottle couldn't be too precise, and the wind in the air caused some deviation. As a result, the downpour actually covered not only Tao County but also the surrounding areas. Plop, plop. At first, the pea-sized raindrops were sparse, but within just a few breaths, they formed a continuous downpour, soaking the vast fields, mountains, and cities. In the city, on the streets, people rushed toward the nearest buildings to shelter from the rain, their expressions a mix of astonishment and delight. Whoosh! The torrential rain poured down in strings from the pitch-black eaves, kicking up a cloud of dust in the courtyard. A cold breeze swept into the main hall. Everyone except Lin rushed to the eaves in disbelief, stretching out their hands to let the rain soak their clothes. After a moment, the magistrate of Tao County suddenly turned to face Lin, his expression incredibly complex. It seemed he had thought of something, but after a moment's hesitation, he merely bowed deeply and said, "On behalf of the people of Tao County, I thank you for your great kindness, sir. We have nothing with which to repay you, so please rest here for a while." I will have a modest gift prepared shortly. That one tea be necessary. Lin shook his head, cutting him off, then changed the subject. However, I do have a favor to ask. Please speak. Lin stood up, his gaze piercing through the heavy rain in the courtyard to a hill to the south. He said, "On my way here, I saw a closed-down, abandoned academy on that hill. I'd like to stay there for a few days. I wonder if the magistrate would grant me permission." An academy? County Magistrate Tao paused, taken aback. This was completely unexpected. He couldn't help but ask, "Of course, but may I ask why you've chosen that place?" Lin glanced at him and said, "I plan to set up a lecture hall, wait for some people, and then teach a few courses." Lectures? Waiting for people? The county magistrate looked bewildered. He sensed an air of mystery about this young man before him and asked instinctively, "Who are you waiting for?" Lin smiled and pointed toward the capital, saying, "They're already on their way." After demonstrating his miraculous rain-invoking technique, Lin's request was naturally granted without any hesitation. After the rain stopped, Lin declined the county princess's invitation and, accompanied by the officials, went to stay at the abandoned academy on South Mountain. Only after seeing them off and confirming that no one was around did he breathe a sigh of relief. "I hope all this trouble I've gone through hasn't been in vain." Lin had gone out of his way to Tao County to bring rain specifically to spread his reputation. Barring any surprises, the lady of Tao County should have realized that my identity is unusual, or at the very least, she'll have made the connection. After all, news from the capital about the Emperor's departure for the southeast arrived not long ago. I'm sure he has already sent someone to report this to the capital. Based on my previous observations, Emperor Qi left the capital a few days ago and is heading southeast. We'll likely run into him along the way. Someone who can summon wind and rain should be able to catch their attention, right? He shifted his consciousness back to his physical body. Lin sat in his newly renovated study, gazing at the slanting shadows of the trees on the Martial Hall's training grounds, and muttered to himself. It's still not quite secure. It would be best to conjure up some more supernatural phenomena. After all, no one has ever seen a sage. Since I'm going to do this, I might as well make it a grand spectacle. Having made up his mind, Lin had roughly formulated a plan. Have you heard? What? A Mr. Lin has moved into that academy on South Mountain. That heavy rain, he summoned it with his magic. Is that true? No wonder. I was wondering how such a downpour could happen on a sunny day. Is that Mr. Lin some kind of master from the way of the gods? I don't know, but he probably is. Otherwise, where would he get such immense magical power? After the fresh rain, discussions about Lin immediately began to circulate in the teahouses and taverns of Tao County. In small towns, news always spreads faster. Of course, there were no masters of magic in Shi Kingdom, but that didn't stop people from fantasizing. However, all the talk avoided the possibility of him being a sage. That title was too grand. Even if the people of Tao County strained their imaginations to the limit, they could only picture Lin as a Shinto master skilled in magic. They dared not even consider the possibility that he might have any connection to the legendary sage. The discussions continued until the sun sank below the horizon, and endless darkness crept in from the horizon. Inside the county magistrate's office, the magistrate of Tao County ordered his attendants to fetch lamps and prepare to light the candles. Yet, at that very moment, he suddenly heard a series of startled cries coming from outside the courtyard. "What is the commotion outside?" he could not help but demand. Immediately, the noise from outside grew even louder. "Your Honor, come and see," shouted one of the officials inside the yamen. The magistrate paused for a moment, then set down his documents and hurried across the courtyard. Pushing open the gate facing the street, he saw that the dimly lit street was filled with people who had stopped to gaze into the distance, pointing and whispering. She looked up abruptly and was immediately stunned to see a massive beam of light piercing through the clouds above South Mountain. It seemed to descend from the heavens, connecting earth and sky, illuminating the entire mountain range. Against the dim night sky, it was strikingly vivid. It was as if a miracle had occurred.
This could it have something to do with that, Mr. Lin?
Witnessing this extraordinary celestial phenomenon, the county princess was first taken aback, then couldn't help but entertain a thought. She grabbed one of her subordinates who was gawking at the scene by the doorway and asked, as if seeking confirmation, "Have the men sent to the capital set out yet?" "They have already departed." Good County Princess Tao gazed at the strange celestial phenomenon that spanned heaven and earth, muttering to herself, her expression a mix of hope and dread. The subordinate beside her looked puzzled, then swallowed hard before whispering, "Your Excellency, do you really think this Mr. Lin is?"
The county lady's eyes widened.
She lowered her voice as well, but spoke with utmost seriousness. "With such a celestial phenomenon, I fear, he truly is
a sage. Could the sage mentioned in the imperial edict, the one His Majesty seeks, have truly arrived in her own Tao County? What an honor this would be!"
The county princess's heart raced, her face flushing with excitement. Suddenly, as if remembering something, she returned to the inner chambers, retrieved her official token, and hurriedly ordered her subordinate,
"Oh, right.
Immediately gather everyone and head to South Mountain.
Block off the roads, do not let any outsiders disturb the gentleman's rest. Go at once."
Eh?
Yes, ma'am.
Lishan Marshall Hall, study. Lin stood beside the evolution sandbox, his right hand reaching into the containment shield to grasp a flashlight, which he aimed directly at South Mountain. Set to the lowest brightness setting, but it was still conspicuous enough.
With this, even the most oblivious person should be able to tell something's off with me, right? Lin thought to himself, then turned his gaze toward Kyoto, locating the position of Chi-Di and his group. It wasn't hard to find.
By visual estimation, combined with frequently sending clones to various areas to gather intelligence, he had pinpointed their location long ago. At this distance, if all goes well, the Kyoto team should reach Tao County as early as tomorrow, or by the day after at the latest. After estimating the time, Lin nodded in satisfaction. This pace was more or less in line with his expectations.
The only problem was, ugh, I should VE ordered a mount or something online. Holding the flashlight like this is exhausting.
Since he was simply too tired, Lin didn't keep the light on for very long.
But for the people of Tao County, it was already shocking enough.
Even after the celestial phenomenon had faded, it remained so.
"Have you heard? You mean that strange phenomenon in the sky over South Mountain last night?"
They say the county officials and constables stayed up all night, guarding every access point to South Mountain, forbidding anyone from going there.
What do you think? What is going on?
It's likely connected to that Mr. Lin. Nothing ever happened before, but the very night he moved into the South Mountain Academy, such a strange phenomenon occurred.
I fear. What? Do you think, could he be the sage of our time that the emperor is searching for, as rumored in the capital? Whoa.
Similar whispers gradually spread, permeating the entire small town. They persisted until evening, only dying down as the smoke from cooking fires began to rise. That night, on South Mountain in Tao County, the strange phenomenon returned. And whether it was a mere illusion or not, the people of Tao County couldn't help but feel that tonight's phenomenon was steadier and lasted longer than the night before. Lin paid no heed to these rumors, rather, he welcomed them. Placing his avatar at the South Mountain Academy and switching between them occasionally was sufficient to handle the situation. When another dawn arrived, and warm red light illuminated this remote town, a military force clad in gleaming armor and commanding an air of authority without even raising a voice hurriedly stormed into the county seat.
"Where is the lady of Tao County?"
When the lady of the county, who had not slept all night, saw the large contingent of soldiers appearing at the gate, their banners fluttering, and heard the commanding voice of the Imperial Guard's commander-in-chief demanding an answer. This gaunt middle-aged man shuddered violently, then straightened his back and replied in a trembling voice, "Here."
Then,
the entire county of Tao erupted into a frenzy. On the morning of the third day after Lin's arrival in Tao County, martial law was declared throughout the city. Emperor Dachi, leading his entourage of ministers and troops, marched in a grand procession through the streets of the small town. After a brief pause, they set off toward South Mountain.
At the same time, inside the Lishan Martial Hall,
Lin, who had already learned of Emperor Chi's arrival through the evolution sandbox, silently stuffed the last steamed bun on the table into his mouth. He took a sip of soy milk, wiped the corner of his mouth, and tossed the takeout container into the trash. Then he sat down at his computer and reviewed the neatly organized documents. Only then did he let out a soft burp and say, "Switch."
Nanshan Academy.
In a simple, elegant room, Lin, who had been sitting cross-legged in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes. He rubbed his slightly distended stomach and muttered, "I've eaten too much." Immediately afterward, the sound of a bugle echoed from the foot of the mountain. Listening closely, he could also hear the clamor of a procession of carriages and horses. Then, several armored figures darted up the mountain path, coming to a halt outside the Academy's dilapidated walls.
One of them announced, "The Emperor has arrived. Is Mr. Lin within the Academy?"
Lin, who had been prepared all along, had no intention of engaging in a slow game of cat and mouse with this group. He immediately pushed open the door and, under the stunned gazes of several imperial guards, said calmly,
"I am fully aware of your purpose.
Please inform His Majesty that I have gathered 120 gifted individuals. I shall establish a lecture hall here to impart all the knowledge I have acquired throughout my life to the world."
Chapter 16, Teaching, Instructing, and Resolving Doubts.
For the people of Tao County, the past few days had been more surreal than the decades of their lives combined. First, rain fell from a clear sky.
Then, strange phenomena appeared in the heavens and on earth.
And in the blink of an eye, His Majesty the Emperor, a figure so distant as to seem almost unreal, had actually arrived at South Mountain.
And even more unbelievable was the fact that Tao County had actually produced a sage.
No one knew exactly what had transpired on South Mountain. The imposing imperial guards had sealed off all access to prying eyes. People only knew that, following a conversation whose details remained unknown, countless swift horses set off from South Mountain, bearing imperial banners, racing in all directions. Soon after, news that Mr. Lin intended to open a lecture hall on South Mountain spread throughout the entire small town. And this was only the beginning. The news was like a pebble dropped into a still lake on this extraordinary day, sending out endless ripples.
Before long, more news began pouring into the small county town.
The imperial guards have set up camp at the foot of South Mountain. His Majesty the Emperor hasn't returned to the city. He has actually taken up residence at the foot of the mountain. Not only that, but I hear several court ministers and his entourage are waiting there as well, saying they intend to be the first students.
Students? Could it be that Mr. Lin dared to take His Majesty as a disciple? Someone voiced obvious skepticism, though the speaker had never even seen the sovereign. Why not?
He is a sage, after all, another marveled.
But, is there really such a young sage?
In the small county of Tao, such talk was as common as falling snow during after-dinner conversations. Even now, there were still those who couldn't believe what they were seeing.
Not until the imperial guards, accompanied by troops, openly carried away large quantities of tables, chairs, and benches from the city. Not until barracks truly began to spring up at the foot of South Mountain.
Thank goodness we were prepared, otherwise, we really wouldn't have been able to keep this crowd in check.
Lishan Martial Hall. Lin, having switched his consciousness back to his main body, rubbed his face, then stood up. He glanced at the evolution sandbox continent and couldn't help but mutter to himself. Recalling the scene from earlier, he actually felt a bit nervous.
Although he had laid several layers of groundwork beforehand, proving himself in front of the sovereign and his ministers wasn't something that could be resolved simply by making an appearance.
After all, these people weren't fools.
After having the imperial guards deliver a message, the young emperor came up the mountain with several senior ministers in tow. Lin had no choice but to put on a show of authority and engage in a conversation with them. He also used the prepared materials to give them a lesson, effectively demonstrating his true expertise. Lin had even planned that if they remained unconvinced or failed to grasp the concept, he would stage another celestial phenomenon.
Fortunately, these contingency plans were ultimately unnecessary.
Emperor Qi and those ministers were far more astute than he had imagined. Even though Lin had revealed only the tip of the iceberg, most of them did not fully comprehend it. Nevertheless, they immediately recognized the value of that knowledge. To learn a new discipline, one must possess a sufficiently sharp mind. I hope they can find enough intelligent people as soon as possible, or, at the very least, enough people to record it all. Lin's plan was simple. Leveraging the residual prestige of the celestial deity, he would establish a lecture series and have the King of Qi send over a sufficient number of talented individuals capable of learning. He would then personally impart that knowledge to them. In this way, he aimed to advance the development of human society within the evolution sandbox. Success was not guaranteed, but it was worth a try. I only hope this monarch proves more capable. After all, given Qi Kingdom's current state, the safest approach remains top-down reform. As it turned out, this monarch proved even more capable than Lin had anticipated. And far more earnest. For the next 2 days, not a moment of peace fell upon the entire county of Tao. Presumably intent on extracting every last bit of wisdom from this sage, and with Lin's tacit approval, the monarch of Qi Kingdom waved his hand and immediately ordered the expansion of the academy. The entire Tao County and indeed the entire prefectural city was shaken by the news. Within just 2 days, a flat area had been cleared down the slope from the dilapidated academy on South Mountain. Thousands of desks and chairs were transported there and arranged in neat rows, presenting a truly spectacular sight. At a glance, the seating alone could accommodate at least 1,000 people listening to lectures simultaneously. At the same time, caravans of carriages and horses surged in from all corners of the country. These were countless scholars who had journeyed from every part of the land. Among them were students and government-sponsored scholars from the capital, dispatched day and night without rest, as well as renowned scholars from various schools of thought. There were also students who, having heard of the sage's teachings, had paid for their own travel expenses and journeyed from various prefectural capitals. Some rode alone on swift horses, while others arrived in groups. No one was willing to miss the opportunity to hear a sage's teachings. Regardless of whether they could gain knowledge, merely participating in the event was an honor to be remembered for a lifetime. For the common folk of Tao County, sitting by the windows of the tea house and watching the scholars arriving from all corners of the country became a most entertaining spectacle. Could that be the 7 sages of Mingzhou? The great scholar of Dongliang? The top scholar of Nanjiang? Has even the little poet immortal from the capital come? And, is that the former chancellor who has retired to seclusion? Tao County was small, but it was not lacking in discerning individuals. As one great figure after another names that had made waves throughout the empire arrived, even the most composed among them could not remain calm. Scholars from Tao County and the surrounding areas, taking advantage of their geographical proximity, had long since secured their spots. It must be noted that the sage did not forbid auditors, and the reigning emperor seemed to welcome their presence as well, though most of the prime front row seats had long been allocated. But Nanshan was vast even if one couldn't secure a table or chair, bringing a stool, a meditation cushion, or even sitting cross-legged on the ground was still perfectly feasible. Amid this strange and restless atmosphere, the 3rd day arrived. It was also the day the Nanshan Academy was to begin its lectures. The morning sun, just as it had at the beginning, once again illuminated these mountain ridges. The entire mountain was already teeming with people, packed so tightly there was barely room to breathe. Over 1,000 tables and chairs were already filled with students, some old, some young, some holding official posts, and some renowned scholars from the private sector. Further out, those who hadn't managed to secure seats sat densely packed on meditation cushions. At the foot of the mountain, the Imperial Guard's banners fluttered in the breeze, their presence imposing and majestic. A mountain breeze swept through, causing the blank sheets of paper on the tables and chairs to rustle and flutter like waves of snow. The area closest to the Academy's main gate was occupied by the young emperor and the court's most prominent ministers. Compared to the rest of the crowd, the atmosphere in this section was even more solemn and dignified. Everyone sat upright and still. Until the academy gates were pushed open from the inside, and Lin slowly stepped out into the courtyard, his gaze sweeping over the thousands of students spread across the mountainside. The mountain breeze suddenly ceased. In the distance, the murmuring crowd fell silent in an instant. In this makeshift gathering place filled with 10,000 people, one could almost hear a pin drop. Ahem! Lin looked out at the dense sea of heads. Imperceptibly, he pinched his thigh with his right hand, which was tucked behind his back, using the pain to force himself to remain as calm as possible. At the same time, he attempted to utilize a vocal technique from his family's martial arts tradition, channeling Aether to gather at his Adam's apple to amplify his voice as much as possible. This was so that even those at the foot of the mountain, who could not see the text, could hear what he was reciting. Then, under the gaze of countless eyes, Lin, clad in a plain white robe, slowly walked to the wall that had been blackened with ink and left to dry. This was the blackboard he had ordered to be prepared in advance. So many people have come today. I ask that you please remain quiet. I will not accept questions during the first lesson. There will be a Q&A session later. Also, this lesson will be quite long. If you can't make it through, you may leave early. With all eyes upon him, Lin spoke these words calmly, words that sounded somewhat strange to the people of the Great Pool. After a brief pause, the Emperor of the Pool, dressed in a bright yellow dragon robe in the front row, cautiously raised his hand and asked, "May I ask what Master Lin intends to teach today?" Lin glanced at this well-behaved emperor and smiled faintly. He immediately turned around, picked up a piece of chalk made of lime that had been prepared in advance, and, enunciating each syllable clearly, stiffly wrote a word on the blackboard in the script of the Chi Kingdom. When he finished, he turned back to face tens of thousands of bewildered eyes. Pointing at the two snow-white characters on the blackboard, he smiled and said, using the vocal techniques he had taught, "For our first lesson, I will be discussing science." Chapter 17, the first lesson. Science? Upon hearing this unfamiliar term, the thousands of eyes throughout Nanshan Academy grew even more bewildered. However, what these students who had traveled from all corners of the Chi Kingdom did not know was that this was merely the beginning. Science, simply put, is a discipline that helps us understand and comprehend the world. It is an ordered system of knowledge based on verifiable explanations and predictions regarding the form and organization of objective phenomena. It is systematized and formalized knowledge. Lin calmly narrated and explained, following the prepared materials. From time to time, he picked up a piece of chalk and sketched lines of text and drawings on the entire black wall. Yes. For the first lesson on the human side of evolution sandbox, Lin decided to start with science. Of course, considering the local context here, Lin began by tossing out a convoluted, highly conceptual definition to establish authority. Then, shifting gears, he started with the most basic, accessible methods for understanding the world. Using a few simple physics experiments to capture everyone's attention, he then posed a series of questions, employing mathematics as a tool to build a foundational scientific understanding. What are all things in the world made of? How can we explain the essence of the natural phenomena we observe? What laws and logic govern the changing of the seasons spring, summer, autumn, and winter? More and more text appeared on the blackboard, and as Lin spoke, the bewildered expressions in the room gradually gave way to brightening eyes. Setting aside the auditors who had brought their own meditation cushions, paper, and pens to crowd at the foot of the mountain. The truth was that those permitted to sit in on lectures at Nanshan Academy were, for the most part, the most gifted individuals in the entire kingdom of Qi. Even the ministers at the monarch's side, who appeared to be advanced in years, were human elites who had fought their way through the rigorous selection process of the imperial examinations. Furthermore, Lin deliberately limited his teachings to foundational knowledge, aiming solely to instill in them a scientific way of thinking. Consequently, they soon realized that the seemingly strange and bizarre concepts Master Lin was teaching were, in fact, opening a door for them. A door to a grand realm that the sages and wise men of the past had never noticed. Beyond that door lay a brand new world. Rustle, rustle, rustle. A gentle breeze swept over South Mountain as Lin stood before the blackboard, speaking in a calm and measured tone. Occasionally, he would pause, his eyes momentarily unfocused as he shifted his consciousness back to his physical body, then swiftly jotted down notes from the document on his computer before switching back to continue his lecture. After absorbing the ether, Lin had noticed an improvement in his memory, and he had prepared in advance. Consequently, he handled the situation with ease. To the students scattered across the mountain, Master Lin seemed increasingly inscrutable. In the front rows of the academy, a section was occupied by a group of recorders. They didn't need to listen to the lecture or understand the content, they simply scribbled furiously, recording Lin's words without pause. For a time, the entire South Mountain was filled only with the sound of the wind and Lin's voice.
1 hour later, Lin announced a break of 1 incense stick duration, allowing the students to rest and attend to their needs. Then, the lecture continued. And so, 1 hour passed. 2 hours passed. 4 hours. 6 hours.
Before they knew it, the sky had shifted from dawn to dusk, and among the seats scattered across the mountainside, batches of students had come and gone. Occasionally, someone would rise from their seat, but they would do their utmost to walk along the edges, taking care not to disturb others. Having undergone a transformation of life, Lin's stamina had long since far surpassed that of an ordinary person. Occasionally, during breaks, he would switch back to his physical form to order takeout or lie down for a rest. In this way, he lectured non-stop for an entire day without feeling particularly tired. As for those in the audience who couldn't keep up, it didn't really matter. Anyway, I have so much to cover that it's impossible for anyone to absorb it all at once. As long as the recorders take turns documenting it properly, that's all that matters. Lin was well aware of this. Just like the content he was teaching, the purpose of the science course was never to make these people understand math, physics, and chemistry in a short period of time, but simply to sow the seeds of scientific thinking, nothing more. Have you heard? Up on South Mountain, that Lin Shang has been lecturing for an entire day straight, and shows no signs of stopping. I heard several court ministers have already collapsed from exhaustion, and some even fainted in class and had to be carried out. When they woke up, they managed to eat a few mouthfuls of food before being helped back to the classroom.
Don't you think that's madness?
You just don't get it, do you? Never mind how rare an opportunity it is to hear a sage lecture, missing it would mean a lifetime of regret.
And with His Majesty still hanging in there, which minister would dare slack off?
Inside the tea house in Tao County, as the evening glow spread across the sky, the topics of conversation quietly shifted.
It should stop once it gets dark, right? Otherwise, even if we lit lamps on every table, it probably wouldn't be enough.
At the foot of the mountain, an attendant eunuch in charge of logistics looked at the sea of students covering the slopes and said with a worried expression,
"Never mind. Once night falls, there will be celestial phenomena."
Beside him, the lady of Tao County, dressed in her official robes and standing tall, spoke with a smile.
Celestial phenomena?
The court official paused, looking somewhat puzzled.
However, he soon understood everything.
As the last rays of sunlight faded from the western horizon, Lin, who had been in the middle of an enthusiastic lecture, simply shifted his consciousness back to his physical body and turned on the flashlight mounted on the stand. Suddenly, a pillar of light descended from the pitch-black night sky, illuminating the entire South Mountain and most of the county town. The students who had rushed there from all over, having heard the news, were immediately stunned into silence. The people of Tao County, however, took it in stride, smiling as they explained the phenomenon, their faces beaming with pride. As time passed, the night, bathed in light, grew brighter than day. Throughout this time, the stream of people arriving from all corners of the state of Qi never ceased. On the contrary, their numbers only swelled.
The small county of Tao simply could not provide enough lodging, yet these people showed no anger.
Instead, they quietly pitched tents in the open fields on the outskirts, seemingly content simply to listen to the sage's teachings.
This fresh influx of people perfectly replenished the students who had temporarily left the gathering due to exhaustion.
Lin watched as the faces in the audience constantly changed, yet found that the number of listeners was not decreasing but actually increasing, which filled him with a sense of emotion. In fact, from what he had learned over the past few days, he discovered that a school of thought similar to investigating things to attain knowledge had already emerged in Qi state.
However, these ideas were, first, unsystematic and extremely rudimentary, and second, at odds with tradition.
Take today's lecture on the fundamentals of science, for instance. Had an ordinary person delivered it, not only would it have failed to attract many listeners, but the traditional schools would likely have driven the speaker from the podium outright. Yet now, cloaked in the divine mandate and the status of a sage, his teachings were far more readily accepted and easier to promote. Though he reflected on this with a sense of wonder, his lecture continued uninterrupted, proceeding at its usual pace.
By the early hours of the morning, Lin finally tossed the chalk he was holding onto the ground, clapped his hands, and, bathed in divine light, looked down upon the students scattered across the mountains and fields their exhaustion plain to see and said with a smile, "What I have taught today is extremely rudimentary. In the realm of science, it barely scratches the surface. As for what lies beyond this door, I leave that for you and future generations to explore." Well, that concludes the first lesson on science. You may all return to rest, recharge your spirits, or review what you've learned today. At noon tomorrow, I shall deliver the second lesson. A second lesson? The chief minister, who had been helped back into the classroom, couldn't help but twirl his mustache as he asked cautiously. Yes. As for the specific content, you will naturally find out in due time. Well, I can give you a heads up. The second lesson will cover more material, so please make sure to bring plenty of paper and writing implements. Lin smiled, surveyed the thousands of students clad in long robes, and said calmly. Chapter 18, The Next 300 Years. The first lesson had ended. As Lin turned and entered the academy, closing the gate behind him, the students scattered across the mountains and fields finally emerged briefly from their state of deep absorption. However, no one dared to waste a moment. There were still 6 hours until the second lesson, not a short time, but once sleep was factored in, little else remained. They had to make the most of every moment. The imperial scribes forced themselves to stay alert, sorting through the snow-white piles of text-covered papers on their desks and packing them into boxes to be transported down the mountain by dedicated couriers. Dozens of hours of intense study had left even the young monarch struggling to keep up. He hurriedly rose from his seat and headed down the mountain to catch some sleep. Only when they saw the monarch leave did the elderly senior ministers finally let out a collective sigh of relief. Rustle, rustle. On South Mountain, bright as day, people rose one after another, clutching their notes, and set off toward the county town or the campsites that had long been arranged, a vast, impressive procession. Some of the younger scholars simply took off their outer garments and lay down right where they were on the mountainside, or slumped over their desks, drifting off into a deep sleep. Others, who had already rested and were on rotation to attend the lecture, gathered in small groups of 3 or 5. Clutching their manuscripts, they excitedly discussed the content of the class. That night, Tao County was bustling with activity, and hardly anyone slept. Meanwhile, Lin flopped onto a bed in the academy, feigning sleep, but in reality, he had shifted his consciousness back to his original body. Lishan Marshall Hall. Gulp, 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 gulp. Pulling a bottle of purified water from the fridge, Lin downed it in one go. Only then did he wipe the corner of his mouth, belatedly realizing what he'd done, and gave a wry smile as he swallowed. I didn't feel thirsty while teaching, but now that I'm done, I'm dying of thirst. Shaking his head in exasperation, he stretched his body and glanced at his phone. A 1-to-1 time ratio doesn't mean the hours inside and outside the evolution sandbox are the same, but by now, it was already past midnight outside the evolution sandbox as well. Considering that few takeout places would be open this late in the small town, Lin simply boiled water to make instant noodles. He sat at his computer eating while preparing materials for his second class. I'd better prepare thoroughly. The next day, noon. The weather was cloudy with a light breeze. When Lin shifted his consciousness again, using his avatar as a vessel to rise from the bed, he heard a low, buzzing murmur of voices outside the academy. Squeak! He pushed open the door and stepped out into the courtyard. Sure enough, he saw that the crowd of students on South Mountain seemed to have grown even larger. It seemed that quite a few more people had arrived during those 6 hours. Fortunately, each class was long enough to allow for shifts, otherwise, Lin truly doubted many would even have a chance to enter. Shaking his head to put those thoughts aside, Lin straightened his robes, picked up a piece of chalk, and suddenly, the original clamor receded like a tide. A mountain breeze blew in the sky, wisps of cloud drifted, and on the mountain, green bamboo swayed. Teacher Lin, what exactly are we going to cover today? Are we really not discussing science anymore? Asked the prince, sitting in the front row, raising his hand with a gleam in his eyes. In the second class, we won't be discussing scientific theories, but rather the creations of science. Lin nodded imperceptibly, then surveyed the students scattered across the mountain.
After a brief pause, he turned and sketched a mind map on the blackboard. Agriculture, industry, commerce, education, healthcare. Once finished, he circled industry, drew a branch from it, and listed 4 subcategories: steam engine, coal, steel, and iron. Only then did he turn back and explain with a smile. As I said, the content of the second class will be more extensive, richer, and more complex. The core of this class, I call the Industrial Revolution. However, before discussing the Industrial Revolution, we must first talk about agriculture. Specifically, the first question we'll address in this class is, how do we increase grain production? Upon hearing this, most of the students visibly paused, seemingly completely taken aback that the subject matter of the second class would be so down to earth. If the science covered in the first class had been somewhat ethereal, then this class was clearly much more down to earth. Correspondingly, the ruler of Qi State and the group of high-ranking ministers seated in the front rows pricked up their ears and their eyes lit up. They keenly realized that what Lin was about to teach today would be true practical knowledge for governing the world. Just as Lin had said, the content of the second lecture was both diverse and extensive. If the first lecture was merely intended to forcefully open the door to science in the minds of Qi Kingdom's elite, then the second lecture was the practical means to rapidly advance social development. Lin had previously reviewed a vast amount of material on the First Industrial Revolution and, combining it with his recent research into Qi Kingdom's social conditions, compiled a comprehensive resource package. Drawing from the fields of agriculture, industry, and commerce, he adapted successful historical practices for the present context. Of course, to avoid rushing things, Lin had also localized these methods to some extent, and he still limited his teachings to entry-level technologies. For example, he introduced modern farming tools, chemical fertilizers, large-scale farming models, new steel smelting techniques, movable type printing, and so on, all suitable for this era. These were a series of technical processes that could be mastered at the current level of societal development. Among these many technologies, stimulating agricultural development was undoubtedly the top priority. According to the materials he reviewed, industrial transformation is predicated on agricultural transformation, such as the series of changes triggered by the historical enclosure movement and the development of handicrafts. Only then could a completely new entity like the factory eventually emerge. After conducting research, he concluded that this was largely due to the fact that evolution sandbox was derived from reality. Many of the flora and fauna on this continent bore a striking resemblance to those on Earth. This made it easier for Lin to transfer these technologies. As he began to systematically explain these concepts which touched upon the nation's economy and the people's livelihood, unnoticed by him, the gazes of countless scholars on Nanshan Mountain toward Lin shifted once again. The officials, in particular, were visibly moved. Compared to the scholars in attendance, they understood all too well the terrifying power contained within the technologies Lin spoke of. That is the power to reshape the world, the young monarch murmured to himself. Here we go again. I wonder how long this will last this time. It'll probably go on for more than a day. Didn't they say there's even more to cover this time? Speaking of which, what exactly is the sage Lin teaching this time? I heard he's south teaching the entire court how to farm and forge iron, said someone with inside information. Upon hearing this, the tea house in Tao County fell silent. Then, a group of people shook their heads and laughed. How could that be? Is that what the sage is teaching? The sage is teaching just that. Tao County was growing livelier by the day, yet the people gathered in the tea houses were becoming increasingly perplexed. They realized they were beginning to lose track of what was happening. More and more reports indicated that the young sage seemed to be teaching precisely these things not only through oral instruction and written notes, but even by drawing so-called blueprints on the massive wall of the academy. Yet the high-ranking officials of the court were not only not disappointed, on the contrary, they were growing even more enthusiastic. And this second lesson was exceptionally long. Before they knew it, night had fallen, and with the aid of celestial phenomena, the lesson continued. A day and night passed. Saint Lin did not stop. Another day and night passed. Saint Lin still did not stop. Wave after wave of listeners gathered at South Mountain, yet Lin Shang seemed tireless. Aside from occasional breaks, he did not pause for a single moment. Outside the evolution sandbox, Lin was going all out this time.
With his current stamina, bolstered by coffee and tea, he even skipped sleep.
After all, he was young, and his liver could handle the strain. Mainly, he feared that if he stopped, his train of thought would break. Since he was well prepared anyway, he decided it would be more reassuring to finish the entire lecture in one go before resting.
This put a strain on the entire court, but fortunately, Shigua had a large population, and the recorders took turns transcribing the notes, so they managed to get through it.
By the time another dawn broke, Lin finally set down his chalk. As he looked at the blackboard covered in writing and wiped clean countless times and announced the end of the second session, the students scattered across the mountainside nearly collapsed. Yet, despite their physical exhaustion, the gaze they cast upon Lin was even more reverent than in the days before, as if they were looking upon a deity. After all, in their eyes, Lin had lectured continuously for 3 days and 2 nights, not even taking a sip of water, let alone a meal, yet remained completely composed. Moreover, the notes that filled several large boxes had been delivered entirely without a script. Such physical and mental stamina left no room for even a shred of envy. All that remained was awe. Lin wasn't entirely sure what they were thinking, but after tidying up his chalkboard notes, he said, "That covers the content of the second session. If there are any omissions in your notes, you may ask me about them during the next session." After a brief pause, Lin continued, "As before, I will be here in 6 hours to begin the third and final session. Don't worry, it won't be as long as this one, and there is very little to take notes on. It should only take an hour or 2 to cover everything. The rest of the time will be for QA. If you have any questions, feel free to prepare them now, and I'll answer them all at once." With that, Lin forced back a yawn, turned, and returned to the academy. He switched back to his physical form, then, without a care for his dignity, climbed into bed and fell fast asleep. All that remained were the over 10,000 students at Nanshan Academy, staring at one another in bewilderment. The final lecture? Is it ending this soon? Many had this thought, only for it to be swiftly replaced by curiosity. After these 2 lectures, anyone who had stayed and persevered had already been completely won over by Lin. Consequently, they were all the more eager for this so-called, especially upon hearing that St. Lin's lectures had only 1 session remaining. No one was willing to miss it. In fact, it was precisely because of this final lecture gimmick. When, 6 hours later, a well-rested Lin once again pushed open the academy's door and looked up the hillside, he was taken aback to discover that the entire mountainside was packed with people. There were so many that, aside from those with seats, everyone else had to stand. A rough estimate suggested the total number of people here was likely even greater than the combined attendance of the previous 2 sessions. If Lin were to switch back to his true form at that moment, he would discover that the entire county of Tao had practically become a ghost town. This was what it meant for the streets to be deserted. What is going on? Lin desperately wanted to shout, but mindful of the character he was portraying, he ultimately said nothing, instead forcing himself to appear calm. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of eyes, he walked to the foot of the courtyard wall. "Master Lin, what will you be teaching today?" the young ruler sitting in the front row asked with a look of reverence. Lin took a deep breath and pursed his lips. He didn't answer immediately but paused in silence for a moment. Then, he slowly pulled out a piece of chalk but didn't write a single word on the blackboard. Instead, he casually snapped the chalk in half, tossed it on the ground, gave a light chuckle, and then, with an expression that seemed calm and relaxed, looked at the monarch and the crowd, saying matter-of-factly, "Today is the last class, so I'd like to talk to everyone about something lighthearted, something that doesn't require much brainpower, might be quite interesting, but is exceptionally important." "What is it?" the king couldn't help but ask. Instantly, throughout the entire Nanshan, tens of thousands of listeners, men, women, young, and old, heard, at that very moment, a voice echoing down from the mountain, amplified many times over. "Today, I'm going to talk about the next 300 years of the Qi Kingdom." As the words fell, the crowd fell briefly silent. Then, all across Mount Nan, the crowd erupted into a thunderous uproar. Chapter 19, Departure. The next 300 years. As these seemingly casual words reached the ears of tens of thousands, the once quiet Mount Nan erupted into a frenzy. Even with the imperial guards standing by, the people could not contain their astonishment. Even the court officials seated in the front rows lost their composure. They could not contain themselves. Although Lin's tone was calm, the implications of those 5 simple words were enough to move countless people present. Many exchanged glances, seeing the same thought reflected in each other's eyes. Could it be that this third lesson is actually a prophecy of major events over the next 300 years? In any era, prophecy is a deeply awe-inspiring and captivating ability. In fact, even the Shinto sorcerers in the streets of Qi Kingdom who possess no magical power often make a living by divining others' romantic fortunes, financial prospects, and offspring. Yet today, the Holy Lin was about to prophesy the very future of Qi Kingdom for the next 300 years. How could this fail to move people? Witnessing this scene, Lin, standing below the academy walls, was not particularly surprised. He simply raised his hand and pressed downward, and with that, the commotion subsided, returning to calm. Then, he spoke slowly, "I have a rough idea of what you're thinking, but unfortunately, what I'm doing today is not a prophecy. In fact, from a scientific perspective, I do not believe that individuals or even grander collectives possess any predetermined destiny. Since destiny itself is not predetermined, how can one possibly predict it?" As his words fell, the gazes of tens of thousands grew even more bewildered. "Master Lin, but you clearly just said," a young monarch seated in the front row raised his hand to ask, a look of confusion on his face. Lin smiled faintly. "Yes, I did say I would discuss the next 300 years, but this is not some mystical, otherworldly power. Rather, it is a judgment or, more accurately, an inference regarding the future development and evolution of society over a certain period, based on scientific thinking and logic." "That is all? Logic inference?" Looking at the bewildered faces, Lin sighed softly to himself. This final lecture was, in essence, a reimagined retelling of the history humanity had already traversed on Earth, outside the evolution sandbox. What he was speaking of was historical inevitability. For instance, in history, after the agricultural revolution, vast numbers of laborers lost their land and were forced to turn to handicrafts, which spurred trade. When light industry produced a large number of skilled workers, machines replaced manual labor, and heavy industry and the factory model naturally emerged. Then, driven by industrial clustering, populations began to flock to cities. This historical process was almost an inevitability of social evolution, a major trend, and countless problems would arise during this transformation. Lin's task is to map out this path in advance, identify the inevitable challenges that will arise during development, and provide corresponding solutions. In this way, when the Qi Kingdom reaches the relevant stage, it can avoid taking detours. It can get it right the first time, without trial and error, and proceed along the correct path. Furthermore, there is another underlying intention: to use this opportunity to chart a viable course for the Qi Kingdom. Otherwise, suddenly inundated with so much foreign knowledge, the people of Qi might well lose their sense of direction. And the words of a sage, at least for this generation and the coming decades, would carry sufficient authority to propel the entire nation of Qi along this clear path of development. I only hope that what I speak of today will not be entirely discarded by future generations. Lin sighed inwardly, for after all, the only lesson humanity has learned from history is that it has learned nothing from history. Perhaps none of the lessons he shared today would be heeded. Perhaps at some point, Qi State's technological tree would branch off in a different direction. But even if only a small portion were passed down, his efforts would not have been in vain. As for why 300 years, it was mainly because, outside of evolution sandbox, only 200 or 300 years had passed since the Industrial Revolution. He pulled his thoughts back. Lin cleared his throat, drawing countless gazes, then composed himself and said with a smile, "Very well, let us begin the lecture. I've roughly divided the next 300 years into the steam era, the electrical era, the computing and information era, and..." On Nanshan Hill, as Lin's voice rang out, the bewildered students began taking notes almost instinctively. Along the way, many of the onlookers gradually dispersed, but a large crowd remained. Some found it difficult to grasp the individual eras and transformations Lin described. Others, however, had eyes that grew increasingly bright, their hearts swelling with excitement they could scarcely contain. In Tao County, the taverns and teahouses were nearly empty of customers, and the sound of conversation had faded. Only the shopkeepers remained, clutching rags at their doorways, gazing at the deserted streets with worried expressions. The sun moved slowly across the sky, while the clouds gathered and dispersed, then gathered and dispersed again. In summary, this is my proposed, or perhaps I should say planned, blueprint for the next 300 years. It begins with agricultural reform as a prerequisite, followed by gradual pilot programs. We will establish vocational training programs to transition to a light industrial phase, then establish state-owned factories and open up commercial activities, initiating the processes of industrialization and urbanization. After an unknown amount of time, Lin finally finished presenting his prepared material. He immediately set down the chalk, clapped his hands, and addressed the crowd. That concludes my presentation for today. Next, we'll move on to the Q&A session. As soon as he finished speaking, a sea of right hands shot up from among the thousands of desks and chairs outside the academy. Lin realized he might have actually underestimated this group's intelligence and even more so, their enthusiasm for asking questions. Fortunately, he had prepared thoroughly and had real history as a reference, so he managed to handle it just barely. When he encountered a question he couldn't answer, he could switch his consciousness back to his original body and search online using a computer. If he really couldn't find the answer, he'd flash a mysterious, indescribable smile to muddle through. And so, Lin took every question in stride, answering each one in turn. Before he knew it, another night had passed. As the sun rose and its warm, red light once again illuminated the mountains, Lin finally answered the last question. "Does anyone else have a question?" he asked, his voice slightly hoarse. Looking out across the mountains and fields, no one answered. "Very well, in that case, we'll end it here." Lin exhaled silently, then said with a smile. "Master Lin, may I ask you to accompany me back to the capital?" Seeing Lin's gesture, the young ruler, who had stayed awake all night, suddenly stood up and asked earnestly. Lin, however, shook his head and said, "Over the past few days, I have imparted all the knowledge I have acquired in my lifetime to the world. As for what comes next, that is naturally up to you. As for me, it would be best if I left." "Leave?" Hearing this, the young monarch visibly froze. "You want to go to the capital? Then where will you go?" "The capital is a fine place, but it is not my home." Lin chuckled softly and began reciting the prepared farewell script. "As for me, I must return to where I came from." As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin, without waiting for the monarch's reaction, swiftly shifted his consciousness back to his main body. Lishan Martial Hall. Lin slowly rose to his feet, dispelling the clouds above him, then carefully extended a finger into the evolution sandbox, landing on that small mountain peak. He then commanded his avatar to leap upward. Tao County, South Mountain. The young monarch could only watch as the Master Lin before him suddenly closed his eyes, stood still, then leaped lightly into the air and then. This sage, guided by the heavenly god, was actually hovering in midair, arms outstretched, bathed in the wondrous divine light that illuminated the mountains and rivers, slowly soaring toward the sky. "Ah! This is... Look! Master Lin, no, Sage Lin, he..." This scene immediately sparked countless gasps of astonishment. Tens of thousands of students rose to their feet almost simultaneously, some even knocked over their desks, papers, and writing implements, yet no one seemed to notice. Everyone stared wide-eyed, gazing in disbelief at the figure soaring into the void, their hearts stirred to the core. "Farewell, Sage." Suddenly, a minister, no one knew which one, was the first to react. He dropped to his knees, raised his hands high, and shouted at the top of his lungs. The next second, the crowd, which had been frozen in place, finally snapped out of it and realized what was happening. No command was needed. Tens of thousands of people, including the King of Qi, simultaneously performed the grand kneeling salute, raised their arms, and chanted in unison. "Farewell, Sage. Farewell, Holy One. Farewell, Holy One." In the distance, as Lin soared into the sky bathed in divine light. At the foot of the mountain, in Tao County, countless people seemed to be struck by divine inspiration. Facing South Mountain, they listened to the chorus of tens of thousands echoing from ahead and instinctively performed the grand bow, joining in. At the same time, high above the evolution sandbox, Lin saw a new entry appear in the runtime log on the system interface. In the spring of the 561st year of the Deity dynasty, the sage Lin preached on South Mountain in Tao County for 5 days and 4 nights. On the morning of the 6th day, bathed in divine light, he ascended into the sky and departed. On that day, 100,000 officials and commoners paid their respects to the sage. The sound carried for 10 miles and continued for several days without ceasing.
Chapter 20: The Explosive Experiment Under the Spotlight.
The text on the system interface came to an end. Lin silently focused his mind, retracted the entire system interface, and then began handling the follow-up matters. He withdrew his avatar into his body, turned off the flashlight, removed the support frame attached to the evolution sandbox, downed the now cooled strong tea, tidied up the takeout boxes, instant noodle packets, and snack wrappers, then brushed his teeth and washed up in the morning sunlight.
Fortunately, there was no one else at home.
That way, no one would see him looking so disheveled. Only after finishing all this did Lin collapse into a chair, feeling completely drained, as if his body had been completely exhausted.
I actually spoke for 5 days and 4 nights? I feel like even cram school teachers aren't as hardworking as I am.
Muttering to himself, Lin looked at the evolution sandbox, which had already reactivated time acceleration, and felt a touch of emotion. 5 days and 4 nights was, of course, a figure of speech. He had taken quite a few breaks during that time. But overall, it was indeed a massive undertaking.
Fortunately, the final result looked pretty good.
The finale, departing by stepping into thin air, was a scene he deplanned long ago.
The purpose? Primarily to further solidify his authority.
Such a grand exit is bound to leave a deep impression on the court and the people of Qi. With that, out of reverence for a celestial deity or sage, the development policies I've laid out for them should likely be implemented quite smoothly.
Of course, none of this would take effect immediately.
As civilization evolved within the evolution sandbox and social complexity increased, the ratio of time flow would slow down further. Lin estimated that it would take at least a day or two before the Aether in creation mode showed a noticeable increase. Anyway, as long as it was faster than normal, it wouldn't have been a waste of effort. As for the Aether in observation mode, well, even though over a week had passed, the Aether concentration in the Yangcheng area remained low.
Nothing to be done.
With a soft sigh, Lin reached for his phone, intending to order breakfast and then catch up on some sleep. But just then, a flurry of messages suddenly popped up on his chat app. Lin tapped into the chat and found it was a non-work group from his old department. The group admin had just sent a message, tagging all members, which immediately sparked a flurry of responses.
What's going on? What happened? Group admin, check the link I sent.
Live stream of the controlled demolition in the TAC desert. Reading those words, Lin's drowsiness vanished instantly.
Controlled demolition.
After a moment's thought, he recalled that just a couple of days ago, he'd seen rumors circulating. Since all detection methods had failed one after another, the research team stationed outside the TAC desert seemed to be preparing to attempt an explosive demolition. That is, they would plant a large quantity of explosives to carry out targeted demolitions on the Great Wall, the outer shell of the evolution sandbox containment dome. This plan had been proposed long ago but had never been approved. Lin recalled that some online commentators had previously predicted that if research continued to make no progress, a forced demolition would be almost inevitable. He hadn't expected, however, that the plan would not only be approved but would be carried out this very morning. In fact, it was precisely because Lin had been focusing his energy on teaching at the evolution sandbox that he hadn't learned of this immediately. Fortunately, someone in the group chat had posted about it, otherwise, he would have truly missed it.
He sat up straight suddenly, then paused to think.
Instead of clicking the link directly, he opened it on his laptop and successfully navigated to a live stream.
The stream's title was brutally straightforward. Live coverage of the TAC black box demolition.
He glanced at the streamer. It wasn't State Media. Come to think of it, this wasn't a rocket launch. There was no reason for an official broadcast.
In theory, the area surrounding the explosion should have been under martial law. I wonder how this streamer managed to film this.
Lin muttered to himself, then quickly noticed that the stream's footage was indeed very blurry. The camera appeared to be mounted at some high vantage point, using some kind of mechanical device or algorithm to zoom in and magnify the distance seen. This resulted in an exceptionally blurry image. All he could make out was a long stretch of highway, vehicles along the roadside, and the faint, bustling figures of workers. And further in the distance, that imposing wall. Clearly, the blast site was far from the streamer. All he could really make out was the glow of the explosion. As for why the detonation point wasn't chosen in a more remote location, far from crowds, that remained a mystery, likely due to various practical considerations. Glancing at the top left corner of the page, the live stream's viewership had already surpassed 200,000 and was still growing rapidly, with a flood of new accounts joining every second. Most were likely netizens drawn to the spectacle. In the comment stream, messages scrolled by rapidly. No way, no way? They're really live streaming this? A live broadcast. The streamer is awesome. This is as blurry as a pixelated sensor. Are you serious, streamer? What's the point of watching with such a blurry picture? Exactly. Is this being filmed from across the galaxy or something? Ha, take off your glasses now, it's uncensored. I'm with you, streamer. Alright, stop arguing. We're lucky we can even see anything. The netizens were engaged in a lively discussion. Some expressed dissatisfaction, others were spamming 666, but overall, the atmosphere was pretty good. After all, everyone knew that outsiders were never allowed near this kind of demolition test. If it weren't for the unique vantage point, even this wouldn't be visible. In the livestream, the host kept their face hidden, seemingly adjusting the camera, and spoke in an apologetic tone. Sorry, everyone. There's really nothing I can do. The distance is too far, so this is the best clarity we can get. It's fine. No problem. Don't pay attention to those haters, host. A flurry of comments scrolled by. Immediately after, Lynn heard the anonymous streamer explain. Everyone, look, that's the designated demolition site in the frame. You might not be able to see it clearly, so let me share what I know. People have been here since last night, setting up the explosive charges. Look, right here, this section of the Great Wall, there's a military cordon nearby. Of course, we can't see it clearly, but they should attempt the detonation shortly. More and more viewers were flooding into the livestream. Sitting in front of his computer, Lynn's expression kept shifting. Intellectually, he believed that given the capabilities Evolution Sandbox had demonstrated, it had absolutely nothing to fear from human hot weapons. Yet emotionally, he still felt a subtle, instinctive tension. However, compared to him, the people in the cordoned-off area deep within the Tac Desert were undoubtedly even more on edge. A section of the Tac Desert. Inside the cordoned-off area. At this moment, the early morning sun had already risen, illuminating the vast, boundless land. From this angle, large sections of the Great Wall appeared in a mix of black and gold. Amid the deafening roar of machinery, the atmosphere throughout the restricted zone was tense and oppressive. In the distance, soldiers drafted from a nearby regiment were busy setting up demolition charges, while a large contingent of personnel surrounded the perimeter to secure the area. Further away, multiple firing positions had been established to guard against any potential unforeseen risks. And in the distance, beyond the sight of the crowd, special forces had already set up missile launchers, awaiting orders at all times. Outside the danger zone. Inside a makeshift tent. A group of scholars had gathered here. They weren't wearing white lab coats, just simple jackets, and their faces were etched with exhaustion. Those seated in the center, with their thinning, gray hair, gazed solemnly at the pitch-black Great Wall. How much longer until we can begin? One of them suddenly asked into a communicator. The explosives have been set. We're conducting a final check. Personnel will evacuate in 10 minutes. A very steady voice replied from the other end. Good. There was no further conversation. The researchers around them were already on high alert, having set up various monitoring devices to record any changes the explosion might trigger. Don't be nervous. Relax. Perhaps sensing the heavy atmosphere, a scholar of clearly high standing smiled and said to the younger operators. Though referred to as young, in reality, almost none of the personnel operating the instruments were under 30. Pick any one of them and place them in a major university or research institute, and they'd be considered treasures. Yet at this moment, they were all on edge.
Academician Joe, do you think this will really blow it open? One of them hesitated for a moment before finally asking. What do you think? I'm not sure. The explosive S power is undeniable, but the materials of the Great Wall are simply too unique. The atmosphere in the camp grew deathly quiet. No one spoke, which made it clear that this was indeed the sentiment shared by most. Over the past few days, no one could fathom the immense pressure this group had been under. The eyes of the entire world were upon them, yet their research had made no progress. Eventually, they had no choice but to accept the proposal for a controlled demolition. Online, countless people believed that as long as they deployed thermal weapons, they could surely pry open this mysterious black box. Yet, they themselves weren't so confident. Heat weapons? High-yield explosives? Could these weapons, which were invincible on the battlefield, truly be effective against this object that appeared to be alien technology? In the silence, time ticked by second by second. Soon, the evacuation was complete, and everyone had entered the protective facilities at a safe distance. Countdown to ignition. A calm voice came over the communicator. It was the person in charge of the detonation. The atmosphere in the air shifted abruptly. At that moment, everyone set aside their distracting thoughts, some standing by their instruments, others at safe observation posts, gazing toward the dark, towering wall in the distance that blocked out the sky. 10, 9, 8. The countdown began over the communicator, giving personnel at all levels time to prepare. After all, this was no simple demolition. No one knew what might happen. In the live stream, viewer engagement had already reached millions, and the actual number of live viewers likely numbered in the tens of thousands. And this was just a relatively unknown livestream channel. On other internet platforms, even more people were following this experiment through various means. 6, 5, 4. Sitting in front of his laptop, Lin's gaze fixed on the blurry patch of light. 2, 1, 0. Detonate. The next second, a terrifying roar echoed across the entire restricted zone as explosives planted at various locations detonated simultaneously, sending a massive burst of fire into the sky. The immense blast pressure whipped up a massive cloud of dust and debris, sweeping toward the observation area. Yellow sand filled the sky, and the sound reverberated for miles. In the livestream chat, the comments froze in that moment. The streamer even blurted out a curse word to express his shock. In the blurry footage, a brilliant flash of fire appeared first, followed immediately by an irregular mushroom cloud rising into the sky. At the same time, Lin turned his head toward the evolution sandbox on his left. He saw that, as the explosion occurred, somewhere along the edge of the evolution sandbox within a vast, deep blue expanse of calm water beneath the massive containment dome, ripples suddenly began to spread across the surface. Inside the evolution sandbox, in a section of the boundless ocean beyond the continent, the tranquil waters suddenly churned, whipping up a storm. Then it gradually subsided. Outside the evolution sandbox, Lin glanced at this small splash of water and wore an expression that was exactly as expected. Soon after, the smoke and dust gradually cleared. Inside the restricted zone, numerous academicians and even more researchers silently watched the screen, where the Great Wall stood intact amidst the smoke and dust, and all fell into silence. And when the results of this experiment were transmitted back and reported to nations around the world, then, on that early morning, the entire world fell silent. Chapter 21, In Search of the Mysterious Warrior. Although this destructive force experiment was not publicly broadcast, given the current global attention and the fact that it took place in the open, the results quickly leaked out through various channels. Undoubtedly, it would become the biggest trending topic on the internet for the foreseeable future. However, compared to the researchers beneath the magnificent wall, Lin was clearly far more composed. As expected, given the civilizational level of the evolution sandbox, the isolation shield it has created is something that Earth's current civilization simply cannot breach. Leaning back in his chair, Lin watched the chaotic livestream with a hint of weariness in his eyes, lost in silent thought. He was not surprised by this outcome. Of course, judging by the ripples caused by the explosion, it was clear that external forces weren't entirely unable to penetrate the evolution sandbox, and the isolation shield didn't T-block everything. If they continued to ramp up the firepower, perhaps the ripples within the evolution sandbox would be even larger,
but he suspected the research team would likely become more cautious after this incident.
Phew, I got all worked up for nothing. Time for bed.
With that thought, Lin let out a sigh of relief, yawned, habitually silenced his phone, then got up, went to the bedroom next door, drew the curtains, and drifted off to sleep. He needed to catch up on some much-needed sleep. However, just as Lin was falling asleep, the screen of his phone, which he left on the table, suddenly lit up with a message from the chat group. The topic of conversation in the group was, naturally, the explosion. Since the experiment had just taken place and no one knew the results yet, most people were just speculating wildly. But right in the middle of the discussion, a member who'd been lurking suddenly posted a link and shouted in the group.
Stop talking about that. Check out this video. I just came across it. What is this? Someone asked. You'll see when you watch it. It's totally intense. Intense? I don't think that's a good idea. 1T the group get banned?
Yanchang, inside a residential complex. Jo Mo, wearing her pajamas, silently exited the live explosion stream, looking a bit worried.
I wonder if it actually blew up.
Shaking her head to push the thought aside, Jo Mo moved her mouse and opened the country's largest video sharing website on her computer. Then, with little hope, she prepared to log into her account. Over a week ago, while on her way back to Yanchang with her best friend, she had unexpectedly seen someone fall from the sky, and later captured a truly baffling video. In the Taiha Mountains, on a desolate and steep mountain path, a mysterious figure was seen carrying a massive boulder on his back, hiking from the base to the summit in one go.
The total duration was about an hour.
This feat, clearly far beyond the limits of a normal human being, left her utterly stunned. She subsequently edited the 58-minute and 21-second video. She added a description and uploaded it to a video sharing platform. She had expected it to go viral quickly, but reality dashed her hopes. More than a week after uploading, the video had fewer than 200 views, and the handful of comments were largely meaningless. It wasn't surprising she wasn't a famous content creator or an internet influencer, she was just an ordinary account. Posting something and having it go unnoticed was the norm. For the first few days, she would frequently refresh the site's backend, but later, she just gave it a habitual glance every day. However, today, the moment Jo Mo logged into her account, she was stunned to discover that the message notification bar was glowing red with a 99+ dot. She clicked it open to find her screen flooded with private messages, sent anywhere from 10 minutes to just a few seconds ago. Everyone was asking about the video's authenticity and the exact location. This could it be? Jo Mo froze for a moment, completely taken aback. It took several full seconds before she suddenly sat up straight, opened the backend at lightning speed, and was stunned to see that the view count for the mysterious figure in the Taiha Mountains video had already surpassed 3 million. She refreshed the page and saw it had jumped by tens of thousands more. The number of comments and live chat messages was also skyrocketing. Was she still half asleep? Was she dreaming? Jo Mo stared blankly at the computer, then pinched her thigh. Her face twitched, but her eyes suddenly lit up. It's really gone viral. It's gone viral. The young girl, still in her pajamas, let out a completely unladylike cheer. She clicked to play the video again while tapping her best friend's profile on her phone to send a message. Sean. Are you up yet? Check out my video. I told you it would go viral. Meanwhile, in the non-work group chat for Lin's former department. Piqued by curiosity, the group members clicked on the link one after another, only to discover that the content was quite different from what they imagined. The video's title was simple. Caught on camera, a mysterious powerhouse in the Taiha Mountains. I'll lose if I don't yell holy shit. Upon opening it, the screen was filled with comments. Holy shit in advance. You're definitely going to lose. What kind of video is this? Oh, this. In the video, the background was a range of mountains. The person filming appeared to be standing by the side of a road, clearly using a cell phone, and there was a noticeable zoom in sequence. As the video played, the voices of two girls chatting could be heard. Okay, I believe you.
Anyway, I don't understand the world anymore. Yesterday. Ah. I found it. Look. Holy crap. Is there really a Superman?
To ensure the video's authenticity, Joe Mo shot it almost entirely in one take without any cuts, capturing the girls' conversation as it happened, a choice that only added to the footage's realism and sense of immediacy. Then, as the camera zooms in, a dilapidated and steep path suddenly comes into view, hidden amidst the vast mountains. The stone path appears to have been abandoned for a long time, yet it resembles a stairway to heaven, leading up to the mountaintop. A blurry figure, carrying a boulder far larger than their own body, climbs step by step along the stone steps. Because the subject was so far away, even with the camera zoomed in, the details remained indistinct, especially since the mysterious figure appeared to be covering their face with something. Yet even so, the ease and rhythm evident in their movements were clearly conveyed through the video. The same action, when performed by different people, creates a different impression. Struggling to keep up versus making it look effortless are two entirely different sensations. That mountain couldn't possibly be that steep, it's just an optical illusion. As for that boulder, it might just be a prop and doesn't weigh much at all.
Someone else spoke with an air of expertise. I disagree with the top-voted comment.
Why is it impossible? I suspect this is a mysterious martial artist, and the video shows him toughening his body,
training his physical endurance.
The strength of ancient martial arts masters is beyond modern imagination.
Historical records state that Zhang Sanfeng lived to be over 200 years old. Are you saying all that is fake too?
Others were inclined to believe it, though this thread inevitably turned into a heated debate. As for the majority, they held both views. Most believed the video was fake, but there were also quite a few who remained skeptical.
I'm keeping an open mind.
It's not that I truly believe ancient martial arts are that powerful after all. Countless so-called martial arts masters have been exposed as frauds these days. What I'm focusing on is this: did you notice that the video was uploaded the very day after the Tucker black box appeared? The girl's words in the video also corroborate this. This suggests the video was released after the Taku black box incident. If this had happened before, I definitely wouldn't have believed humans were capable of such feats, but now,
I'm not so sure.
Especially since the results of this morning's demolition test on the magnificent wall are reportedly in under an explosion powerful enough to destroy a small cluster of buildings, the magnificent wall remained completely unscathed. I think the world might truly be about to change drastically. We must break free from our old ways of thinking and embrace the new world that may be coming.
I wonder if the uploader will see this comment.
If it's convenient, could you share the exact location where this was filmed? Well, I'm not far from the Taiha Mountains. If I have the time, I'd like to go take a look and see for myself if I can find this mysterious martial arts master. Not long after this lengthy comment was posted, it was pinned to the top of the comments section, and Joe Mo even replied below.
I understand everyone's skepticism. I can't prove anything, but I can say this video is absolutely real. Here's a unified response regarding the filming location.
The comment quickly surpassed 100 likes and was approaching the 1,000 like mark.
The video's popularity skyrocketed.
However, compared to the global attention focused on the results of the explosion experiment, the public impact of this video was ultimately limited. Under normal circumstances, it might have garnered more attention, but as various media outlets scrambled to report the latest news on the Tucker black box, the attention drawn to Joe Mo's video inevitably diminished.
After all, there is only so much attention to go around. In contrast,
because Joe Mo had revealed the location, although the video didn't spark much nationwide discussion, it spread like wildfire in Yangchang and the surrounding areas of the Taiha Mountains.
Especially in Yangchang.
Since it was the closest to the filming location, the people there were naturally more concerned about it. As a result, while the video's popularity on the website leveled off, it spread surprisingly rapidly through countless local chat groups in Yangchang. When Lin finally awoke from his slumber, after catching up on sleep, he rubbed his tousled hair, pushed open the study door, picked up his phone, and opened the messaging app only to find himself completely dumbfounded. Staring at the group chat where searching for the mysterious martial artist of Taiha Mountain was going viral, he froze.
I just took a nap, So, what the hell just happened? Chapter 22, Crafting a New Martial Art.
10 minutes later, Lin sat in the chair beside his desk, lost in thought. On the computer screen in front of him, a video of his physical training session was still playing, the screen covered in comments. Because the footage was too blurry, and Lin had covered his face with his clothes and a slab of blue stone. Based on the silhouette alone, even acquaintances would struggle to recognize him.
So, this is footage from my very first training session?
After initial confusion, Lin managed to track down the video through the group chat logs and pieced together what had happened. His training session in the Taiha Mountains had been secretly filmed, uploaded online, and had even gone somewhat viral.
So that's how it works. He glanced at the video's upload date.
It was the day after the Tucker black box appeared, the very same day he first attempted to temper his body using ancient methods. As for why it took over a week to go viral, that wasn't particularly surprising. The account that posted the video belonged to an ordinary netizen. It was unlikely to have been discovered immediately. Now that it had gone viral, it was most likely because the platform had featured it in its recommendations.
Good thing. Looks like it was just a coincidence.
Having sorted out the sequence of events, Lin breathed a sigh of relief. After all, as the mastermind behind the TAC black box, he still felt a bit uneasy. Logically speaking, it was impossible for anyone to.
As for this video,
they seem to have mistaken me for a martial arts master hiding in the Taiha Mountains. Lin glanced at the video comments and cross-referenced them with the group chat to confirm this. There were also speculations about psychics and extraterrestrial life, but these weren't the prevailing views. They were merely baseless guesses sparked by the TARC black box. In comparison, the identity of a martial arts master was far more believable to people. First, his action of carrying a green stone up the mountain in the video naturally led to such associations. Second, compared to extraterrestrial life, the idea of a reclusive martial arts master is far more palatable to the average person.
Moreover, the Taiha Mountains themselves carry a strong martial arts aura.
Whether in history or in later novels, films, and games, the range has always been associated with ancient martial arts. To this day, many still believe that the Taiha Mountains preserve some ancient and mysterious martial arts traditions.
Therefore, it's not surprising that such speculation exists.
In fact, this conjecture is actually correct. Lin does indeed practice an ancient martial art passed down through his family, though it has long since fallen into decline. Now, having absorbed ether to temper his body, he has cultivated his ancestral martial ancestor's fist-to-weapon technique to the minor achievement realm. Calling himself a martial arts master is by no means an exaggeration. Thinking of this, Lin shook his head and chuckled, then closed his laptop. It seems to have been just a minor mishap. Since he didn't reveal any distinctive traits, there is no need to worry about it.
But
a martial arts master, Lin mulled over the phrase, his gaze drifting through the window to the courtyard of the martial hall, bathed in sunlight yet exuding an icy chill. Previously, he'd been too busy handling matters related to Evolution Sandbox to spare a thought for it, but now that Chiguo was back on track, he finally began to focus his attention on the martial hall. He hadn't forgotten that he'd resigned and returned home to reopen the martial hall, to fulfill his grandfather's dying wish and carry on the martial arts tradition passed down through generations. And now, it seemed, a good opportunity had presented itself. He had given the martial arts a great deal of thought long ago. And he realized that reopening the martial hall would be no easy task. He was well aware that in this day and age, the traditional model of a martial hall no longer aligned with the times. With the country at peace, people rarely felt the need to practice martial arts for self-defense. If they did, they would go to a gym or a training center like a taekwondo dojo. It would be more accurate to describe it as weight loss or socializing rather than martial arts training.
Come to think of it, that makes sense.
Martial arts training is extremely grueling and time-consuming, and career opportunities are limited. Aside from those with existing connections in the field, it's hardly worth it for the average person to pursue martial arts in hopes of landing a high-paying job. Even Lin Wun-ti have chosen this path if not for family circumstances.
Isn't working in an office doing mental labor just as good?
Therefore, according to his original plan, if he were to open a facility, the most rational approach would be to create a modern martial arts hall, trendy, branded, youth-oriented, and market-driven, moving toward the fitness and body sculpting direction.
But if he did that, could it still be called a martial arts hall? Or rather, even if he were to operate it this way, wouldn't he, the family's martial ancestor Hua Bing Fist, still be lost to history? But if he didn't do this, how could he possibly attract anyone?
Alright, suppose Lin were to demonstrate his strength appropriately, spread his influence through social media, and truly attract a group of passionate martial arts enthusiasts. After all, the world is so vast, there are bound to be some who are obsessed with this and willing to push their bodies to the limit.
But looking at the long term, how long could this last? 1 generation? 2 generations? In an era where martial arts are in decline, with no fertile ground to grow in and relying solely on a handful of people to pass it down, does it really have any meaning?
At times, Lin even hesitated, doubting whether martial arts still had a place in this day and age. However, these past few days, by absorbing ether and tangibly strengthening his body, Lin felt he might have found the answer. In times of peace, people certainly don't need to practice martial arts to strengthen their bodies. That's a major reason for the decline of martial arts.
But what if martial arts training could lead to the evolution of life? What if, through the practice of martial arts, one could improve physical constitution, sharpen mental agility, and enhance intelligence? If so, could martial arts regain their former glory?
This is not impossible. After all, through weighted training over the past period, Lin had indeed improved his body's efficiency in absorbing ether, with noticeable enhancements in both physical stamina and memory. Ether is widely present among people, it's just that over the past few millennia, no one has ever noticed it, let alone understood how to utilize it. If I were to teach the ether breathing skill to all of humanity, could they also absorb ether and achieve evolution? Rising to his feet, he pushed open the door and stepped into the quiet training hall, his mind deep in thought. This idea wasn't a spur-of-the-moment notion, it had been brewing for several days. Moreover, in his view, this was likely a 2-for-1 opportunity. It must be understood that the generation of ether is directly proportional to the quality of sentient life. In other words, given the prevailing trend of an aging population and declining numbers within the country, it is unrealistic to increase ether by boosting population size. So, if increasing numbers isn't possible, could one instead focus on quality? If an ordinary person were to achieve biological evolution, the ether produced by their spiritual realm would inevitably increase as well. Based on the knowledge provided by Evolution Sandbox, Lin knew that this path was theoretically viable. Moreover, it would be a boon for all of humanity. The problem was that once the ether breathing skill was promoted to the entire population, the ether on Earth would be absorbed by ordinary people, effectively competing with Lin for resources. To promote the ether breathing skill and have everyone begin cultivating it, I'll inevitably have to temporarily give up harvesting Earth's ether. Otherwise, ordinary people simply can't compete with the Evolution Sandbox. This will certainly cause me some losses, but it's acceptable. In observation mode, I can currently only harvest ether from Yangqing City, and it's impossible to expand this area significantly in the short term. I can't absorb ether from other regions, and leaving it unused is a waste. I might as well use it to cultivate ordinary humans. Once a positive cycle is established with human physical constitution improving and the total amount of ether increasing, I can absorb it then without any issues. Besides, I'm primarily relying on creation mode to build the Evolution Sandbox and absorb the ether from the new civilizations it spawns. For now, I can afford to set aside what lies outside the Evolution Sandbox. Under the scorching summer sun, Lin stood at the doorway, his thoughts racing, his eyes growing ever brighter. As for promoting the ether breathing skill and the potential powerhouses that might emerge once everyone begins cultivating, they certainly won't be stronger than him. As long as ordinary people truly realize the benefits of cultivation and come to understand that martial arts and physical training can accelerate ether absorption, the martial arts will naturally flourish. Furthermore, widespread cultivation will help conceal my uniqueness. In the future, even if I display extraordinary martial prowess, I can simply attribute it to my training. Once the time is right and martial arts truly flourish, reopening the martial hall will be a breeze. After sorting out his entire plan, Lin's breathing grew slightly labored, and his heart began to race. So, the next question is, how to promote the ether breathing skill?
No, the first step should be to refine the ether breathing skill so that ordinary people can understand it. And I need to come up with a new name. Ether breathing skill just doesn't sound appealing at all, does it? The more Lin thought about it, the more excited he became. Without wasting a moment, he sprang into action. He returned to his study. He opened the laptop on his desk and created a new blank document. After a moment's thought, Lin typed the new name for the ether breathing skill into the first line of the document with a solemn expression. The Art of the Azure Spirit's Breath. Chapter 23, The First Snow of Midsummer. The Art of the Azure Spirit's Breath. It wasn't exactly a great name, but it certainly sounded more mystical than ether breathing skill. Just hearing it sounds deeply mysterious. That's exactly the effect I was going for. As for the specifics, he'd need to give them some serious thought. When he purchased it from Evolution Sandbox, there wasn't any detailed text, just a stream of information injected into his mind, and he picked it up naturally. To spread it and make it understandable to ordinary people, the first step was to clearly outline the specific methods for learning the ether breathing skill. This isn't difficult. Based on Lin's experience, the so-called ether breathing skill is simply a unique rhythmic breathing technique. By deliberately adjusting one's breathing rhythm, one achieves a state of ignoring external sounds and sensations, embracing stillness through the spirit. This allows one to vaguely sense the presence of ether and draw it in. After a moment's hesitation, Lin decided to write in simple, straightforward language rather than using archaic, obscure terms. While the latter might sound more sophisticated, it would be far less effective for spreading the knowledge. Click, click. It took him over 3 hours, but he finally finished the first draft of the art of Qingling breathing. Next, the question is how to spread this. Lin exhaled and began to consider his next move. If he wanted to quickly attract human attention, it was actually quite simple. He just needed to switch to observation mode and perform a few divine miracles. The results would be spectacular. It would spread across the entire world by tomorrow, guaranteed. But the problem was that this plan carried significant risks. Once I use methods resembling divine miracles, it's bound to attract intense attention. It wouldn't be surprising if the government sent troops here. Not only would it disturb the public, but it would also increase the likelihood of me being targeted myself. Furthermore, Lin had another concern. Namely, although it worked in theory, he wasn't certain what the actual outcome would be once implemented. If it caused too much of a stir and something went wrong, the damage would be irreversible and difficult to control. In contrast, drawing on historical experience, it would be best to first establish a pilot program. Testing it in a single region first to gauge its effectiveness and iron out any flaws would be the prudent approach. As for the location of this pilot program, Yangchang was clearly the obvious choice. Of course, once the technique began to spread, aided by the internet, the Qingling breath technique would undoubtedly spread rapidly across the country. However, as long as the initial impact remained modest, it would still serve the purpose of a pilot program. As for the specific dissemination plan after selecting the pilot program, it must not be too sensational to avoid attracting excessive attention, yet it must cover at least one district of Yangcheng, otherwise, it will be ineffective. Perhaps the identity of that mysterious martial artist from the Taiha Mountains could be put to good use. After pondering for a moment, a plan gradually took shape in Lin's mind. Just as Lin was holed up in his study writing the martial arts manual, news of the morning's TAC black box explosion experiment finally exploded across the media that afternoon. Global hot topics often have no choice but to be made public. This immediately sparked a new wave of sensation. It must be noted that, prior to this, a vast number of people firmly believed that hot weapon explosions were the final and most effective means. Many had spoken with absolute certainty, believing that once bombed, the so-called Great Wall would inevitably collapse. This was not mere speculation, but rather based on people's long-held conviction in the power of thermal weapons. However, the results of this morning's experiment ruthlessly revealed a harsh truth. Perhaps, given humanity's current level of civilization, we truly are unable to breach this barrier. I'm starting to panic. What kind of alien technology is this? Could it be that something like the water droplets from the three-body problem has finally appeared? Have we been targeted by a superior civilization in the universe? What do they intend to do? Similar sentiments began to flood the internet. All fear stems from the unknown.
And right now, the complete mystery surrounding the Tucker black box naturally fills many with dread. Of course, there were also those who remained adamant, claiming it was simply a matter of insufficient explosive power. They argued that increasing the charge would inevitably lead to success. Some even called for the use of nuclear weapons if necessary, dropping them from high altitudes to detonate the black box. After all, the vast desert was uninhabited. In short, a wave of speculation was surging across the internet. However, the people of Yangchang are surprisingly unconcerned about this. They have more pressing matters on their minds. After all, the Taku black box is far away, while the mysterious martial artist of the Taiha Mountains is right on their doorstep. Under normal circumstances, most people would simply treat such videos as jokes, but given the current public sentiment, people can't help but feel a bit more anxious. Especially by nightfall, similar discussions flooded local chat groups. There were all sorts of speculations about the mysterious figure, and some even claimed they would go to the video's filming location the next day to investigate. After a night of speculation, when Jo Mo left her home the next morning to catch the early bus into the city, she was surprised to find the bus filled with related discussions.
Have you seen that video? The one about the mysterious martial artist in the Taiha Mountains? Yeah. Is it real or fake? Who knows?
Sitting in a window seat on the bus, Jo Mo quietly listened to the conversations around her, feeling an inexplicable thrill welling up inside. As the mastermind behind the viral sensation that had taken over everyone's social media feeds and the uploader of that widely circulated video, Jo Mo had been in a state of excitement all day yesterday. She kept refreshing her backend, watching the numbers climb. She replied to private messages and joined in the discussions. Eventually, her real-life friends and even family members started reaching out, sending messages to ask her if the story was true. As a result, she didn't fall asleep until 2 or 3 in the morning. She woke up at dawn, not feeling sleepy at all, and found herself much more at ease.
Shan, I'm already out. Are you ready yet?
With that thought, Jo Mo picked up her phone and sent a message to her best friend.
It was Saturday, and the two had planned to spend the day exploring downtown.
They'd grab a meal while they were at it to celebrate. After all, her first video had gone viral, and that was certainly worth commemorating.
I'm out, stop nagging me, Mississippi.
By the way, did you bring a jacket? It's a bit chilly today. Seeing the reply, Jo Mo smiled and texted back, got it, then put her phone down, pulled her collar up, and turned to look out the car window. It was indeed a bit chilly today. The weather forecast had clearly predicted sunny skies, yet since dawn, the sky over the entire city had suddenly turned gloomy.
Thick clouds rolled in from the distance, obscuring the pale sun.
Not only that, but a layer of mist had begun to blanket the city. The temperature had dropped significantly as well. Normally, at this time of year, fog rarely forms, even in the early morning or evening.
Of course, it's not unheard of, but it's quite rare.
The hazy mist blew in from the direction of the Taiha Mountains, enveloping most of the city. Most people out on the streets had put on jackets. At first glance, it looked as if autumn had arrived. It was quite strange. Lost in thought, the bus made its way along the streets and arrived in the city center. Jo Mo stood up at the agreed-upon stop. As soon as she stepped off the bus, she spotted her best friend waiting nearby.
Shan, she called out.
The girl, who had been looking down at her phone not far away, looked up. Unlike Jo Mo, with her fair and pretty features, Jiangyishan had a wheat-colored complexion, curly hair, and was wearing her signature plaid shirt, making her very easy to spot. "You were the one rushing me, but in the end, I'm the one waiting for you," Jiangyishan said, crossing her arms with a hint of exasperation. Jo Mo gave an awkward smile, then brushed off the topic and whispered excitedly. "On my way here, everyone on the bus was talking about the mysterious person."
"Same on my bus. I never would have thought so many people were paying attention." The two chatted as they walked toward the downtown shopping district.
Perhaps because it was Saturday, even though it was still early morning, the commercial streets of downtown Yangchang were already bustling with people, and the shops had all opened, but
why does the fog seem thicker here? Joe frowned as they walked down the street.
Indeed, for some reason, despite being the heart of the city and the busiest, liveliest district, the fog here was thicker than elsewhere, and a cool breeze was blowing in gusts.
Even the billboards on the buildings looked somewhat blurry. Bang!
The next second, the figure atop the skyscraper suddenly raised a hand, summoning the power to move mountains, and lifted the massive steel carved from dark green rock.
Instantly, he let out a roar and hurled it straight toward the center of the square. Ah! Watch out! Get out of the way! Witnessing this scene, everyone's faces paled, and they instinctively tried to flee.
But the massive steel tore through the air, emitting a whining sound as it streaked straight over the crowd, crashing with a thunderous thud right into the flower bed at the center of the square.
Thud!
The dull thud sparked another wave of gasps. The more timid among them nearly stumbled. Zhou Mo and Jiang Yishan instinctively moved closer to each other, their hearts skipping a beat in unison.
However, before the crowd could recover,
on the rooftop of the skyscraper, Lin suddenly raised his right hand, silently channeling the martial ancestor's transforming fist. A wisp of pale blue energy swirled forth, enveloping the object he held in his hand, and he hurled it fiercely into the air above the square.
Boom! The next second, accompanied by a deafening explosion, mist billowed upward, and against the gloomy sky, countless snowflakes suddenly began to drift down.
They were actually sheets of white paper, bursting open in the wind and scattering in all directions.
It looked just like a blizzard.
Amidst the gasps, people scattered in all directions, then gazed in astonishment and confusion at the paper swirling through the air. The more daring among them reached out curiously to pick some up. In the crowd, Zhou Mo stood on tiptoe and reached up to catch a falling sheet of paper.
She read the words written in ink. Xingling. Breath technique?
She froze for 2 seconds before whipping her head around to look back at the top of the building. But all she saw was an empty rooftop and mist slowly dissipating.
Where was the mysterious figure?
On this day, in the heart of Yang City, a mysterious martial artist appeared, spreading strange martial arts techniques.
Thousands witnessed it, and soon, the entire city was in an uproar. Chapter 24: The Rise of the Empire. In the study of Lishan Martial Hall,
Lin stood quietly beside the evolution sandbox, waved his hand to dispel the mist he had forcibly drawn from Taiha Mountain, and immediately withdrew his avatar back into his body. Once all this was done, he looked down at the crowd in the central business district square of Yang City, which had yet to settle down, and only then did he exhale softly.
Everything went smoothly.
On the desk behind him, the printer's indicator light was still on. Beside it lay stacks of paper scattered haphazardly. He had bought all of this back when he was still working after resigning. He had a moving company ship it back to Lishan. Little did he expect it would come in handy so soon. He wrote the compiled martial arts techniques in a disguised font, printed them in bulk, and then had his clone carry and distribute them.
It sounded a lot like a different form of leaflet distribution, quite down to earth.
But it was indeed one of the most suitable methods.
Yancheng isn't exactly small, but it isn't huge either.
The total number of copies distributed isn't large, yet the audience it reaches is significant. I imagine the specific details of this cultivation method will spread online very soon. Especially within Yancheng itself, it's bound to spark further heated discussion.
As for the national level, it will likely attract some attention as well.
But ultimately, the attention a mysterious martial artist can draw is limited, at least until the manual is proven to be genuinely effective.
But at this point, it's hard to say. As long as the Yancheng municipal government isn't too slow on the uptake, they'll certainly launch an investigation and report it to their superiors. Perhaps a provincial investigation team will arrive soon.
But there's no need to worry about that. Based on current logic, there's no way this could lead back to my true identity. After all, I covered my face, I was wearing ordinary clothes, and I have an average build. And since I used the evolution sandbox to enter and exit the city, no matter how thoroughly they investigate, the trail will inevitably go cold. Seeing the crowd in the square gradually thinning out, Lin walked back to his desk, sat down, and thought silently, making sure he wouldn't be exposed.
An Am I being a bit too cautious? Maybe the more likely scenario is that no one will believe it at all.
Lin pondered for a moment, then suddenly shook his head and chuckled, realizing he might be overthinking things.
Would anyone really believe it? Based on some obscure, mysterious martial artist?
Perhaps, even if it were reported higher up, they'd just dismiss it as a local con artist or rumor.
This wasn't an unfounded assumption.
In fact, similar incidents had become quite common domestically recently. The massive public attention sparked by the Taku black box had even prompted all sorts of charlatans to start stirring up trouble.
He'd seen several such cases online.
Some so-called masters were openly fabricating stories about the black box's origins or posing as mystics to swindle people. Worse still, others were spreading panic to profit from the chaos.
Rumor has it that overseas, a certain sect has even publicly claimed responsibility for the Taku black box, all to garner attention.
Compared to them, Lin might not stand a chance.
Never mind. I'll just wait and see.
It's hard to say about other places, but I'm sure plenty of people in Yangcheng will give it a try. Pushing these thoughts aside, Lin stopped dwelling on them, got up, and headed to the training ground for his daily ancient martial arts practice.
Noon.
When Lin came down the mountain to eat in town, he could already hear diners discussing the morning's events.
In group chats and on social media, related videos and photos of the Qingling breath technique were circulating.
Many were skeptical, some convinced it was a scam, while others voiced their support.
It's real. I can vouch for it.
I happened to be right in the town center this morning and saw it with my own eyes. That person threw such a huge stone tablet from upstairs into the flower bed it even left a massive crater in the ground. I even went to touch it. It's real stone, not a prop. It was so heavy, and he threw it with such precision that it's not something a normal person could do. In the company chat group, a former colleague said with great seriousness. A young copywriter who had just started her internship asked curiously.
Was it right in the city center? I'll go check it out after work. Don't bother. It's already been cordoned off. The city authorities have taken over.
I heard they've even hauled the stone away. Not sure if that's true or not.
What a shame.
You know what, though, that stone monument actually looked pretty nice sitting there.
Oh, I see.
Lin silently peered at the screen, watching everyone's discussion, not particularly surprised. Suddenly, a colleague said.
You guys, that Qingling breath technique article, is it real or fake? I mean, it looks like some kind of internal cultivation technique, doesn't it?
Another person joked, I think it looks more like a cultivation manual, the kind you see in novels.
After a pause, he added, why don't we give it a try? I've looked at it closely. The technique doesn't seem too hard. It's just about adjusting your breathing.
There's no harm in trying.
I don't think so. Shouldn't we wait for an official announcement? Forget it.
I'm giving it a shot as soon as I get off work.
Count me in.
The group was mostly made up of young people with a strong sense of curiosity, and several of them immediately began discussing the practice. The others remained silent, but Lin guessed that quite a few of them were tempted as well. Feeling reassured, Lin finished lunch and returned to Lishan. He entered his study, summoned the system interface, and switched the evolution sandbox to creation mode. In the room, light and shadow suddenly shattered and then restructuring, forming a continent in the blink of an eye. After more than 30 hours of accelerated time, the evolution sandbox continent had indeed undergone changes. Looking down from above, the once chaotic farmland of the entire Qi kingdom had become much more orderly, with clearly defined rows and furrows. Some land that had previously been barren and unsuitable for cultivation had also been reclaimed and turned into farmland.
Upon closer inspection, one could faintly make out humans pushing modern farm machinery as they busily worked the fields. This was clearly the result of the agricultural reform. The land was now cultivated either by large landowners or by the state and local authorities.
Using modern farming tools, combined with new fertilizers and more scientific cultivation methods, grain yields had increased accordingly. As for the labor force that had previously been engaged in farming, they were recruited into state-owned factories, trained, and put to work using new technologies to produce fertilizers, pesticides, and modern agricultural machinery. After work, under local arrangements, they attended night school for basic education, creating a virtuous cycle. As Lin shifted his gaze to the factories that were beginning to take shape, his mood lifted even further. The feeling of witnessing a nation's rapid development with his own eyes was truly remarkable.
Open the operation log,
Lin said softly, and the interface popped up automatically. Year 704-082-23 of the world's evolution, agricultural reform in the Kingdom of Qi, with a series of new decrees implemented. In the same year, the first state-owned factory was established in Tao County to produce agricultural supplies, and a related laboratory was set up as a pilot project. 1 year later, the pilot program was gradually expanded, and the then ruler proposed the first 5-year plan. In the 829th year, the first large-scale textile mill was built on the banks of the Taochuan River in the suburbs of the capital.
Modern looms revolutionized the traditional textile industry.
In the same year, the Qi Kingdom invested 10,000 taels of silver to develop a steam engine, which was first deployed in the Xishan mining industry. Plans were also made to issue fiat currency, and further liberalize private commercial activities. In the 838th year, the Kingdom of Qi's first stock exchange was established in Kyoto, raising over
41 years later. 53 years later.
Lin browsed through the log with great interest. Through his exploration over this period, he had come to better understand the log's conventions, which tended to focus on recording landmark events in social development.
Simply put, these were events worthy of inclusion in history textbooks and appearing on exam papers.
Consequently, during periods of rapid social development, entries were particularly frequent. Lin could grasp the general trajectory of progress simply by skimming through them. As time progressed, if there were no significant changes to a particular category of events, they would no longer be recorded. Folding the screen away, Lin turned his gaze, full of anticipation, to the current ether concentration. As expected, the reading remained low. Further down, however, was a green, upward-pointing arrow, indicating that the ether within the evolution sandbox was rising. This time, surely it won't be so scarce again.
Lin muttered to herself, surveying the evolution sandbox from above.
She crouched slightly and immediately activated the ether breathing skill once more. Then, high above the rapidly shifting continent of the evolution sandbox, wisp after wisp of pale blue mist was drawn toward her and swallowed into her body. This time, as the ether entered his body, Lin's skin suddenly flushed red and grew hot, as if he had a high fever, and a fine sheen of sweat began to form.
Several dozen seconds later, Lin finally opened his eyes and asked once more, "How much ether do I have now?" Information appeared in his mind. Hostess current ether value, 536 points. 536.
Seeing this number, Lin was stunned. Originally, after purchasing the universal language spell, he had only 24 points of ether left. He had absorbed a few more points to temper his body, so subtracting those.
With this single intake, he had actually absorbed over 500 points.
Compared to the last time, this was nothing short of a quantum leap. Consider this, even Yang City had only provided him with about 100 points of ether.
This single intake was equivalent to 5 Yang cities.
Of course, the calculation isn't quite that simple. First, after years of development, Qi Guo's total population has grown. Second, Lin wasn't absorbing ether from a single point in time under the time acceleration effect, he was drawing from an entire time period.
That's why the amount is 5 times higher than Yang City's.
Furthermore, since the energy consumption differs between the two modes, Lin suspected that the actual amount of ether he absorbed far exceeded this figure. It was just that a portion had been consumed by the evolution sandbox.
This is the right way to go.
If I stuck rigidly to observation mode, how long would it have taken to save up 500 points? Reflecting on this, Lin felt a slight sense of elation.
With money in hand, thoughts naturally turned to spending.
He opened the shop button with his mind, only to find a single item remaining.
Observation range, 1,000 points, 10,000 square kilometers.
Upon seeing the figure of 1,000 points, Lin fell silent for 2 seconds, and that fleeting sense of elation vanished instantly.
He thought he'd struck it rich, only to find he couldn't even afford half of a single item. Lin let out a deep sigh, a bitter smile on his face. I'm so poor. Chapter 25, The Way of Man, Take from the deficient, give to the abundant. Seeing the price of the item, the slight fever in Lin's head cooled instantly. Although the ether within his body had surpassed 500 points for the first time, it was still nothing compared to those exorbitant prices. So, should I wait a while longer? Wait until the ether in the evolution sandbox replenishes, then absorb more to reach 1000 points? Lin turned his head to look at the evolution sandbox continent, where light and shadow were shifting. The pale blue aura had already begun to slowly recover, and he immediately began to calculate. Through his observations over this period, he had come to realize that accumulating too much ether within his body wasn't worth it. First, while ether could temper the body, the process was slow. Even with daily practice of ancient martial arts to hone his physique, he could only accelerate it slightly. In other words, tempering the body and evolving one's life couldn't be rushed. Furthermore, he had discovered that performing the martial ancestor's weapon fist also consumed ether to some extent. For instance, when he attempted to gather the pale green energy, condense an illusory weapon, and release it, it would deplete the ether within his body. Previously, on the rooftop in the city center, condensing a single illusory silver needle had cost him 1 point. But in these peaceful times, there was simply no opportunity to use it up. He couldn't just go around wasting it on purpose. Under these circumstances, the wise course of action was to spend the acquired points as quickly as possible and invest them. At the moment, there was only this one item in the mall. He seemed to have no other choice. No, I can also release this ether to increase the ether concentration in a specific area. A sudden flash of insight crossed Lin's mind. As a form of energy, ether could be absorbed, and naturally, it could also be released. In fact, the ether breathing skill included techniques for this very purpose. Under normal circumstances, it would make no sense to expel ether that had been so painstakingly absorbed, but this was a different situation. Lin happened to have exactly this need. The cultivation technique had already been released. Presumably, people in Yangchang would soon begin attempting to practice it. The problem, however, was that due to Lin's previous harvesting, the ether concentration in the skies above Yangchang had yet to recover. It remains in a deficient state. In other words, the ether in the Yang City area is depleted and exhausted. This is clearly detrimental to people's cultivation. Even if we assume the ether levels in Yang City were normal, ordinary people attempting to cultivate would still make very slow progress. Based on the information provided by Evolution Sandbox, Lin knew that under normal circumstances, meditating, practicing breathing exercises, and spending long hours cultivating to absorb ether from the heavens and earth was a very inefficient process. Except for a few exceptionally gifted individuals, most people wouldn't see any improvement unless they persisted for a month or two. For most people, simply sensing the presence of ether is already a significant hurdle. Not to mention that ether levels in Yangchang are currently below normal. This makes the situation even more challenging. Therefore, if left unaddressed, it is highly likely that most people driven by curiosity will try it once or twice, stick with it for a few days, and then give up when they see no results. If that happens, Lin's plan to establish a pilot program and promote the evolution of all humanity will fall through. At the very least, in the early stages, we need to find a way to make people realize as soon as possible that the Qingling breath technique is real and effective. Lin mused to himself. And the simplest, most direct way to achieve this was to forcibly increase the ether concentration in the Yangchang area. If I channel ether into Yangchang through the evolution sandbox, will there be any loss? Lin asked softly. The next second, a stream of information automatically flooded his mind. The gist of it was that while there would still be some loss when injecting ether in reverse, the loss would be significantly less than when harvesting it. With this answer, Lin felt certain and grew even more convinced that this was a good idea. Feed these 500 points back into Yangchang to forcibly boost the local concentration, then rapidly catalyze the process to let people recognize the value of the breath technique. That way, even if we stop the catalysis later, it won't be a big problem. As for the other option, saving up to 1000 points to purchase an expanded observation range, Lin mulled it over and decided it wasn't necessary for the time being. 1,000 points could only be exchanged for 10,000 square kilometers. In other words, it would allow him to incorporate the urban area adjacent to Yangcheng into the evolution sandbox. However, as part of his plan to promote cultivation for all of humanity, Lin wouldn't be harvesting ether from outside the evolution sandbox for a very long time. Under these circumstances, simply expanding the observation range held little value. The only real benefit is that once it's expanded, I can teleport directly to the neighboring city for fun instead of taking a car. The thought made him chuckle to himself. His mind made up. Closing the shop page, Lin switched the evolution sandbox back to observation mode. He then gazed at the modern metropolis, which operated like a massive machine, reversed the flow of his ether breathing skill, puffed out his cheeks, and slowly exhaled wisp after wisp of pale blue mist into the evolution sandbox. Evening. As the sun slowly sank in the west and warm rays spread across the western horizon, the streets of Yangcheng gradually filled with cars and people. Inside the department of the company Lin had recently quit. It was time to clock out. Brother Lee, wanna head out together? No, thanks. I've still got a bit of work left here. You guys go ahead. Alright, have a good weekend. You too. After exchanging pleasantries, Li Tai let out a sigh and watched his colleagues leave. Once the office was empty, he slowly stood up, double-checked that no one was around, and then, like a thief, returned to his desk and opened a saved image in his browser. As the department manager, Li Tai had a relatively mild-mannered personality. Combined with the company's relaxed atmosphere, he never put on airs and got along well with his colleagues. Otherwise, the company group chat wouldn't be so lively. However, after several years of high-intensity work, he inevitably developed a host of health issues. His cervical spine alone was slightly misaligned, and he could only manage the pain with medication. Earlier that morning, a group of young employees had been discussing the morning's events and debating whether to try practicing martial arts. He hadn't chimed in, but he'd quietly taken note, and a spark of curiosity had been ignited. After all, the idea of practicing martial arts to strengthen one's body is deeply ingrained in people's minds. If that technique really worked, who knows, practicing it might actually do his body some good. I'll just give it a try. It can't possibly cause any problems? Muttering to himself, Li Tai adjusted his glasses and then studied the photo displayed on the computer screen. The Qingling breathing technique. Step 1. Adjust your sitting posture to. To make it easier for people to learn, Lin had written the instructions as concisely as possible. Since the technique itself wasn't complicated, Li Tai had memorized it after reading it twice. Casually placing the cushion from his chair on the floor, Li Tai faced the window and awkwardly assumed a meditative posture. Then he closed his eyes, began visualizing his inner self according to the technique's instructions, and slowly adjusted the rhythm of his breathing. Exhale, inhale, exhale, inhale. At first, he found it difficult to adapt. After all, adjusting a human's breathing rhythm isn't easy, but gradually, he got used to it. The glow of the setting sun gradually faded. The office was silent. A gentle breeze rustled the potted plants, and Li Tai's breathing gradually settled into a rhythm, drawing him into an indescribable state. At the same time, in a room within a residential complex in Yangcheng City, Zhou Mo's best friend, the girl named Jiang Yishan, opened the bathroom door. Wiping her hair with a towel, she walked into the bedroom and let her gaze fall on the practice manual Lin had printed out on the desk. Want to try it? A thought crossed her mind. Jiang Yishan tied her hair up, sniffed, glanced over the contents, and then casually plopped down on the yoga mat on the floor. She adjusted her breathing, and soon managed to calm her mind. Immediately, a faint, pale blue aura imperceptible to ordinary people began to drift down from the sky, like a long, thin thread, flowing into her mouth and nose. In, breathe out, breathe. The red sun sank in the west, and the sky gradually darkened. The entire city of Yangcheng sparkled with lights as it slipped into the night. On the surface, it seemed no different from any other day. However, in many corners of the city and even in the villages on its outskirts, there were those who, out of sight of the crowds, sat cross-legged on the ground and, in unison, began practicing the blue spirit breathing technique.
In the study of the Lishan Martial Hall, Lin gazed quietly down at the city within the evolution sandbox. Drawing on the power of the evolution sandbox, he could clearly see the floating ether. At this moment, fueled by his active channeling, the ether above the entire city had almost coalesced into a single cloud. Upon closer inspection, one could discern strands of extremely fine, pale blue mist slowly descending, traversing space to connect with specific points throughout the city. Like countless threads. One end was the ether cloud, the other, ordinary people immersed in their cultivation. After scrutinizing the scene for a moment, Lin suddenly noticed that among these countless threads, a few were notably thicker and sturdier. Could this be the difference in innate talent? Different talents yield different cultivation efficiencies. The thicker the thread, the higher the innate talent of the individual it connects to. A realization dawned on Lin. After a moment's hesitation, he reached out to disturb the ether cloud, manipulating its concentration distribution to forcibly boost the concentration around the areas where the gifted individuals resided. Since the goal was to make people quickly recognize the value of breath arts and attract more practitioners, the most practical approach was to swiftly establish a few role models. And these individuals with higher natural talent were clearly the most suitable candidates. The way of heaven is like drawing a bow. It lowers what is high, raises what is low, diminishes what has excess, and supplements what lacks. The way of heaven diminishes the surplus to make up for the deficiency. The way of man is not so, it diminishes the deficient and serves the surplus. Who can possess such surplus to serve the world? Only those who follow the way. Lin sighed softly, silently reciting a passage from the Laozi, and remarked self-deprecatingly, "The ancients truly did not deceive me." Chapter 26, A Sudden War. Putting aside his musings, Lin observed the situation briefly to confirm that nothing unusual was occurring. After all, the ether cloud was not a physical entity but merely a cluster of energy. Although it possessed a certain tendency to flow, this movement was extremely slow, so there was no need to worry about loss in the short term. However, while there were quite a few people attempting to cultivate it, this traditional method of breathing exercises was very inefficient. Lin estimated that the 500 points of ether he had infused would last for quite a long time. Therefore, after collecting ether from the creation mode evolution sandbox for the second time, Lin did not continue to channel it into Yangcheng. Instead, he stored it within his body as a reserve. Under time acceleration, the rate at which ether replenished was also quite impressive. Lin decided to create a schedule, setting an alarm on his phone to wake up every few hours to absorb more. The night passed without incident. Before he knew it, the next morning had arrived. Inside an office building in Yangcheng. As blinding sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the empty office, Li Tai, who had been meditating in the lotus position all night, felt his eyelids twitch, and then, finally, he awoke. Phew! He exhaled, adjusting his breathing rhythm back to normal with a slight sense of unfamiliarity, and only then did his mind clear. Did I really sleep here all night? Once he took in his surroundings, Li Tai visibly froze for a moment. His memory was still stuck at yesterday evening. After a few seconds of daze, he instinctively pulled out his phone to check the time. Only then did Li Tai fully snap out of it, utterly astonished. He tried to stand up, and his body felt surprisingly light. It didn't feel at all like he'd been sitting all night. Logically speaking, staying in that position for so long should have left his legs numb and unable to stand, but in reality, the tingling sensation was barely noticeable. He cracked his neck crack, and as his joints emitted a brief, crisp sound, Li Tai was stunned to discover that his cervical spine no longer ached. Even his entire body felt unexpectedly light. It felt as if his body had turned back the clock a few years, returning to his college days. How could this be? Could it be? Li Tai stared at his hands in disbelief. After a moment of stupor, he hurried over to a full-length mirror in the office. In his mind, after a night's rest, he was sure to look haggard. But when he saw his reflection, the usually composed department manager let out a startled cry. Ah! In the mirror, not only did he show no signs of weariness, but on the contrary, aside from some oil and grime on his skin, his eyes were surprisingly bright, radiating a sense of vitality from the inside out. Could that breath technique really have worked?
At the same time, in a residential complex in Yangchang. In a cozy bedroom. Purr. When Zhou Mo, lying face down on the bed, was startled awake by her cat purring, she rubbed her eyes and glanced at the time in a daze. Only then did she jolt upright, nearly leaping out of bed. It's already morning? How did I fall asleep? Zhou Mo was a bit dazed. She had tried meditating as soon as night fell last night, but somehow, the more she practiced, the sleepier she got, and she had fallen asleep without even realizing it. Oh no! This technique isn't some kind of hypnotic spell, is it? Zhou Mo's pretty face instantly fell, then after a moment's thought, she picked up her phone and dialed her best friend's number. A moment later, the call connected. Zhou Mo, Sean, did you practice the breath technique last night? Yeah, I did. So how was it? After a brief silence, Zhou Mo heard her best friend's voice, unusually serious. I meditated all night. When I woke up, not only was I not the least bit sleepy, but I felt more energetic than ever, like I've actually gotten a lot stronger. My skin looks better, too. This thing might actually work. Mo, you practiced it too, right? How did it feel? Zhou Mo blinked her big eyes, hesitated for a moment, then replied cautiously. I think it really does work wonders for improving sleep quality. Jianishan? On this early morning, similar scenes were unfolding across every district of Yang City. Although most people didn't notice any significant changes. With such a large population, there were bound to be a few with higher natural aptitude. With Lin's help, in just one night, many people clearly felt changes in their bodies. For a few individuals, the changes were particularly striking. And this was just the result of a single night of cultivation. At that very moment, the mysterious martial artist spreading the cultivation technique, the mastermind behind the Tark Black Box incident, the current head of Lishan Martial Hall, and the science ambassador of Qigua. Lin, having finally finished his morning routine, arrived beside the evolution sandbox. Has Qigua really changed this much in just one night? Lin rubbed his eyes, speaking with a touch of surprise. Before him lay a vast continent, its landscape shifting rapidly. After a night of development, Qigua's appearance had undergone a dramatic transformation compared to before. Most evident were the numerous large cities and the massive heavy industry factories standing in the suburbs. If, during his last observation, Qigua was still in the period of light industrial development following agricultural reform, then after a night of accelerated progress, it had successfully completed its first industrial revolution. It had officially entered the age of heavy industry. Machines replaced manual labor, factories produced goods on a large scale, and a state-regulated free market, and the urbanization process driven by population concentration was also largely complete. This was evident even in the architectural styles. Rumble. When Lin temporarily adjusted the time scale to 1:1, dispelled the dark clouds, leaned in, and brought his face close to the evolution sandbox to examine the details, he heard a faint rumbling sound. He followed the sound with his gaze. There, on a long stretch of track, a pitch-black steam locomotive crawled across the plains like a wild bull. It was a passenger train. Its carriages were nearly indistinguishable from one another, exuding an aesthetic of industrialization and standardization. Under Lin's gaze, it slowly pulled into a station. Immediately, a swarm of tiny black dots poured out, boarding horse-drawn carriages and entering the city. It was nighttime within the evolution sandbox, and Lin was even surprised to see some light sources resembling electric lamps. Unfortunately, they were too small to make out any details. Has the Qi Kingdom already evolved into the electrical age? Have they learned to use electricity? Stunned, Lin quickly summoned the system interface and began reviewing the operational log. After skimming through the records, he slowly exhaled. It seems the second industrial revolution hasn't officially begun yet, but it's not far off. If we go by history textbooks, this should be the eve of the electrical age. Lin mused, observing for a moment longer before withdrawing his gaze and reactivating the automatic time adjustment. Once again, the light and shadows across the continent shifted rapidly. Judging by Earth's history,
it won't be long before they're able to manufacture all sorts of electrical appliances, cars, and even airplanes.
Lin looked down upon the human society within the evolution sandbox with a sense of awe.
Although he could easily destroy this world with a single gesture, he had to admit that the vibrant vitality displayed by the entire process of human civilization's development still left him deeply awed.
It's a pity.
According to the rules of the evolution sandbox, once the civilization level inside the evolution sandbox catches up to Earth's, the time ratio between the two will become 1-to-1. Otherwise, I'd really look forward to seeing them develop to an even higher level of civilization. Shaking his head, Lin pushed the thought aside and prepared to switch to observation mode.
But just then,
suddenly, in his field of vision, on the system interface, the green arrow next to the ether concentration suddenly turned into a yellow horizontal bar.
After a brief pause, it turned into a red, downward pointing arrow. What's happening?
Lin froze in shock. This indicator meant that the ether within the evolution sandbox was beginning to deplete.
How could this be?
Qi Guo was supposed to be in a period of rapid growth right now. How could it be decreasing? Startled, Lin immediately turned his gaze toward the evolution sandbox. Then, to his astonishment, he saw flashes of fire briefly flicker through the evolution sandbox. He quickly turned off time acceleration, and the scene within the evolution sandbox came into clear view. There, on a plain at the center of the evolution sandbox, a dense formation of black dots had gathered. And from time to time, faint flashes of light appeared.
Lin's eyes narrowed.
It was a battlefield: smoke, gunfire, and flickering flames.
Operational log.
In the 704,048th year of the world's evolution, the reigning emperor of Qi passed away, and the first in line to the throne ascended. In the same year, the Governor-General of West Continent staged a military coup, raising the armies of West Continent to rout the imperial forces on Sunset Plains and march on the capital.
The war had begun. Chapter 27, The Ruler from Great West Continent. The war had begun.
The Sunset Plains were clearly the vast expanse at the center of the evolution sandbox. When Lin turned his gaze back there, he realized that the outcome of this war seemed to have already been decided. The army near the capital collapsed with a thunderous crash, surging across the hills and fields like a burst dam. Behind them were the Western Continent troops, mounted on war horses and wielding rifles and sabers. Seeing the dense gunfire and explosions, Lin finally let out a soft sigh.
They managed to create firearms after all.
When he first entered the evolution sandbox to teach science, he had deliberately downplayed the topic of military weapons.
It was a pity.
As society evolved, in such a highly similar environment, weapons of war had naturally emerged. Although the details were unclear. But considering the historical context, Lin surmised that firearms at this stage had likely moved beyond their primitive forms and could be classified as early rifles. Having weathered the first industrial revolution, the 700-year-old nation was finally facing a challenge from outside the royal family.
The governor of the Western province.
It sounded like the role of a provincial governor or something similar. He appeared to have been well prepared, perhaps having made preparations for years. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to defeat the imperial army. If one were to think in terms of conspiracy theories, perhaps the emperor's death itself was not natural. I'm afraid Qi Gui is finally going to have a new ruler, Lin sighed softly, a faint suspicion forming in his mind. After a moment's hesitation, he chose not to intervene. Instead, he used his ether breathing skill to attempt to absorb ether, then reactivated time acceleration.
Regarding the civil war within the evolution sandbox, Lin's stance remained consistent: he would never intervene unless absolutely necessary.
After all, war is often merely a violent resolution to social conflicts and is an inherent part of a civilization's development and evolution. As for ether, a decline during wartime was normal. Once peace returned, it would naturally recover. And just as time acceleration began, texts started popping up one after another in the operation log. The Sunset Plains War, the Western State Army achieved a decisive victory, then marched northward. Turmoil spread throughout the empire, and the imperial army suffered defeat after defeat. In the 704,049th year of the world's evolution, the Western Province Army reached the capital. They laid siege without attacking. 32 days later, the city gates swung open, and the entire city surrendered. The Oik dynasty surrendered. The governor-general of the Great Western Province took control of the capital, established a new dynasty, and brought the Oik dynasty's 741-year reign to an end. The Tak Desert. A magnificent, endless wall blocked everything. On this very morning, while the research team continued to experiment with new detection methods, no one knew that on the other side of the wall, on another landmass,
a dynastic change was unfolding. Thud. Thud. Thud.
Kyoto. Unlike outside the evolution sandbox, it was now the depths of winter in February. The new year was just around the corner. In previous years, at this time, as the heart of the Qi Kingdom and the imperial capital, it should have been bustling with activity. Schools and factories were gradually closing for the holidays, and shops lining both sides of the streets were displaying all manner of festive foods and decorations. The atmosphere was joyful. This year, however, the entire city of Kyoto was shrouded in a grim, foreboding atmosphere.
On the streets, desolation reigned.
Citizens stayed indoors. The few who ventured out looked haggard and panicked, like frightened animals, on edge at the slightest sound. As the city's electric clock chimed, pairs of eyes peered out from the windows of the shuttered houses lining the streets. Then, a column of cavalry appeared in the distance, followed by a long line of infantry. The soldiers had already donned bright red uniforms, looking entirely different from their battlefield attire. Their boots were polished, their epaulettes spotless. Shouldering their spears, they marched in perfect unison along Kyoto's main thoroughfare, heading straight for the imperial palace.
Dad, Mom, look, soldiers.
Inside the rooms, whenever a child made a sound, their parents would quickly cover their mouths.
Don't make a sound, that's the new king's army. Where are they going?
The palace, the anxious parents said, watching the soldiers warily. Today is the day the new king takes up residence in the palace. In the north-central part of the capital, there stood a complex of buildings that still retained a classical architectural style. Unlike the high-rises now sprouting up across the country, the palace still preserved much of its former appearance: red-painted palace walls and white jade railings. However, today, the spacious plaza in front of the palace was filled with a disciplined army. Though the plaza had been cleaned, large patches of dark red still remained. The bodies had long since been dragged away, yet the lingering stench of blood still hung in the air. At the forefront of the army stood an entire cavalry formation.
Nay.
On this winter morning, the tall, sturdy horses, clad in specialized armor, swished their tails and exhaled wisps of white vapor. So this is the imperial palace. I remember the last time I came here, I was escorted through the gates by Grand Secretary Feng.
To see the emperor, one had to cross 8 thresholds. It was a terribly cumbersome process.
Back then, I thought to myself, next time I come here, I'll tear down every single one of those thresholds.
From atop a pure white warhorse at the very front,
the middle-aged man, governor of Great West Continent and leader of the rebel forces, wore light military attire. His left hand, clad in a white glove, held a riding crop, while his right finger pointed toward the palace ahead as he laughed.
He paused, then added, "By the way, where is Chancellor Feng? Returning to this old place, I've actually missed him a bit."
Beside him, a Western Continent military commander replied. "When we took over the palace earlier, the former empress led a small remnant of her followers to hide in the rear chambers, fighting to the death and refusing to retreat. Chancellor Feng was among them."
"Oh? So he is dead?" The Grand Governor of Western Zhou raised an eyebrow. "Yes.
That is quite surprising.
I never would have guessed he had such fighting spirit.
Given his character, I assumed he'd have been among the first to surrender,"
the Grand Governor of Western Zhou remarked, somewhat taken aback.
To the Grand Your Majesty, the situation at the time was somewhat unusual. From what we've gathered, the group in the inner hall seemed to be in a somewhat peculiar state of mind. I mean, they were defiant to an unreasonable degree. Their bodies were riddled with bullets, yet they seemed to feel no pain at all.
"Is that so?"
The governor of Shizhou frowned, feeling a bit puzzled himself, but after a moment's thought, he didn't press the matter further. After all, at this very moment, the diehards had already been completely eliminated. He had more important matters to attend to.
It's nearly time. Follow me into the palace.
Glancing at his watch, the governor of Shijo said, then led the group off their horses. A grand procession of Shijo officials and generals marched through the palace gates. They entered the central hall. Though the central hall was not as spacious as the square in front of the palace, it was still quite large. Since it was winter, the trees surrounding the courtyard stood bare and desolate, looking rather bleak, with patches of unmelted snow still on the ground. At the very center stood a statue over 10 meters tall. Carved from white jade, it depicted a young man. Dressed in a classical robe and clutching a teaching rod, he stood with a serene expression on the palace square, gazing into the distance as if surveying the entire empire. His eyes were deep and seemed to hold boundless wisdom. Lin Shang, upon seeing the statue, the governor of Shijo paused briefly and murmured the name softly.
Yes, this was the statue of Lin.
Ever since he left the kingdom of Qi over 200 years ago, the monarch had ordered statues of the sage to be erected in cities across the nation. The one before him had been cast by the empire's chief artisan back then. Over the past 2 centuries, the image of Lin Shang had long become a kind of spiritual imprint. To draw a comparison, he was somewhat like Confucius on earth. Emperors of successive dynasties were, in name, all disciples of the sage.
How dare anyone lay a hand on what lies beside my bed?
I can't touch you yet, but just wait, sooner or later, I'll tear you down too. Muttering softly to himself, the governor of Shijo averted his gaze and continued onward. Several officials nearby who had inadvertently overheard his words felt a sudden jolt of unease, yet dared not say a word. Beyond the statue lay the main hall. It was also the place where ministers were summoned to discuss state affairs. At this very moment, quite a few people were already standing in the hall. They were ministers from various departments of the Qi kingdom, not a large crowd, yet not a small one either. Among them were both new and familiar faces. Upon seeing them, the governor of Shijo suddenly broke into a radiant smile, as gentle as a spring breeze, and said, "I apologize for keeping you waiting, my lords."
The ministers hurriedly bowed in unison, "We pay our respects to His Majesty."
At this, the Governor-General of West Continent's smile grew even broader. Striding to the imperial throne, he took a deep breath, turned, and sat upon the dragon throne with great dignity.
Waving his hand, he declared,
"My lords, there is no need for such formality. Having spent decades in the great West Continent, I am unaccustomed to the court etiquette of the capital, and I have no patience for idle chatter. The great war has been settled, now we must bring peace to the people. I have invited you all here today to discuss how we can restore stability to the realm as quickly as possible." Inside the palace, the deliberations proceeded according to protocol. The Governor-General's so-called discussion was more accurately a notification. The entire process amounted to him unilaterally issuing orders to the heads of various departments. With troops stationed outside the palace and thousands of rifles trained on them, everything proceeded with natural, unhindered ease. Thus, from time to time, officials could be seen emerging from the hall, trembling with fear, and crossing the square. As the sun rose and dispelled the chill within the palace, only one person remained in the grand hall besides the Governor-General of Shijo. It was a rather unique official. The vice president of the Capital Research Institute, and one of the empire's foremost scientists. The president had taken his own life by poison on the day the city fell, choosing to die for the old regime. By seniority, he was now the head of the empire's scholars. Compared to the other ministers, the governor of Shijo clearly held him in higher regard. He rose from his seat personally, amiably engaging the chief scholar in small talk for a while before speaking slowly. "The old regime was made strong by science, and I, too, deeply understand the importance of science. I raised my army in Shijo and marched all the way here, killing many along the way, but I have never killed a single scholar.
Your Majesty is most merciful."
Hearing this, the governor of West Zhou smiled even more broadly and made further promises, essentially urging him to continue serving the new dynasty. Finally, as if remembering something, he inquired about the strange behavior of a group of rebels in the inner and outer halls earlier. For some reason, he felt that the man before him likely knew something. Upon hearing this, the chief scientist paused, a fleeting hesitation crossing his face, before finally sighing.
"Your Majesty, I am indeed aware of this matter.
At that time, they must have activated the secret seal.
The secret seal?
Yes. It is the result of the nation's most highly classified scientific research project.
After a pause, he added,
a machine capable of manipulating the human mind.
Chapter 28, My Journey Lies at the End of the World.
In the Winter Hall, upon hearing these words, the governor of Shizhou's expression changed noticeably.
Explain in detail, he said urgently. A moment later, a soldier hurried into the hall and presented a seal that appeared to be made of green jade. So, according to you, this is the so-called secret seal?
When the imperial palace was about to fall, did the empress of the former dynasty use this to control the guards and palace attendants around her to fight?
The governor of Shizhou, or rather, the emperor of the new dynasty, examined the exquisite seal.
It was a full size smaller than a standard imperial seal.
Its shape was square and simple, with intricate pale gold patterns on the surface, though at that moment, it appeared dull and lifeless.
Yes. The empire's newly appointed chief scientist gazed at it with a touch of emotion and said, "This is the most important project 001 undertaken by the Research Institute in recent years.
It is highly classified, known only to a select few.
This project has been conducted in secret for over a century. It began when we accidentally observed a peculiar phenomenon in the heavens and earth, which we have termed the spirit tide.
That is, at regular intervals, a certain anomalous energy disturbance occurs in the cosmos. To be precise, it is a form of interference.
Through research and speculation, the Research Institute hypothesizes that a form of energy exists in nature that we are currently unable to observe. At regular intervals, this mysterious energy rises and falls like a tide for some unknown reason, thereby causing interference with other observable forms of energy. To this end, the Research Institute has established several observation stations on high mountains to monitor the spirit tide over a period of several decades. Through our calculations, we have discovered that, apart from the first two occurrences, there was no discernible pattern in the intervals.
Subsequently, the interval between each pair of spirit tides exhibits a phenomenon of decreasing frequency.
Although there are some errors, a discernible pattern does exist.
Each occurrence lasts for about 3 days.
Of course, some of the errors may be due to the primitive observation methods and outdated technology of the early days. In any case, we have determined the cycle of the spirit tide and hypothesized that it most likely pertains to the very nature of the world. Unfortunately, despite continuous technological advancements, we were still unable to observe that mysterious energy. Until one day, a scientific expedition sent by Kyoto unexpectedly discovered a strange ore at the southern foothills. The vegetation surrounding the ore was exceptionally lush, a truly peculiar sight. And the location of the ore happened to be in the direction the spiritual tide receded. We suspected that this ore might have inadvertently absorbed the mysterious energy through prolonged exposure to it, so we established a dedicated research team to study it. At that time, its project number was T-001. At this point, the chief scientist's eyes filled with emotion as he continued.
After that, the Research Institute began studying this unknown energy based on the ore.
Since it was impossible to observe, progress was extremely slow.
Fortunately, through constant experimentation, we discovered that this jade stone can indeed automatically absorb mysterious energy. Moreover, it seems to contain some kind of extraordinary power. When stimulated in a certain way, it can actually influence the human mind.
Whoever possesses it can use this object to amplify their inner thoughts and forcibly interfere with the minds of people within a certain range, much like hypnosis.
Yes, hypnosis.
Upon realizing this, the Research Institute immediately reported it to the former
Old King.
It was then designated as a top-secret experiment, designated 001. We attempted to decipher this hypnotic power, but unfortunately made little tangible progress. Some speculated that it might involve the realm of the gods. Later, we had no choice but to forge it into a secret seal, which was kept within the imperial palace under the old king's control. After the old king passed away, the secret seal fell into the empress's hands, and what happened afterward, you already know.
The story ended there. After hearing this account, the governor of Shizhou's expression changed.
He clutched the imperial seal with a hint of nervousness, then fixed his gaze intently on the chief scientist, his voice low.
So, are you saying that whoever holds the imperial seal can hypnotize others?
Yes, though there are numerous limitations, such as distance and the number of subjects. If the target's mind is particularly active, the hypnotic effect will also diminish. Under the governor's intense gaze, the chief scholar lowered his head, swallowed hard, and added. Furthermore, each use depletes the energy within the imperial seal. It must be set aside to allow it to slowly recharge.
Previously, the Empress used it once.
That is why it has lost its luster and cannot be activated in the short term. After he finished speaking, a long silence fell over the hall. The atmosphere was oppressively heavy. It was unclear how much time had passed when the chief scholar finally attempted to raise his head. He shuddered as he realized the new emperor was staring intently at him.
Your Majesty?
Tell me, how is this thing used? Summer of the 704,049th year of the world's evolution, the Governor-General of Great West Continent was crowned. The state of Qi was renamed the New Dynasty, with him as its first emperor. In the same year, he issued numerous edicts to pacify the people, end the war, and allow the land to rest and recover. On the operation log, click-clack, text appeared.
At the same time, Lin also noticed that the ether concentration on the system interface had shifted from a red downward arrow back to an orange-yellow horizontal bar.
A few minutes later, it returned to a green upward arrow. As expected, with the civil war over and society re-entering an era of peace, the ether will recover as well. Standing beside the evolution sandbox, Lin's tense mood suddenly relaxed. As for the Qi kingdom becoming the new dynasty, well, that wasn't exactly a surprise. In fact, in his view, the Qi kingdom had already begun to decline 200 years ago. It was only because Lin had descended to the mortal realm and used science to forcibly prolong its life. Watching the evolution sandbox continent continue to develop, Lin felt reassured. He turned around, hugged his laptop, put on his headphones, and launched a game. Lately he'd been nothing but training, causing trouble, and tending to the evolution sandbox busier than a regular job. Occasionally taking a day off to relax and unwind was definitely necessary. Before long, the room was filled only with the sounds of keyboard and mouse clicks. Lost in his game, Lin had no idea that his ether harvesting from the night before had actually been observed by humans within evolution sandbox. Nor could he have imagined that his habit of setting an alarm to wake up and harvest at regular intervals would be meticulously recorded by the scientists in Evolution Sandbox and summarized as the Spirit Tide Cycle. Evolution Sandbox continued to undergo rapid changes. In the blink of an eye, a full year had passed since the new emperor ascended the throne. Over the past year, the new emperor had implemented a number of reforms, though their primary focus was on weakening local military power and strengthening central authority. Clearly, as a usurper who had seized power at the local level, he could not allow a second version of himself to emerge. Regarding public welfare, he launched a massive campaign to eradicate many of the ills accumulated during the Qi Kingdom era, cracking down hard on corruption, reforming the bureaucracy, and gradually replacing the original administrative system with officials from Shizhou's small government model. Through a series of measures and edicts, he fully demonstrated his exceptional talent for governance. Society quickly stabilized and resumed its march toward the electrical age at an even faster pace. Amid this period of transition, new developments emerged daily, and within a mere year, the people had already adapted to the new dynasty's rule. Thanks to his merit in presenting the imperial seal, the chief scientist had enjoyed smooth sailing over the past year. No matter how the political landscape shifted, he remained completely unaffected. His leadership in several major inventions further cemented his status as a favorite at the new emperor's side, and for a time, he was riding high. Until another harsh winter, when he was summoned once more to the palace and led into a conference room known as the Imperial Study. Your Majesty. Upon entering, he saw that the emperor was alone in the room, currently standing with his back to the door, facing a map on the wall, seemingly lost in thought. Ah, you're here. Please, have a seat, the emperor said with a smile, snapping out of his reverie upon hearing the greeting. May I ask, Your Majesty, what instructions you have for me? The chief scholar inquired. I summoned you here for a matter of great importance, the emperor said, cutting straight to the point without beating around the bush. I intend to establish a new laboratory in Great West Continent. We need to conduct a major research project, and we're short a director. I wonder if you'd be willing to take on the role. Great Western Continent? A new laboratory? Research? The chief scholar was taken aback and couldn't help but ask, "What is it?" The boundary. The emperor turned back to face the imperial map on the wall and slowly uttered a single word. The boundary? Upon hearing this word, the chief scholar's expression grew solemn. Within the empire, the term boundary referred to a specific entity, its full name being the world's boundary. That is, beyond the continent, at the edge of the endless sea, the very edge of this world. More precisely, it was the magnificent, never fully seen Great Wall. However, unlike the people outside the evolution sandbox who could clearly see the entirety of the evolution sandbox, for the imperial subjects within the evolution sandbox, their understanding of the world was based on the environment of the evolution sandbox itself. Even scientific calculations can only yield results simulated by the evolution sandbox. Many years ago, due to the backward state of navigation technology, the people of Chi had no idea what the world looked like. The fleets they sent out would encounter mysterious storms and waves after leaving the continent and sailing deep into the endless sea, rendering them unable to proceed. It wasn't until the Industrial Revolution began and navigation technology advanced that people finally broke through those perilous waters and reached the edge of the world. There, they discovered an immense wall. They named it the boundary. Countless scholars racked their brains but could not determine the material composition of the boundary, much less discover what lay beyond it. Many scholars even believed that the concept of an outside did not exist beyond the boundary. Others believed that beyond the boundary lay the realm of the gods. Over 200 years ago, the sage who taught the world resided in that very place. Thus, it became the ultimate and most mysterious object of study in the empire's scientific realm. Evolution sandbox, the people view the boundary much as earthlings view the universe. Indeed, the emperor said, pointing at the map in the conference room, I wonder if you've ever felt this way, that the world we live in is rather small. Back in Great West Continent, I used to love visiting the observatory at night to gaze at the stars. The mountains there were so high, bringing me closer to the night sky, which made that feeling all the more intense. This has been especially true since I took control of this nation. My chest often feels constricted, I feel as if I can't breathe. According to your scientific theories, humanity arose from the wilderness and conquered nature to become what we are today. Lately, I've often wondered, humanity has conquered nature, and I have conquered this nation, so what comes next? What else are we to conquer? Conquer what? The chief scientist instinctively retorted. The emperor turned to stare at him, his gaze filled with an overwhelming intensity. The border. I will conquer it, no matter the cost. Chapter 29, The Destruction of the Empire. No matter the cost. For some reason, the moment he heard those words, even though the room was heated, the chief scholar felt a sudden chill run through his limbs. What do you plan to do? He opened his mouth to ask. Create a superweapon of immense power to blast open the boundary, the emperor declared with a wave of his hand. In my early years, I established a weapons research institute and a matching military factory in the western region. The firearms and artillery produced there are far superior to those of the old dynasty's army. I intend to upgrade it to the Western Continent Special Research Institute, dispatch a team of top scientists there, and develop a superweapon to blast open a new world. What, do you think? Well. Hearing these words, the chief scholar was shaken to the core, even though he had already suspected as much. Blast open the world's boundary. What a mad idea. Consider this, since the discovery of the boundary during the Qi dynasty, successive emperors had never ceased their explorations, yet none had ever made such a decision. Perhaps some had entertained the thought privately, but none had ever actually issued an order to carry it out. After all, it would inevitably be a project of terrifying cost, with a high likelihood of failure. Moreover, popular legend had always held that beyond the boundary lay the abode of the gods. No emperor had ever dared to defy the will of the heavens and invade the divine realm. But the emperor of the new dynasty dared. As for whether to accept, whether as a top-tier scientist or as the Emperor's favorite minister, he seemed to have no reason to refuse.
As you command. Bang!
Lishan Marshall Hall, study. As Lin clicked his mouse, the final gunshot echoed through his headphones.
On the screen, the last enemy fell cleanly at the edge of the poison zone. Phew, could it be that my improved physical condition is helping my gaming too?
Lin leaned back in his chair, slowly removing his headphones, muttering to himself. Since starting work, he rarely played games, maybe 1 or 2 matches a month. His aim had deteriorated significantly. He hadn't expected to win 3 matches in a row so easily. Though part of it was due to his low rank and the fact that he was in a fish pond match. It must be the ether tempering my body, improving my neural reaction speed. My focus is sharper than before, too. He stood up, grabbed a can of Coke from the fridge in the next room, and just as he was about to open it, the alarm on his phone went off again. Time to harvest ether again. Lin perked up and jogged back to the evolution sandbox. Looking down, he noticed that the cities on the evolution sandbox continent had expanded in size, and the architectural styles of the buildings had also undergone some changes.
Many areas had transformed.
The most obvious changes were the countless lights at night, the public trams within the cities, and the appearance of a few cars on the streets alongside bicycles. They were still clunky and few in number, however, suggesting the technology was still in its early stages of development.
Things are developing pretty fast.
Lin mused for a moment, then cast the ether breathing skill once more, taking a deep, satisfying breath before turning away to eat a quick lunch. He then immersed himself in the game once again.
Within the evolution sandbox empire.
In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed since the establishment of the new dynasty. Compared to the rapidly evolving capital and the many industrial cities, the Western Continent Special Research Institute, hidden deep within the mountains of the distant Western continent, seemed largely unchanged. From a distance, only a few new building complexes had been added, and inside, much of the equipment had been updated. Yet the entire region remained desolate and sparsely populated. Especially at night, it felt exceptionally bleak, with only the howling of wolves for company.
Only the relentless, almost terrifying influx of cash into the Kyoto treasury drew attention to this remote frontier.
We are a group of pioneers, burdened with a mission, who must endure the bitter cold and solitude. For a decade, the chief scientist has consistently used these words to inspire the others.
And thanks to the Emperor's lavish investment and the advantages of the era, research on the superweapon has progressed with surprising smoothness.
One hurdle after another was overcome, and the superweapon evolved from a concept in the mind and a sketch on paper, into a tangible reality.
Several small-scale detonation tests were conducted.
This once filled the chief scientist with excitement, however, as research advanced and his exploration and understanding of the boundary deepened, he began to waver. He began to wonder, could boundaries truly be broken?
And so,
one late autumn, when His Majesty the Emperor came here once again to inspect the premises, he finally mustered the courage to voice his concerns.
So, are you telling me the research has failed? In a room at the Research Institute.
The Emperor, now 10 years older, retorted with a cold stare. 10 years had passed. Perhaps due to the burdens of state affairs, the once vigorous middle-aged man now showed signs of aging, with streaks of gray in his hair and beard, yet his authority grew day by day. The officials in the capital felt this shift most acutely. Once domestic stability was secured, the emperor began to extend his reach across society, centralizing power, ruling with an iron fist, cracking down on public opinion, and gradually tightening his grip on the nation. In the early years, he at least listened to his minister's advice, but recently he had become increasingly autocratic, and the atmosphere in the imperial court had grown ever more tense.
No, Your Majesty.
The research is proceeding smoothly, but the border is far more fortified than we initially imagined, so much so that even the shockwave generated by the super warhead we conceived might struggle to shake it. The chief scholar flinched and hurried to explain.
Unshakable?
The emperor repeated the word, his gaze dark and his tone stern.
There is nothing in this world that cannot be destroyed.
If there is, it only means the weapon's power is not great enough, or the resolve to destroy it is not strong enough.
Yes. I have not the slightest doubt regarding your Majesty's resolve. As for the weapon's power, we cannot simply increase it indefinitely. There is a limit to the destructive power of a single warhead. If one is not enough, then add several more. The Emperor's gaze was unwavering. If one cannot break it open, then manufacture 1,000, 10,000. If funds are insufficient, I will raise them for you from the Empire. It's not a matter of funds, the chief scientist said with a wry smile. We considered this approach. Theoretically, it is possible to increase destructive power through stacking. But once the explosive force exceeds a certain threshold, it will have a severe impact on the entire continent's ecosystem, or worse, it could lead to the destruction of the world. Destruction? Chewing on the word, the aging Emperor's expression suddenly grew strange, his gaze fixed and intense, as if brewing some kind of madness. Yet his tone remained uncharacteristically calm. After this year, I'll be 60. Ha! The chief scholar looked somewhat bewildered. A while back, the imperial physician told me there's a tumor in my brain. With current medical technology, surgery would be too risky. So, I won't be around much longer. Your Majesty, you needn't say such things. The chief scholar had barely begun to speak when the Emperor raised a hand to silence him. I spent the first half of my life on the battlefield and have reigned as Emperor for 10 years. One might think I should be content, but I am not yet satisfied. Before I die, I want to see with my own eyes what lies beyond the border. He paused, then continued. Do you remember what I said 10 years ago, that winter, when I first spoke to you about this experiment? I said I would conquer it, no matter the cost. Well, enough. Go out now and summon all the key leaders of this project. I need to hold a meeting, the Emperor said, suddenly changing the subject. Ah, yes. The chief scholar walked out the door, looking somewhat bewildered. Though he sensed something was amiss, he dared not disobey. Soon, he returned with over a dozen key leaders of the project. Since the project was top secret, most of the lower-level researchers were unaware of the plan's details. Only these individuals knew. Your Majesty? Everyone is here. As the group entered the conference room, the chief scholar saw the aged Emperor sitting with his back to them in the seat of honor. Upon hearing this, he slowly turned around. In his right hand, a square, ancient-looking seal radiating a luminous glow had appeared no one knew when. The imperial seal? Your Majesty. The chief scholar's expression changed abruptly as he finally realized what was happening. Immediately, the old emperor activated the seal, unleashing its hypnotic power, and smiled at the group. Now, let us destroy the world together. Gulp. Lishan Martial Hall. Just as Lin finished his final game with a sense of satisfaction, a pang of hunger struck his stomach. There was nothing to be done. He only had a snack for lunch and hadn't eaten a proper meal. It's already this late? Glancing at the time, he saw it was nearly evening, and Lin was startled. Entertainment really does kill time. Before he knew it, it was almost night. Logging out of the game and shutting down the computer, Lin glanced at the evolution sandbox again, raising an eyebrow slightly. He noticed that, at that moment, airplanes seemed to have begun appearing within the evolution sandbox. Of course, they were still only capable of low-altitude flight. Faster than I expected, Lin murmured in mild surprise. Shaking his head, he switched evolution sandbox to observation mode. As the light and shadow shifted, Yangqing City replaced New Dynasty before his eyes in the blink of an eye. After working so hard for so long, I should treat myself to a good meal tonight. What should I have? I'll go with this. Lin looked down at Yangchang, his gaze settling on a hot pot restaurant he'd visited before. Although eating hot pot alone felt a little odd, there was no other choice. He reached into a secluded corner of the evolution sandbox, summoned a clone, then positioned his main body comfortably in the chair and switched his consciousness to the clone. He was now incredibly familiar with this entire routine. Compared to going down the mountain and taking an hour or two by car to eat, this method was far superior. Especially since his main body wasn't going out if any accidents occurred, he could handle them more quickly. Accidents? What kind of accidents could there be? It's not like another regime change is going to happen just while I'm out for a meal, is it?
Stepping out of a quiet alley in Yangchang, Lin muttered to himself. Then, in rather good spirits, he walked toward the trendy hot pot restaurant up ahead.
I forgot to make a reservation. I wonder if I'll be able to snag a seat. All was calm in Yangchang.
Meanwhile, inside the tack black box, within the evolution sandbox empire. Deep within the great western continent.
A mad, world-destroying experiment was about to begin. Chapter 30, Wasteland. In the blink of an eye, another 5 years had passed for the new dynasty.
For the new dynasty, these 5 years had been a time of drastic change. The emperor had fallen ill despite trying every possible treatment, he could barely cling to life. As his condition worsened, the emperor's personality grew increasingly erratic, even violent. Arrogant, autocratic, irascible, and quick-tempered.
He became increasingly feared.
If the change in his personality were merely a minor matter, then the near-frenetic influx of countless resources into the West Continent Research Institute driven by his directives had a tangible impact on the functioning of society as a whole. In order to manufacture sufficient weapons, the national treasury was depleted, a series of infrastructure projects stalled, taxes were increased, and wealth was even plundered through administrative measures in a draining the pond to catch fish manner, further plunging the entire society's economy into a slump. Beneath the prosperous facade of the electrical age, a nation that should have been brimming with vitality had grown frail within just a few short years. Some attempted to resist, but they could hardly make a dent. After a brief period of prosperity, the entire new dynasty seemed on the verge of collapse. Countless people were bewildered, unable to fathom what the visionary emperor was thinking.
I just want to see what's out there.
In Great West Continent, at the very edge of the mountains, at the end of the northern range, and at the edge of the endless sea, stands a towering mountain. On the side facing the sea, the lower half consists of steep, smooth rock faces, while the upper section has been artificially carved with a series of windows, each fitted with specially crafted glass.
This is the outermost frontier of the Western Continent Research Institute. The mountain is hollow inside, with the central laboratory hidden within its depths.
To blast open the boundary, a superweapon, that annihilation bomb manufactured by the Research Institute, must be deployed at the edge of the ocean. And this mountain range of the Great Western Continent is the closest landmass to the boundary. Long ago, every annihilation bomb manufactured over the past 5 years had been deployed at the edge of the ocean, and undersea cables had been laid to route the switch to this central laboratory. This was nearly the limit of what could be controlled. At this moment, in the central hall of the laboratory, the aged emperor stood before the window, supported by attendants, gazing out at the ocean. The weather was exceptionally fine today, the sea was calm, and in the distance, the Great Wall seemed faintly visible. Behind him, in the central hall, countless people bustled about, conducting final checks. A moment later, the chief scientist, who also showed signs of age, walked slowly forward. "Your Majesty, the 3,000 annihilation bombs have been fully deployed, and the final adjustments have been completed.
They are ready to be detonated at any moment."
As he spoke, he held up a dark green metal box in his hands. Several cables connected to the bottom of the box, snaking like long serpents across the floor toward the instruments surrounding the laboratory.
"Very well."
The aged emperor withdrew his gaze, fixing the man with his now clouded eyes. He struggled to raise his frail right hand, but at that moment, he hesitated briefly.
"You know the consequences of detonating it, don't you?"
"Yes. According to our calculations, the simultaneous detonation of this many annihilation bombs will release enough energy to alter the ecological environment of the surrounding region and could even trigger the collapse of the global ecosystem. As for us, even with these thick rock walls as a barrier, the resulting radiation will kill every single one of us within a short time, without exception." The chief scientist stated this in a calm voice. He hadn't deliberately lowered his voice, yet those around him showed no reaction. Over the past 5 years, through repeated activations of the secret seal, the old emperor had long since deeply ingrained the notion of destruction into their minds.
"So, do you think I should activate it?"
Upon hearing this, the old emperor asked, as if seeking confirmation.
"Your Majesty, I do not know." The chief scientist's eyes were somewhat lost. "I see.
The old emperor pursed his lips, took the detonator with a trembling hand, then turned to look out at the sea beyond the window. At that moment, the few remaining researchers in the lab gathered around, staring blankly at the small detonator. No one spoke. The hall was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The old emperor alone followed the marked steps, slowly opening the casing, entering the code, and flipping the safety switch, until finally, his hand hovered over the trigger. Outside the window, the sun shone brightly, casting its light on his gaunt face, yet it offered not a shred of warmth. Click! A crisp sound rang out. Instantly, amid the deathly silence, an electrical signal traveled through the detonator to the instrument, then along the long undersea cable to the other side of the world. A brief moment of stillness. Then, a researcher no one knew which one let out a gasp of awe. Whoa! In the distance, a terrifying force ripped through the tranquil sea, whipping up gale-force winds and towering waves that scattered the clouds in the sky. A violent, indescribable roar drowned out all other sounds. The special glass embedded in the mountain face cracked into countless fissures and shattered in an instant. Infinite, pure, snow-white light streamed through the windows, piercing everyone's retinas in that moment. It overwhelmed their consciousness. In that instant, 3,000 annihilation bombs detonated simultaneously. The ocean for dozens of miles heated up, boiled, and evaporated into a vast cloud of steam. A terrifying shockwave tore apart countless pieces of equipment and sensors on the mountain peaks. Radiation-laden dust rose high into the sky, spreading rapidly, sweeping across the entire Great West continent, and then spreading to cities even further away. In city after city. On the streets, in rooms, factories, schools, hospitals, and stations, countless people simultaneously looked up at that moment, gazing toward Great West continent. Gazing at the blaze that lit up half the sky. Countless men and women, the elderly and children. At that moment, they felt the earth shake. Eyes wide, mouths agape, feeling the stinging on their skin, they stared up at the sky, at the dust storm stretching hundreds of kilometers across the sky, and let out terrified screams. Ah! 6 minutes and 26 seconds after the detonation of the 3,000 annihilation bombs, the shockwave swept across the entire Great West continent. 7 minutes and 21 seconds, Ningzhou Prefecture fell. At 8 minutes and 49 seconds, Tai'an Prefecture fell. At 11 minutes and 5 seconds, Jingchuan Prefecture fell. At exactly 18 minutes, it approached the center of the continent. At 22 minutes and 7 seconds, the shockwave swept through the capital. 1 hour later, the continent of Tak, 300,000 square kilometers of fertile land, had been reduced to a wasteland. Meanwhile, in Yangcheng City, inside a popular hot pot restaurant, the air conditioning was cranked up high. At a certain table, Lin was holding his chopsticks, stirring the spicy hot pot in front of him. Inside the pot, various ingredients bobbed and swirled in the tempting broth. To his left, he had already drunk more than half of his ice-cold drink. Picking up a large piece of tender, well-cooked lamb, Lin instinctively blew on it, then dipped it in sauce, stuffed a mouthful into her mouth, and chewed with a look of pure bliss. Once it reached her stomach, she felt her whole body warm up. She picked up the drink and took another big gulp, fine beads of sweat breaking out on her forehead. Lamb is only satisfying when you eat it in big bites. Just as he was musing to himself, the screen of the phone Lin had set aside suddenly lit up. It was the timer alarm. It was time to harvest ether again. Sigh, having too much ether is a hassle. I have to absorb it every so often. Shaking his head, Lin set down his chopsticks, leaned back in his chair, and closed his eyes. Consciousness shift. The next second. In the study of the Lishan Martial Hall, the original body, lying in a wicker chair and appearing to be fast asleep, slowly opened its eyes, sat up, walked over to the evolution sandbox, and switched it back to creation mode. Once the transition of light and shadow was complete, Lin looked down upon the 300,000 square kilometer wasteland. A look of utter bewilderment spread across his face. A moment later, a blood-curdling scream suddenly rang out from the study of the Martial Hall. What the hell is going on here? Chapter 31, The Return. Lishan Martial Hall, Study. The glow of the setting sun streamed through the window, illuminating the entire evolution sandbox. Yet, the scene within the evolution sandbox held not a shred of beauty. Lin stood frozen in place, his face betraying his utter astonishment. His mind was filled with a barrage of question marks and exclamation points. What happened? I was only gone for a moment. How did it turn out like this? Who tampered with my evolution sandbox? Above the vast continent of Tak, a thick cloud of dust had spread, nearly obscuring the sun. The entire continent was dimly lit and in utter chaos. Shifting his perspective to avoid the rapidly swirling dust clouds and looking down at the land, he saw that the once vibrant soil had turned into scorched earth. In the outskirts, the fields that should have been lush and green were now a blackish yellow, as if covered in soot. All the plants seemed to have withered. The cities, in particular, were eerily silent. Large swaths of buildings lay in ruins. Once bustling stations and streets stood empty and deserted. Even the formerly busy factories appeared to have been abandoned for ages. The river that ran from west to east across the continent had turned a murky blackish green, and even the sea had taken on an unnatural grayish-blue hue. Looking toward the western side of the continent, the damage to cities and the natural environment grew increasingly severe the closer one got to the west. Especially in the western mountains. What had once been vast forests was now engulfed in raging fires. The flames swept across the entire mountain range under the accelerated passage of time. They flickered for only a moment before dying out, leaving nothing but ashes. Even the Earth's crust seemed to be affected. Some volcanoes erupted, spewing molten lava and thick, black smoke that reached from the earth to the heavens. Yet, under the accelerated timeline, they too quickly died down. In the blink of an eye, countless large, dark gray snowflakes began to drift down from the sky. They fell thick and fast, blanketing the land. In the blink of an eye, everything was a sea of gray and white. The entire continent lay in ruins. Adjust the time scale. Seeing this scene, Lin jolted awake and hurriedly shut off the acceleration, resetting the scale to 1:1. He had already realized that as human civilization was destroyed, social complexity plummeted instantly, causing time within the entire evolution sandbox to begin speeding up. By a rough estimate, several years, perhaps even decades, might have passed since the catastrophe occurred. Once the time adjustment was complete, the scenery within the evolution sandbox ceased to shift. Only then did Lin let out a sigh of relief. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and forced himself to calm down. A moment later, opening his eyes again, Lin looked out at the evolution sandbox, now reduced to a wasteland, and a wave of confusion washed over him. Was it a natural disaster? Or a man-made catastrophe? The scene before him was far beyond what he had anticipated. After all, as the evolution sandbox Empire's civilization approached Earth, the time ratio had already been extremely low. At most, only a few years had passed in the evolution sandbox during the time he had been away. Who could have imagined that in the mere span of a few years, a once thriving world would be reduced to this? And when he turned his gaze to the system interface, his expression grew even more grim. Current ether concentration, minimal. Just as he suspected. With the cataclysmic upheaval of human society, ether levels had plummeted accordingly. Open the system logs. Gritting his teeth, Lin began retrieving the operation logs, trying to find the root cause of the destruction. The interface expanded, and sure enough, it was already filled with rows upon rows of text. Because it obstructed his view so much, Lin kept it closed most of the time. Otherwise, it would severely interfere with his daily life. And even if he had left the system interface open while eating just now, he still wouldn't have had time to stop anything. After all, the system logs only record major historical events that have already occurred. Although earlier entries had briefly noted the successful development of the annihilation bomb, who could have imagined that a mad emperor would manufacture 3,000 of them and detonate them all at once? Directly obliterating the entire ecological system of the evolution sandbox? Therefore, Lin felt no real regret. Such a catastrophe was inherently difficult to prevent. He simply scanned the entries line by line. Year 704,001,065 of world evolution, the emperor of the new dynasty detonated 3,000 annihilation bombs at the central laboratory of Great West Continent in an attempt to destroy the containment shield. The attempt failed. The explosion triggered a series of chain reactions, destroying the world's ecosystem.
Dust clouds blocked out the sunlight, temperatures plummeted, the environment deteriorated, and all life withered. Human society ground to a halt, civilization regressed, and volcanoes, earthquakes, bitter cold, famine, and war followed in quick succession. In the same year, intense radiation from the explosion eroded the soil and life forms, causing the deaths and mutations of countless plants and animals. Human society collapsed, and the world's population plummeted by 90%. The age of catastrophe began. As he scanned the text records on the system interface, Lin's expression kept shifting. After finishing all the relevant entries, he fell silent for a moment, rubbed his face hard, and gave a wry smile. What's this? Is it really true that if you don't court death, you won't die? At that moment, his emotions were incredibly complex. It wasn't a natural disaster, it was a man-made catastrophe, and an utterly baffling one at that. In fact, it was difficult to comprehend even by normal human logic. Instead of ruling as a proper emperor, he had to go and court disaster, and he moved so fast, no one could stop him. It's my fault, too. Lin let out a deep sigh, his expression growing somber. After all, he knew full well that Evolution Sandbox wasn't just a game, it was a real, living world, a civilization of tens of millions of people, all of them real and breathing. Every single one of them had their own lives, their own joys and sorrows. It was precisely because of this that Lin had always been so cautious, refraining from interfering with the Evolution Sandbox world unless absolutely necessary. But who could have imagined that, in the end, it would be a mad emperor who led everyone to their doom? The problem is, he actually succeeded. Lin's expression was complex, he couldn't quite wrap his head around it. Shaking his head, he began to sort through his thoughts. The situation is what it is, there's no turning back. However, judging from the descriptions in the system logs, it's clear that humanity hasn't been completely wiped out, a significant number have survived. Which means the spark of civilization still lives. It's not completely screwed. Maybe there is still a chance to salvage things. In any case, my top priority now is to get a clear understanding of the situation inside the Evolution Sandbox. Only then can I address the problem effectively. With that thought, Lin instinctively reached to summon his avatar. Then he remembered his avatar was still at the hot pot restaurant. Sigh. With a sigh, Lin sat back down in the wicker chair, closed his eyes, and shifted his consciousness back to his avatar. Sir? Wake up, are you okay? Sir? As soon as Lin shifted his consciousness into his clone, he heard a concerned voice by his ear, and felt someone shaking his shoulder. He slowly opened his eyes to see a waitress looking at him with a worried expression. Behind her stood two other colleagues who had rushed over. It seemed his consciousness had been away for too long, leading them to mistakenly believe something had gone wrong. I'm fine. I was just tired and dozed off for a bit. Lin managed to smile. The waitresses visibly relaxed and smiled. That's good. Sorry to have disturbed you. It's okay. I'm done eating. Please clear the rest away, Lin said as he stood up. A moment later, as Lin stepped out of the restaurant, he saw that the street had already begun to grow dark, and traffic had become much heavier. Glancing around, he carefully avoided the surveillance cameras and turned into a secluded alley. He then switched back to his main body, used observation mode, and brought the clone back. When Lin recalled his avatar, lit up the room, and looked once more at the scarred landscape, feeling a slight chill within the Evolution Sandbox, he took a deep breath and began searching the continent for human settlements. This will do. A moment later, Lin raised his hand and reached into the Evolution Sandbox. Through his avatar, he descended upon the wasteland once again. Chapter 32, The Chase Across the Snowfields. Night fell, engulfing the entire Lishan Mountain. The courtyard of the Martial Hall was deserted. The large lights surrounding it illuminated the entire space, yet the surrounding buildings remained shrouded in darkness. Only the study was lit. Looking in from the outside, one could clearly see a silhouette slumped in a wicker chair, appearing to be asleep. Whoosh! Woo-woo! As Lin transferred his consciousness into his avatar and began to plummet toward the land, the first sound he heard was the howling of the cold wind. The wind wasn't particularly strong, but perhaps because it was passing through the nearby mountain ranges, it created a kind of echo,
making it exceptionally loud and mournful, as if the earth itself were weeping. His eyelashes fluttered as he opened his eyes. Facing him, the cold wind whipped up fine snowflakes that stung his face. The chill seeped in through his collar and neck, penetrating his clothes. Even Lin, whose physique far surpassed that of an ordinary person, shivered instinctively. "It's so cold." The thought flashed through his mind. He instinctively zipped up the thick coat tighter around his neck. Before entering, he had already deduced that the temperature in the evolution sandbox was extremely low. Consequently, he first sent his avatar into the martial hall within the evolution sandbox, where he dug out a lightweight down jacket, cotton-lined boots, and gloves for the winter, fully equipping himself. Although his current physique could withstand winter in light clothing, he wasn't a masochist if he had the means, he'd naturally seek warmth. As it turned out, this decision was wise. He looked around warily. His field of vision revealed a dim, desolate wilderness vast and open, with mountains behind him and a badly damaged highway not far ahead. The ground beneath his feet was covered with a layer of snow, not particularly deep, but clearly indicating that it was the depths of winter. It was now around dawn, with daylight still some time away. Lin took a moment to acclimate to his surroundings and confirm there were no immediate dangers before lifting his head to look up at the sky. In the dim night, dark clouds hung overhead, with only sparse starlight filtering through the gaps, barely providing enough visibility. "Better than I expected," Lin said, removing one glove and exposing his right hand to the air. Besides the cold, he could faintly feel a stinging sensation. The ether within him was more active than usual. "Radiation," Lin murmured, his expression growing somber. From the descriptions in the operational logs, he had deduced that the annihilation bomb responsible for the disaster was likely a superweapon less powerful than a nuclear weapon but similar in nature. Though not a nuclear weapon, the energy released by its explosion had clearly produced a phenomenon akin to radiation. And it had claimed countless lives. Lin had steeled himself before entering. He believed that if ordinary people here had managed to survive in such numbers, there was no reason he, having already tempered his body, couldn't withstand it. Things turned out exactly as he anticipated. Radiation of this level does cause a stinging sensation, but it's very mild. As long as I don't stay here for too long, it shouldn't be a problem. Relieved, Lin put his gloves back on and began to orient himself. Recalling the lights of what appeared to be a settlement that he glimpsed from above earlier, he took a deep breath and ran at a steady pace along the road, which was so badly damaged it was completely impassable. "If I follow this road, I should be able to find the city." Rumble. At the same time, somewhere across a mountain from Lin. If one were to zoom out and look down from above, they would see 3 modified vehicles engaged in a high-speed chase across the snow-covered wasteland. The smallest of the 3 led the pack, headlights off, leaving the other 2 in its wake as it careened across the wasteland like a mad bull. It roared with a deafening roar. Behind it, a short distance back, the other 2 modified off-road vehicles drove with their headlights blazing, appearing somewhat more relaxed. The massive, menacing tires churned up swirling snow, leaving 4 deep ruts across the wasteland. Zooming in, one would discover that inside the vehicles were several soldiers clad in dark military cotton jackets, clutching their weapons. At that moment, a man in the front passenger seat, clearly an officer, as indicated by his epaulets, spoke with a grim expression. "Where are we?" "In the back seat." A soldier, hearing this, held a flashlight in one hand while pressing a paper map to his knee with the other. After glancing at it, he replied, "Mines Town is just ahead. It's not far, we'll be there in 5 minutes at most." Mining Town? It seems that Hunter was heading there. "That car's tank wasn't full after driving this far, it must be running on fumes," the officer said. Immediately, he raised his voice and barked. "Everyone, stay alert. Check your weapons and prepare to make the arrest. If we let them get away, we'll all be punished when we get back to headquarters." "Yes, sir." The chorus of responses was punctuated by the sound of safety catches being disengaged. Before long, the outline of a small town indeed came into view. Collapsed buildings, dilapidated walls, and just outside the town, a battered, rusted steel windmill stood tall. At first glance, it resembled a wasteland.
Only the sparse lights within the town indicated that people lived there. As the convoy of soldiers approached, waves of frenzied dog barking and a clamor of noise rose from the town, and faint flashes of light flickered in the distance. "Boss, they've abandoned their vehicle," the driver shouted, pointing to a car lying idle on the wasteland outside the mining town.
"Keep going," the officer said, drawing a pistol and firing a shot into the air.
Bang! Amid the low, whistling sound, the commotion in the town suddenly fell silent.
The two vehicles drove as if through an empty space, following the dilapidated road into the central square of the town, where they immediately came to a stop. They saw that quite a crowd had already gathered in the town. Compared to the soldiers, who were armed and clad in thick military uniforms, these people looked far more pitiful. Most were short and frail, wearing filthy, tattered clothes that were barely recognizable as clothing. Their hair was disheveled, their faces covered in dust, and a foul odor emanated from their bodies. Clutching makeshift weapons like wooden clubs or rebar, they huddled together in fear and timidity, gazing at us with awe. In the glow of the fire, one could faintly make out some individuals with obvious physical deformities. These were the refugees of Mine Town.
"Where is the person in charge here?"
A group of soldiers leaped from the vehicle, clutching their weapons, and cautiously swept their gun barrels in all directions. The officer narrowed his eyes and demanded sharply.
No one answered.
The only emotion visible on the refugees' faces was terror.
"Here! Here!"
Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the back of the crowd. A nervous yet resonant voice rang out. The crowd parted like a tide, and a middle-aged man wearing a tattered cotton jacket on top and relatively intact work pants on the bottom hurried forward. Behind him followed several thugs clutching rifles. However, compared to the weapons in the soldiers' hands, those ragged rifles were little more than firewood sticks. Their intimidation value far outweighed their actual effectiveness.
"Sir, I am the head of Mine Town. May I ask what your orders are?"
The official cast a quick glance at the soldiers' uniforms and the insignia on the car behind them, then spoke with a forced smile. As he spoke, he deliberately puffed out his chest, making the polished metal badge hanging there stand out even more. The badge was made of brass, engraved with a burning flame against a backdrop of a forest standing in a snowy plain. It was the emblem of the Ignition Guild. "We're on an arrest mission," the officer said, looking down at him impassively. "A wilderness hunter has stolen company property and injured our men.
He abandoned his vehicle not long ago and entered this town."
At this point, the officer suddenly tilted his head back slightly, his prominent nose twitching, and said, "I confirm the target is in this town and has not left yet. Now, you immediately gather everyone to assist us in searching for him.
Do you understand?"
Meanwhile, inside a collapsed building in the southwest corner of the town's south-central square, a figure peered through a window at the scene in the square. Their eyes flickered, and in an instant, the figure moved, vanishing without a sound, as stealthy as a wildcat.
Not far away,
in another patch of shadow, Lin, clad in a black down jacket, slowly emerged from the darkness. He glanced at the vanishing figure and wore a pensive expression.
Chapter 33, Hua.
In the town square of Qingshan, as the officer issued his orders and under the town mayoress' direction, more and more displaced people were gathered and organized into groups to begin a systematic search.
At the same time,
in the pitch-black alleys, a stocky, dark figure like a raccoon dog leapt silently between the dilapidated buildings. The figure was wrapped head to toe in thick clothing. Even the head was completely covered, with only eye slits left exposed. On their back was a massive backpack. It bulged as if filled with many items. Just looking at it, one could tell it was quite heavy, yet it didn't seem to hinder the figure's movements much. Whoosh! Amid the howling cold wind, the figure finally reached the exterior of the town's best-preserved small building, using both hands and feet to climb up the water pipe. Reaching the second floor, it carefully pushed open a window that hadn't been sealed shut.
Instantly, it leaped forward and somersaulted into the room.
Thud! The boots, stiff with cold from running through the wilderness, made a faint sound as they struck the wooden floor. Snowflakes drifted in through the window, and in the biting cold, the flames in the indoor stove began to flicker. It was a room that wasn't particularly large, but it was quite decent. About 10 square meters in size, it contained a wooden plank bed with a disheveled, unmade quilt, evidence that the owner had left in a hurry. Beside the bed stood an old wooden table cluttered with odds and ends, a notebook, a fountain pen, and an unlit kerosene lamp. A glance at the notebook revealed a table for recording work hours, written in a scrawled hand. Clearly, this was the bedroom of the town manager, the head of Mine Town, and the local representative of the Ignition Guild. The Shadow's gaze swept over the notebook before shifting to the other side of the room. A burning stove, a washstand, and a wardrobe. It looked safe. The Shadow felt slightly reassured, but immediately, a hungry rumble rose from beneath his bulky clothes. Growl. Thud. Gently setting the backpack on the floor, the Shadow deftly dropped to his hands and knees, sliding half his body under the bed. Sure enough, he found numerous boxes and bags stashed beneath the bed, stored food supplies. Dried meat, dried vegetables, mutant potatoes, liquor, and even canned goods. As item after item was pulled out, the Shadow's breathing grew noticeably heavier as it hunched over, digging through the food, especially when a tin can was unearthed, its eyes nearly turning red. Its guard dropped accordingly. Just then, the Shadow felt a hard, thick object press against its back. "Don't move!" A young voice rang out immediately afterward. "How could there be someone here? Who is it? I clearly checked this place just a moment ago." The Shadow's hair stood on end. It was as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him, and his entire body went rigid. "Put your hands up, step back, don't make a move, or else," the voice continued, speaking in a measured tone. The figure paused, then obediently raised his hands and slowly backed up, as if he had already accepted his fate. But in the very next second, his body tensed and sprang forward. He spun around as fast as lightning, kicked out, sending the gun behind him flying, and at the same time, twisted his wrists. Clang! Clang! As if by magic, two sharp blades materialized in his hands. Crossing his arms, he lunged at Lin with a ferocious attack. Danger! Inside the room, Lin, clad in a black down jacket, his eyes narrowed sharply. In the blink of an eye, he saw two gleaming blades hurtling toward his face. In that instant, his mind was razor sharp, and his body reacted almost instinctively with a sideways sidestep, attempting to dodge backward. Whoosh, whoosh. As his figure shifted, the two blades sliced past his cheek by a hair's breadth, sending a cold sweat down Lin's back despite his lack of experience in life or death combat. Just as he was about to counterattack, he was stunned to see the dark figure, having missed its strike, twist its body to grab the massive backpack on the ground. Its body crouched and sprang, darting toward the window like a coiled spring. A feint. The attacker hadn't intended to kill him with that strike. It was merely meant to force him back and buy time to escape. Trying to run? Seeing this, a surge of anger welled up within Lin. Every cell in his body awoke, and ether surged through his veins. He took a step back, using the footwork of his family's ancient martial arts to forcefully accelerate. He charged toward the window, his right hand transforming into an eagle's claw as it fiercely locked onto the Shadow's ankle. "Come back here," he roared inwardly, yanking violently to drag the Shadow, whose body was already half hanging outside, back inside. At the same moment, a knee strike slammed into the Shadow's abdomen. The opponent immediately let out a muffled groan. Beads of sweat broke out on his forehead, and his entire body curled up in agony, like a cooked shrimp. The force of Lin's knee strike was astonishing. As a result, a second after landing the blow, he realized he struck too hard. After all, with that kind of force, an ordinary person would likely have suffered ruptured internal organs and been on the brink of death. Fortunately, the Shadow's physical resilience seemed extraordinary. Though he rolled around on the ground in agony, his injuries didn't appear life-threatening. Clang! Seeing this, Lin simply kicked the dagger out of the man's hand, then grabbed a thick hemp rope and bound his limbs. "Don't move, and don't scream. If you attract those people, I won't be responsible." Lin tossed out the warning, tied off the rope, stood up to close the window, and only then turned back. To his surprise, the person was surprisingly stoic upon hearing his words. They didn't utter a single sound. They merely gasped for air, clearly in considerable pain. Lin hesitated for a moment, then reached out to tear open the person's clothes to assess the injury. Unexpectedly, the person suddenly began struggling violently.
Don't touch me.
The voice was childish and high-pitched, yet laced with menace.
A girl? Hearing that voice, Lin froze, genuinely taken aback.
After all, the padded coat was so bulky that from the outside, the figure looked short and stocky. It was impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman. He reached out and forcibly tore off the hood, face mask, and a pair of cold weather goggles. In the glow of the fire, an extremely youthful, delicate, and fair face was revealed. It was clearly a very young girl, with traces of childishness still lingering in her eyes and brows. She appeared to be around 15 or 16, perhaps even younger. Her face was pale and weak, her forehead covered in cold sweat. She was gasping in pain, yet her eyes glared at him with fierce hatred.
Ah!
Lin paused, his mind reeling with astonishment. He had assumed this fugitive was some kind of dangerous criminal. Otherwise, they wouldn't have deployed 2 military vehicles to capture her, and their brief skirmish moments ago had confirmed this.
This was completely different from what he'd imagined.
However, seeing that she was merely in pain and hadn't coughed up blood or anything, her injuries likely weren't life-threatening. So, after a moment of surprise, Lin set his face stern and said expressionlessly,
"It seems you're my prisoner now."
The girl maintained her fierce expression as she sized up Lin, a flicker of surprise passing through her eyes.
"You're not with them?" Lin's attire and demeanor were clearly worlds apart from those of the soldiers.
No, in her eyes, this mysterious figure before her seemed completely out of place in this world, unlike anyone she had ever encountered in all her years.
"What else could I be?"
Lin exhaled softly, bending down to pick up the rusty steel pipe the girl had kicked away, then dragging over a chair and slowly sitting down with a cold laugh.
"If I had a gun, what chance would you have to resist?"
This statement served as an admission. The hostility in the girl's eyes faded slightly, though she remained tense as she asked,
"So who are you? Eastern Old District? Wild Hunter? Or a thug from the Ash Mountain Guild? What a bunch of crappy names."
Lin thought to herself, sitting back leisurely in the chair, even crossing her legs, and said calmly,
"You need to understand your position.
You are now my prisoner, so you have no choice but to answer my questions."
After a pause, Lin asked his first question, "What is your name?" Silence.
In the room, the girl bit her lip upon hearing this and turned her head away, clearly adopting a defiant stance of refusal to cooperate.
"What is your name?" Lin asked again, then clicked his tongue.
Suddenly, his eyes flickered, and he flicked the steel pipe in his hand against the girl's neck, pulling out a metal necklace.
"Ah! What are you doing?"
The girl recoiled in terror, but the movement likely aggravated her wound, causing her to groan in pain. Lin ignored her and forcibly yanked the necklace off, discovering that it wasn't merely a decorative necklace, but an ID tag. At the bottom of the necklace hung a brass-colored metal plate featuring crossed swords and the words Mayfly Guild. Flipping it over, the back revealed a string of codes and a name that stood in stark contrast to the wasteland's rough aesthetic.
"Hua? Is that your name?" Lin looked up and asked.
The girl didn't speak, merely turning her head away even more forcefully.
"It seems so,"
Lin thought to himself, feeling the lingering warmth on the necklace as he continued.
"What is the Mayfly Guild, an organization? The name sounds like it." I guess it's the faction you belong to?" "So, what you mentioned earlier, something like the Ash Mountain Guild, must be the names of other factions too, right? And where do the soldiers who captured you belong?"
"Ugh, I hope I haven't stumbled into a clash between wasteland factions."
Listening to Lin's rambling, the girl named Hua looked increasingly bewildered.
She sensed keenly that this mysterious man wasn't lying. After all, right now she was like a lamb led to the slaughter.
So, was he really unaware? But how could that be? The Eastern Old District was one thing, just a local minor faction.
In this era of poor communication, it was normal for them to be unknown. But to have never heard of the Ash Mountain Guild or the Mayfly Guild, yet possess such formidable combat strength, it was simply beyond belief.
Thinking of that combat strength, Hua's doubts deepened.
From the battle just now, she had confirmed that the other party's power and combat skills far surpassed her own.
You could even call it a complete rout. Yet their battle experience seemed sorely lacking.
That was why, earlier, she nearly managed to escape despite fighting for her life. Yes, they possessed immense power and skill, but they were severely lacking in experience.
Moreover, that young face showed none of the ferocity or brutality typical of wastelanders. Even with a stern expression, they still looked gentle.
In short, it was extremely strange.
And, Big Brother, you're interrogating me here. If I don't answer, according to the usual routine, shouldn't you be torturing me? Like breaking my arms and legs or something? Or heating a steel pipe in a furnace, then jabbing it into my body or something? What is the logic behind you analyzing this so enthusiastically all by yourself? Do you even know how to interrogate prisoners? Want me to teach you?
At that moment, inside the small house in Mine Town, Hua's fragile little mind, bound to the floor in a duck-sitting position, suffered a powerful shock from the outside world.
Chapter 34, A Fair Interrogation.
In Mine Town, the cold winds seeped through the cracks in the doors and windows, emitting a mournful whistling sound. By the stove, Lin looked at the girl, who was biting her lip tightly and refusing to say a word, feeling somewhat helpless.
Torture to extract a confession? He wasn't some villain.
He only ended up here by chance, hoping to find someone to learn about the situation in this wasteland. It wasn't worth resorting to torture. But since she refused to communicate, conversation was impossible.
Looks like you're not willing to cooperate.
Sighing, Lin's voice carried a note of disappointment as he raised the steel pipe in his hand.
On the floor. Hua immediately tensed up, watching him warily, thinking, here it comes, so it's going to be torture after all, right? What should I do? Should I talk? Or hold out a little longer?
Chaotic thoughts swirled in her mind, but the next second, Lin's action left her momentarily stunned. Lin swiveled his chair away from her and poked the large backpack on the floor with the steel pipe. It was hard and made a clattering sound.
Lin's eyes lit up with curiosity.
After all, when the girl had fled moments ago, she hadn't forgotten to take this with her, and it was precisely this that had slowed her down a bit.
Otherwise, she might actually have gotten away.
Ryup, she reached out, gripped the slightly rusted metal zipper on the backpack, and pulled it open.
Immediately, its contents were revealed.
Lin's eyes narrowed slightly in surprise.
The backpack was filled with brand new weapons and ammunition.
To be precise, most of it consisted of sets of bullets, all of the same caliber. They felt bone-chillingly cold to the touch and glowed a golden yellow in the firelight. They filled nearly half the backpack. A rough estimate suggested there were at least several thousand rounds. In addition, the backpack contained a small number of disassembled firearm parts, dozens of hand grenades, scopes, and other items. Everything was brand new. The barrels still had grease that hadn't evaporated yet, suggesting they were brand new guns. This little girl was actually carrying a huge bag of military supplies. Lin gave her a strange look and said, "Those soldiers weren't chasing you just for this stuff, were they?
Did you steal their armory?" "I didn't. It was just lying there. Besides, I found it first."
Hearing this, the feisty little girl looked furious as she retorted.
"You say you didn't steal it?"
"I don't think so." Lin tossed the bullet back into her hand and pointed to the food Hua had dug out from under the bed, saying, "So you came in here to steal someone else's food?" Hua was at a loss for words, completely speechless. After a long moment, she muttered gloomily, "They exploited this from others. I'm just robbing the rich to feed the poor." As she spoke, the cramping pain of hunger in her stomach made her frown, and she fell silent. Lin didn't press the matter, but instead examined the food with curiosity. Most of it was dried, pickled meat, along with some odd-looking vegetables and plant roots he'd never seen before. Presumably, they were plants that had mutated and survived on the wasteland. In contrast, it was the food that clearly carried the aura of the old era that caught his eye. For example, honey sealed in glass jars, and white liquor whose labels had long since faded, and
canned food?
Lin curiously picked up a tightly sealed tin can, wiped the surface, and found the logo still faintly visible. He checked the production date and compared it to the destruction time marked in the system logs. To his surprise, the can had been manufactured before destruction. In other words, these were indeed foods preserved from long ago. He just wasn't sure how much time had passed since the Mad Emperor triggered the destruction. Gurgle gurgle. Just as Lin's thoughts began to drift, a sound from beside him snapped him back to attention. Turning to look at the little girl named Hua, a hint of a smile flashed in Lin's eyes as he said, "Looks like you really are starving." "I'm not hungry." Hua stubbornly turned her head away, but her stomach continued to growl uncontrollably. Suddenly, the serious atmosphere in the room turned awkward. "Want some?" "Answer my question, and I'll give you some." The smile in Lin's eyes grew wider. Seeing that Hua didn't respond, he didn't touch the can after all. Who knew how long it had been sitting there or if it was still safe to eat? Instead, he opened the honey jar, grabbed an iron basin from the table, and placed it over the fire to melt the honey. He deliberately took a taste, clicking his tongue in admiration, then used an iron skewer by the stove to thread some dried meat and what looked like potato-like plant roots, shoving them all into the fire to roast. Soon, the faint aroma of food began to waft through the air. To be honest, Lin had no appetite for any of this. Especially since she just had a hot pot meal not long ago. But clearly, in this wasteland, these foods were considered a precious delicacy. This was evident just by looking at the emaciated, clearly undernourished refugees in the town square. Amid this silent standoff, after quite a while, Hua finally couldn't hold back any longer. Gritting her teeth, she said, "I'll agree to it." "What?" "I said go ahead and ask, just give me something to eat," the little girl retorted through gritted teeth, unwilling to back down. Lin smiled. "All right, then. I'm a very fair person. You answer one of my questions, and I'll let you have a bite." "Fair enough, isn't it?" Well, my first question is, what era are we in now? Or rather, how many years have passed since that catastrophe that destroyed the world?" Lin sat back in his chair and asked earnestly. On the floor, Hua's expression grew increasingly strange. To her, the question was downright bizarre, though admittedly, it wasn't something just anyone could answer. Take the mutated people and refugees at the very bottom of the wasteland, for instance, they likely wouldn't know the answer. It's the 31st year after the cataclysm at least, that's the generally accepted view. "So, it's been 31 years since the old era," Hua said. "You're not sure?" Lin asked in return. Hua endured the cramping pain in her stomach. She felt as if she were starving to death and could only admit honestly, "I've never lived through the old era, so how could I be certain?" That makes sense. Judging by her appearance, she is only about 10 or so. If 30 years have truly passed, she'd be considered a native of the wasteland era. Or, as these people call it, the cataclysm era. Lin nodded to himself. 30 years, not entirely surprising. He'd already suspected as much from the dilapidated state of the town's buildings. "I answered your question. Now you should give me something to eat." Seeing him lost in thought, Hua couldn't help but remind him. Lin snapped back to reality and handed her the iron rod. Hua didn't care if it was hot. Her body's self-healing abilities had already digested the last bit of food in her stomach, and she really couldn't hold out any longer. She opened her mouth, took a big bite, and forced down an entire half-cooked mutant potato. She chewed it hastily a few times and tried to swallow, but choked so hard her eyes rolled back. "Is it really that bad? How long has it been since you last ate?" Lin's eyelids twitched as he watched. After a moment's hesitation, he poured a cup of water and forced her to drink it. The water had been boiled, but it still looked murky and unclean. Cough cough cough. Seeing that Hua was okay, Lin continued. "Second question, what is human society like on this continent now? I mean, how many people are there, who is in charge, and how much industrial infrastructure is still operational? Or is there none left at all?" This question was much more complex, and Hua didn't quite grasp it at first. It took Lin quite a while to explain before she began to provide the information she knew, bit by bit. Only after Lin pieced it all together and reconstructed the picture did they get a rough idea of the situation. Simply put, conditions in the wasteland were indeed slightly better than he had anticipated, but only to a limited extent. According to Hua. After the Great Cataclysm, the environment of the entire world deteriorated, everything withered away, countless people died, and the cities of the old era had almost completely ground to a halt. Many cities near the west had collapsed, those farther from the epicenter fared slightly better, but the human industrial infrastructure had suffered complete, irreversible destruction. Massive human casualties, the loss of knowledge, and intense energy interference rendered electrical equipment useless, causing the entire industrial infrastructure to collapse. Human civilization, in a very short time, regressed by hundreds of years. In order to survive, people began frantically hoarding stored food, leading to riots and subsequent wars. It was precisely thanks to those food reserves that humanity managed to survive the most difficult period. But this did not come without a cost. The scramble for food caused humanity to completely miss the opportunity to rebuild its industrial infrastructure. Later, as global temperatures dropped and radiation clouds blanketed the entire continent, the remaining humans faced a new wave of disasters. The energy surge caused by the annihilation bomb killed many normal life forms, yet some managed to survive through evolution and mutation. Wild animals were the first to mutate, becoming more ferocious, terrifying, and bloodthirsty, competing with humans for precious survival supplies. Then, mutations began to occur within human populations as well. Most humans began to suffer from all manner of strange illnesses, mental breakdowns, or skin ulcers, and the offspring born to these people were often deformed, though at least they managed to survive. A small minority of humans, however, underwent the opposite transformation. Their physical condition began to improve, their endurance, agility, and strength all increased, and they rarely fell ill. Though they retained a human appearance, they were, in essence, evolving toward a superhuman state. The offspring of this select few not only inherited these superior mutations but also had a chance of being born with special, extraordinary abilities. It was precisely because of these individuals that humanity finally managed to gain a foothold on this wasteland. Some of the more powerful individuals, adopting the model of the corporations from the old era, began recruiting followers, seizing control of cities that were still relatively well preserved, and driving the unevolved refugees to scavenge the remnants of the old era from the ruins. They plundered as much as possible. Then they attempted to use those machines, preserved for decades, to resume production. However, this proved far too difficult. The regression of civilization and the loss of knowledge left people utterly unable to grasp the principles behind these machines. They could only rely on the artifacts left behind from the old era to carry out simple production activities. Under these circumstances, a tripartite balance of power gradually emerged across the wasteland. These were the Ignition Guild, the Ash Mountain Guild, and the Mayfly Guild. Hua, for his part, belonged to the latter. Chapter 35, Into the Wilderness. Of the three organizations, the Ignition Guild and the Ash Mountain Guild were roughly equal in strength, ruling from opposite sides of the river and barely qualifying as the two poles of the wasteland world. As for the Mayfly Guild, this organization was rather unique. It did not operate on a corporate model and had a very loose structure. For instance, both the Ignition Guild and the Ash Mountain Guild are highly centralized, possessing their own bases, industries, armies, and so on. The Mayfly Guild, however, is different. It functions more like a club, with branches established in every human base city, and maintains a relationship of cooperation rather than competition with the two major corporations. It accepts only evolvers, does not take in refugees, and imposes few restrictions. Any evolver can apply to join and receive an identity token, becoming a wasteland hunter. Simply put, this means venturing into the wasteland on your own to hunt mutated beasts or excavate ruins from the old era, then selling valuable items to the Mayfly Guild for compensation. You can also purchase supplies through this organization. It sounds somewhat like a trading house, and the Mayfly Guild occasionally issues exploration missions as well. Overall, it serves as an alternative for evolvers who don't want to join large corporations and lose their freedom. So, you're a wild hunter for the Mayfly Guild? Are you an evolver too? In the room, after listening to Hua's explanation, Lin gathered his thoughts and asked. At that moment, the young girl was chewing vigorously on a tough piece of jerky, looking quite strained, and nodded upon hearing the question. It came as no surprise. It was precisely because she was an evolver, naturally resistant to radiation, that she retained the appearance of a normal human and showed no deformities. What about those people outside?
Why were they after you? Lin asked again.
Hua grew angry at the question. They're an exploration team hired by the Ignition Guild. They were trying to steal my stuff. Then, perhaps because her stomach was now full, she perked up considerably and proceeded to recount the entire incident.
In short,
a while back, while exploring a mountainous region, Hua had stumbled upon a cache of military supplies buried in a cave likely left behind from a war in the old era. However, she couldn't carry it all by herself, so she took a few samples and sold them at the nearest Mayfly Guild outpost, known as the Hunter's House. She traded it for a large, expensive backpack and prepared to return to the mountain to bring back more. But she hadn't expected to be secretly targeted by members of the Ignition Guild. A squad followed her into the mountains to seize the weapons. Facing a life-or-death situation, Hua had no choice but to grab a batch of weapons and flee, killing several of them and stealing a vehicle to escape.
Those soldiers were here to capture me,
Hua said with some resentment. If I hadn't been injured, starving, and out of gas, I would have shaken them off long ago.
Is that so?
Lin's eyes flickered for a moment. He couldn't tell if she was telling the truth, but it didn't really matter.
So, you're the victim here, then? What else could I be?
Hua snorted. Lin smiled but said nothing, merely thinking to himself that this girl, though young, had managed to escape a squad-wide encirclement. She clearly wasn't someone to be taken lightly.
Then again, out here in the wasteland, how could anyone survive without some skills or ties to a major faction?
With that thought, Lin let out a soft sigh.
By the way, since you're an evolver, do you have any superhuman abilities? What are they?
After a brief moment of reflection, Lin asked curiously. Superhuman abilities that piqued his interest.
I don't. I'm just an ordinary evolver. Not every evolved human has special powers.
Hua's piercing eyes flashed as he flatly denied it. Lin looked skeptical and was about to press further when he suddenly paused, turning his gaze toward the window. Hua also sensed something and pricked up his ears.
Outside the window,
not far away, a commotion seemed to be rapidly approaching. Lin stood up and peered through a crack, his expression shifting slightly.
It was those soldiers and the town's refugees. Leading them was that officer.
Lin was somewhat surprised, thinking to himself that they should still be searching the area. There was no way they'd found their way here so quickly.
It's them chasing us, isn't it? Hua was getting anxious now, his expression tense.
That officer in charge has a dog's nose. As long as we're within range, he can smell me.
A dog's nose? Was he referring to some kind of superhuman sense of smell?
Lin's mind raced, but now was not the time to ask questions. At that moment, on the street, the soldiers had already raised their rifles and were aiming at them.
The target is upstairs. Encircle the building. Men, follow me, charge the building. As the officer roared, the refugees wielding iron rods hurried to surround them.
Lin frowned. The refugees posed no threat to him, but the dozen or so soldiers were a different story.
That's more than a dozen guns.
Lin's current combat prowess was nowhere near enough to go head-to-head with firearms. Moreover, they were most likely all evolvers. Their physical strength, resilience, and reaction times far surpassed those of ordinary people. Combined with their numerical and firepower advantage, they posed a serious threat to Lin. Even if this was just a clone, considering that the clone and the original shared the same physical state, if one was full, the other wasn't hungry. Lin strongly suspected that any injuries sustained by the clone would be reflected in the original as well. Of course, he could switch his consciousness back to the original and unleash his ultimate ability. A single punch from him would destroy not just this group, but the entire surrounding area. But the situation wasn't that dire just yet.
Let us get out of here first.
Making a quick decision in his mind, Lin turned around, glanced at the anxious Hua, and said nothing. He simply pulled a dozen or so hand grenades from his backpack and set them up. Instantly, he hoisted the backpack full of ammunition with one hand and grabbed Hua, who was tied up in a ball, with the other. He pushed open another window and leaped out.
At the same time, downstairs, the displaced people let out a chorus of shouts.
The sealed front door of the room was kicked open, and several soldiers armed with daggers and firearms stormed inside. Then, to their horror, they spotted a small pile of hand grenades stuffed into the furnace to be baked.
Trouble! Fall back! Boom!
Amid the cries of alarm, a violent explosion rang out. Chaos erupted on the scene, glass shattered, and flames, accompanied by billowing black smoke, rose into the inky blue sky above Mine Town.
Meanwhile, in the town center,
Lin punctured the tires of a car with a steel pipe and a few quick jabs, then leaped onto another vehicle.
After getting his bearings, he addressed the prisoner tied up like a dumpling and tossed onto the back seat. Hold on tight. Instantly, he slammed his foot on the gas pedal, driving the modified vehicle out of Mine Town and straight into the early morning wilderness. Chapter 36, The Hunter. Winter in the wasteland was exceptionally cold.
Even at dawn, as darkness receded, the sunlight remained blocked by dark clouds, hanging pale and lifeless in the sky, making the entire world feel even more desolate. The world seemed shrouded in a light veil, making everything appear indistinct.
On a patch of frozen wasteland far from Mine Town,
an ugly, heavily modified off-road vehicle raced across the land, accompanied by an abnormal roar. Behind them, Mine Town had shrunk to a tiny black dot, and the sound of explosions had long since faded. In the driver's seat, Lin felt the knife-sharp cold wind blowing in his face. His tense nerves relaxed slightly, and he couldn't help but feel like complaining. This car resembled those on Earth, but it had clearly been heavily modified. Many parts felt awkward and extremely rough. The windshield was nowhere to be found. As the speed picked up, the cold wind blew so hard that the muscles in his face began to stiffen. Plus, the engine sounded off. It was noisy and clunky, roaring loudly, yet the car wasn't going very fast. But considering this car was likely an old relic left over from the old days, with many parts probably cobbled together from various sources, he didn't feel he could complain.
Hey, where are you taking me?
From the back seat, Hua, her face frozen bright red and her nose running finally couldn't help but ask.
I don't know, Lin replied matter-of-factly.
Then, before the young girl could widen her eyes in surprise, he added, I'm not familiar with this area.
Why don't you suggest a place?
Having rushed out in a hurry, he truly had no idea where to go. At least he had a local with him, so he wouldn't have to ask anyone else for directions.
No way, Hua paused, but before she could finish, Lin cut her off. Looks like we accidentally disturbed something.
Gripping the steering wheel, Lin glanced at the rearview mirror, his brow furrowing slightly. In the early morning light, the rearview mirror clearly reflected one black speck after another, a pack of them, moving swiftly toward the car. At first, they were hard to make out. It took a few breaths before Lin could finally make out the appearance of these pursuers. They were, without a doubt, a pack of gray wolves with bristling fur, muscular bodies, and ferocious expressions. They're wilderness wolves.
Hua had also noticed something amiss.
He struggled to his feet, rammed his head against a small sunroof on the car's roof to break it open, looked back, and let out a cry of alarm.
Are those radiation mutated beasts? Are they strong? Lin asked.
In this wasteland, the true rulers were not humans, but the ubiquitous mutated beasts of the wilderness.
Very strong.
Wild wolves have tough hides that even ordinary knives can't cut through, and teeth that can snap through steel.
The key is that they hunt in packs and have incredible stamina.
They can chase their prey for hours on end. It's best not to provoke them. Even powerful wilderness hunters usually choose to avoid them when they encounter them.
Hey! What are you doing? Hua was explaining this with a grave expression.
Suddenly, he noticed that while driving, Lin had unzipped the backpack on the passenger seat, which was packed with weapons and ammunition. Practicing my shooting, Lin said succinctly. He secured the steering wheel with a rope from the car and wedged something against the accelerator. After all, with endless wasteland stretching ahead, there was no need to follow traffic rules. At the same time, he quickly pulled rifle parts from the backpack and began assembling them. Back in college, his roommate was a military enthusiast, so he picked up a general understanding of firearm mechanics through osmosis. Although he never handled the specific models found in the wasteland, the basic structure was the same. After a bit of effort, he managed to assemble a rifle. Lin loaded a magazine, then used the buttstock to pry open the sunroof on the car's roof. It was clearly designed for situations like this, just big enough for one person to crawl through. Leaning back with the rifle gripped in both hands, Lin couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. He'd only ever fired a gun in video games before, but now, seeing the pack of wolves closing in, he couldn't help but feel the urge to shoot. His movements were clumsy as he tried to aim the crosshairs at one of the wild wolves. By now, the pack was even closer to the car. He could clearly see their fur, their tongues, the white mist they exhaled, and the foul-smelling drool hanging from the corners of their mouths. Noticing his movements, the pack immediately adjusted their positions, trying to dodge the line of fire. But the very next second, with a loud bang, a bullet traced an odd arc straight up into the sky, without even grazing a single wolf's fur. What kind of aim is that? Are you even any good? From the back seat, Hua poked her head out the sunroof and couldn't help but say, "Shut up." Lin ignored her. Isn't it normal for a beginner to miss on their first shot? He found his rhythm and pulled the trigger again. Bang! This time was a bit better. The bullet hit the snow, sending a spray of snow into the air. Bang! 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 Lin emptied an entire magazine, yet not a single shot hit the target. It couldn't be helped. It was her first time handling a gun, shooting at a moving target. She was moving herself, and the target was dodging. The difficulty level was just too high. So you can't shoot at all, can you? If you can't do it, let me try. You're wasting all these bullets. That's money. Hua watched helplessly as the magazine emptied, her lips twitching in pain. After all, the bullets she scavenged were all universal caliber rounds. In the Wasteland era, mass-producing ammunition was no longer possible. Every faction was relying on the ammunition and firearms left over from the old days. The weapons were manageable with proper maintenance. They didn't break easily, but bullets were different. They were consumables, use one, lose one. In the Wasteland, they were even more valuable than food, a true hard currency. Lin's wastefulness made her heart ache so much it trembled. I told you, shut up. My KD ratio is really high in the game. Lin ignored her, silently swapping out the magazine and getting a feel for the gun. The last few shots had indeed missed, but if you looked closely, you'd see that each shot was a little more accurate than the last. Shooting, at its core, boils down to steady hands and a calm mind. Lin's physical prowess far surpassed that of the average person. His balance and grip stability were exceptional, and his composure was solid. After all, he wasn't aiming at some precise target. This was a wide open field. All he needed was a bit of time to get used to it. Bang, bang, bang. With another round of gunfire, the wolf pack finally began to sense the threat. The bullets were no longer flying haphazardly. They were growing steadier and more precise. Bang! Finally, having grasped the basics of shooting, a bullet, perhaps by a stroke of luck, struck a gray wolf in the eye. Thud! The massive wolf didn't even have time to let out a scream before it was knocked over and crashed heavily into the snow. 1. Lin silently kept count, continuing to fire steadily, using up his ammunition. Every so often, a gray wolf was wounded or killed. When he brought down the fifth one, the Wolf King finally let out a roar, halted the pursuit, and led his pack to disappear behind the hillside. They're giving up already? Lin still felt a bit unsatisfied, as if he hadn't had his fill. It's not that they're giving up, it's just that we've run into something worse. Beside him, Hua spoke with a grave yet bitter expression. Puzzled, Lin followed her gaze and saw a massive bear bursting out of the thicket to their right. It was enormous, comparable in size to a wild bull, with white fur that seemed almost translucent in the sunlight. Its eyes glowed crimson, and its protruding teeth gleamed with a metallic sheen. That's a wasteland berserker bear. If a rifle bullet doesn't hit a vital spot, it might not even pierce its hide. Run! Hurry! Speed up and shake it off. Hua's face had gone deathly pale. She inwardly groaned. She couldn't believe her luck was this bad. Wasteland berserker bears were rare. You'd be hard-pressed to find one even if you looked, yet they stumbled upon one by sheer chance. The creature's destructive power was truly terrifying. Bullets could barely pierce its outer skin, let alone be fatal, and to make matters worse, it was exceptionally savage. Just from what Hua had heard about incidents in the area. There had once been a berserker bear that charged into a temporary camp of the Ignition Guild under the cover of night, slaughtering the entire team, killing an evolver who served as an executive director of the Ignition Guild, devouring his internal organs, and then walking away unscathed. If you were caught by that thing, you wouldn't stand a chance.
A wasteland berserker bear? Is it that strong?
Lin's eyes flickered as he tried firing his rifle, but it had no effect, it only enraged the beast.
This is interesting.
Lin remained unflustered. He simply holstered his rifle, climbed back into the car, turned the steering wheel, chose a random direction, slammed the gas pedal, and sped off in a cloud of black smoke. The berserker bear, however, wouldn't let it go, pursuing them at a terrifying speed. Although they managed to put some distance between them, they simply couldn't shake it off. Inside the car, Hua's expression grew increasingly anxious. A brief look of hesitation flashed across Lin's face, but then he began to slow down and pulled the car over into a mountain hollow.
Why are we stopping? Are we out of gas? Hua asked in terror.
Lin merely replied casually, just wait here.
I'm going to face it.
With that, he opened the door and stepped out, shedding his down jacket to reveal a well-built physique, then walked straight backward.
Are you crazy? There is no way you can beat that thing.
Hua froze, then quickly stuck her little head back out the sunroof and shouted. But Lin paid her no mind. Creak, creak. His feet crunched on the hard-packed snow as the icy wind blew in his face, sending fine snowflakes swirling around him. Lin walked at a steady pace, adjusting his breathing rhythm. His mind was intensely focused, the ether stored within him stirred slightly, and every cell in his body came alive. His heartbeat quickened, blood circulation accelerated, and his limbs, tendons, bones, and flesh began to tremble at an extremely rapid pace. This was the warm-up technique for the martial ancestor Hua Bing Fist. It allowed him to activate his body through these tremors in an extremely short time, rapidly entering a combat state. Lin still remembered how, when he was a child, his grandfather had once said with pride that although their family's ancient martial arts were not as famous as the Bagua, Xingyi, or Luohan styles, when it came to lethality, they were in no way inferior to any martial art under heaven. It was said that this Hua Bing Quan was originally a combat technique honed by ancient generals amidst thousands of troops in countless battles. Later generations refined and perfected it in daily practice. It could be as gentle as the wind and as majestic as a forest. Yet it could also split mountains and shatter rocks, striking down enemies in the blink of an eye. Since achieving a modest level of mastery in the martial arts, Lin had yet to encounter an opponent against whom he could truly let loose. Now, however, he had found one. The cold wind howled. That fearsome wasteland berserker bear had also noticed the human figure ahead. A fleeting look of confusion flashed across its crimson eyes, but it was quickly replaced by sheer savagery. True to its name, as one of the apex predators of the wasteland, it possessed immense strength but had lost its intelligence in the process. Roar! With a thunderous roar, the imposing bear swept up a cloud of snow. Its two forepaws extended claws harder than steel, lunging to tear apart Lin's frail form. Dodge! From behind, Hua's voice sounded intermittent in the biting wind. The next second, Lin, who had been standing still, flickered, leaving a trail of afterimages as he narrowly avoided the two claws and slipped behind the bear. He then leaped several times, soaring into the air, his left hand gripping the steel like fur tightly while his right hand rose, forming a loose fist. Wisp after wisp of pale blue energy materialized out of thin air, coalescing in his palm into an ethereal short spear. Stab! Lin growled inwardly as he drove the ether spear downward with all his might. It tore through the fur, embedded itself in the muscle, and fueled by his full strength pierced right through the beast's body. Thud! In the next instant, the ethereal spear pierced precisely through the wasteland berserker bear's chest, right at the heart, spurting scalding blood. Explode! At the same moment, Lin released his grip, stomped the ground hard, and retreated backward, murmuring the command under his breath. Boom! The ether spear shattered with a thunderous crash, the explosion shattering the wasteland berserker bear's heart. Its eyes, filled with blood and disbelief, quickly dimmed.
Thud.
Time seemed to pause briefly, then the wasteland creature finally collapsed, unwilling to accept its fate, and the sound of the wind grew clear once more.
Not far away, Lin exhaled deeply, then lifted his head.
His gaze swept past the Bearess corpse to the car roof ahead, where Hua stood, her face frozen in a look of utter shock.
Chapter 37, The Food Problem.
Huff huff. Out on the wasteland, Lin stood in a light jacket, his body leaning slightly forward, still maintaining a combat stance. Yet, beads of sweat were pouring from every pore, freezing into a cold mist as the biting wind swept past. Before him, the wasteland berserker Bearess body was still twitching, blood stained the ground red, and the carcass was rapidly cooling. Only after confirming the creature was dead did Lin's taut nerves finally relax, and his racing heart slowly returned to normal. The battle had seemed extremely simple, just a single exchange, but those simple movements had placed a considerable strain on Lin's body. It could be said that this was the most powerful strike he was currently capable of. He hadn't chosen to clash head-on not because he lacked confidence in his strength, but because Lin felt his own defensive capabilities were far inferior to those of this wasteland creature. In comparison, using combat techniques to secure the kill was the most effective approach. Of course, this was also due to the opponent's low intelligence. If Lin had been facing a human with extensive combat experience, he would never have won so decisively.
As expected, my body's absorption of ether is increasing during battle.
Exhaling deeply, feeling the unprecedented vitality of his cells and the tingling sensation of ether seeping into his bones, Lin's eyes grew even brighter. Stopping to fight the wasteland creatures wasn't out of a desire for reckless combat, nor was it purely a thrill of the hunt. There was another purpose. Lately, although Lin had continued his daily physical training and body tempering, he noticed that his efficiency was clearly declining.
At first, climbing the ladder once would allow him to absorb 5 points. Later, it was 4, then 3. And eventually, it took 2 days just to absorb a single point.
This was not surprising. As life evolves, the difficulty only increases.
Lin believed he had hit a plateau and was struggling to break through.
It wasn't until his recent skirmish with Hua in Mine Town that he distinctly sensed the Aether's activity. Now, after slaying the wasteland bear, he was certain. Life or death combat can drastically accelerate the body tempering process.
It wasn't surprising.
Previously, Lin had merely been pushing his body to its limits, struggling to fully activate his entire being. But in real combat, a person's mind is highly focused, forcing every cell in the body to awaken.
A few seconds of intense combat activates the body far more effectively than days of grueling training.
Only by pushing oneself to the limit and tapping into one's potential can one maximize physical tempering. Furthermore, Lin realized that while his strength was not weak, he severely lacked combat experience.
Hunting wasteland creatures could help him address this shortcoming.
I didn't expect such a windfall.
Looks like I can stay here a few more days,
Lin mused to himself. After resting on the spot for a while and letting his chi and blood flow return to normal, Lin suddenly felt a chill and hurried back to the mountain hollow, where he put his down jacket, gloves, and other clothing back on. As for Hua, it wasn't until then that she finally snapped out of it. Her little face, frozen bright red, wore an extremely complex expression. Her eyes betrayed both fear and curiosity. She said nothing, just stared blankly at Lin, as if trying to read his every thought.
"Why are you looking at me?" Lin frowned after changing his clothes.
"Oh, nothing, I just," Hua stammered, her voice noticeably weaker. If she previously harbored any thoughts of waiting to regain her strength and then making a run for it, those were now completely gone. She knew full well that, given the combat prowess this mysterious figure had displayed, capturing her would be all too easy. Yet, despite her fear, her curiosity was even stronger. She even thought that perhaps following this man wouldn't be so bad. At least her safety would be guaranteed, well, provided he didn't have a habit of mistreating captives.
"Where are we, roughly?"
Lin glanced at the girl in confusion, sensing that something strange was going on in her mind. But he didn't bother overthinking it and simply asked.
"Huh?"
Hua froze for a moment upon hearing this, then turned her head to carefully scan her surroundings, mainly the outlines of the distant mountains, and replied hesitantly, "I can't say for sure exactly where we are.
But I remember this should be northwest of Mine Town." If I'm not mistaken, heading due north will take us to Blackstone City. It's a city controlled by the Ignition Guild, with an army stationed there. But given your strength, as long as you're careful, you shouldn't have anything to worry about. She paused. Seeing Lin's stern, silent expression, she continued. If we go south, we'll hit the Central Mountains. It's practically impassable by vehicle, you'd have to walk, and it's very desolate. The east and west are much the same, though the east is safer and has slightly more human settlements. If you go west, there are more mutated beasts. It's quite dangerous, but you're also more likely to come across ruins from the old era. After listening to Hua's explanation, Lin kept his head down and didn't respond immediately. Instead, he switched his consciousness back to his main body and used full map vision to scan the area roughly. Although he couldn't make out the details, the general terrain matched what Hua had described. Then let us go west, Lin said, switching his consciousness back to his avatar as he sat in the driver's seat. Huh? Why? Hua was completely baffled. Mind your status. Lin offered no explanation, but quickly started the car, revved the engine, and headed west. Hua froze for 2 seconds before hurriedly adding. Fine, let us go, but let us cut up that ferocious bear and take it with us. We can sell it for money. However, the only response she received was the rumbling of the vehicle as it charged forward. After confirming that combat could accelerate his physical tempering, Lin found himself reluctant to leave. The so-called city was nothing more than an enlarged version of a mining town. In comparison, practicing his marksmanship unrestrainedly in the wilderness, occasionally getting out to engage in combat, was far more appealing. Although Hua was full of complaints, as a captive, she couldn't say anything, so she could only curl up in the car and doze off. Before they knew it, the morning had passed. The sky was still gloomy, but it had reached the brightest part of the day. Hiss. Finding a sheltered spot in a mountain hollow, Lin turned the key and shut off the engine. He rubbed his nose, which had turned bright red from the cold, and felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. Driving aimlessly all morning in search of prey was, after all, too physically draining. Especially as hunger began to gnaw at him, it was unbearable. Why did we stop? From the back seat, Hua, still half asleep, forced her eyelids open and asked dazedly. Lin opened the car door, thought for a moment, then hoisted her out and plopped her down on the snow, saying, lunchtime. Hua stared blankly for a moment before snapping to attention. We're going to eat, right? I thought you'd slept so soundly you'd forgotten all about it. Lin leaned against the car door and teased her. Hua sat on the ground, completely unconcerned with her appearance. She wrinkled her nose. Having gotten used to Lin's temperament along the way, she wasn't as nervous anymore and said frankly. I've been starving for ages, my stomach has practically shriveled up. Since you didn't mention eating, I had no choice but to sleep to conserve energy, right? TSK, you seem pretty experienced. Of course. We're wilderness hunters. We're out in the wild year-round. If we're unlucky and can't bag any game, it's not uncommon to go a day or two without a meal. My personal record is 9 days without food. When I got hungry, I'd just grab a handful of snow to eat. I managed to get through it. Speaking of this, Hua seemed quite proud. Lin fell silent for a moment, gave the young girl another look, then said, all right, stop showing off your glorious exploits. I wouldn't let a prisoner go hungry, I'd be too ashamed of myself. Lin said indifferently. Hua's heart leapt at his words, and she said, then we'd better hunt some game right away. Oh, you killed so many back there, if you just carried 1 or 2 back in the car, we could had a few meals. In truth, she was still thinking about the jerky and honey they found in that house in Mining Town. Unfortunately, things had been too urgent at the time, and they hadn't had a chance to grab any. What a pity. Those things are crawling with parasites. I'd rather not eat them, Lin shook his head. He hadn't even considered eating mutated beasts. Then what do we do? Forage for wild vegetables? I don't think there are any around here, Hua frowned, unable to help but analyze the situation. Lin replied indifferently, I have my own way of handling this. Wait here for me a moment. Of course, if you want to run off, I won't stop you.
With that, Lin set off without taking anything, strolling leisurely toward a nearby grove. The grove wasn't large, but it was dense. These trees were also mutated varieties, extremely cold resistant even in the depths of winter. They bore leaves and branches, though they looked strange and eerie. In some parts of the forest, edible wild plants grew, but Lin clearly had no interest in them. After confirming the area was safe, Lin's eyes glazed over as he shifted his consciousness back to his main body. In the study of Lishan Martial Hall, Lin opened his eyes and checked the time. Outside the evolution sandbox, it was still the middle of the night, around 2 or 3 in the morning. At this hour, it was too late to order takeout, but many restaurants in downtown Yancheng were still open. Lin immediately recalled his avatar, switched the evolution sandbox to observation mode, and placed the avatar in a food street in the city center. He found a restaurant and ordered rice and stir-fried vegetables. After thinking for a moment, he added a large portion of grilled meat to his order. After all, it had plenty of meat to tide him over while waiting for the meal. He then crossed the street to a 24-hour convenience store and bought canned goods, beer, snacks, and a case of bottled water. By the time he finished shopping, both his hands were full. Only then did he find a secluded spot and, through his main body, bring the avatar and the pile of food out of the evolution sandbox. Afterward, he switched back to creation mode and placed both the person and the supplies inside. The items first shrank, then expanded again. Once they entered the wasteland, they were back to their normal size. There was no situation where a single grain of rice would be bigger than a house. This was also part of Lin's exploration and utilization of the evolution sandbox's rules. The entire process took only about 20 minutes. When Lin reappeared in the wasteland forest with a large pile of food, he couldn't help but glance toward where the vehicle had been, muttering to himself, "I wonder if it's gone. Well, if it really did, you'll just have to blame yourself for missing out on this treat." With these thoughts in mind, Lin strode quickly out of the forest and dashed toward the mountain pass. Soon enough, he spotted his vehicle, along with Hua sitting quietly in the snow. The young girl had been looking around restlessly out of boredom. Seeing him return, she visibly relaxed, jumped up from the ground, then suddenly sniffed the air and widened her eyes. What is that?" "Food," Lin explained casually, pulling a tarpaulin off the car and laying it on the ground as a tablecloth, then dumping a pile of food onto it. After a moment's thought, he untied the ropes binding Hua, then shoved a steaming boxed meal into the girl's hands, urging her, "Eat up. There are skewers too. With this cold, it won't taste good once it gets cold." With that, he plopped down and dug in first. Hua, sitting across from him, stared at the stir-fried vegetables and rice in her hands, taking in the indescribable aroma, her mind going completely blank. Chapter 38, Destination, Great West Continent. In Hua's worldview, food had always been completely devoid of anything refined or delicious. Well, perhaps only the upper echelons of large corporations and powerful factions had the means to pursue fine cuisine. For the vast majority of people living on this wasteland, food was nothing more than a necessity for sustaining life, nothing more. For the displaced, simply having something to eat every day and not starving to death was already a source of satisfaction. Eating one's fill was a rarity. As an evolver, the wild hunter is far better off than the refugees, but even their circumstances are limited. In this world teeming with danger, they must risk their lives and brave the wilderness. Often, to avoid detection, they dare not light a fire, forced instead to gnaw on rock-hard jerky and flatbread, washing it down with melted snow to stave off hunger. Thus, in Hua's vocabulary, the concept of delicious food had never existed. Until this very moment, when, in a daze, her limbs almost clumsy, she stiffly grabbed a handful of food and shoved it into her mouth, feeling the warmth as the aroma of the well-seasoned dish exploded on her taste buds. Her mind went completely blank for an instant. Is this food? Can food really taste this good? The thought surged uncontrollably through her mind. Hua suddenly realized she couldn't control her hands. Unaccustomed to using chopsticks, she simply cupped the takeout box and devoured it voraciously, as if afraid that if she ate too slowly, someone would snatch it away. Lin had specifically ordered a large portion, but he'd barely taken a few bites when Hua had already started licking the container clean, despite the sub-zero temperatures of over 20 degrees below zero. Burp! After a few licks, she choked, rolling her eyes and burping. Take it easy. Lin was stunned, but his tone softened considerably. He reached for a bottle of mineral water, handed it to her, and said, "Have a sip of water to help it go down." "Thanks," Hua managed to say halfway before she couldn't continue. She simply gazed admiringly at the bottle in her hand, hesitated for a moment, unscrewed the cap, and then took a cautious sip. The sweet taste stood in such stark contrast to the dusty snowmelt that she didn't dare take a big gulp. She just took a few cautious sips, then screwed the cap back on, instinctively reaching to tuck it into her pocket. "Why are you hiding a single bottle of water?" "What about this whole case?" Lin said helplessly. Then she pointed to the large bag of skewers and snacks. "You're still hungry, aren't you? There is plenty more here." So Hua's empty stomach was soon filled with fresh food. She devoured a handful of meat skewers in just a few bites, nearly swallowing the sticks whole. As for the snacks, she only took a few bites before putting them away. Now that her stomach wasn't empty anymore, it made more sense to save these for the road. Lin watched, saying nothing. Hua, however, had a strange look in her eyes. She just stared as Lin finished her boxed meal, then suddenly asked, "Who exactly are you?" The origin of this food was truly baffling. Those exquisitely packaged snacks, though she couldn't quite make out the text on them, were clearly very similar to items from the old era. But 30 years had passed. Aside from a handful of foods, all that remained were the packaging bags, yet these were fresh. And those hot, steaming meals were even harder to explain. Their origin was highly suspicious logically. There was no way to make sense of it unless. Could it be that your ability is to conjure food out of thin air? Hua suddenly asked with a serious expression. To her, this seemed like the only possibility. Lin was drinking water and nearly spit it out, but upon closer thought, she had to admit this did indeed seem to qualify as her superpower. Screwing the cap back on, Lin set her face stern and said, "Don't ask about things you shouldn't know. Alright, I've eaten. Now it's your turn to answer my questions." "Well, if you don't want to talk, then I'll just have to." "Go ahead and ask." "I'll tell you everything." Before he could finish, Hua sighed and conceded. She couldn't resist anyway, and besides, she owed him a favor. Lin paused, then chuckled. After a moment's thought, he said, "As you've probably noticed, I'm not from around here. I've come from far away and don't know the local customs. So I'd like to get in touch with the 3 factions you mentioned. Where can I find them quickly?" "You want to find them?" Hua paused, suppressing the urge to ask more questions, and replied earnestly, "Under normal circumstances, you'd just go to their respective main cities. But right now, you'll have to go to Great West Continent." Great West Continent. Upon hearing this name, Lin's eyes flickered, and he asked calmly, "Why?" "Because not long ago, the radiation levels in Great West Continent began to decline. The main forces of the Ignition Guild, Ash Mountain Guild, and Mayfly Guild all rushed en masse into the mountains of Great West Continent. Explore that area and search for the legendary Secret Seal." Hua explained. "The Secret Seal? Tell me everything you know about Atlantis," Lin asked, his expression growing serious. Soon, thanks to Hua's account, he had a rough grasp of what had happened. Among the survivors of the wasteland, a legend has long circulated. It goes that more than 30 years ago, the Mad Emperor was able to so easily control the scientists and carry out that world-destroying experiment thanks to a supernatural artifact known as the Secret Seal. According to legend, the artifact was created by a spiritual tide that appears every few years, and it possesses the power to influence others' minds. There were even rumors that the Mad Emperor's successful coup, the establishment of his new dynasty, and his decades-long grip on power were all made possible by this mysterious artifact. Of course, there was no concrete evidence to support this claim, but it was hardly a complete fabrication. When the cataclysm struck, the Secret Seal was buried alongside the Mad Emperor and the entire Great West Continent laboratory deep within the Western Mountains. Since that area was closest to the explosion, it suffered the most severe radiation contamination. Over the past 30 years, many have attempted to enter Great West Continent, but none have returned alive.
Consequently, it has become a deadly no-go zone on the wasteland.
It wasn't until recent years, as radiation levels began to decline, that various factions turned their attention back to the region. In particular, the contamination has entered a rapid decline phase in the not-too-distant past. The entire Great West Continent is no longer as perilous as before, so the three major factions have all mobilized their main forces and rushed to the Great West Continent, intending to explore that forbidden zone in search of the secret seal.
All three major factions fear that the others will find the secret seal.
After all, if it truly possesses such miraculous power, whoever obtains it will alter the balance of power across the wasteland.
Even many evolvers have gone there.
And, to be honest, even if they don't find the secret seal, legend has it that the Great Western Continent's laboratories are full of valuable resources.
The largest weapons production site of the old era is right there.
So, whether it's for the secret seal or the resources there, the three major factions can't possibly give up. So, about a month or two ago, their main forces already entered Greater Westland, and right now they should still be exploring deeper into it.
If you want to find them, going there is the easiest way. You'll run into them right away.
As Hua spoke, he suddenly sighed and muttered. Actually, after I got my hands on that batch of weapons earlier, I was thinking of going over there to take a look myself.
Lin smiled faintly, then fell into deep thought.
The news Hua brought had indeed filled in some of the gaps in his knowledge, giving him a clearer picture of the situation. The spirit tide was likely related to his ether harvesting activities.
This left Lin feeling both amused and surprised. After all, not even Earth's civilization outside the evolution sandbox had managed to fully understand Aether.
Well, that wasn't entirely accurate, since Lin hadn't conducted global-scale harvesting outside the evolution sandbox, nor had he significantly disrupted Earth's Aether environment.
If one day he were capable of global harvesting, Earth's scientists would naturally detect the anomaly.
In comparison, what concerned him more was the item known as the secret seal.
Supernatural power related to the spirit tide. What exactly is that thing?
Lin was curious, and even considered teleporting to Great West Continent immediately, but after a moment's thought, he held back. After all, the entire evolution sandbox was under his control no matter what. The secret seal couldn't escape his grasp, so there was no need to rush. Still, he would have to go to Great West Continent eventually. Since he had been heading west all along, he might as well use the journey to hunt mutant beasts and accelerate his physical tempering, killing two birds with one stone. Having made up his mind, Lin continued.
Now, the final question, what exactly is your ability?
He had a vague feeling that the extraordinary powers possessed by the secret seal might share some similarity with the special abilities of these evolvers themselves.
This was the second time he'd asked this question.
This time, however, Hua hesitated briefly, sighed, and confessed. My ability is actually self-healing, that is, whenever my body gets injured, it can repair itself quickly, but the cost is that it consumes the nutrients in my body. So, every time I get hurt, I get really, really hungry. I got injured earlier when fighting those guys from the Ignition Guild. My body healed itself along the way, but I was starving to death, which is why I went to Mine Town to find something to eat.
I see. Lin's eyes lit up with understanding.
No wonder he'd been puzzled earlier.
How could she have had the time to sneak a bite while being chased?
It turned out to be the price of her self-healing ability. Earlier, when he wounded Hua, the reason she recovered so quickly was also a manifestation of this ability.
It sounds like some kind of rapid cell proliferation ability. I wonder if it can be replicated. If we could study it.
Lin felt a flicker of interest and couldn't help but think about it. The two sat for a while longer, learning more details.
Once they rested enough, Lin led Hua back to the car. We've eaten. Time to hit the road. Where are we going?
Hua, now freed from his restraints, scrambled into the car and asked. Click rumble. Lin turned the key, the engine roared to life, and the entire modified vehicle shook. Amid the rumbling, Lin stepped on the gas and replied casually.
Great West Continent, we're heading west. Chapter 39, The Man Who Entered the Mountains.
Lin's initial landing site was already close to the west, and since the continent itself was only 300,000 square kilometers in size, even without paved roads, they could only drive through the wilderness, often hunting wild beasts along the way. It took them 2 days, but they successfully reached the Great West Continent. There were no major incidents along the way. The biggest problem they encountered was running out of gas. Since all the vehicles were gasoline-powered, he simply used the evolution sandbox to buy a few barrels of gasoline from Yangcheng and bring them in. With the high-quality fuel in the tank, the speed of that beat-up modified car improved significantly. Along the way, Hua gradually became more familiar with him. Without Lin even asking, he chattered away on his own, spending most of the time recounting his glorious exploits traversing the wilderness. Lin listened, finding it a welcome distraction. By the third day, as they officially entered the western mountains, the off-road vehicle could barely make headway. The terrain ahead is impassable by car. Pack up your things and follow me on foot into the mountains. Under the gloomy sky, a cold wind howled. The closer they got to Great West Continent, the colder it became. Even Lin had to stretch her limbs from time to stay warm. Oh! From the back seat, Hua, wearing a padded jacket and a woolen hat, mumbled a reply. With nimble hands, she slung a shriveled ammunition pack over her shoulder, stuffed a few cans of beer into her pockets, and clutched her rifle tightly. Over the past couple of days, she had grown accustomed to her role as assistant and sidekick. Lifting her head, she saw the vast western mountain range stretching out before them. Dark clouds piled up in the sky, casting a gloomy light. The mountains lay crouched across the land like ferocious beasts, instilling a sense of dread. Not far ahead of them stood a wooden post, a signpost, no less, with 3 arrows pointing in different directions, each labeled Ignition Guild, Ash Mountain Guild, and Doomsday Mayfly Guild. Seeing this, Lin's expression grew strange. This must be a marker they set up for those coming after them. The arrows show the directions to the 3 factions. Hua pulled his collar tighter and said, "I thought this area would be a chaotic battlefield," Lin remarked. Hua shook his head. "No large-scale war will break out until we find something worthwhile. Over the years, the 3 factions have clashed so many times that they've long since reached an unspoken understanding. The Western Mountains are home to many powerful mutated beasts. Rather than wasting energy fighting each other, it's better to hunt them down together. Of course, if we actually come across a large-scale armory, laboratory, or a secret seal, then peace will certainly be impossible." Lin nodded and said, "What's your plan?" "I think we should find a hunter's house first, gather some intel, and then make our move," Hua analyzed calmly. "Lead the way." Lin pulled his windproof face mask tight and said in a muffled voice. The hunter's house was a branch of the Mayfly Guild, and it was no exception on this frontier of the Great Western Continent. Leaving the vehicle behind, Lin and Hua set off on foot, following the path up the snow-capped mountains. As they ventured deeper, they began to encounter revolvers one after another. Some traveled in groups, others alone. All were wrapped in thick winter clothing, carrying weapons, and kept a wary distance from one another, scattered throughout the western mountains. These are probably all wilderness hunters, looking to take advantage of the opening of the Great Western Continent to hunt beasts, explore ruins, and reap the rewards. "Don't worry, as long as we don't draw too much attention to ourselves, no one will notice us," Hua explained in a low voice. Lin nodded silently, remaining on guard. As they continued onward, they occasionally spotted makeshift structures. After climbing over another hill, a newly established camp came into view. A flag bearing the Mayfly Guild emblem fluttered in the cold wind. "That's the hunter's home," Hua said. At the same time, sporadic gunfire echoed from deep within the mountains. It came from all directions, and there were quite a few shots. "Is that gunfire from the exploration teams of the 3 major factions?" Lin asked. After receiving an affirmative answer, his eyes briefly glazed over as he shifted his consciousness back to his main body and used his full map vision to take a look. Before him lay the snow-capped mountains of the Western Evolution Sandbox continent, with vast, haphazardly scattered forests shrouded in thick gray clouds. Amidst the peaks, 3 groups were positioned at safe distances from one another, stretching from south to north in sequence, attempting to push their lines deeper into the wilderness. The middle group, Mayfly Guild, had the fewest members. They were scattered and lacked organization, likely a group of powerful wilderness hunters on an expedition. To the north and south were Ignition Guild and Ash Mountain Guild. With their large numbers and hot weapons, they appeared to be primarily military forces. Shifting his gaze further west, he could clearly make out the ruins hidden in the mountain valleys from the bird's eye view. Unfortunately, Lin wasn't particularly interested in this. Tuning into the evolution sandbox, Lin followed Hua toward the hunter's lodge. It was a chaotic cluster of buildings, with a central area of wooden structures guarded by heavily armed men who cautiously eyed passers-by. With practiced ease, Hua concealed his face behind a mask, stood tall, and pushed open the wooden door. Instantly, the chatter inside fell silent. Eyes turned toward the two figures sweeping into the room amid the wind and snow, then quickly looked away. The so-called hunter's house was decorated much like a bar. A fire burned in the hearth, keeping out the cold. There were about 20 or 30 people scattered around the bar, warming themselves by the flames and drinking a bitter liquor brewed from wild berries. A summary of recent intelligence. Hua put on an air of experience, walked up to the bar, lowered his voice, pulled out his ID badge, and said to the host of the Mayfly Guild, 5 universal caliber bullets or equivalent, the host replied flatly. What a rip-off. Hua cursed inwardly, reluctantly pulling out 5 bullets, exchanging them for a newspaper-like sheet, and handing it to Lin. The latter opened it and skimmed through it, raising an eyebrow slightly. It did indeed resemble a simplified version of a newspaper, detailing the intelligence from the past 7 days in this area. Much of it was already outdated, but the most valuable information was the mapped activity zones of certain mutated beasts in the western mountains. They were all marked in ink, with the red zones clearly the most dangerous. However, what others considered dangerous was, to him, the perfect tool for tempering his body. Apart from that, a hunting rankings list piqued his interest slightly. Essentially, it was a hunter performance ranking compiled by the Mayfly Guild, specifically tracking the harvests of wilderness hunters across the Great West Continent, essentially a power ranking. Others could use the list to determine who to provoke and who to avoid. Each name was accompanied by a corresponding score. Lin glanced over it. The hunter ranked first was someone called Lone Wolf, with a score of 876, a full 150 points ahead of the second-place contender. The list tracks the top 50 hunters. He is quite skilled, Lin said with a wry smile as he put the information away. Let us go. With that, he set off first. Hua paused for a moment, then hurriedly followed without a word. As the two pushed open the door and left, 3 hunters who had been huddled together inside suddenly stood up, grabbed their weapons, and followed them out. The others didn't bat an eye at this, though a hint of wariness flashed in their eyes. Someone's following us. Leaving the warm house behind, a biting cold wind swept through the mountains. Hua followed Lin deeper into the mountains for a while before suddenly speaking with caution. I know. Lin didn't stop walking or look back, but simply kept moving forward, seemingly without a trace of fear, his tone indifferent. Just a few small fry. Let them be. If they're foolish enough to provoke me, I'll kill them. After 2 consecutive days of slaughter, crossing the wilderness from the central region to reach Great West Continent, countless mutated beasts had fallen at Lin's hands. His physical tempering continued to progress, and his combat experience grew ever richer. Along the way, they had encountered several hunters who tried to attack him, all of whom were killed by Lin. As a result, a hint of a murderous aura had settled upon him. Even his demeanor had grown considerably more ruthless. Now, those casual words struck a chord in Hua's heart. She knew full well that the mysterious man she was following possessed that very capability. In fact, as they journeyed on, she began to doubt whether any living creature in this wasteland could possibly defeat him. Whoosh, whoosh. As the two walked, a strange whistling sound suddenly rang out overhead, rapidly drawing closer. Hua instinctively rolled to the side, raised her rifle, and aimed it at the sky. Only then did she see a massive, monstrous bird plummeting from the heavens. Its size was comparable to that of an adult human. Its body was pitch black, and its wings shimmered with a metallic sheen. It had clearly targeted the 2 of them as prey. In the distance, the 3 hunters trailing behind them saw the scene and their expressions changed instantly.
They all stopped in their tracks, raising their guns or knives, their faces grave. It's an iron wing.
As hunters who had arrived in Great West Continent some time ago, they were well aware of the terror of this locally mutated bird.
Its feathers were as hard as iron and exceptionally agile bullets could hardly harm it.
It particularly enjoyed harassing its prey, and once it locked onto a target, it was nearly impossible to shake off. Even those at the top of the hunting rankings were often reluctant to provoke this creature.
They're as good as dead.
"Let us get out of here," the leader of the hunters said reluctantly, his tone resolute.
But at that very moment, the situation suddenly took a dramatic turn.
In the distance, a tall, slender figure stood its ground without flinching, striking an odd pose before a phantom longbow materialized in its hands.
The martial ancestor manifests his power. The bow bends like the moon.
Whoosh! With a flick of his wrist, Lin sent the phantom arrow, formed from ether energy, soaring toward the sky. At the same time, Hua, crouched nearby, adjusted his gun's muzzle and fired several rounds, sealing off the iron-winged bird's escape route.
Boom!
The next second, with a mournful cry, the head of that pitch-black, terrifyingly powerful bird was blown apart by Lin's arrow, and it died mid-air. It plummeted onto the snowy plain like a kite whose string had snapped.
How is that possible?
The three hunters in the distance stared at the scene in stunned silence. For a moment, they felt a chill run through their bodies, as if they'd been thrown into an ice cave. They never imagined that the target they had set their sights on would be so powerful.
They're gone. After a long moment, one of them finally snapped out of it and exclaimed in astonishment. What?
The other two froze, only then realizing that the two figures, one large, one small ahead of them, hadn't paid them the slightest attention. They hadn't even bothered to retrieve the dead iron-winged bird. Instead, they had already drifted far away. The three exchanged glances. Only after Lin and Hua's figures had shrunk to two tiny dots did they pluck up the courage to approach and pick up the now frozen bird of prey. Back to the hunter's lodge. A mysterious powerhouse has arrived in Great West Continent. This news is sure to fetch a high price. A few hours later, news of the mysterious powerhouse reached the three major factions through various channels. Immediately, all three factions were deeply shaken.
Chapter 40: The Top of the Hunters' Rankings. There weren't many people in the wasteland, and even fewer revolvers.
Therefore, when a mysterious powerhouse capable of killing an iron-winged bird with a single strike appeared, it immediately drew the joint attention of the three factions. No one dared to ignore an evolver capable of ranking in the top 10 of the hunt list, not the Mayfly Guild, nor the other two corporations. South of the Western Mountains, deep within a snow-capped range, lay the Ignition Guild's front line. A battle had just concluded, and the smell of gunpowder still hung heavy in the air. A group of mutated beasts had just been wiped out by the company's forces, and soldiers clad in dark blue cotton uniforms were clearing the battlefield. At the front of the battlefield, the high-ranking members of the Ignition Guild had gathered. At their head stood a pale-faced man with a soft, almost effeminate expression, gazing at the distant mountains through a telescope passed down from the old era. Through the lens, jagged, shattered peaks loomed in the distance. "Issue the order, rest in place for 15 minutes, then continue advancing," the man said hoarsely as he lowered the telescope. "We're already falling behind the Ash Mountain Guild. We must catch up." "Yes, sir." The battalion commander below responded and departed. Immediately, the group saw a messenger running toward them at full speed. "Breaking news, an unknown Class A evolver has arrived in Great West Continent." "What?" The directors of the Ignition Guild all froze in surprise. The evolver danger rating was a set of criteria established by the Mayfly Guild. Essentially, it classified an evolver's level of danger based on their combat record using different tiers. Snatching the freshly printed intelligence report into his hands, the CEO of the Ignition Guild looked it over intently, his expression shifting constantly. The intelligence contained very few details. It merely mentioned that 3 hunters had witnessed a mysterious powerhouse instantly kill an iron-winged bird with a single strike, and that he appeared to possess some kind of ranged attack ability. "Keep a close watch. Find a way to track his movements," the man ordered decisively. An A-rank powerhouse, while not a direct threat to the company, was still worth taking seriously. At the very least,
conflict should be avoided whenever possible. If the opportunity arose, they could even attempt to recruit him. Rated a class?
In the northern mountains, within an ancient ruin, evolvers from the Ash Mountain Guild were busy moving the undamaged weapons sealed within the site. One by one, brand new, large-caliber mortars were carried out and loaded onto modified snow transport vehicles. The chairman of the Ash Mountain Guild's board of directors was a tall, middle-aged man with graying hair. He slowly lifted his gaze from the intelligence report and said to a director standing nearby, "What are your thoughts?
The intelligence appears to be accurate.
We should monitor the situation carefully. A single A rank 1T affect the overall situation, but we must prevent them from being recruited by the Ignition Guild. The Mayfly Guild has surely already sent people to keep an eye on things. They wouldn't just turn a blind eye. We'll just wait for further updates for now."
Very well.
The middle-aged man nodded, then glanced at the sky, which was growing increasingly gloomy, and shouted an order.
The weather is changing. Set up camp here.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than a cold wind swept across the hills, and a blizzard struck suddenly.
Wah, wah.
The blizzard struck with such suddenness that even though Lin had noticed it early on through all map vision and moved the group to safety, they were still caught in the tail end of the storm and battered by the wind and snow. In a sheltered mountain hollow, Lin and Hua sat together, silently finishing their warm lunch before casually tossing their lunchboxes onto the ground.
The storm's letting up. Let us keep going.
Lin pulled up his windproof hood, stood up, and said, "Oh." Hua quickly picked up his rifle as well. By now, they had ventured deep into the mountains and were beginning to sweep through the red-marked areas on their intelligence, that is, zones where highly dangerous beasts were known to roam. Consequently, they hadn't encountered many people in the vicinity. Occasionally they spot other hunters in the distance, but they didn't exchange a word.
I keep feeling like someone's watching us.
As the two emerged from the lee and resumed walking up the slope where the wind and snow were gradually subsiding, Hua suddenly frowned, looked around, and said. Lin didn't turn back, merely replying calmly.
Your instincts are right. Someone is indeed following us, though they're quite far away.
After a pause, he added, it's someone from the Mayfly Guild. By shifting his consciousness back to his physical body, he could easily survey the entire Great West continent, effectively activating full map vision, which is why he had spotted them early on.
It's them? Hua didn't doubt Lin's words. She pondered, so what should we do? Should we warn them? No need.
Lin's reply was as usual. He kept his eyes fixed ahead, locking onto a strange python hidden in the snow.
Its body trembled as it entered combat mode. Just keep an eye on them for me. It looks like they've spotted us.
In the distance, at the edge of a forest, several hunters dispatched from the Mayfly Guild headquarters were lying in wait. Each was equipped with binoculars. At that moment, one of them turned his gaze from the lens to the small figure looking this way and spoke. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the others all gasped.
The giant snow python has been slain, that fast?
The group exchanged glances. One of them smiled wryly and pointed to the notebook in his hand. It contained the tally of Lin's exploits they had observed and recorded, listing the species killed and the corresponding points.
How long has it been? I'm almost out of space on this page, and he has been hunting nothing but dangerous beasts. He doesn't even glance at ordinary mutated beasts, he kills them but doesn't collect the loot. What on earth is he trying to do?
I don't care about his intentions.
I'm just wondering what kind of faces the bigwigs at headquarters will pull when this report gets back. Another man looked uneasy. I'm afraid his rating is going to be adjusted, too.
After a brief exchange, one of them stood up to send the report back to headquarters, while the rest continued to follow. Time passed, and before they knew it, the sun had set in the west, and the sky grew increasingly dark. At night, the danger in the wilderness increases exponentially, so many hunters return before dark. Inside that hunter's home bar, the place was packed and exceptionally lively. However, tonight, the atmosphere here felt strangely off. By the hearth, as the returning evolvers bought the latest intelligence and finished reading it, everyone's expressions changed noticeably.
Whoa, who's this powerhouse? An S rank?
It's been years since we've seen a strong fighter with that rating.
Is it them?
I happened to run into them earlier today, two of them, one tall and one short. The tall one was wearing some weird outfit, and the shorter one was carrying a rifle, someone said.
I ran into them too.
I almost attacked them at the time, another person said, still looking shaken.
An S-class evolver.
Keep in mind, while you can still find quite a few A-rankers in the wasteland, S-rankers are few and far between. Even within the three major factions, their combat prowess alone would easily land them in high-ranking positions.
I've heard it doesn't stop there. The Mayfly Guild's highest-ranked member is only S rank, so... Didn't you notice? Look at the hunt rankings.
This mysterious figure has already climbed to second place with 851 points. He is about to catch up to Lone Wolf.
And he only took half a day to do it.
Prompted by this, many turned their gaze to the hunt rankings. This list is updated with every intelligence release. At this moment, while Lone Wolf still held first place thanks to his accumulated time, his position was already precarious. The second spot, however, was occupied by a crimson question mark. At this rate, I'm afraid Lone Wolf will be pushed down to second place by noon tomorrow, someone remarked with a complex expression. At the same time, they glanced out of the corner of their eye toward a hunter in the corner of the bar, clad in leather armor and drinking alone. Amid the eerie atmosphere, the figure set down his glass, picked up his weapon, and without a word, silently pushed open the wooden door. As some watched with hesitant expressions, he resolutely stepped out into the pitch-black snowy night.
Clink! A gust of wind and snow blew into the room, landing in the hearth fire and emitting a faint, crisp sound.
The air in the entire room grew increasingly thick.
That night, the hunters spent the night there.
When dawn broke the next morning, and the sky brightened as the wind and snow ceased, they finally crawled up from the floor and corners, stretched their limbs, picked up their weapons, and prepared to head into the mountains. Just then, the door to Hunter S. house was suddenly pushed open. An evolver tasked with delivering intelligence, his expression impassive, glanced at the crowd and then said to the receptionist,
"Latest news, Lone Wolf is dead."
In the end, the wilderness hunters had misjudged the situation. In fact, before noon had even arrived, this strongest hunter had perished while battling a ferocious beast in a dangerous zone, vanishing from the leaderboard. Some said Lone Wolf was ambushed and killed by a beast while searching for that mysterious figure. Others claimed he died of exhaustion after hunting high-level mutated beasts all night. No one could say for certain. His name was soon forgotten. In any case, on this early morning, before Lin's second record had even reached this place, he had become the top name on the hunter rankings. Lin knew nothing of this. Even if he likely wouldn't have cared. His only awareness of the situation was,
why are people from all three factions converging on me? Deep within the mountains, somewhere.
Taking advantage of a moment's rest, Lin shifted his consciousness back to his main body and made a surprising discovery. The Ignition Guild in the south, the Ash Mountain Guild in the north, and the scattered wilderness hunters in the central region had all, with remarkable coordination, dispatched teams, altered their course, and were rushing toward his location.
They advanced with great momentum, gradually forming the shape of an encirclement.
Lin, of course, had no idea that his power had already aroused the profound apprehension of these three factions and successfully disrupted the delicate balance of power in this region. Originally, the three factions had agreed to divide the territory among themselves and compete for it. But the sudden intrusion of a powerful and unfamiliar predator naturally sparked a united front against the common enemy among the three major factions. Without much communication, the three factions acted in unison, attempting to surround and kill Lin. Their intent was to eliminate this unexpected variable.
No one wanted an extra contender vying for the secret seal. Have you noticed me? Are you temporarily joining forces to eliminate me because you're worried I'll compete with you for the prize? Though he didn't know the exact details, Lin could roughly guess their reasoning.
They're here.
What do we do? You can't take on so many of them, they have too many guns. Hua's face was deathly pale, drained of all color.
At that moment, she could see enemies closing in from both sides and behind her, while fierce beasts loomed ahead.
It was a perfect encirclement. No matter how strong Lin was, he was still human after all. There was no way he could break free from thousands of gun barrels, and she, too, would likely die here. What is there to be afraid of? If we can't beat them, we'll just dodge them, Lin said flatly. Dodge? How? Hua's eyes widened. Like this. Come here, hold on to me, and don't let go. Otherwise, if you fall, I won't be able to catch you in time. Lin thought for a moment before suddenly saying. Hua looked completely bewildered, as if she hadn't understood a word. Yet, half understanding, she let Lin pull her close, burying her head against his chest and wrapping her arms around his waist. Hold on tight. I'll take you flying. Once he was sure she was secure, Lin gazed at the mountains on either side with a smile in his eyes, watching the dense ranks of soldiers surging forth, and whispered softly. At the same time, his eyes dimmed as he withdrew his consciousness and returned to his physical body. Switch. Lishan Marshall Hall, study. Lin stood bent over the evolution sandbox, squinting as he reached into it, landing amidst the mountains, and controlled his avatar to carry Hua onto his palm. Under normal circumstances, there is no escaping this, but I can fly. Muttering to himself, Lin blew a breath toward the mountains and swiftly raised his hand. Great West Continent, atop the mountains. Just as members of the Ignition Guild, Ash Mountain Guild, and Mayfly Guild finally locked onto the two figures, one large, one small, trapped within their encirclement, before any look of triumph could appear on their faces, they witnessed a shocking sight. Suddenly, a blizzard of no apparent origin descended, obscuring their vision. Amid the blizzard, some vaguely caught a glimpse of two black dots flashing by. A few breaths later, the wind died down and the snow ceased. On the vast, white expanse, where was Lin's figure to be found? The mountains fell silent. It took several full breaths before someone finally snapped out of it. The target has vanished. Chapter 41, The Sealed Land. The target had vanished. In that moment, accompanied by a sudden blizzard, the two figures, one large, one small, simply vanished without a trace. Under the cover of the blizzard, few noticed the path they took. Even if they had, they could not have stopped them. In a sense, it was a form of dimensional manipulation. Outside the evolution sandbox, Lin hadn't even raised his hand. After breaking free from the encirclement, he simply chose a random spot and set down his clone and Hua. He then shifted his consciousness back inside. We're safe. Only when Hua heard Lin's voice again did she release her grip, open her eyes, and discover to her surprise that she had arrived in an unfamiliar area. From her perspective, she had only felt the howling wind in her ears, then seemed to step onto a strange kind of soil, her body briefly rising before landing again. It was as if she'd been pulled by some force and teleported. This was truly an experience unlike anything she'd ever had. Yu Hua blinked, looking at Lin. She wanted to ask something, but in the end, she kept her mouth shut, though the confusion and curiosity in her eyes only deepened. Lin had no intention of explaining either. He simply said, "All right, let us continue." The western mountains weren't very large, so a few hours later, Lin was spotted again. Combined with his earlier disappearance, some speculated that this might also be a kind of superpower. A ability to teleport over a certain distance. But does such a power really exist? Many people had similar doubts. After all, while a certain percentage of evolvers do develop extraordinary abilities, most are physical in nature, more like an evolution of organ function. For example, some have an extremely keen sense of smell, some have exceptional eyesight, and some can sense changes in the weather. Superpowers involving teleportation are truly rare. However, these doubts seemed unimportant. The hunters of the Mayfly Guild knew only that the three major factions' encirclement had failed completely, and the mysterious powerhouse's rating had been adjusted to an unprecedented SS class. Yet this failure did not cause the local wasteland factions to give up. On the contrary, it only strengthened their resolve to eliminate Lin. A powerful figure who could be controlled might still be worth attempting to recruit, but if their power was too great to be controlled, there was no doubt that elimination was the surest course of action. However, what baffled them immensely was that this mysterious figure seemed to possess some form of precognition, managing to evade their encirclement with near perfect timing every single time.
Whether by leaving early or activating teleportation, after several such incidents, not only did they gain nothing, but they also delayed the exploration progress of the three factions. Consequently, they were forced to devote more energy to pushing deeper into the heart of Great West Continent. They also realized, with mixed feelings, that because of Lin's sweeping operations which had eliminated a large number of powerful mutated beasts, their own exploration progress had actually accelerated many times over. This, it must be said, was a somewhat ironic turn of events. In this peculiar atmosphere, another day passed. Lin continued to temper his body and eat at his own pace. When he killed another snow bear and climbed to the summit of a mountain, he discovered to his surprise that there were no more enemies ahead. Under the gloomy sky, light snow was falling. Before him lay a chaotic valley. Beyond that, only a single mountain peak remained. In the background stretched an endless, dark sea. That was the endless sea. That was the very edge of the continent. We actually reached the edge of the continent wrapped in thick cotton clothes and carrying a rifle. Hua gazed at the sea in awe. It was her first time seeing the ocean. If I'm not mistaken, that mountain is probably a laboratory. Lin peered through her scope at the scene ahead and noticed distinct signs of human construction at the summit, base, and mid-section of the mountain, especially at the top, where a large, abandoned antenna was clearly visible. That must be it. Legend has it that the Mad Emperor unleashed the cataclysm from the last mountain by the endless sea. Hua said with a complex expression. After a brief silence, Lin exhaled, feeling the exhaustion accumulated from the continuous fighting and physical tempering within her body, and said, "Let us go. We'll go take a look." Using teleportation, the two arrived outside the Great West Continent laboratory in just over 10 seconds. The entrance to the laboratory was located halfway up the mountainside, a partially sealed gate. As Lin led Hua, two figures, one large and one small, standing alone before the imposing gate, both fell silent. The laboratory's entrance was strikingly simple, devoid of any plaques or decorations, with only a white jade statue placed there. It was likely damaged during the explosion all those years ago. The statue was severed at the waist, its upper half lay in a snowdrift, still clutching a teaching rod. This was a statue of Lin Shang, though the facial features had been deliberately chiseled away, erasing all facial features. Over the past few days, through Hua's accounts, Lin had learned that after he left, the ruler of Qi Kingdom had commissioned a statue of him, which had been preserved for a century. It wasn't until later, during the final years of the Mad Emperor of the new dynasty, that he used brutal force to destroy every statue in the country and banned anyone from honoring the sage. Yet, unexpectedly, a single statue had been preserved right here. Did he want me to witness this experiment with my own eyes? Lin stared at his own statue, a suspicion rising in his mind. Shaking his head, he raised his hand and smashed the statue to pieces. Then, stepping forward, he forced open the metal door, which was already on the verge of collapse, and with a slight tug, pried it open just enough to create a crack. "Let us go inside," Lin said, and immediately stepped through the opening. After passing through a corridor, the space suddenly opened up before her, revealing a vast, spacious laboratory hall. 30 years had passed, yet the place still retained its old appearance, though the instruments and wiring were all damaged and covered in rust. Some areas even showed signs of collapse. Hua followed cautiously, surveying her surroundings, when suddenly she stepped on something, causing her to gasp in fright. They must be the remains of the researchers who died back then. Lin said somberly, looking down at the skeletal remains on the floor. The bones of the dead were scattered haphazardly throughout the hall. Judging by the evidence, it seemed a riot had once erupted here. Lin could not fathom the details of what had happened here back then, but judging by the positions in which the skeletons had died, they had clearly suffered terribly. They must have been the first humans affected by radiation. Lin sighed inwardly. For some reason, facing these culprits who had destroyed an entire civilization, he felt little anger, only a heavy heart and a silent expression. After taking a few more steps forward, Lin's gaze finally settled on a particularly distinctive set of remains lying on the ground. The figure was clad in a bright yellow coat unique to the royal family due to the environment deep within the mountain. It had miraculously retained its original color. The skeleton appeared to belong to an elderly person, seated against the wall. Above their head was a shattered window offering a view of the sea at that moment, one could even hear the quiet sound of the waves. In his withered hands, he clutched a dark green metal box, its base connected to several rotting cables. The words detonator were inscribed upon it. Clearly, this was the remains of the Mad Emperor, the man who single-handedly ended the Qi Kingdom's centuries-long rule and became the first, and only, emperor of the new dynasty. Click. As Lin approached, likely due to the ground trembling, the Mad Emperor's skeletal remains suddenly shook and shattered. Unable to maintain his seated posture any longer, the box in his hand fell to the floor. A dark green, ancient, square seal rolled out from among the bones, clattering onto the ground. Lin's gaze fell upon it, and his eyes widened. Judging by the inscriptions on it, this was indeed the so-called extraordinary artifact capable of influencing others' minds, the secret seal. It was here, just as he suspected. However, its surface was covered in countless cracks, its edges chipped, and it looked somewhat dull, as if it had suffered irreversible damage during the events of that year. Lin thought for a moment, then reached out to pick it up. But just at that moment, the instant his fingers touched the strange seal, the Evolution Sandbox system interface automatically popped up on his retinas. A line of text he'd never seen before appeared. Special item detected. Proceed with analysis? Lin paused, his curiosity piqued. Did Evolution Sandbox actually have this kind of function? Analyze, he thought. A progress bar immediately flashed across the system interface. Analysis complete. At the same time, a stream of information flooded his mind. Evolution Sandbox's analysis report on the Mystic Seal. Attributes: natural or supernatural item. An item suspected to have altered its structure and gained sentience due to exposure to an ether tide, thereby acquiring certain special abilities. Rating: low. Condition: severely damaged, on the verge of shattering. Ability: by consuming ether, it can influence the minds of living beings within a 10-meter radius, producing a hypnotic-like effect. The duration and number of affected individuals are dynamically related to the amount of ether consumed. Side effects: it will cause certain mental effects on the bearer, such as amplifying obsessions, paranoia, loss of reason, and madness. Long-term use is not recommended. What's wrong with you? In the laboratory, seeing Lin staring blankly at the secret seal, Hua's face betrayed a look of concern. After a moment's hesitation, she stepped forward and tried to call out to him. Ah, nothing, Lin snapped out of his trance, offering the young girl a reassuring smile. Then, gazing at the secret seal in his hand, he said with a touch of emotion, I'm just a little surprised. Chapter 42, The Whole World is Shooting at Me. In the laboratory. Lin held the crack-covered extraordinary artifact, his emotions in turmoil. According to the information provided by Evolution Sandbox, this object seemed to be some kind of strange phenomenon naturally born from the spirit tide, its principles unknown. If one were to draw an analogy, it was roughly equivalent to a demonic creature self-generated between heaven and earth, except that it had no life. It was merely an inanimate object. Tracing it back to its origins, its creation was also linked to his own harvesting of ether. In terms of its abilities, as the legend suggested, it could indeed influence the minds of living beings, though there were many restrictions. Whether it was the range, the number of people who could be controlled simultaneously, or the duration of the hypnosis, and so on, there are numerous limitations. Given its effects, it has clearly become a tool of the Mad Emperor's rule. With a little imagination, one can see that he could easily use this artifact to manipulate the members of the council, thereby forcing through certain decrees. This does explain why the wasteful and costly production of annihilation bombs failed to truly shake his rule. It also explains why these researchers were willing to conspire to destroy the world. In contrast, what caught Lin's attention even more were the side effects of the imperial seal. It will have certain psychological effects on the bearer, amplify emotions, drive them to madness. As he mulled over this information, a chill ran down Lin's spine. Previously, he had been somewhat puzzled, finding the Mad Emperor's behavior rather irrational. True, in Earth's real history outside of Evolution Sandbox there had been many mad rulers whose actions were utterly illogical and truly astonishing. But a monarch who single-handedly overthrew the Deity dynasty, no matter how mad, should surely have felt some attachment to his own realm. Yet he destroyed it so decisively, a level of obsession that was terrifying. Looking back now, it seems the secret seal may well have played a part in this. If my guess is correct, after the Mad Emperor first obtained it, he likely used it frequently to help maintain his rule. After all, establishing a new dynasty and quickly stabilizing the realm is no easy feat. In the process of using it, his mind was gradually corrupted by the secret seal's negative effects, amplifying the emotions already within him, making him increasingly paranoid. Ultimately, this led to the tragedy. Or perhaps, while hypnotizing others, he had long since hypnotized himself without even realizing it. Having sorted this out in his mind, Lin sighed inwardly, and his curiosity about the imperial seal cooled considerably. If before he had been thinking of taking it and using it in his daily life, then after learning of its negative effects, that desire faded. Actually, given its damaged state, it wouldn't have been usable for much longer anyway. According to the Evolution Sandbox's analysis, the artifact was severely damaged. It would likely be useless after just 1 or 2 more uses at most. Still, it's not entirely worthless. At the very least, it can help me with a few things before it's destroyed. Using it just once won't contaminate my mind. It's within tolerable limits. Lin rubbed the secret seal, his eyes gradually brightening. He hadn't forgotten that his purpose for entering the Evolution Sandbox was to assess the situation and make a decision on the next steps. Tempering his body was merely a side effect. Over the past few days, through observation, he had also been contemplating how to handle the Evolution Sandbox. Allowing it to recover slowly would take an unknown amount of time, and besides, Lin was gradually growing dissatisfied with the size of Evolution Sandbox number 1. 300,000 square kilometers. It sounded vast, but for a civilization, it was far too cramped. What he couldn't bear to part with were the lives here. Indeed, through his observations, Lin realized with near delight that these people possessed immense potential for growth, yet they were unaware of it. Especially those evolvers. You must understand that just 30 years ago, they or their parents were ordinary people with normal genetic sequences, possessing nothing out of the ordinary. Yet, in the mere span of a few decades, the lives born on this land have begun to possess all manner of extraordinary abilities. Even if these abilities are still quite basic and simple, they hold extraordinary significance. Keep in mind, these people do not possess the ether breathing skill. These are abilities purely self-evolved, making them an extremely rare new species. To use an analogy, they are like seeds of exceptional excellence that were accidentally born in a laboratory or petri dish. They are precious genetic seeds that survived through rigorous environmental conditions and layer upon layer of selection, emerging from among their deformed peers. There is a tremendous element of chance involved here. Lin strongly suspects this is related to the strange radiation from the so-called annihilation bomb, and perhaps it also shares some mysterious connection with the ether, much like the appearance of this secret seal. Both the secret seal and these evolvers are unique, one-of-a-kind phenomena born from the distinctive developmental trajectory of Evolution Sandbox number 1. If they were destroyed and the Evolution Sandbox were to be reset, could evolvers still emerge? It's uncertain. Therefore, Lin has been pondering how to preserve these individuals and then modify the environment. From a utilitarian perspective, providing evolvers with better living conditions and expanding their population would likely yield interesting phenomena he could utilize, such as superpowers. From an emotional standpoint, they are living, breathing people, flesh and blood humans just like Lin, and they share countless connections with him. He must treat them with the same care and consideration. This is also why, when he was previously surrounded by the 3 major factions, he never once chose to kill them. After all, those people are all evolvers, the elite of this wasteland. He couldn't bring himself to do it. Consequently, Lin had been pondering how to preserve them, and he even drafted a few plans in his mind. However, there were still some unresolved details that remained a problem. But now, this secret seal had given him an idea. Perhaps if I make good use of its residual value, it might help me solve this problem. Lin murmured to himself, beginning to calculate the feasibility of the plan in his mind. But just then, his expression suddenly shifted. By shifting his consciousness, he was startled to discover that beyond this mountain peak, near the direction of the mainland, the 3 major factions had actually followed the path he had cleared and were rushing over, about to close in on the laboratory. TSK,
they really are like a pack of leeches. Sighing softly to himself, Lin felt a touch of resignation. Ah, someone else coming.
At that moment, Hua, who had wandered over to the entrance to keep watch out of boredom, noticed this as well and cried out in alarm. Lin tucked away the secret seal, turned, and walked straight toward the gate. He passed through the long tunnel and emerged from the gap in the massive metal gates. A cold wind blew in his face, and heavy snow swirled in the sky. On the platform in front of the metal gates, Hua stood nervously clutching his rifle. Seeing Lin emerge, he let out a slight sigh of relief.
Look! They're over there! Hua raised his short arm and pointed ahead.
Lin looked up and saw, across the valley blanketed in snow, a dense throng of figures surging from the peaks of the nearby mountains. The south, the central, and the north, the elite forces of all three major factions had arrived almost simultaneously. Arriving alongside them were countless firearms and even cannons from the armies composed of evolvers.
Yes! Cannons!
Under the dim light of day, Lin could clearly see the soldiers struggling to push small, mortar-like devices to the mountaintop, adjusting the barrels and attempting to aim them at the isolated peak where he stood. Others were carrying weapons that resembled RPGs. All of these had been found among the ruins of the mountain range.
Great West Continent had once been the Empire's largest weapons manufacturing and R&D hub.
Consequently, there was no shortage of such equipment here. Now, as the leaders of the Ignition Guild, Ash Mountain Guild, and Doomsday Mayfly Guild realized Lin had beaten them to their target and that the Imperial Seal had likely fallen into someone else's hands. Even knowing full well that Lin possessed some sort of teleportation ability, all they could do was temporarily join forces and raise their weapons.
He is here. He has gone in after all.
The headquarters of the Ignition Guild. The CEO, whose appearance was somewhat effeminate, was staring intently at the solitary peak ahead, his eyes filled with apprehension and fear. Thinking of the terrifying power of the legendary secret seal only made his heart sink further. Even supernatural abilities have their limits, they can't be unleashed continuously in such a short time.
I refuse to believe he can escape.
The man behind the Mayfly Guild was, in fact, a middle-aged woman dressed in black and red robes. At that moment, she spoke with a grave expression.
Yet it sounded more like self-reassurance. The North.
The leader of the Ash Mountain Guild, a middle-aged man with graying hair, had a face as still as death. Gazing at the solitary peak and the two figures, one large, one small, he issued a brief command. Adjust the gun barrels. Prepare to blast the mountain.
On the solitary peak.
As they watched countless soldiers simultaneously raise their guns and cannons, aiming at their location, Hua said, her voice tinged with panic.
Let us get out of here fast. Teleport away.
However, Lin merely shook his head. Hua froze, then suddenly seemed to realize something. Her small frame trembled.
Can't we teleport anymore? Can't you use your ability repeatedly?
As soon as she finished speaking, she panicked and reached out to grab Lin's clothes.
Then let us hurry to the lab to hide.
They wouldn't be able to blast through the mountain wall right away. But Lin remained motionless.
No need.
We'll just stay right here.
We're not going anywhere.
Lin said calmly, a faint smile even playing at the corners of his mouth. Hua looked at him blankly, her eyes filled with confusion. But over the past few days, she had grown accustomed to the strength and mystery of the young man by her side. Upon hearing his words, she actually calmed down and stopped feeling anxious. She simply moved a little closer to Lin, her face pale, when she suddenly thought of something.
Ah, do you mean to use the power of that secret seal?
The secret seal does need to be used, but it shouldn't be wasted in a place like this. Lin smiled and gave the young girl a wink, then, facing the guns trained on him from all sides, he tilted his head back to gaze at the gloomy sky and said softly, I have a simpler method. As he spoke, the light in his eyes suddenly dimmed, and in that moment, he shifted his consciousness back to his main body. In the study of the Lishan Martial Hall. Lying comfortably in a wicker chair, Lin slowly opened his eyes, then calmly reached out and picked up an object that had been sitting on the table for some time. It was a crystal clear bowl, seemingly free of any impurities. He had purchased it not long ago while his avatar was in Yangcheng's city center buying food. He stopped by a gift shop on the way. He recalled the shopkeeper saying it was called a Liu bowl, utterly pure, without a single pattern, symbolizing the purest of hearts. Now, holding the Liu bowl in his hand, Lin rose slowly. He fixed his gaze on the solitary peak in the western mountains of the evolution sandbox, which stood adjacent to the sea, and smiled faintly. This should do. With that, he casually placed the transparent bowl over the solitary peak in evolution sandbox. In the snow-capped mountains, thousands of pitch-black gun barrels and cannon muzzles were already trained on the figure atop the peak. Yet, just as countless shells were about to fly toward the peak, high in the sky, thick clouds suddenly churned and boiled. A colossal, crystal-clear glass bowl seemed to fly in from outer space, tearing through the sky of this world and crashing down, steadily enveloping the solitary peak that had captured everyone's attention. The next second, countless shells and fireworks shot into the sky, tracing graceful arcs as they swept over the shattered earth and deep valleys, crashing down upon that magnificent, beautiful, and indestructible shield. The mountains were illuminated in that moment. One by one, the shells exploded against the surface of the glass bowl, creating not a single ripple, but merely lighting up the sky and catching the eye, like a grand and dazzling fireworks display. On the solitary peak, Hua, already in a daze, felt her trembling hand being pressed down as Lin's gentle voice echoed in her ear. See? That's better. Chapter 43, The Great Migration. Boom. As bursts of fire erupted from the outer walls of the crystal lantern, this mountain region sealed off for over 30 years suddenly came alive with activity. The three major factions opened fire almost simultaneously, with the Ignition Guild and the Ash Mountain Guild unleashing the most intense barrage. Shells screamed in from all directions, only to vanish together into flames and dust. Accompanying them were thousands of bullets fired from guns, like a raging storm. Yet, alas, they could not even shake the Lotus Bowl, which had been magnified countless times over. No one had anticipated such a scene. As the first wave of bombardment came to an end, the gunners atop the mountain ceased reloading, and the dense ranks of evolvers released their triggers. After a brief roar echoing through the mountains, suddenly, everything fell silent. As the clouds swirled in the sky, people were stunned to discover that the entire isolated peak had been enveloped by an extremely thick barrier, seemingly constructed of some crystalline material. And the thermal weapons they had expected to destroy their target had, to their astonishment, failed to make a dent. Silence. At that moment, the entire mountain range was plunged into an indescribable stillness. The evolvers gazed in awe at the massive, incomprehensible protective shield, feeling a sense of suffocation. Their mouths hung open, and they seemed unable even to utter a cry of surprise. Is this also his ability? The mastermind behind the Mayfly Guild stared blankly at the scene, his mind a complete blank. Numerous high-ranking members of the Ignition Guild and the Ash Mountain Guild were equally speechless, utterly unable to comprehend what had just happened. Was this also a superpower? The scene before them completely surpassed their imagination, so much so that, for a moment, no one could muster a response. Some evolvers even stumbled and collapsed to the ground in panic. The mountain wind howled, and as the attack ceased, the sky darkened once more. The biting wind swept across the land, sending a chill down the spines of everyone except Lin. Even Hua, standing right beside him, felt the same. She stared blankly ahead, gazing through the crystal bowl at the blurred figures in the distance, unable to speak for a long time. It took her a while to snap out of it. She turned to say something, but heard only Lin's calm voice. "Wait for me here." With that, he turned and returned to the laboratory, walking straight to the window facing the sea. He leaped down, bouncing several times along the rocky outcrops, until he reached a narrow crevice between the glass bowl and the sea's surface. Instantly, he shifted his consciousness and transferred the secret seal in his hand to his physical body. Lishan Marshall Hall, Study. As Lin slowly withdrew his right hand from the ocean, he immediately summoned the system interface and switched to observation mode. He immediately located the Lishan Marshall Hall within the evolution sandbox, carefully lowered his palm, and tossed the secret seal, which was as fine as dust, into the training ground. He then stood up, pushed open the door, and stepped outside.
Moments later, he returned, now holding an ancient-looking seal in his hand.
There is no time to waste. Whether or not we abandon this wasteland, we must first evacuate the living beings from it before we can deal with it. Lin switched the evolution sandbox back to the wasteland and stood to the side, his expression serious. Yes, he intended to harness the power of this secret seal to make all living beings on the continent voluntarily emerge from their shelters, facilitating their evacuation. According to the analysis report, this secret seal's range is limited to a maximum of 10 meters. Within the evolution sandbox, that range would cover far too few people, but what if I take it outside? Lin surveyed the long table in his study where the evolution sandbox sat. A 10-meter range would be more than enough to cover the entire continent. As for the numerical limit, controlling it from outside the evolution sandbox significantly reduced the size of the targets, and the corresponding difficulty of hypnotizing them decreased accordingly. Of course, even so, the sheer volume was still more than the ether contained within the secret seal itself could sustain. Fortunately, Lin could continuously infuse it with ether to meet the demand. I hope this works. Lin muttered to himself, then immediately took the secret seal in his hand, holding it aloft above the evolution sandbox continent, and silently attempted to activate it according to the method described in the analysis report. The next second, the ancient and simple secret seal slowly began to glow. It was as if a sun had been ignited from within the jade. At the same time, Lin established a mental connection with the artifact. He then leaned forward, standing above the dark clouds, and recited with feigned solemnity. This world is about to be destroyed. All living beings must journey to the great western continent to settle on the new land. At the same time, the secret seal in Lin's hand blazed with intense light, sending out an invisible ripple that radiated the will contained within those words. At the same time, in evolution sandbox, across 300,000 square kilometers of wasteland, countless living beings all stopped their busy activities at this very moment, or were jolted awake from their slumber. They looked up in astonishment, gazing at the sky thick with dark clouds. And they heard that slightly muffled, yet immensely majestic and resounding voice from the heavens. And without realizing it, they were successfully lulled by the ripples sweeping across the entire continent, subconsciously following the command of those words as they headed outdoors, into the wilderness, toward Great West Continent. Mine Town. In an open-pit mine, countless displaced people, wrapped in thin clothing, mechanically swung their tools, clanging and clattering as they mined the ore. At the center, the town mayor wearing a tattered jacket and work pants, a horsewhip in hand was patrolling the site, flanked by several thugs. From time to time, he would shout orders and lash out at any vagrant caught slacking off. Yet at that very moment, he suddenly sensed something. He looked up at the sky and saw thick clouds churning overhead as if boiling. Above the clouds, a vague yet majestic voice echoed slowly. This world is about to be destroyed. The instant he heard the voice, the town mayor's cloudy eyes went blank, as if he were muttering in a dream. Beside him, countless displaced people simultaneously stopped what they were doing and looked up. Expressions of bewilderment appeared on their dirty, rough, and numb faces. Clack! Clang! The mayor dropped his riding crop, the enforcers tossed aside their rifles, and the displaced miners set down their baskets and abandoned their pickaxes. Everyone, as if in a trance, turned their gaze toward the direction of Great West Continent. Blackstone City. Inside a large base within the territory of the Ignition Guild. Countless people who had been asleep opened their eyes at that very moment. In their ears, the voice from the distant heavens echoed. Instantly, their eyes went blank. They slowly got to their feet, instinctively packed their backpacks with their most cherished belongings, pushed open the doors, and joined the crowds on the streets. Throughout the vast city of Blackrock, countless people stepped out of their homes, joined the stream of people, and walked toward the city gates. There was no communication, no obstruction. Everyone, including the Blackrock City Guard, under the power of the hypnotic force, voluntarily opened the city gates, led the people, and set out into the wilderness, migrating toward the Great West Continent. It wasn't just humans. Out in the wilderness, a pack of wild wolves surged out of the dense forest. The powerful Grey Wolf King at their head arched his neck, his ears pricked high. He couldn't understand human speech, but at that moment, he was infected by the will contained within Lin's voice. Thus, it let out a mournful howl to the heavens and led its pack in a mad dash toward the great western continent. Behind it, countless mutated beasts also emerged from the dense forest, joining the migrating procession. Many among them were natural predators, yet under the power of the secret seal, their hunting instincts were suppressed. Similar scenes were unfolding at that very moment across the entire continent. Countless humans and mutated beasts, united under the spiritual will that covered 300,000 square kilometers of land, formed a surging torrent, crossing the icy wilderness and marching toward Great West Continent. Even in the distant oceans, some fish were affected. Entire schools leaped from the boundless sea and rushed toward the land, creating a spectacular sight. Great West Continent. Amidst the mountains, the evolvers of the Ignition Guild, Ash Mountain Guild, and Mayfly Guild also heard the voice emanating from the heavens at that very moment. Compared to ordinary people, these evolvers possessed stronger mental fortitude, and thus were less affected. Some of the more powerful among them experienced only a brief dizziness before shaking off the hypnotic effect and gazing up at the sky in horror. This world is about to be destroyed. All living beings must journey to the Great Western Continent, to journey together to the new continent. Hearing that majestic yet unfamiliar voice, countless evolvers atop the mountain peaks nearly lost their composure. Some of the more timid ones even fell to their knees. At that moment, the same word arose simultaneously in the minds of countless people. Gods. Yes, even as civilization regressed, many tales of the old era had not been forgotten. The people of this world still remembered that gods existed in this world. In fact, back when the great cataclysm began and explosions scorched the earth, countless people had prayed for the gods to descend. Yet, no matter how fervently they prayed, they received no answer. Later, a rumor began to spread among the survivors of the wasteland. The Mad Emperor's actions had angered the gods, and thus this land had become a place forsaken by the divine. Yet, unexpectedly, today they once again witnessed the immense power that only the gods could possess. At that moment, even those who had not been directly affected, these evolvers, dropped their weapons one after another and gazed up at the sky in awe. Even as some high-ranking officials attempted to intervene, they could not reverse the tide. In the study of the Lycian Martial Hall, the ether contained within the secret seal had been completely depleted within seconds of its activation, so Lin had no choice but to infuse a small amount of his own ether to sustain the process until its conclusion. Only after confirming that the hypnosis sweeping across the entire continent had succeeded did Lin cease the flow of ether. The secret seal abruptly dimmed, and more cracks appeared on its surface. Thankfully, it didn't consume much ether. The hypnotic effect probably won't last too long, but it's enough. Lin looked down upon the evolution sandbox continent, thinking to himself. In fact, if his sole purpose had been to relocate humanity, he could have achieved it even without using the secret seal simply by disguising himself as a deity. It would have been a bit more troublesome, at most. But the issue was that Lin didn't just want to take the humans with him. He had no intention of abandoning those radiation-mutated beasts either. Therefore, harnessing the power of the secret seal was the simplest and most effective method. Let us preserve as many living beings as possible. After all, I'm not like the old emperor. I'm no mad god, Lin muttered, shaking his head. After speaking, he suddenly paused, re-examining his own words. His expression shifted slightly, and the look in his eyes as he gazed at the secret seal in his hand grew increasingly wary. Side effects, as expected, this thing cannot be kept. Lin's expression grew cold. With a clench of his right hand, the secret seal shattered completely, obliterated, and turned into a pile of residue devoid of any supernatural power. Casually tossing the jade powder into the endless sea, Lin closed his eyes and concentrated for a moment before turning his attention back to the evolution sandbox. Chapter 44, The Arriving Continent. The wasteland's inhabitants have begun their evacuation, but at their current pace, reaching Great West Continent will be exceedingly difficult. Many will likely perish along the way. In his study, Lin surveyed the continents within the evolution sandbox. Dense clusters of black dots surged from cities and forests, gathering together like dark rivers or a swarm of arrows. From different directions, they advanced straight toward Great West Continent. I suppose I should help them with the migration. Lin pondered silently. After a moment's thought, he turned, pulled a fresh sheet of paper from his desk, and quickly cut it into strips of the right size with a small knife. He then picked one up and carefully placed it into the evolution sandbox.
The wasteland.
Across the central wasteland, a massive migration caravan, a mix of humans and animals, was trudging through the icy snowfields, while flocks of birds soared overhead. Compared to the beasts and evolvers, the refugees in this caravan were struggling the most. They lacked adequate clothing to ward off the cold and were even more short on food. Many were frail or disabled. At first, they could barely keep up with the caravan, but gradually, they found themselves unable to continue, and some even collapsed right there in the ranks. "We're too far from the Great West Continent, there is no way we can make it." Among the caravan, a portion of the evolvers, who were less affected, still retained their ability to think clearly. At that moment, seeing the humans gradually falling behind, they couldn't help but express their concern.
"Ah! Look!" Suddenly, someone in the group cried out in astonishment. It was as if they had witnessed an utterly incredible sight. Everyone immediately looked up toward the horizon. They saw clouds swirling in the sky, and suddenly, a massive, oddly shaped continent descended from the heavens, landing steadily before the migrating group and fitting perfectly into the icy wasteland. Is it a celestial deity? Could this be a new continent?
Such thoughts inevitably crossed their minds. Combined with the divine edict that had recently blanketed the entire continent, this clearly bore the hallmarks of divine intervention.
Unlike the humans, the less intelligent beasts didn't give it a second thought.
Maintaining their running momentum, they surged onto that land formed of paper. Seeing this, the humans dared not linger either, scrambling one after another to climb onto that strange, warm, rough, and whitish land.
Outside evolution sandbox.
Lin waited a moment, confirming that this group of evacuees had completely covered the paper, before lifting it up. Keeping his hand steady, he slowly moved toward the mountains of the great western continent. Though the number of lives carried by the paper was great, the weight remained within tolerable limits. The vibrations caused by the ascent immediately caused countless lives on the paper strips to fall to the ground, their faces contorted with terror as they instinctively cried out. Some humans clinging to the edges of the paper strips gripped the uneven surface beneath their feet with all their might, their eyes wide as they watched the wasteland grow smaller and smaller. Suddenly, they realized that the land beneath their feet, after rising to a certain height, ceased to ascend and instead began moving rapidly westward. The mountains and rivers below seemed like phantoms, retreating swiftly into the distance.
"Look! That's the old capital. That's Mount Damung. City of no light."
People gazed in wonder at the earth from this unprecedented vantage point, at the buildings and landmarks that were both familiar and strange, and at the desolate, barren wasteland.
Is this the world we live in?
Most of the humans in the group, especially the refugees, had never left the places they called home. Their fantasies of distant lands existed only in the scattered tales of wilderness hunters. They knew this land was harsh.
They knew this world was a mess.
They knew this was a wasteland abandoned by the gods. But it wasn't until this moment, as they rode atop this land built of white paper and looked down upon the earth, that they finally realized, with crystal clarity, what their world truly looked like. Many years ago, the world wasn't like this. Back then, the seasons were distinct, unlike now, where winter takes up most of the year.
Back then, those ruins were still vibrant, bustling cities.
Some citizens worked in factories, others in companies or government offices. Children attended school. When people fell ill or were injured, they went to the hospital to receive treatment. Young people chased the latest fashions. Young men and women in love wore different outfits every day.
At the edge of the note,
an old man who had lived from the old era to the present crouched on the ground, his sparse, graying hair trembling in the wind. In fact, he was not yet 50, but the harsh environment of the wasteland had aged him to look as if he were in his 70s. He gazed at the world rushing by behind him, and thin tears welled up in his cloudy eyes.
"Back then, I was an imperial pilot."
Hey, that was a top-notch profession full of promise, and the girls really liked it until the cataclysm.
Everything was gone.
Beside him, a scrawny child stared blankly at the ground, then at the old man, his face filled with confusion. As a refugee born in the wasteland era, he couldn't begin to understand the old days the old man spoke of. He only felt the still young blood surging through his emaciated body. it kept rushing into his brain, making him want nothing more than to shout, to cheer.
Wow, ah.
And so he finally let out a cheer, inspiring more refugees to shout along with him. They didn't even know why they were shouting or why they were crying. Amidst the cries, white mountain peaks began to rise from the ground beneath their feet. Those were the Western Mountains. They had arrived at the great Western continent. Instantly, the land beneath their feet began to descend, slowly sinking into a vast valley at the edge of the continent. Humans and animals screamed in terror, clinging to one another as they stared at the ever-approaching mountains and the lapis lantern that shone brilliantly even beneath the dark clouds.
Look! My God, what is that? Spread out! Get out of the way!
On the ground and atop the peaks, the evolvers of the Ignition Guild, Ash Mountain Guild, and Mayfly Guild had barely regained their composure when they saw the strange land descending from the sky.
And they saw, upon it, a teeming, endless mass of humans and beasts.
The scene was so shocking that even many of the fierce evolvers rolled around on the ground in a panic, scrambling to take cover. However, it didn't take long for all living beings to realize their fears were unfounded. The invisible hand guiding the entire landmass was so gentle, cautious, and even warm as it placed them in the valley.
What are they shouting about?
Outside the evolution sandbox, in his study, Lin carefully placed this first group of migrants among the mountains, and only then did he finally exhale. He'd been so worried his hand might tremble that he held his breath the whole time.
Never mind, I'll worry about that later.
Shaking his head to cast aside his minor doubts, Lin picked up another slip of paper from the desk and turned his attention to another migration group.
You're next in the second wave. Looks like I've got my work cut out for me. Chapter 45, Building a Transit Station.
An hour later, Lin realized he had severely underestimated the scale of the Great Migration. So many lives were pouring in from every corner of the continent. Even setting aside the animals that were too small, the number was staggering. Moreover, they didn't all set off at the same pace, and in some areas, it wasn't suitable to place the slips of paper. As a result, it took him quite a while before he finally managed to transfer all the lives within his sight to the Western Mountains one by one using this method. The process wasn't continuous. For instance, after moving off a batch, he had to wait for the remaining creatures to regroup. Using this downtime, Lin took the opportunity to do something else.
How do I remove nuclear contamination?
Opening his laptop and connecting to the internet, Lin typed the question into a search engine to look it up. Regardless of whether the continent of Tark would be preserved, he had to find a way to decontaminate the radiation. Annihilation bombs likely operated on a different principle than nuclear weapons, but Lin wasn't familiar with the technical details, and even if he were, he probably wouldn't understand them, so he could only search for related terms to find inspiration. Methods for decontaminating nuclear pollution: physical methods, chemical methods, electrochemical methods, combined physical-chemical methods, microbial decontamination, incineration, supercompression, soil removal and decontamination, forest restoration. Staring at the answers on the computer screen, Lin fell into a long, deep thought.
So, what does this even mean? I don't get it.
Feeling a bit helpless, Lin spent quite some time searching and reading through the details before he finally got the gist of it. Setting aside the unsuitable options, to put it simply, the easiest solution would be to dig out the soil from the evolution sandbox and replace it with new soil, essentially turning the place upside down, which could completely eliminate the contamination in a very short time. But if I do that, where am I supposed to put all the waste I dig out?
Lin did a quick estimate.
An evolution sandbox this big, even with the material inside reduced by so many times, would still fill his small cart several times over. It's all contaminated, radioactive material.
He couldn't just dig a big hole somewhere on the mountain and bury it, could he? Who knows what kind of contamination this is? Could it affect the surrounding environment? To be on the safe side,
I'll just let time take its course. After a moment's thought, Lin closed his laptop, having made up his mind. In his view, the safest approach was to use time to let the plants within the evolution sandbox gradually purify the entire environment until it was fully restored. Under normal circumstances, this might take an incredibly long time, but the evolution sandbox's built-in time acceleration could solve this problem.
Let us go with that.
However, time acceleration is adjusted based on the complexity of the civilization within the evolution sandbox, and this complexity involves all aspects.
Evacuating humans from the evolution sandbox might not be enough. Perhaps I could clear out the buildings and facilities on the wasteland to lower the complexity.
Also, since I previously convinced them that the world was about to end, I'll have to follow through on that. Pondering these things, Lin pushed open the door and stepped out. Before long, he returned carrying 2 items. The first was a bucket already filled with clean water, the tool he intended to use to clean the wasteland and fulfill his world-ending promise. Of course, he wouldn't need it just yet, so he set it aside for the time being. As for the other item, it was a potted plant about the size of a fish tank.
Yes, a potted plant. This wasn't Lin as it belonged to his late grandfather. It was a slightly fancier indoor decoration than your average flower pot. It had been sitting in the courtyard of the Marshall Hall for a while and was already looking a bit run down. But a few days ago, while cleaning up, Lin gave it some TLC, wiped off the grime, and moved it into his bedroom to use as a planter. Traditional potted plants generally fall into 2 categories, landscape bonsai and tree bonsai. His was the latter, and the planter itself was quite large. Right in the center grew a plant with a classical, distinctly Eastern aesthetic, resembling a green pine. Lin couldn't identify the species, but he thought it looked quite beautiful. To clear the wasteland, we must first relocate the humans and animals. Before the new continent takes shape, we need to provide them with a temporary dwelling or, as you might call it, a transit station. Lin placed the potted plant on his desk and examined it closely. He planned to temporarily relocate the humans and animals from the western mountains into this pot. The pot's surface area was naturally too small to form a self-sustaining ecosystem, but it was more than sufficient for a short-term stay. Moreover, since Lin could provide them with food, they wouldn't need much land at all. But this won't do for now. The soil particles in the pot are bigger than people moving them in, like this definitely won't work. I'll have to make some modifications to the planter. The bottom can stay as is, but at the very least, the top layer can't be this rough. How should I modify it? Lay down a layer of paper? Or plastic wrap? Lin pondered for a moment, then her eyes suddenly lit up. Right, I almost forgot there's still quite a bit of sand piled up in the backyard. Not long ago, when Lin set out to build Evolution Sandbox number 1, she had used a shovel to clear the entire tack desert, dumping the sand into the backyard with a wheelbarrow. Due to the rules of the Evolution Sandbox, the sand had been reduced to dust-like particles upon extraction. But looking at it another way, these exceptionally fine grains appeared to humans inside the Evolution Sandbox as perfectly normal-sized sand. It would be ideal for lining the flower pot. Lin wasted no time and immediately went to the backyard to fetch some of the sand. Most of it had already been blown away by the wind, but fortunately, there was enough left. He carefully removed the top layer of soil from the flower pot, discarded it, replaced it with sand, and packed it down firmly. With that, a patch of land suitable for sustaining life in the wasteland was ready. As for the ornamental tree in the pot, Lin thought for a moment and decided to keep it. I feel like something's missing. After staring at the flower pot on his desk for a while, Lin suddenly realized, I can provide water and food, but supplying water isn't that convenient. The solution was simple. Lin simply dug a small hole in the pot beneath the tree, grabbed a bottle of mineral water, unscrewed the cap, placed it in the hole, and covered the rim with soil. Then, he filled the cap with water. After considering the number of animals that needed to be relocated, Lin set out a few more caps. That should do it. Once all this was done, Lin exhaled contentedly and turned to relocate the remaining migration groups in Evolution Sandbox to the western mountains. When no migration groups remained in sight, Lin looked toward the western mountains and saw that the peaks, once covered in pristine white snow, were now teeming with humans and beasts. The hypnotic effect had not yet worn off, so they gathered together without fighting. Because there were so many of them, the heat radiating from their bodies actually changed the temperature of the area. Much of the snow had melted, and it wasn't nearly as cold anymore. Upon closer inspection, the evolvers from the Ignition Guild, Ash Mountain Guild, and Mayfly Guild were acting with remarkable initiative, actively organizing the refugees together, separating them from the mutated beasts,
and taking control of several mountain peaks. They were waiting for further guidance from the celestial being. The commotion generated by so many lives gathered in one place reached the heavens, making it impossible for Lin to ignore.
It seems we can proceed to the next step.
Lin surveyed the continent, took a deep breath, and finally picked up the bucket from the ground, attempting to pour most of its contents into the evolution sandbox. This land was too heavily polluted, it needed a thorough cleansing.
And so, at that very moment, the humans and wildlife in the western mountains suddenly sensed an indescribable sense of oppression.
All they could see was the eastern sky suddenly darkening, with clouds churning violently. Instantly, it was as if a hole had torn open in the sky, and endless rain poured down like a celestial river descending to earth, crashing onto the land and causing the entire continent to tremble faintly.
The once noisy mountain ranges fell into sudden silence.
Every living creature turned their gaze toward the east.
Is our world really coming to an end? Chapter 46, It's the end of the world, and you're still waiting. Is our world really coming to an end?
This thought rose uncontrollably in the minds of countless people, and the entire mountain range was plunged into an indescribable silence. At this moment, whether they were evolvers or refugees, everyone was overcome by incredibly complex emotions. There was reluctance, but also anticipation. In the days gone by, the vast majority of them had deeply loathed this land. Radiation had destroyed most people's health, and the harsh environment forced every living thing to struggle desperately just to survive. Yet now, as they watched the sky shatter and endless rain pour down, flooding the land as if to drown the entire world, a sense of reluctance welled up within them. After all, this was, in the end, their homeland. On the other hand, the reappearance of the heavenly God, who promised to lead them to a new continent, was undoubtedly what the vast majority of them longed for.
Boom! The rain pounded the earth, sweeping away countless buildings and submerging them.
Snow on the wasteland melted, trees toppled, and in the sky, thunder roared while countless flashes of lightning lit up the heavens. Every last trace of civilization in this realm was submerged beneath the water. The world was turned upside down, a scene of utter apocalypse. Faced with such divine wrath, all humans and mutated beasts trembled in terror, their fear growing ever deeper, unable to muster any will to resist.
Rushing.
It was unclear how much time had passed, but the entire continent had been submerged, leaving only a few higher peaks still standing above the waterline. The western mountains were among them. Inside the Lishan Martial Hall, Lin returned the bucket to the courtyard, then instinctively wiped away sweat that wasn't there from his forehead and exhaled slowly. The deterrent effect should be sufficient. Flooding the land served two purposes: to reduce social complexity and to demonstrate divine might, facilitating the subsequent management of these lives.
Next, it's time to relocate.
Lin paused to think for a moment, then finally cradled the large potted plant in his arms, briefly placing it inside the isolation shield before taking it out again. SSSH with a barely audible sound, under the disinfection effect of the containment shield, some small insects in the pot died at that moment, while the tree itself remained unaffected. Immediately, Lin placed the pot on a corner of the long table where the evolution sandbox continent was situated. It's important to note that the evolution sandbox didn't occupy the entire table, there was still some space left at the edges. Lin placed it there specifically to leverage the power of the evolution sandbox to prevent certain issues. In fact, through his observations and experiments over this period, he had discovered that, surrounding the entire evolution sandbox aside from the isolation shield that tightly adhered to its perimeter, at slightly greater distances, specifically on the outside of the long table, there exists another layer of an invisible barrier. It has been present since Lin first activated the evolution sandbox, separating the evolution sandbox from the outside world according to some complex, indecipherable rules. On one hand, it blocks insects and particles that might accidentally wander in. On the other, it does not obstruct items that Lin actively places inside. This is also why Lin must stand close to the evolution sandbox when speaking into it. Once he steps outside that invisible barrier, any sound he makes will not interfere with the internal operations of the evolution sandbox. Furthermore, it appears that the existence of this barrier is precisely what allows only Lin, the host, to see the evolution sandbox and influence it. To others, or to the cameras, the evolution sandbox is completely invisible, let alone capable of being interfered with. To avoid any potential trouble, it's safer to place the potted plant inside the barrier.
This spot won't interfere with the inner workings of the evolution sandbox either.
Silently setting the potted plant in place, Lynn turned and picked up a few wooden chopsticks and a spoon, all items she had just found in the kitchen.
Phew, I'll start by transferring the animals first, while the hypnotic effect is still active.
Lynn muttered to herself as she extended the spoon toward the western mountains.
The wasteland, amidst the western mountains.
The torrential rain in the sky had ceased, yet the earth was already a vast expanse of water. The shift in weather had stirred up even stronger winds, forcing the humans on the mountaintops to huddle together and lie flat on the ground to prevent themselves from being blown off. The new continent has not yet been unlocked.
The beings of this realm must first proceed to the transit zone.
From the sky, a thunderous, supremely majestic voice boomed once more, accompanied by a strange flying vessel descending from the heavens. Made of an unknown material, it crashed down with overwhelming force, exuding an aura of destruction. The humans fared better knowing this was the power of the gods. They remained relatively calm. But the mutated beasts, unable to understand the words, were thrown into a state of panic. Yet they dared not resist, their limbs going limp as they collapsed in a heap. In the time leading up to this, as the creatures of the continent were transferred here, the various races had already undergone a natural separation. Just as humans instinctively seek out their own kind in the face of a great disaster, the other mutated beasts, driven by instinct, scattered in all directions, a development that greatly facilitated Linna's task. People watched as the strange flying vessel slowly settled between distant mountain ridges. Though the beasts Lynn could hypnotize lacked the intelligence of humans, they were already considered somewhat sentient within the natural world. Having gone through the drill on the blank continent earlier, some of their leaders crawled into the spoon before Lynn even had to force them. Immediately, the entire herd followed their leaders inside.
Lift.
Lynn carefully lifted the spoon, then carried it out of the evolution sandbox and placed it into a nearby plant pot.
To prevent future conflicts, carnivores and herbivores must be separated.
Lynn muttered to himself as he placed a wooden chopstick horizontally across the flower pot to artificially divide the areas.
He then switched his focus, using his avatar to identify the different types of beasts.
Thus, the people of the wasteland saw that mysterious flying vessel appear from time to time, carrying away some of the creatures, only to return again after a while. Through careful management, Lynn divided the flower pot into several zones, for instance, placing all herbivores in one area and humans in another. Carnivores, on the other hand, were subdivided multiple times based on predator-prey relationships. Thanks to his recent hunting of mutated beasts in the wasteland and his conversations with Hua, Lin had become quite adept at classification. This division should work. Every section has access to a water source, at least for the short term. They'll be safe. After all, this was just a temporary stopover. Lin figured they'd keep them confined for a few days at most before moving them on.
So, the last group to be moved will be the humans. Having settled the mutated beasts, Lin breathed a sigh of relief. By comparison, dealing with intelligent humans would be the easiest task.
When the flying vessel touched down once more, Lin was touched to see that the teeming masses of people on the mountain peaks had already formed orderly lines under the guidance of the three major factions.
How sensible of them!
Amid these reflections, the hundreds of thousands of people from the wasteland were successfully transported to the transit zone.
Is this the transit land the gods spoke of?
As the people of the wasteland stepped out of the flying vessel and set foot on this strange and wondrous land, a similar sense of wonder welled up in everyone's hearts. They all looked up, curiously surveying the world around them. The sky here, it's so strange. At the front of the crowd, the Ignition Guild's executive looked up in bewilderment, taking in the vast, indescribable expanse of the sky and the light streaming in from an unknown source, his heart filled with astonishment. A potted plant is, after all, far too small compared to a house, let alone them. Consequently, no matter how hard they strained, they could not make out the scene inside the study. Just as humans on Earth cannot perceive the curvature of the planet with the naked eye. They could sense the light, yet they could not see the sun. The edge of the flowerpot was, to them, a distant horizon.
Not to mention the details of the house. Boss! Look!
There's a huge tree up ahead. In the Mayfly Guild party, a formidable evolver stared wide-eyed at the scene ahead and exclaimed. Beside him, the middle-aged woman who led the entire organization wore an equally stunned expression. Before them, standing between heaven and earth, was a colossal tree taller than any mountain peak. It blocked out the sun and sky, its sprawling branches obscuring nearly half the heavens. Beyond the boundary, beneath the world tree, where no shadow falls at noon, and cries go unanswered, this is the center of the universe. Gazing at the towering, seemingly endless tree, the veteran evolver couldn't help but recite the legend recorded in ancient texts. Could this be beyond the boundary? The dwelling place of the gods? Similar thoughts crossed the minds of the other humans. After all, even in the wasteland era, a basic understanding of this world remained. People knew full well that the land beneath their feet was not the world they were familiar with, and when combined with historical legends about the boundary and the divine realm, it was only natural to draw such conclusions. Is this the land where we will be staying for the time being? Leaning on the edge of a wooden chopstick, the leader of the Ash Mountain Guild slowly crouched down, reached out, and scooped up a handful of warm yellow sand, letting it trickle through his fingers. As an evolver with highly developed senses, he was acutely aware that this land was unpolluted. Standing up with a slight tremor in his body, the middle-aged man raised his gaze to the distance, where a shimmering lake appeared beneath the giant tree. By now, some of the approaching humans had already sprinted to the lake's edge. They knelt on the dry sand, reached out, and carefully cupped a small amount to taste. Their eyes immediately lit up, and they rose to their feet, shouting, "This is Grade 1 water. No, it's even purer than Grade 1 water." It must be understood that in the wasteland, most water sources are contaminated to varying degrees, unpalatable and laced with toxins, and only a select few can afford Grade 1 water, which undergoes multiple distillations. Yet here, there was an entire lake. Hearing this cry, countless refugees rushed to the lakeshore, letting out heartfelt cheers. The noise was so deafening that even Lin couldn't ignore it. "What are they shouting about now?" Shaking his head, Lin looked away, checked the potted plants to make sure nothing was amiss, and silently noted the time. He planned to feed them once he was done with this. Anyway, he figured that whatever he threw their way would be enough to keep them going for a long time. I should have moved everything by now. Shifting his gaze, Lin bent down as if to confirm, beginning to inspect the western mountain range to ensure the transfer was complete. In the desolate mountains, only the glass cup remained, lying quietly on the ground. Casually picking up the cup, Lin was about to recall his avatar when he suddenly froze. It seems there's still one person missing. His consciousness shifted. The next second, the eyes of Lin's avatar, still stationed in the mountains, regained their luster. He looked around and saw nothing but empty snow-capped peaks. The entire world was silent. Turning toward the solitary peak, Lin soon returned to the entrance of that laboratory. The wind and snow here had not yet melted. Beneath the gloomy sky, outside the cold metal doors, there was only a tiny figure, sitting alone and quietly in the snow, clutching a rifle to her chest. Gazing at the lifeless world, she let out low, choked sobs. "Hua!" Lin paused for a moment, then hurried over, climbing up to stand behind the little girl. As he did, the sound of her sobbing grew clearer. "Why are you crying?" Hua, who was hugging her arms and wiping away her tears, was overcome with grief when she suddenly heard a familiar, gentle voice behind her. She froze, her small body trembling, then spun around abruptly, her tear-filled eyes wide. "You? I thought you'd abandoned me." Lin was speechless. She walked over, slowly crouched down, and reached out to wipe the nearly frozen tears from the little girl's face. "Why didn't you leave just now?" The crystal bowl didn't completely seal this place off. There are large gaps all around. Sniff, Hua blew her nose hard, then, fighting back her hurt, said, You told me to wait for you here." Lin was silent. After a moment, he smiled helplessly, ruffled the little girl's messy hair, and said with a smile, "That's right. That's why I came back." Chapter 47, Welcome to My World. What about them? At the peak of the snow-capped mountain, Hua, wrapped in a thick, tattered cotton coat, fought back her tears, her eyes red and her voice hoarse as she asked. Lin knew she was referring to the humans and animals.
As you've heard, they've gone to the transit zone to settle down for now.
Soon, they'll move to the new continent, a place that, well, at least it'll be much better than this wasteland. Lin sat down beside her, offering comfort and explanation. Hua wasn't sure if she understood. She just stared at him blankly for a moment before saying, all of this has something to do with you, doesn't it?
Yeah, Lin didn't deny it, but before Hua could ask more, he said, let us not talk about that right now.
It was too complicated to explain, and he hadn't figured out how to put it yet. Seeing the young girl nod, Lin continued, then stop crying.
I'll take you to meet up with the others right away.
However, upon hearing this, Hua suddenly fell silent. She abruptly reached out with her right hand and grabbed the hem of his shirt, her expression complex.
Are you going? What? I mean, the way station, are you going there too?
Lin paused for a moment, but ultimately chose not to lie.
He explained, maybe I'll go there, maybe I won't.
I told you, I come from far away, from another place, so wherever you go, I'll go. Hua said suddenly, with great seriousness, tightening her grip on the hem of his shirt. Lin froze for a moment, not immediately catching on. It took him a few seconds to realize what Hua was really trying to say.
You want to go with me?
What she meant wasn't he going to the transit zone, or even the as yet unformed new continent, but going with Lin, that is, heading to a world beyond the evolution sandbox. Although Hua had no real concept of this in her mind, after spending these days together, she had instinctively grown dependent on Lin. As a loner on the wasteland, she had no parents, no relatives, and hardly any friends. In the past, she had lived in constant tension, struggling just to survive. It wasn't until these last few days, when Lin had kidnapped her to serve as a guide, that she had felt safety for the first time. No need to worry about wild beasts, no need to plan the journey, no need to endure hunger or cold, sleep when tired, eat when hungry. None of this had ever existed in her past life. Thus, on a level she wasn't even aware of, she had developed a strong sense of dependence on this sudden stranger by her side. Now, with the world she lived in for over a decade on the brink of destruction, her fear of the unknown ahead only deepened. If she was bound for a new world either way, then staying by Lin's side would certainly be for the best. Well, I don't have much to offer, but I'm still pretty strong, and I work fast.
Hua nodded, her voice low and lacking confidence.
She knew her request was somewhat presumptuous.
Moreover, while she might have some value in the wasteland thanks to her experience and knowledge, what would she have left to offer once they left this place? Obedience? Some manual labor?
She couldn't help but feel she had no real advantages. So, after nervously voicing her thoughts, she had already braced herself for rejection. However, Lin, standing beside her, fell deep in thought. His first instinct was, of course, to refuse, then send her to a transit zone to wait a few more days until the new continent was fully constructed, at which point they could all be transported there together. But looking at her tightly pursed lips, he hesitated briefly, then considered the feasibility of taking her out.
Technically, it was no problem, he had already tested it.
Hundreds of millions of years ago, he had even brought an elephant out of the evolution sandbox.
The problem lay elsewhere.
For instance, he'd have to arrange a place for him to stay.
Having a stranger suddenly move in.
Marshall Hall had plenty of housing, it could easily accommodate not just one Hua, but a whole group. Then there was the issue of missing identity records. Well, Lishan Marshall Hall was extremely remote to begin with, he rarely encountered anyone there. These days, as long as you don't go to places that require ID verification, not having one doesn't seem to hold you back at all.
It's just one more mouth to feed.
As for the evolution sandbox, that thing has long been bound to his very being, others can't see it, let alone touch it. Therefore, having an extra person around won't affect that aspect at all.
On the contrary, there are actually quite a few benefits.
For instance, living alone, there were many daily tasks where he could use a helping hand, and having someone to chat with helped pass the time. He could team up for games, and have a companion for hot pot. Because of the evolution sandbox, he couldn't live with real-life friends, but with Hua, as long as he made things clear, he wouldn't have to worry about that. Furthermore, if any issues arise with evolution sandbox in the future, having an assistant would mean he wouldn't have to handle everything personally every time.
Tasks like capturing prisoners or interrogating them for information could be entirely delegated to Hua. In fact, to prevent another wasteland-like catastrophe, once evolution sandbox civilization reaches a certain stage, could he establish an observation post? To stay informed of the situation and supplement the operational logs? If I had an assistant.
And then there's the martial hall. Although he has already begun fostering a culture of martial arts within society, he won't be able to openly accept disciples for a very long time to come. At the very least, he can't open the martial hall until he is powerful enough to stand up to any force on Earth. Otherwise, not to mention other issues, the sheer number of people and prying eyes would be a huge hassle. Even if conditions allow for it in the future, finding suitable students might not be easy. So, could he use Hua to get his feet wet first? Just the two of them start martial hall secretly? The more Lin thought about it, the more suitable the idea seemed, and his eyes grew brighter. At the very least, we can give it a temporary try. If it doesn't work out, we can always send Hua back to the evolution sandbox. But I still need to figure out how to explain the relationship between the two worlds to her, and the role I play in it. Lin became more and more lost in thought, remaining silent for quite a while, until Hua could finally hold it in no longer. She mustered her courage and said,
"If it's really too difficult, then just pretend I never said anything."
"Okay."
"Ha?" I said, "Taking you to where I live, okay."
Lin hesitated over his words, and immediately saw the girl's eyes light up. A smile blossomed on her face, which had been as sour as a sour dumpling.
He quickly added, "But there's a condition." "I agree." Hua jumped up and said.
Lin choked on his words, looking somewhat exasperated. "If you're like this, you wouldn't even know if someone sold you off."
"Hee, I'm not worth much." Hua looked proud. Lin rubbed his forehead and sighed. "Anyway, hold on tight to me in a moment. I'll take you away from here. Then, no matter what you see or what questions you have, don't ask anything for now. I'll take you for a tour first." "Okay. I'll be good."
With that, Hua, at Lin's request, tossed aside his weapons and ammunition, then clung to him.
"Ready?" "Yes, Pilot 1, Hua, ready for takeoff."
Lin chuckled softly, cast one last glance at the world before him now transformed into an endless ocean and closed his eyes.
Consciousness transfer.
In the study of Lishan Martial Hall, Lin carefully cradled Hua and his avatar in his palms, then manipulated the system interface to switch to observation mode. As light and shadow shifted, Yang City materialized atop the evolution sandbox. At that moment, the sky was just beginning to brighten in the east, the rising sun had formed a crescent. With a thought, Lin utilized the evolution sandbox's capabilities to attempt merging his avatar along with Hua and the items she was holding into his palm, rendering them transparent to avoid detection. Only then did he carefully place the two of them in the courtyard of Lishan Martial Hall, that is, the spacious training ground. "Wait here for me a moment," Lin said to Hua, who stood beside him on the training ground, before pushing open the door and entering the study. Before long, Lin, having absorbed his doppelganger back into his body, stepped out wearing a light summer outfit and approached Hua. "This is where I live," Lin said with a smile. Suddenly, sensing something, he and Hua, who was bundled up like a dumpling in thick cotton clothes, turned their heads toward the east. The sun suddenly leapt over the horizon, its boundless, brilliant, warm rays illuminating the entire world. Hua stood there dumbfounded, not knowing where to put her hands or feet. After a moment of silence, she blurted out in admiration, "What a beautiful sun!" Chapter 48, I Am Not a God. In fact, the vast majority of people in this world had long since grown accustomed to this ball of fire hanging overhead, eternal and timeless, to the point where they habitually overlooked its beauty. But to Hua, who had grown up in the wastelands, it was truly beautiful. On the training grounds. Lin fell silent for a moment upon hearing this, then cleared his throat, turned his gaze away from the east, and said, "Follow me," before leading Hua into the bedroom. After briefly demonstrating how to use the bathroom fixtures, he said, "Go wash up first. It's summer here right now, and it's very hot. I'll find you some clothes." "Well, I don't have anything suitable for you at home, so I'll take you out to buy a set later." After saying this, Lin turned and walked away, leaving the bathroom to the young girl.
Hua followed his instructions. Though she was brimming with curiosity, she said nothing, merely nodding.
Only after Lin had left did she carefully remove the thick, dirty cotton clothes one by one, slip into the bathroom, and awkwardly turn on the showerhead.
Whoosh!
Hearing the sound of water coming from the bathroom, Lin silently exhaled, opened the wardrobe, and pulled out a pair of shorts he bought earlier but never worn. He also picked out the smallest shirt he could find and grabbed a pair of slippers. "This will have to do for now," Lin muttered under his breath as he placed the clothes by the bathroom door.
"Leave them here. Change into them when you come out."
"Okay."
Hearing the reply, Lin turned and went back to the study.
He glanced at the potted plant to make sure everything was calm for the moment, then released his clone, took off his down jacket, and walked back to the bedroom, leaving his original body in the study.
"I'm done showering."
When Lin, now dressed in summer clothes, walked back into the room, he heard Hua's voice. Immediately, a small figure slowly walked over. Her hair was disheveled and dripping wet. She wore a loose-fitting shirt that nearly covered her shorts, and her feet were in Lin's slippers, her toes rubbed raw, clenched nervously. Lin froze for a moment, then furrowed his brow in surprise.
He hadn't expected Hua to be so small and frail.
Although he knew from their time in the wasteland that she wasn't tall, she'd always been wrapped up so tightly that she'd just seemed a bit stocky. It wasn't until now, with all those layers of old clothes peeled away, that Lin finally realized just how thin Hua really was. Her frame was tiny, clearly the result of starvation. Perhaps sensing the change in Lin's gaze, Hua grew visibly more nervous. It took several full seconds before Lin let out a soft exhale, turned around, and handed her the baseball cap and sunglasses he was holding. "Put these on too. In a moment, I'll take you teleport to a nearby city for a walk. Remember, the language here is different from what you know, and the rules are different too. So watch more and speak less. If there's anything you don't understand, ask me quietly." After giving her these instructions, Lin led Hua through the evolution sandbox, teleporting them directly to a secluded alley near Yangchang's commercial district. Beep beep. As the two figures, one tall, one small, emerged from the alley, the city's clamor, the sound of cars and people, came rushing toward them, completely overwhelming Hua. It was just dawn, the morning rush hour. The streets were packed with traffic, pedestrians hurried by, and shops along the street were opening one after another. The entire city had suddenly come to life. These scenes filled Hua's eyes, leaving her dazzled and unable to take it all in. She could only cling tightly to Lin's side, eyes wide and ears pricked, striving to make sense of this world based on her past experiences. City. The word was not unfamiliar to Hua. Take Blackstone City near Mine Town, for instance. She had been there many times. There were shops there too, and vehicles and pedestrians on the streets. In her original understanding of the world, Blackrock City had already been a very bustling place. But compared to the city she found herself in now, the two were almost entirely different concepts. Those vehicles, controlled solely by the Ignition Guild and never used unless absolutely necessary, were so numerous here that she couldn't take them all in at once, and their designs were even more bizarre and varied. The towering skyscrapers rising from the ground made her shudder instinctively. But more than all of that, it was the humans who had the greatest impact on her. They were the tall, imposing figures hurrying along the streets, dressed in all manner of styles, yet without exception possessing normal, human forms. After all, in the wasteland, evolvers were few and far between. The majority were hunchbacked, deformed, or afflicted with various ailments. Here, however, none of that seemed to exist. These people spoke a language she didn't understand, going about their business or tapping away at strange, palm-sized devices. Occasionally, someone would glance her way, but their gaze lacked the ferocity typical of wastelanders, and they quickly looked away. Everything here felt so fresh and new. Are they all evolvers? As they walked, Hua finally couldn't help but ask in a hushed voice. Not exactly, in fact, they're all ordinary people. They don't seem to recognize you? Yeah, it's a bit complicated to explain, but they really don't recognize me. In this world, I'm just one of the masses. Why aren't they carrying weapons? Isn't there any war here?
Of course there is. Where there are people, there is conflict. The two of them walked slowly down the street, constantly asking and answering questions. Hua's questions grew increasingly complex and harder to handle. Why is that guy wearing a skirt? And stockings? Personal preference, I guess. Why does that woman have a tail?
Just part of the Master-S mission.
Ahem, okay, shut up for now. Come inside so I can buy you some clothes. Don't say a word, just play dumb.
Lin forcibly cut off the conversation and led the bewildered Hua into the mall. It took some time, under the slightly odd stares of the shop clerks, to buy the little girl a few sets of clothes to change into. Then Lin hurried out as if fleeing and headed toward a nearby park. He took the opportunity to investigate the popularity of the Qingling breath technique. He'd been completely immersed in the wasteland these past few days and hadn't had the energy to pay attention to Yangcheng. Occasionally checking through Evolution Sandbox, he found that the number of practitioners had plummeted after the initial peak in the first 2 days, but later began to rise slowly again.
The logic was clear. At first, many people tried it out of curiosity, but not everyone had the talent. After a few practice sessions with no noticeable results, they naturally gave up.
Only those with better aptitude, who actually received positive feedback, would stick with it and spread the word to family and friends. This word-of-mouth effect led to the slow growth. On the scale of Yangcheng as a whole, the number of practitioners was still quite limited.
We can't rush this.
Judging by the natural course of things, as long as it's still growing, it'll eventually take off. Lin took a stroll through the park and successfully spotted 2 elderly men meditating on a bench, presumably practicing the breath technique, before leaving with a satisfied smile. He then took Hua on a bus, driving aimlessly around the city to help her adjust and teach her some basic etiquette. The overarching principle was to keep a low profile. They wandered like this until noon, when the two found a buffet in the commercial district and ate their fill.
As Lin put it, "At this place, you can eat as much as you want, just don't overeat. You're so skinny you need to replenish your nutrients." Hearing the words "eat as much as you want," Hua's eyes nearly glowed with excitement.
As she ate, she activated her abilities, using the food to heal the hidden injuries in her body. By the end of the meal, not only had all the minor injuries she accumulated inside her healed completely, but she looked radiant all over. Of course, she was still very thin. That wasn't a physical injury, it would just take time. Considering Hua needed time to process everything, after lunch, Lin took her back to Lishan. They didn't use teleportation but rode in a car instead, so she could get her bearings. By the time the two got out of the car, carrying their groceries, and made their way through the small town to the foot of Lishan Mountain, even Lin felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her.
It wasn't physical fatigue, it was mental exhaustion. "See that building up on the mountain? That's where I live, and from now on, you'll live there too. When we get back, I'll buy you an online course to learn the language of this world. That way, when we go out in the future, it'll be easier to communicate." Carrying their bags and packages, they walked along the mountain path under the summer sun. Lin spoke as they walked, and Hua listened. Since there was no one else around, they didn't need to speak so quietly, they could be more open. Just as they were about to reach the entrance of the martial hall, Hua, who had been listening in silence the whole time, suddenly said, "Can I ask that question now?" Lin paused for a moment, then sighed softly and said, "Go ahead." He knew exactly what Hua wanted to ask. And over the course of the morning, he'd already figured out how to answer. "So, are you a god?" Hua asked earnestly. "On the mountain path." Lin raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his brow, feeling the breeze blowing in from the Taiha Mountains. He shook his head firmly and replied candidly, "I am not a god. I am just an ordinary person who has had a bit of luck." Chapter 49, Marine Life. It wasn't too hot today, and the breeze blowing in from the vast Taiha Mountains was surprisingly refreshing. The moment Lin spoke those words, it was as if a subtle shift had taken place within him. Was he a god? It was a fascinating and crucial question. If, until recently, Lin hadn't given it serious thought, then from the moment he activated the secret seal to put the entire continent under his spell,
he finally had to confront the issue head-on. If the definition of a god hinges on the ability to create life, then he clearly isn't one. Even though he had carved out a land where life could thrive, the evolution of living beings follows its own laws at best. He could be considered Pangu, but certainly not Nuwa. If judged by sheer power, then to the lifeforms within the evolution sandbox, he undoubtedly is a god. His breath was a gale, his cough, thunder. If he so desired, he could effortlessly overturn and destroy the entire world of evolution sandbox, or tear it all down and start anew. The question was, how did he view himself? This was crucial. While wielding the secret seal, Lin had once joked that he was different from the Mad Emperor. He was not a mad god. The moment those words left his mouth, he realized he had already been quietly influenced by the side effects of the secret seal, which had amplified certain hidden thoughts within him. It was only then that Lin suddenly snapped to his senses, realizing that deep in his subconscious, he had already begun to harbor the notion of regarding himself as a god. This was a very dangerous thought. Lin knew full well that his true power was, at best, equivalent to that of a martial arts master in a TV drama in the realm of fantasy and science fiction. He had barely set foot on the path of cultivation. His authority over the beings of evolution sandbox stemmed entirely from the mysterious artifact itself. He was like a game administrator, seemingly able to use his privileges to grant life or death to in-game characters, but ultimately, he was just an ordinary person relying on external forces. A true deity should obviously not base their authority and power on external forces. That would be like water without roots. Once one fails to recognize their true place, they become lost in the illusory thrill of domination. Given time, even without the imperial seal, Lin might evolve into a mad emperor and ultimately face destruction. There are far too many similar examples in the real world. Almost every year, ordinary people unexpectedly rise to fame online, amassing wealth and fame in a matter of months or even days that most people could never imagine in a lifetime. And many of these people lose their way as a result, becoming arrogant and ultimately disgraced. They rise like shooting stars and fall like shooting stars. After suddenly acquiring power, it is inherently difficult to stay true to one's core and maintain self-awareness. To guide the development of the evolution sandbox civilization, Lin could pretend to be a deity and act as he saw fit. But he knew full well that he must never truly regard himself as a god, or wield his power recklessly. Otherwise, it might not be long before his character gradually became twisted, leading to a backlash. In fact, Lin even began to wonder if, deep down, bringing Hua out had been a subconscious attempt to keep himself in check. Seeing Hua allowed him to clearly realize that the humans in the evolution sandbox were no different from him. In essence, they were not mere ants on the ground, but living, breathing individuals. This served as a safeguard against falling into a fate similar to that of the Mad Emperor. These thoughts and reflections had long been buried deep within him, but now, faced with Hua's inquiry, he finally voiced them with absolute certainty. And just as he spoke those words, a stir passed through Lin's heart, a sudden warmth washed over his body, and a wisp of nearly invisible black mist seeped from within him, vanishing completely. The dust had been swept away from the sanctuary of his heart, leaving it as clear and pure as ever. In that moment, Lin felt as though his state of mind had undergone an invisible ascension. An ordinary person? On the mountain path, Hua was naturally unaware of the changes that had just taken place within Lin. She merely asked in puzzlement, then looked at him and said earnestly, "You're not an ordinary person." Maybe. It's a bit complicated to explain. Lin smiled slightly as he walked, pulling out the prepared story he'd thought up. In the end, he still didn't tell Hua about the evolution sandbox. He merely said vaguely that it was a supernatural ability he'd acquired by accident, a power that allowed him to traverse time and space and exert influence. Well, by accident was easy enough to understand. And Hua simply listened intently from start to finish. Her eyes betrayed surprise and confusion, but in the end, it all dissolved into trust. Although she couldn't fully grasp the logic behind it, she was certain that Lin, this deity, wasn't bad, and certainly wasn't evil. For her, that was enough. "So, you're a good god, then?" "I told you, I'm not." "Ah, whatever you think." Before they knew it, the invisible barrier between them had gradually dissolved. The look in Hua's eyes as she gazed at him held less awe and more warmth. "All right, this is your room." You can sort out the clothes and bedding yourself, then get a good night's sleep, and let your food settle. We'll talk about the rest tonight. I've got some things to take care of. Returning to the martial hall, Lin settled Hua into the room next to his own. Only after watching the young girl, arms full of bags and her belly bulging with food, enter her room did he shake his head with a smile and head back to his study. In the study, after withdrawing his avatar into his body, Lin looked at the evolution sandbox in a rather good mood. His gaze first fell on that potted plant. While taking Hua shopping, Lin had taken the time to switch consciousness back to his main body and feed the lifeforms in the pot. At first, Lin had planned to toss them a sausage or a potato or something. Considering the scale, that would have been enough to feed them for a long time. But after visualizing the scene in his mind, a group of them witnessing a sausage as massive as the Taiha Mountains, blocking out the sky, descending to the ground, Lin shuddered. He felt it was simply too terrifying, so in the end, he chose to toss down some breadcrumbs instead. Although it was still terrifyingly large for the creatures of evolution sandbox, it was at least within acceptable limits. Both humans and carnivores could eat it, and as for the herbivores, Lin simply went out to the yard, plucked a blade of grass, and tossed it in. He added some water as well. It looks pretty thriving, doesn't it? Standing beside the flower pot, Lin's gaze swept across the several partitioned areas. The herbivorous and carnivorous mutated beasts were either nibbling around the grass and breadcrumbs, drinking from the water, or resting in the shade of the trees. A few energetic ones were even fighting in pairs. Overall, things were quite peaceful. It turns out that as long as there is plenty of food, these simple-minded creatures aren't all that savage after all. Lin couldn't help but reflect on this, then immediately turned his gaze toward the human area. Compared to the mutated beasts, the humans had already formed settlements led by 3 major factions. They had even begun using the tools they brought with them to pitch tents and establish order. While feeding them, Lin once again publicly pretended to be a deity, issuing warnings and reassurances to the humans. The gist of it was that they should settle here for the time being and avoid causing trouble. In addition, he permitted them to cut down and use that landmark tree to build fires for warmth and construct shelters. After all, it's such a massive tree, even a single piece of bark will last you a long time. Confirming that the transit zone was operating normally, Lin exhaled slowly and turned his gaze toward evolution sandbox number 1. He had activated time acceleration before leaving. Several hours had passed, and the entire wasteland was still a vast expanse of water, but the murky waters had turned clear and deep blue. The gray, overcast sky had also fully cleared. Operational log. The world has been running for 700 million years. A flood destroyed the world, and sentient life was transferred away. The entire world has returned to tranquility. After a very, very long time, the annihilation radiation completely vanished. Through the combined effects of nature and the passage of time, the pollution disappeared, and the world returned to its original state. The entire continent was submerged, and this place became a paradise for marine life. Marine life? Lin checked the operation log and wasn't particularly surprised. Land-based life had either been relocated by him to the transit zone or submerged by water. Since he had injected fresh water, quite a few marine mutant fish had likely perished as well. But in the end, some life had managed to survive. Parting the clouds in the sky, Lin looked down at evolution sandbox, bringing himself close to the sea surface. Inside evolution sandbox number 1. Here lay an endless ocean. The entire world was filled with a primal atmosphere. As far as the eye could see, only a handful of high mountains remained exposed above the waterline, but they were unlikely to support any significant life. However, upon closer inspection, one would discover that atop those mountains, or perhaps what could be called islands in the sunniest spots, a vast swarm of strange fish lay sprawled out. Lazily, as if basking in the sun. Occasionally, they would flip over. Suddenly, at that very moment, the sky stirred. An immense, formless face slowly descended from the heavens, covering the entire expanse of the sea. It also noticed the strange fish covering the islands. Ha! What on earth is that? The formless, colossal face raised an eyebrow, unable to suppress its surprise. Chapter 50, Oasis.
In Evolution Sandbox, on the islands.
Lin's voice boomed like thunder, causing the lazy strange fish to jump in fright. Some near the shore instinctively scrambled, leaping into the water, then poked their heads out to look around. Others, having slept too soundly, jolted awake but remained dazed, staring blankly up at the sky. These strange fish were roughly the same size as humans. Even with his enhanced vision far superior to that of ordinary people and standing this close, Lin could only make out their general appearance.
The fish had deep blue skin and slender, fishtail-like lower bodies, though they had very few scales.
They possessed 2 arms and humanoid heads, devoid of hair, a stark contrast to the fish Lin was familiar with, making them look extremely bizarre. At that moment, likely sensing the warm air from Lin's breath, a group of the strange fish began to chirp and squawk noisily. However, it was clearly not language, but merely a beast-like howl.
It doesn't look like a highly intelligent life form, perhaps a novel amphibious species?
Puzzled, Lin sat up and carefully reviewed the operational log once more, but found no relevant records. Yet no matter how he looked at them, these creatures didn't seem to have evolved naturally. Suddenly, Lin recalled some history Hua had told him. It was said that during the Great Cataclysm, drastic climate changes had caused many coastal cities to be submerged. Later, some hunters claimed to have encountered creatures resembling mutated humans while exploring the ocean. Those creatures could live freely underwater, possessed very low intelligence, and were unable to communicate with humans. However, these were merely legends of the wasteland after all. Not even the 3 great factions dared to venture into the incredibly treacherous ocean.
Could it be that these lifeforms are a race evolved from the mutated humans of that era?
Lin couldn't help but wonder, his gaze immediately taking on a complex expression. If his guess were true, then the loss of intelligence was likely the price of survival.
If Evolution Sandbox were allowed to continue accelerating, perhaps, far in the future, these mutated species might regain their intelligence, who knows?
Perhaps they would become the new masters of this ocean.
Then I'll relocate you to the new continent as well.
Lin paused to think for a moment, then turned and fetched an abandoned fish tank.
He planned to place this species in the tank as a temporary holding area.
This way, he could preserve the species and give them a chance to continue evolving, without delaying his own plans. He dipped a finger into the water and gently stirred the surface. The strange fish finally snapped out of their daze and, terrified, dived to the ocean floor, desperately trying to escape. Lin, however, remained calm. He placed the entire fish tank over the water, then gently flipped it over, capturing the entire school of strange fish along with the surrounding ocean inside. "I'll put the fish tank next to the potted plant," Lin said. He wiped the water droplets away with a towel, then set it steadily aside before casually sprinkling some breadcrumbs into it. After that, he hesitated no longer. Grabbing a bucket, he began to pump out the accumulated water from Evolution Sandbox number 1. To be precise, he was retrieving the water he had previously poured in. Having been purified, it was now free of contamination. As the water level dropped, the land that had been submerged for tens of thousands of years finally emerged into the light. It looked like a mass of silt. The civilizations of the past lay buried beneath the earth.
Time acceleration. Once adjusted, the entire Evolution Sandbox began to evolve rapidly once more.
Visibly, the riverbed dried up, and vegetation re-emerged, spreading swiftly across the entire continent. Everything seemed to have returned to the very beginning, to the state of this world when it was first born. Based on past experience, by tomorrow at the latest, the entire Evolution Sandbox will have fully restored its original topography and ecosystem. Lin was quite satisfied with this pace. However, according to his plan, once the greening of this area was complete, he would abandon Evolution Sandbox number 1, deactivate the isolation shield, and build a new world from scratch.
Yes.
The new continent he was seeking for the wasteland's lifeforms was not Evolution Sandbox number 1. If the Tark continent itself was an experiment for Lin to explore the rules of the Evolution Sandbox, then the time had come to bring that experiment to a close. 300,000 square kilometers is simply too small for a civilization, and the Aether cap is too low. It's time to switch to a larger map. Lin's gaze was clear, and a sense of anticipation welled up within him. In his field of vision, the system interface popped up, shifted, returned to the main page, and then opened the shop button. Originally, there was only one item here, observation range, priced at 1,000 Aether points. However, not long ago, Lin had noticed that a new item had quietly appeared here. Creation range, 1,000 Aether 1 million square kilometers. As his gaze shifted, a description automatically popped up beside it. The concept was simple: he could spend Aether to purchase land area within creation mode. For just 1,000 Aether, he could get a full 1 million square kilometers of land. That was more than 3 times the size of the Tark continent. Compared to observation range, which only offered 10,000 square kilometers for the same price, this was an incredibly high value. He had already accumulated a significant amount of Aether from Chigua, enough to make several purchases, so the idea of upgrading his evolution sandbox came naturally. Technically, it wasn't too difficult to implement. Based on the information provided by the evolution sandbox, Lin learned that currently, the entire system can only support the operations of a single evolution sandbox at a time. That is, only one evolution sandbox can be active at any given moment. It is impossible to run 2 simultaneously. Therefore, to switch to a new large map, he would have to shut down evolution sandbox number 1. Once shut down, the evolution sandbox would automatically synchronize with the external environment to ensure compatibility. Afterward, the continent of Taker, now without its isolation shield, would be transferred to observation mode. Yes, the land Lin had overlaid using creation mode would not be lost after the isolation was lifted. It would simply be converted into a state similar to Yangcheng, where it could still be observed and accessed via teleportation. However, the ability to accelerate time on that land will be lost. Therefore, after careful consideration, Lin decided to abandon evolution sandbox number 1 and create a new evolution sandbox number 2. However, before doing so, he must consider a crucial issue: the timing of the shutdown. If he shuts it down now, the people waiting outside the magnificent wall will find that the vast desert has turned into a swamp. On the other hand, if he waited until the evolution sandbox had re-evolved as civilization before reopening it, the disappearance of the magnificent wall would inevitably trigger violent conflict between civilizations. Lin believed that, with his current abilities, he could not perfectly resolve this conflict. Therefore, he planned to wait until the evolution sandbox had re-evolved fertile land and forests before closing it. This way, first, there would be no conflict between civilizations. Second, the original desert would be transformed into a fertile oasis, offering virtually limitless value whether through logging for resources or farming. It would undoubtedly generate immense value. Of course, there would be some negative effects, such as a certain degree of impact on the climate, but these were all acceptable. As for potential pathogen issues arising from the 2 ecosystems, Evolution Sandbox would resolve them during the coordination process. I previously ran experiments on the Tak Desert, and now I've created an oasis. I think that should be enough. Lin reviewed the process and murmured to himself. After tidying up Evolution Sandbox and dumping the wastewater behind the mountain, it was already late, so Lin took care of some other tasks. By the time he shut down his computer and stretched, he noticed the western sky was already ablaze with fiery clouds. Hua must be awake by now, Lin murmured to himself, then stood up and pushed open the study door. Hua had indeed been awake for quite some time. In fact, she hadn't slept much at all. Ever since Shidi entered the room at noon, Shidi been busy. Although the room had hardly any furniture, she still took great care to attend to every corner. She made the bed, hung the clothes Shidi bought one by one in the closet, placed daily necessities and toiletries in their proper spots, soaked a rag in the sink, wrung it out, and wiped down the windows and swept the floor. These were the most mundane of tasks, yet she performed them with the utmost care. As a wilderness hunter who often went hungry, Hua had never owned a bedroom of her own. On the rare occasion she struck it lucky and made a small fortune. After setting aside money for food and medical expenses, there was little left over. Out in the wild, she was accustomed to living in caves, up in trees, and places like that. Back at the settlement, simply finding a spot among the ruins that offered shelter from the wind and rain was considered quite a luxury. As for clean houses, those were a privilege enjoyed by only a select few. That's why she cherished this room, the first true bedroom of her life, so dearly. It was as if she saved up for a long time to buy a pair of white shoes, constantly watching over them to keep them from getting dirty. Only after she had wiped down every corner of the room did she finally lie down on the bed. Feeling the softness and scent of the brand new bedding, along with the incredibly comfortable and beautiful outfit she was wearing, she stared at the ceiling, her mind drifting. It all felt so unreal, like a dream. Especially, when she thought about everything she'd seen during her tour of that city that morning, the sense of unreality grew even stronger. To think so many people lived together like that, without any guard against one another, not carrying a single weapon. Those perfectly smooth roads, and those colorful, oddly shaped cars with such low ground clearance, if you drop them in the wasteland, they'd never get going. Restaurants where you just tap a little box and get whatever you want to eat, unbelievable. Everything she saw and heard swirled before her like a kaleidoscope. Every single thing felt so fresh and new. The thought of living here in the future made the young girl's lips curl into a smile. Hua? Are you awake yet? Come out. She didn't know how much time had passed when, suddenly, she heard a familiar voice calling from the courtyard. Coming. She leapt to her feet, pushed open the door as fast as she could, and stepped into the courtyard, where she saw Lin staring at her intently. What's up? She asked, momentarily taken aback. Immediately, Lin said solemnly. Become my disciple. Ha? Chapter 51, The Black Box. Is gone. Become my disciple. Hearing Lin's words, Hua froze, completely taken aback. The training ground fell briefly silent before Lin cleared his throat and continued. You're living here, so for the sake of propriety, we need to establish a proper relationship. As you can see, this is a martial hall. Although, for practical reasons, I've been living here alone until now. Now that you're here, you'll be my first student. Besides, I do need an assistant to help me handle certain matters. You don't quite meet the requirements yet, so from that perspective, you'll need some training. Hua listened, still somewhat confused. Though he didn't fully understand, he figured it couldn't hurt to nod in agreement. Well, what should I do? If I'm to become your apprentice, shouldn't there be a ceremony? In the wasteland, some powerful hunters do take on apprentices and establish a whole set of rules. Traditionally, there are indeed rules, but what era is this? I don't care for those outdated customs, so we'll skip the ceremony. I was thinking of registering you, but since you don't have a real identity, that's not possible. Anyway, let us keep it simple. Just call me master, director, or instructor, and that'll do. Lin said, weighing his words. This was his first time taking on a student, so he had no experience. Hua blinked at this and said earnestly, Master, Director, Instructor. TSK. You just managed to address 3 different people at once. Lin chuckled helplessly, not taking it to heart. He nodded and said, Alright, then you're officially the senior-most female disciple of this school. Later on, I'll take you out for a nice meal to celebrate. But it's still early, so let me go over your training plan first. With that, Lin handed the small booklet in his hand to Hua and explained. This is your study material. There are 2 parts, the thicker one is a boxing manual, and the thinner one is a cultivation guide, one for the body, one for the mind. The cultivation method is called the Aether breathing skill. You don't need to look at it just yet, wait until you rest tonight to read and try it out. As for the boxing manual, titled Martial Ancestor's Transforming Soldier Fist, it will be your most important task for the foreseeable future, aside from cultivating the Aether breathing skill. On the training ground, Lin spoke in a measured tone. He had prepared these 2 items during his spare time that afternoon. Since Hua had joined the martial hall, mastering these 2 techniques was part of her duty as the eldest senior sister of Lishan. On one hand, this marked the first time their family's legacy had branched out. On the other hand, as his assistant in the future, Hua would inevitably enter the evolution sandbox to handle and investigate various matters, so sufficient martial prowess was essential. As for the training plan tailored specifically for her, it had truly taken a great deal of effort on Lin's part. Needless to say, the Aether breathing skill, which comprehensively enhances vitality, was definitely something she needed to practice. As for the Hua Bing Fist, a martial combat technique, if taught using traditional methods, the first step for a student would be to build physical strength and improve stamina. In Lin's view, the so-called martial arts are, at their core, a form of combat. By learning the experience and techniques distilled by predecessors, one maximizes their strength to defeat the enemy. These so-called techniques are merely meant to compensate for gaps in physical ability. If a person possesses exceptional physical prowess with strength, speed, reaction time, and explosive power far surpassing those of ordinary people, there is simply no need to learn techniques. Therefore, for the average person, focusing on physical conditioning is far more effective than learning complex techniques. Hua's situation is somewhat unique. Although she is slender, as an evolver, her physical capabilities are strong. While her strength may still be lacking, her reaction time, speed, and combat skills are all formidable. The problem is that she hasn't received systematic training. Her techniques are all self-taught. It's fine under normal circumstances, but once she faces a skilled opponent, her weaknesses are exposed. So, tailored to her situation, Lin devised a specialized training plan for her. For physical conditioning, keep practicing the Aether breathing skill and maintain a balanced diet. Once your body builds up, your strength will inevitably increase significantly. As for technique, don't try to rush ahead. Follow the sequences in this manual, practicing one stance at a time. How to punch to maximize power, how to keep your body stable so you don't lose your balance, and how to dodge most efficiently. I'll explain all of this to you step by step. In short, first master the routines in this manual and solidify your fundamentals. Then I'll teach you specific combat techniques. Once you've mastered those, we'll find a place to spar. Lin concluded. Speaking of sparring, he couldn't help but reflect inwardly. This journey to the wasteland had brought about a massive leap in his own martial arts prowess. At first, Lin's physical fitness wasn't particularly strong. After all, he spent his days sitting in an office, staring at a computer, and neglecting exercise. His only advantage was that he'd been forced to learn many combat techniques from a young age. Later, after binding to Evolution's sandbox and absorbing Aether, his physical condition skyrocketed, but he still lacked practical combat experience. This trip to the wasteland, however, had filled that gap. His overall combat effectiveness had improved significantly. In fact, Lin noticed that as his physical tempering progressed, his entire body underwent a sort of second growth spurt. For instance, his height had increased by several centimeters over this period. His old clothes were gradually becoming ill-fitting. If he had been of average build when he first began his physical tempering, his physique had undergone significant changes over the past few days. His muscles were now well-defined, and his bones and tendons were robust. If you didn't look at his face and just saw his silhouette and build, you'd think he was a completely different person after just a few days. Lin shook his head in amazement. Fortunately, the mountain was secluded, and he had already resigned from his job. Otherwise, if his colleagues saw him, they would likely be startled. It'll be fine in a little while. Once the Qingling breath technique becomes widely known, even if people notice the changes in my physique, I can simply attribute them to that. After taking some time to clearly explain the training plan, Hua wasted no time. She immediately changed into a loose-fitting outfit she'd bought specifically for this purpose, returned to the training ground, opened the first page of the boxing manual, and began practicing the basic movements. Legs spread wide, standing in A-stance pillar stance, arms hanging loosely, channeling power through the waist and back. Right foot, step out wider too far, bring it back a bit. Good. Your center of gravity is off. Squat down. That's it, hold it. That's not the right way to throw a punch. It should be like this. I'll demonstrate, watch closely. In the quiet, cool courtyard, the afterglow of the setting sun gradually faded. Within the walls on either side, ancient trees of unknown age sliced the light into slender beams. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying the sound of punches. In this vast training ground, Lin held a twig as a makeshift teaching rod, pacing around Hua, occasionally correcting her movements and demonstrating the proper form. As the first student of the martial hall and the nominal senior sister of Lishan, Hua was utterly focused. Her face was tense, her gaze unwavering, and her movements precise and methodical as she gave it her all. Even when sweat trickled down her forehead and into her eyes, her posture remained unaltered. Seeing this, Lin couldn't help but be moved. Although part of it was due to the novelty of practicing martial arts for the first time, the perseverance Hua displayed was still admirable. Come to think of it, having lived on the harsh wasteland for over a decade, what hardships hadn't she endured? What was a little training like this, after all? Alright, that's enough for today. Go back to your room and wash up, and I'll take you out to eat. It wasn't until the sun had set and night had fallen that Lin finally spoke. Hua's body finally went limp, and he panted heavily, but a look of delight spread across his face. I want to go to a buffet. Since it's a celebration today, I can take you somewhere nice. A buffet is just fine, Hua said earnestly. Lin sighed in resignation. Alright, but we'll have to go to a different place. We can't go too overboard. That evening, after the two had eaten and drunk their fill and were thoroughly satisfied, they teleported back to Lishan. Hua went straight to her room to digest her meal, then practiced the Aether breathing skill. Lin, as usual, checked on the potted plant, the fish tank, and the evolution sandbox, paying particular attention to the latter's evolution progress, and expressed his satisfaction. The night passed without incident. The next morning, when Lin woke up, finished his morning routine, and stepped out into the courtyard, he saw that Hua had already been standing in a horse stance for who knows how long. Good morning, teacher. Seeing Lin come out, Hua didn't move a muscle and said sweetly. Good morning to you too, student. Lin paused, feeling that her greeting sounded a bit odd. After a moment's thought, he advised her. Although that's the formal title, right now it's just the two of us here. You can just call me by my name. Okay. Seeing the young girl nod, Lin turned and entered his study, making his way to the evolution sandbox. There, after a night of evolution, the entire evolution sandbox number 1 had transformed into an oasis. The vast land featured plains, mountains, and hills, along with forests, lakes, rivers, and birds, as well as various animals in the woods that resembled those of the outside world yet were distinct in their own way. Every single aspect exuded a rich vitality. It felt as if he had stepped back into ancient times. Just as I calculated. The entire ecosystem is now complete, though it hasn't yet evolved higher-order intelligent life. Adjusting the time scale to 1:1, Lin stood quietly beside the evolution sandbox continent. After silently surveying the scene for a moment, he finally summoned the system interface, navigated to the relevant option, and fixed his gaze on the close button for the containment shield. I hope it doesn't scare too many people. Muttering silently to himself, Lin sent the command to deactivate it. Do you wish to deactivate the containment shield and open the evolution sandbox? Please confirm. Note, after deactivation, the evolution sandbox will automatically switch to observation mode and regulate the internal and external environments to maintain stability. Confirm deactivation. Lin said. Processing. Closing. As this message popped up, Lin watched as the dark containment shield before him seemed to melt like ice and snow, rapidly fading, becoming transparent, and finally, vanishing. Huagua, Northwest Region, Tark Black Box Research Base. It was another early morning. As sunlight illuminated the land, researchers began emerging from the prefabricated buildings within the base, some waking from sleep, others on duty, ready to be relieved. Compared to the days before, the atmosphere throughout the base felt unusually calm. Following the failure of the explosion test and the subsequent rejection of the nuclear strike plan, countless top domestic researchers at the base had fallen into a state of confusion. Although proposals continued to be put forward and tested, everyone seemed to have lost hope. This was true not only domestically but also for the foreign research teams that had been granted permission to come here. Several academic big names even publicly stated that, given humanity's current capabilities, it was simply impossible to destroy it. Gradually, even the online buzz began to fade. After all, no trend lasts forever. In recent days, news of the Tucker Black Box has all but vanished from social media. If there is no progress, I'm going to request a transfer back, said one of the on-duty researchers at the base as he and his colleagues, their bodies heavy with fatigue, stepped outside. He glanced at the colossal wall and spoke. A colleague beside him gave a wry smile. Do you think there is no hope either? I'm not sure. But we can't just keep wasting our time here forever, can we? The other complained. Our work now has no technical merit at all, we're just sitting there staring at screens.
What's the point? Anyone could do it.
Sigh, let us wait a little longer. The academicians are still hanging in there.
I heard a new plan is coming out, maybe there'll be a turning point. A turning point? Unless the aliens just pack up this wall themselves, otherwise.
Otherwise what?
Hey! Why aren't you saying anything?
Holy shit. Quick, you guys, look ahead.
Am I seeing things?
That wall has fucking vanished. Half a minute later, chaotic, excited shouts erupted simultaneously from dozens of research team bases, both domestic and international, scattered around the Tucker black box. Countless researchers rushed out of the buildings like madmen, standing outside and staring ahead in disbelief. Staring at the Great Wall that had vanished without a trace. Gazing at the boundless oasis that had suddenly appeared before them. Speechless with shock. 10 minutes later, news of the disappearance of the Taku black box and the appearance of the mysterious oasis swept across the 7 continents, the 4 oceans, and the 7 billion people like a gale.
It swept across the globe. Chapter 52, Online Debate.
No one could have foreseen that on this ordinary, unremarkable morning, the black box, which had suddenly appeared not long ago, shrouding the entire desert and drawing global attention, would vanish in this manner.
No explosions, no bombings, humanity had not intervened in any way. On this very morning,
that mighty wall covering 300,000 square kilometers simply vanished without a trace.
Just as it had appeared.
But what astonished all the research teams and every witness in the surrounding cities of the Northwest even more was that when the black box vanished, the once desolate, sand-swept wasteland had transformed into a vast, lush oasis. It was so vast, so impossible to ignore. Even from dozens of kilometers away, the contours of the mountain range were clearly visible.
It was something no one could ignore, even if they wanted to.
And as this news spread through various channels to high-ranking officials, to the public, and to the entire world, it captured the attention of countless people.
The Tark black box has vanished.
On this very morning, across countless cities in both the eastern and western hemispheres, whether in daylight or under the cover of night. On countless connected devices. Through group chats, news app notifications, and other channels, this explosive news instantly dominated netizens' feeds. It spread across the global internet with the ferocity of a virus. On countless online platforms, views and discussions on the topic surged at an alarming rate. Meanwhile, media outlets of all sizes, with their keen instincts, rushed to produce news articles and videos, uploading and pushing them out. Together, they amplified the topic like a snowball. Half an hour later, the black box disappearance topic simultaneously topped the charts on all major platforms, both domestic and international. An hour later, the topic reached the global #1 spot. Once again, the eyes of the entire world turned to a certain place in the distant east. Buzz. In the study of Lishan Marshall Hall, Lin stood silently beside the evolution sandbox. In his field of vision, as the entire containment shield vanished, a fleeting, intangible ripple appeared at the boundary between the oasis and the outside world. This was the evolution sandbox adjusting the internal and external ecosystems to resolve minor details. Near the boundary, landmasses surrounding the water areas rose and subsided beneath the soil. Underground rivers were rerouted by a mysterious force, merging with the external ecosystem. Some surface rivers were even directly connected to waterways outside the evolution sandbox, with their water levels automatically adjusted. All of this was part of the adjustment process. Even though Lin had already witnessed the system's power when the evolution sandbox had shifted the desert highway and facilities as a whole, he still couldn't help but marvel at the sight before him. Just as the entire system finished its adjustments and switched to observation mode, the phone Lin had left on his desk began to vibrate urgently. Picking it up, Lin raised an eyebrow, unsurprised. The message list was already overflowing, filled with news app notifications and group chat messages. He opened the company group chat and took a look. What met his eyes were several forwarded posts. Judging by the thumbnails, they were all indeed news stories about the disappearance of the Tucker black box.
Big news! Big news! The Great Wall has vanished. An active colleague in the group was making a big fuss. Below, replies kept refreshing. I just saw it too, I was about to share it in the group. Whoa, it's already number 1 on the trending list. We got another juicy scandal to feast on. Are you guys just here to watch the show? Am I the only one worried?
It appeared mysteriously and vanished just as mysteriously. I can't help but feel there's an invisible hand pulling the strings.
A girl said, adding a nervous emoji. What's the point of worrying?
Anyway, I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing in any case. Let us just wait for the official announcement. Glancing around, the group members were surprisingly calm.
Lynn, silently peeking at the screen, remained composed.
She habitually opened Weibo, tapped on the trending topics list, and found, as expected, that the hashtag Tucker's black box disappeared hashtag firmly held the top spot.
The second trending topic was hashtag oasis hashtag. She tapped on the topic and quickly scanned through. XX News. Breaking news, hashtag Tucker black box disappearance, officially confirmed, report.
At 7:10 a.m. today, the Great Wall quietly vanished, and the desert inside transformed into a pristine oasis. Nearby research teams confirmed the incident immediately and issued a report. Officials have already cordoned off the relevant sections.
Expand. Scrolling down, I saw widespread reposts from major media outlets.
Aside from state-run media, major internet influencers were also discussing it. More netizens had gathered in the comments sections of these influencers' posts, engaging in heated discussions.
I'm shocked. I saw this news as soon as I got to the office. The whole company is talking about it. We didn't even hold our morning meeting. Something big is about to happen. I'm really freaking out right now. So the black box incident wasn't a coincidence at all, was it? First they sealed it off, then lifted the lockdown, and now the desert has turned into an oasis. This absolutely cannot be explained by coincidence. Is this real or not?
I feel like I'm reading a sci-fi novel or one of those sci-fi stories from Chidian.
Could it be that our Earth has really been targeted by an advanced civilization? What do they want to do? What do they want?
It can't possibly be that they're kindly helping us with our desertification control project. If that were the case, I think we should award that alien civilization a medal.
Lynn swiped through the screen, browsing the netizens' comments, feeling both amused and exasperated. However, although there was a lot of joking around, the tension and anxiety hidden between the lines were impossible to conceal.
No one knew what hand was orchestrating all this.
And no one knew what that will which might or might not exist intended to do.
While browsing, Lynn came across another post in the form of a long image.
I just finished up some work when I heard the news about the black box vanishing.
I asked a few friends about it, confirmed its authenticity, and found out that the oasis isn't some mirage, it actually exists. Research teams in the area have already begun using drones in conjunction with satellites for further observation, and the relevant locations have been cordoned off.
I believe new findings will be released soon. After all, this isn't just a matter for one region or one country, it concerns 7 billion people worldwide. On foreign websites, countless people are watching this.
To put it dramatically, every move made by the frontline research team tugs at the hearts of 7 billion people. Therefore, we must proceed with the utmost caution. As ordinary citizens, all we can do is wait patiently and guard against the spread of rumors. We must rely solely on official sources, do not spread or believe rumors. I know that many people are deeply concerned and worried, wondering if this is the work of an unknown advanced civilization in the universe, and fretting over whether their intentions are benevolent or malevolent.
In fact, as someone working in the internet industry, I've had similar thoughts myself.
However, unlike many people's views, I personally believe this may not be a disaster, but rather a gift. Looking at the path of human civilization's development, we can see that the more advanced a civilization is, the stronger its internal moral constraints tend to be. At the very least, judging from what has happened so far, we have not sensed any malice. In fact, considering that when the black box appeared, the roads, buildings, and people within the desert were all safely evacuated by a mysterious force, this suggests a hint of goodwill.
Of course, I remain firmly convinced that a sense of vigilance is crucial. We must remain highly alert to potential dangers.
I simply want to say that, until the truth comes to light, blindly creating and spreading panic is by no means a rational course of action. And based on my years of professional experience, change often brings both risks and opportunities. This could certainly be dangerous, but equally, it might be a turning point for the development of our entire human civilization. The fact that the black box appeared in our country may, in fact, be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
Of course, all of the above is just my personal speculation. Perhaps, as we explore further, it will ultimately be proven that we've all been worrying needlessly. Maybe the so-called black box is simply a natural phenomenon we can't yet understand, nothing more. The entire post was quite long.
Lynn took a look and saw it had been published by a well-known influencer in the internet industry, which is why it had garnered significant exposure and been widely shared. There were already thousands of comments below, most of them supportive, though some expressed opposing views.
I agree.
We need a sense of foreboding, but blind panic is not the answer. The blogger is still too idealistic.
A more advanced civilization doesn't necessarily mean higher morality.
At the very least, looking at humanity itself, there are few species in nature that are so eager to slaughter one another.
The discussion was heated.
As the incident gained momentum, a major online debate gradually emerged, led by prominent figures from various industries. The clash of differing viewpoints and arguments attracted massive attention, creating a truly remarkable spectacle. Such discussions were not limited to the domestic sphere but were unfolding in countless corners of the world.
Chapter 53, Live Worldwide Broadcast. It looks like public opinion is generally stable.
In his study, Lynn put down his phone and exhaled softly. Although the appearance of the oasis had sparked intense interest, the overall sentiment remained steady. This was partly due to government oversight, and partly because neither the emergence nor the disappearance of Evolution's sandbox had signaled any clear danger.
Furthermore, in this day and age, netizens have been bombarded with so much information that their resistance to trending events has increased.
In short, it shouldn't be a major issue.
Next, they should begin exploring the oasis.
Considering the need to request approval, hold meetings to discuss procedures, and prepare the teams, they'll likely only conduct the most basic checks this morning. For instance, aerial photography using aircraft nighttime ISNTs suitable for operations.
If they move quickly, they might start in the afternoon. Delaying until tomorrow would be normal.
Seated in a wicker chair in his study, Lynn folded his hands, his thoughts drifting for a moment. Only then did he shift his gaze to the system interface. He activated observation mode, but this time, Evolution's sandbox did not immediately and automatically project Young City as it usually did. Instead, it displayed two thumbnails side by side. The first was clearly a modern metropolis, the second was an oasis. The two maps floated like cards as Lynn's gaze fell upon them. The corresponding card would enlarge slightly.
Open Young City.
With a thought, light and shadow danced across the long desk in the study, and the familiar city of Young City reappeared. He raised his hand, sent his avatar into the city, bought enough breakfast for two, and then retrieved it. Only then did Lynn leisurely walk out of the study, carrying a bag of steaming buns and soy milk. He looked toward the training ground, where Hua was squatting in a horse stance, her clothes soaked through with sweat.
Train in moderation. Don't overexert yourself. Take a break, wash your hands, and eat. Yes, master. Lynn spent the morning quite leisurely.
He gave Hua a training session, correcting her form and teaching her a few more Chinese phrases. Afterward, he sat in his study, holding his laptop and checking the news online. Although the situation had been adjusted by Evolution's sandbox and shouldn't pose any problems, Lynn still felt it necessary to monitor the situation closely, just in case. The morning and afternoon passed smoothly. There were no new updates online. While photos occasionally surfaced, the state media remained silent. Just as Lynn was beginning to think there would be no developments today, a sudden piece of news exploded like a bomb, sparking another wave of attention.
Breaking news!
Official announcement: at exactly 1:30 p.m., a team will be dispatched to explore the oasis, and the event will be broadcast live worldwide online. When this message suddenly popped up in the chat group, even Lin was taken aback.
It was somewhat unexpected. Live worldwide? You've got to be kidding.
They're going to broadcast something like this, someone in the group immediately questioned.
See for yourself, several official media outlets have reposted it. The person immediately dropped a link.
Lin, who had been silently watching the screen, curiously moved her mouse and clicked on it, only to find that it was indeed true. Well-known domestic official media outlets were clearly listed there. Clicking into any comments section revealed a sea of stunned emojis from netizens.
Clearly, this news had taken many by surprise.
Many people, including Lin, had assumed that even if the mission were to proceed, it would only be made public once results were in. They never imagined it would be conducted via livestream.
Aren't they worried something might go wrong? Out of curiosity, Lin took a closer look at the details.
Based on the announcement and some leaked information, the livestream would have a few minutes delay and would be managed by a professional production team rushed in from Beijing. As for why they chose a livestream, Lin thought it over and came up with a rough idea.
On one hand, it was likely due to the pressure from international attention.
According to the notice, the first exploration team would consist entirely of domestic personnel. In other words, even though there were quite a few foreign researchers nearby, they were not permitted to enter. And given the immense impact of the oasis, which could potentially affect the fate of all humanity, a certain degree of transparency was likely necessary. However, considering the broadcast delay and the production team's control over the feed, it was clear that if anything unsuitable for public viewing occurred on site, there would be room to manage the situation. On the other hand, it was likely also intended to reassure the public. After all, this oasis was enormous, nearly the size of many countries.
A complete lockdown would be too difficult.
Rather than letting certain individuals manipulate secretly taken photos and videos, it was better to provide an official channel for the public to stay informed.
Of course, these are merely Lin's speculations. The actual reasons remain unknown.
Fine, this will make it easier for me to observe. He got up, brewed himself a cup of light tea, and glanced at the time. Less than an hour remained before the live stream began.
1:20 p.m.
Lin sat down at his computer ahead of schedule and clicked on the live stream link. The main page was an official media channel. However, likely out of concern that excessive traffic might cause the server to crash, Lin was surprised to find dozens of redirect links scattered across the page when he entered the main page. They were all icons for major domestic video and live streaming platforms.
In reality, the number of platforms broadcasting the event was far greater than just these few dozen.
Between domestic and international platforms, large and small, there were likely at least several thousand broadcasting the event. The official page had no comments section, so Lin casually clicked on China's largest live streaming platform. Sure enough, a massive stream of comments was already scrolling across the screen. The livestream was also being heavily promoted within the platform.
Glancing at the view count, it was fluctuating almost every second. Here they come. Here they come. Why hasn't it started yet? 9 minutes left on the countdown. Whoa! This many people? Don't any of you have jobs? I'm crouched in the office bathroom right now.
The stream hadn't started yet. The screen was still black, but the chat was buzzing with activity, the text scrolling by at lightning speed. Suddenly, the black screen lit up, and an image appeared.
Has it started? Is it early?
At that moment, across the country, countless people watching the stream on their phones or computers saw their screens light up, and immediately, an aerial view appeared. The live stream hadn't officially started yet. What was playing must have been aerial footage captured by a drone. Before their eyes lay a vast plain exuding a primal aura, dotted with expansive, deep green forests and crisscrossed by rivers.
It looked just like the scenes often seen in wilderness adventure shows.
There was no sign of human presence. It was nature in its purest, most untamed form. As the camera panned and the view shifted higher, mountains, river valleys, and faintly visible animals running across the land came into view, along with birds nesting and flocking among the trees.
Unfortunately, the distance was too great to make out any details. Holy shit! Is this the Tak Desert? I'm speechless. Is this really not filmed in some primeval forest? Is this the actual scene of that oasis? It's only been a few days, has it even been 2 weeks? Has the desert really turned into an oasis? In the comment stream, viewers could only express their astonishment with row after row of exclamation marks. Although many had already seen some leaked photos earlier that morning. But when they watched this brand new landscape from a bird's eye view in the video, the immense impact spilling right off the screen was still unparalleled. The aerial footage lasted several minutes. Finally, at exactly 1:30 p.m., the camera cut to a shot from the ground. There, right on the outskirts of the oasis, was a massive, bustling base. A man in his 30s with a slightly tanned complexion appeared in the center of the frame. Alright, it is now exactly 1:30 p.m. Beijing time. I'm Wang Xin, your correspondent on the ground. I'm currently located on the outskirts of the Tak Desert, inside the experimental base, bringing you this live broadcast for viewers around the world. In the study, Lin reclined in a wicker chair, facing the computer screen, having adjusted it to a comfortable angle. To his left, in observation mode, Evolution Sandbox had already switched to the Oasis map. At that moment, the entire base was situated right on the edge of Evolution Sandbox, clearly visible. Lin pulled his gaze away from Evolution Sandbox and looked back at the livestream. In front of him, the reporter, or rather, the host, was delivering the opening remarks in impeccable Mandarin. The face looked somewhat familiar, and the host exuded a steady presence. Lin paused to recall he seemed to have seen this person on the news before. He guessed the host had been urgently dispatched from Beijing. On screen, the weather was clear and breezy. Behind the reporter, a flurry of activity could be seen. The most striking sight was a black professional production truck parked not far away, likely serving as the control room for this broadcast, with people moving equipment around it. In another direction, a group of personnel had gathered to don protective gear. They appeared to be the team preparing to enter the site. Further in the distance were rows of military vehicles and a dense formation of armed soldiers. In the sky, several helicopters could even be seen flying, their roar echoing from afar. The atmosphere was bustling and tense. Chapter 54, a discovery that will go down in human history. In the live broadcast, after the frontline reporter finished his opening remarks, he pointed behind him and continued. As you can all see, right behind me is the team we're about to send out to explore this mysterious oasis. Composed of a professional research team, they will set foot on this mysterious land under military escort, and our film crew will be following them. The first group of researchers consists of 50 people in total. They will be led by Director Zhou from the Academy of Sciences, Academician Li, an expert in structural geology from the Academy of Engineering, Professor Sun, an expert in biochemistry and biophysics, and several other scholars. Together, they will conduct this unprecedented on-site exploration. Alright, departure time is fast approaching, so my colleagues and I will go change into our protective gear. Without a thorough understanding of this oasis, we must remain highly vigilant against potential pathogen threats from different ecological environments. Director, please switch the feed. As soon as he finished speaking, the live stream's view shifted again. It remained a bird's eye panoramic shot. However, the focal point was no longer the oasis, but the bustling research base, a massive, humming machine in full operation. As the camera slowly panned upward, the view transitioned smoothly from the research base to the distant mountains and forests, creating a deeply immersive experience. It was clear that the entire team possessed extensive experience in field filming. The live stream had a distinct cinematic quality to it, which made for an especially enjoyable experience for viewers around the world tuning in via streaming platforms. They're being very cautious, as expected. In his study, Lin adjusted the live chat to half screen, took a sip of light tea, and commented to himself. It was clear that the entire team was fully armed. The researchers and journalists were clad in white protective suits, while the accompanying security detail wore dark green suits with large face shields. They held cold firearms in their hands. Just looking at them was enough to make one feel tense. As for the research team, it consisted mainly of young researchers, accompanied by a few high-ranking leaders. Lin knew full well that, barring any surprises, their primary purpose for entering this area was to collect specimens to take back to the rear base for study. In the field, without a laboratory environment, they could only make rough judgments based on the naked eye and experience. It's starting. Are we setting off? It's finally starting. My legs are numb from crouching so long. A few minutes later.
As the camera cut to a new scene, the live chat comments shifted. A group of over 100 people boarded the troop transport vehicles under the camera gaze, then, captured by the broadcast Van S lens, drove toward the jungle ahead, with helicopters accompanying them in the sky. From the research base to the mountains and forests, there was a stretch of road suitable for vehicles, but once they ventured a bit deeper, they had no choice but to proceed on foot.
Lin turned to glance at Evolution's sandbox.
There, at the edge of the oasis, a small cluster of black dots was rapidly moving toward the mountains.
Phew!
Lin carefully blew out a breath, dispersing the wispy clouds that filled the sky, and his field of vision suddenly opened up.
A few minutes later,
the vehicles came to a stop, and the entire team switched to foot travel. The camera feed shifted accordingly. Presumably using a satellite link, the signal quality was quite good, and the camera remained steady thanks to the gimbal.
In the live stream. Now that we left the vehicles behind, we're trekking into the heart of the mountains. Following the map we prepared, we'll explore deeper into the area along a nearby river. The reporter, Wang Xin, spoke as he walked.
Soon, a clear river appeared on screen, a tiny tributary, barely a dozen meters wide, flanked on both sides by dark green mountains. The group moved slowly. Soldiers scouted ahead and kept watch, while young researchers carried tools to collect samples of plants, soil, rocks, and water. The strange, lush, and unfamiliar plants left the live stream viewers in awe.
What kind of tree is that? It's actually twisted?
Look, that clump of grass by the river, the leaves are huge.
You've never seen much, have you?
The ones on the mountains back home are even more outrageous than this.
Holy crap, I think I just saw an animal dart by.
I saw it too.
Looks like a deer? No. Not really.
The chat was abuzz with discussion. And as a moving creature emerged from the jungle, the crowd suddenly grew excited.
Oh, it looks like we encountered the local wildlife.
It has a strange appearance similar to a wild deer, but with a single horn, a bushy tail, and colorful fur.
It seems to have come to drink water. Unfortunately, it's very wary and has already run off. Reporter Wang Xin instinctively lowered his voice as he spoke, clutching his recording equipment.
On screen, the creature suspected to be a unicorn deer appeared both wary and curious, watching them from a safe distance. The exploration team made no attempt to attack it. While the value of biological research was greater, it was clear they wouldn't be so aggressive on their first expedition. As the group ventured deeper, they encountered more and more indigenous inhabitants, all manner of strange and bizarre animals eyeing the uninvited guests warily. Overall, however, things remained relatively peaceful. There shouldn't be any ferocious animals at the edge of the oasis. Given their speed and equipment, safety shouldn't be a concern. Lin took a sip of clear tea, analyzing the situation in his mind. I wonder if those scholars have noticed anything, Lin mused with interest as he enjoyed the cool summer breeze.
The oasis.
Nearly 2 hours had passed since the team entered the mountains. In contrast to the lively, relaxed atmosphere in the livestream, the mood within the entire team was extremely tense.
No one knew if any dangers lurked here.
And no one knew whether the things they were touching harbored deadly pathogens. Especially since they were wrapped in thick protective suits in the slightly sweltering heat, their clothes were soon soaked through with sweat. The scorching heat kept searing at their nerves, yet they had to maintain absolute composure.
But compared to these physical discomforts, what was most unsettling was this land itself.
To be precise, it was the entirely new species inhabiting this land.
I have a feeling that today's discovery will shake the entire biological sciences community.
At the center of the team, the lead researcher and academician surnamed Sun gazed at the unfamiliar plants, birds, and beasts in the forest. His voice, tinged with a slight tremor, emerged muffled from beneath his thick protective suit. Beside him, young researchers were constantly collecting samples of new species encountered along the way, sealing them in bags, and placing them in the accompanying backpacks to be taken back. Hearing this, the geologist standing nearby holding a uniquely shaped rock walked over and said with a wry smile,
It's more than that.
Although we can't perform detailed chemical analysis right now, in my opinion, the geological age of this region itself is already different from the outside world.
Oh? Care to elaborate?
The leader of the group, an elderly man with graying temples who had been among the first to arrive at the Great Wall, panted as he approached and asked. As a scholar in the field of basic science, his role here was limited, and given his advanced age, the continuous walking had left him thoroughly exhausted. He had come here partly out of a researcher's curiosity, and partly because the expedition genuinely required a scholar of sufficient stature to lead the team. I can't be certain, but I can share my preliminary thoughts. The geologist pondered for a moment, rubbing the rock cross-section in his hand. Earlier, I had my team use our portable equipment to observe and compare the surrounding soil. We found no visible differences between the material here and that of the outside world. Considering the local climate and topography, I suspect that during the time the black box shrouded the desert, an ecological evolution occurred here that we cannot comprehend.
The TAC desert originally had very distinct topographical features. We studied its soil layers in the past, and before we set out, I specifically reviewed the relevant records.
Comparing them to the current situation, a topographical change of this scale could not possibly have formed in a short period of time. By a conservative estimate, even under the influence of forces we cannot yet comprehend, it would have taken hundreds of millions of years for the desert to evolve into its current state. Upon hearing this, the scholar specializing in biology nodded and said,
I agree with old Leah's assessment.
The surrounding vegetation and life forms also follow the evolutionary logic of Earth's biology as we know it, with clear evidence to support this.
So, you all believe this place evolved from Earth's environment rather than originating from beyond Earth, summarized Academician Joe.
The other two said nothing, merely nodding in agreement.
The three fell silent.
In fact, before entering, a discussion had already taken place at the base, speculating whether this oasis might have originated from beyond Earth.
This wasn't such a far-fetched idea.
If a black box could appear out of thin air, then an oasis from another star system arriving alongside it and covering the original desert.
Wasn't all that hard to accept? Did this vegetation and wildlife come from another world?
It was a perfectly reasonable conjecture. However, as they ventured deeper, this theory began to falter. After all, the materials here were far too similar to those on Earth. The flora and fauna were somewhat novel, but the soil, rocks, water, minerals, and so on, all felt strangely familiar. This inevitably led one to suspect that this region might not have originated from the outside world, but rather was some kind of evolution based on Earth's environment.
But that's simply too incredible. How do we explain the time factor? Could it be that, in these mere 10 or so days, hundreds of millions or even billions of years have passed inside the black box? Who can say for sure? After all, with our current level of science, we can't even analyze the material structure of the Great Wall.
I wouldn't be surprised by anything that happened in there.
One of them gave a wry smile.
In any case, we'll have to wait for the test results. The geologist clenched the rock in his hand tightly.
Our eyes may deceive us, but chemical analysis won't. Upon hearing this, Academician Joe nodded solemnly in agreement, then his expression suddenly grew complex as he sighed. All I know is that, whatever the outcome, our discovery will be recorded in the annals of human history.
In fact, I have a premonition that perhaps the future of humanity itself will take a turn because of this. After a pause, the elderly man suddenly sighed in a lofty tone, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is a great blessing for our generation. Yes, whether it portends disaster or opportunity. At the very least, at this moment, for researchers, this is a rare blessing that comes once in 1,000 years." Just as the three were lost in these emotions, a sudden cry rang out from nearby.
"Someone come quickly! We made a new discovery." Chapter 55, The Revived Civilization. Someone come quickly! We made a new discovery. The voice was startlingly abrupt and immediately drew everyone's attention.
The camera crew trailing behind the group immediately trained their lenses in that direction.
"What did you find?"
The three team leaders quickly cut short their conversation and walked over, followed by the rest of the group. The voice belonged to a researcher in his 30s, who was standing by the riverbank, visibly excited as he waved the contents of a sealed bag in his hand.
This. I found it on the riverbed. Look.
As the group drew closer and got a clear look at the rust-stained metal object inside the transparent bag, everyone's expressions changed instantly. It was clearly a piece of metal about the size of a knuckle. Its surface bore obvious signs of corrosion. Most importantly, the shape of this object was definitely not formed by natural processes.
There were extremely obvious signs of human craftsmanship. A man-made metal artifact. Give me the tweezers,
Academician Joe said sternly. He immediately put on gloves and, with slightly clumsy movements, used the tweezers to pick out the metal object. Holding it up to the sunlight for a closer look, the expression on his face grew even more grave. "A bullet?" the geologist suddenly asked.
No one in the room spoke.
In fact, despite the severe rust, the object's shape still naturally brought to mind a metal bullet casing.
"Get me some sandpaper," Academician Joe said again.
Someone nearby hurriedly fetched a piece of sandpaper, and soon everyone gathered around a nearby rock to begin carefully sanding it down. Their movements were meticulous and slow, and as the rust was gradually worn away, the bullet buried in the soil began to gleam with a cold metallic sheen.
In fact, likely because it hadn't been in the river for very long, one could even faintly make out what appeared to be serial numbers stamped on its surface.
For a moment, the entire scene fell silent.
People exchanged glances. After a moment, Professor Sun suddenly turned to the young researcher. "Where exactly was it found?" "Right here on the riverbed."
"It must have been washed down from upstream."
"Dig around here. See if there's anything else." Following this brief exchange, the entire team quickly scattered, fetched digging tools, and began excavating along the riverbank.
Given that the bullet might have been washed down from upstream, they didn't have high hopes for this hasty excavation. However, as soon as the digging began and the wet, soft soil was turned over, it wasn't long before the sound of metal clanging reached everyone's ears.
"There's something else in the dirt." "A rock?" "No, it sounds like metal."
Amid the commotion, a young researcher dropped his tools, knelt beside the mud, pulled out a slender object with his hands, and tried to rinse it with the flowing water. As the mud was washed away, the rusty metal object was revealed to the light of day, and a stir of excitement swept through the crowd. In that moment, their suspicions were finally confirmed.
"Is that a firearm?" someone blurted out.
Nearby, the military officer escorting the group leaned in to take a closer look. "It certainly resembles the structure of a firearm." What had been dug out of the mud was, to everyone's astonishment, a heavily rusted rifle. The wooden parts had long since vanished, leaving only the barrel and other structural components. If the bullets had merely been a suspicion, then the appearance of such an obviously industrially manufactured firearm left no one able to remain calm.
Was it buried here in the Tac Desert originally? Or?
One person spoke, leaving the second half of the sentence unsaid, but everyone understood what he meant. If this had simply been buried by the Tac Desert itself, that would have been one thing, but if not,
could it be that this land has truly endured a long span of time? That it has even developed an industrial civilization?
The geologist muttered under his breath, clearly deeply shaken and stunned. After a moment of stunned silence, he suddenly shouted, losing his composure slightly.
"Dig! Keep digging! Follow this stream upstream!"
Beside him, Academician Joe was also struggling to suppress the astonishing conjecture forming in his mind.
He instructed the communications officer.
"Send this news back immediately and request that some archaeologists be dispatched here.
We need backup." "So, they found it, then?"
In the Lishan study, a faint smile touched Lin's lips as he murmured softly. When the scene from the site appeared on the live stream, the entire room nearly erupted. In the chat section beside the screen, thousands of comments popped up every second, causing the page to lag.
"What am I seeing? Why isn't the reporter saying anything? Zoom in a little. Am I seeing things? That thing they dug up from the ground, doesn't it look a bit like a gun barrel? What on earth is going on inside that black box? Feels like we're in for another big scoop.
Since the camera was intentionally kept at a distance, the specific details of their conversation weren't captured, and the reporter didn't speak up rashly. But even with just these few clips, it was enough to spark countless speculations. As the people in the footage dug deeper, more objects were unearthed. Not just firearms and bullets, but all sorts of strange things as well. Gradually, people began to realize their initial assumptions might have been wrong. That bullet didn't seem to have been washed down from upstream. Rather, this area itself appeared to be an archaeological site. It was only because the soil layer had been eroded by the water's flow near the source that it had been discovered. When the skeleton of a car was unearthed, the entire livestream went wild once again.
Yet Lynn simply yawned.
Looks like nothing unexpected happened. Originally, he'd been watching the stream to prevent any mishaps. Now it seemed that, aside from the ruins being discovered earlier than he'd anticipated, there were no other issues. He glanced at the time. It was nearly evening. After a quick scan of Evolution's sandbox, Lynn was about to shut down the stream.
Suddenly, his gaze fixed on something, and he let out a soft "huh?"
In Evolution's sandbox, ahead of the team, a pack of beasts was quietly closing in, seemingly having set their sights on these uninvited guests. Lynn leaned in and roughly counted them. There were quite a few.
Should we intervene?
Comparing the two sides' strength, these beasts were naturally no match for modern firearms, but with their sheer numbers and the advantage of the terrain, a mishandled response could easily lead to casualties.
Let us just give them a little warning.
After a brief moment of hesitation, Lynn casually raised his right hand and gently placed it within the Evolution sandbox. A single finger lightly touched a mountain ridge situated at the center between the two groups. Inside the oasis. On the ground, excavation work was still in full swing. Even as the sun began to set, it showed no signs of stopping. In the sky, helicopters continued to patrol the area. Suddenly, an observer finally spotted a dark shadow approaching in the distance.
Ground team, watch out.
A large number of unknown creatures are approaching from the southwest. The order was issued over the communicator. On the ground, the team, already mentally exhausted from prolonged guard duty, jolted to attention.
The officer in charge immediately shouted, "Alert! Southwest!"
What? Hearing this urgent signal, the crowd engaged in excavation work simultaneously stopped what they were doing, a slight commotion rising among them.
But at that very moment,
suddenly, everyone felt a strange, gentle breeze sweep through the surrounding trees, causing them to sway. Immediately afterward, a strange, thunderous roar erupted from the mountains to the southwest.
Boom!
The roar was like a muffled thunderclap. At that moment, the ground around them trembled slightly.
Watch out! What's happening?
The crowd fell into brief panic, and in response, the beasts that had already closed in were suddenly startled.
With senses far sharper than humans, they could clearly sense the invisible pressure descending from the mountains ahead.
Without hesitation, before the tremors had even ceased, they scattered in a frenzy and fled. The crew on the helicopter watched in confusion and immediately reported, "The targets have dispersed."
Cause of the tremor unknown. On the ground.
Upon hearing that the danger had passed, the group actually grew even more tense.
It's getting late. This land is too mysterious.
Everyone, pack up, mark the area, and let us head back right away. From within the crowd, Academician Joe gazed deeply into the depths of the oasis for a moment before speaking decisively.
10 minutes later, the entire team began their withdrawal.
The return journey was naturally much faster. Just as the sun was about to dip below the horizon, the group finally left the oasis unscathed and entered the rear base.
Returning with them were countless specimens and artifacts. As expected, this night and many nights to come would be anything but quiet at the base. Lycian Marshall Hall.
Before the livestream ended, Lynn closed his laptop. He could almost foresee the global uproar on the internet that would likely last for many days, but he had no intention of paying it any mind.
The initial contact went fairly smoothly.
From here on out, figuring out how to excavate the ruins and mine the oasis will be their headache. In a rather good mood, he pushed open the door and walked into the training ground. There, in the center of the courtyard, he saw Hua sitting cross-legged with a serious expression, eyes tightly closed, back straight, and practicing the ether breathing skill.
Now that the oasis matter is temporarily settled, it's time to focus on promoting cultivation in Yang City.
Lin stood with his hands behind his back, lost in thought. After several days of momentum building, the spread of the green spirit breath technique had indeed been steadily increasing, with encouraging results. However, in Lin's view, it was still progressing too slowly.
It's still lacking a breakthrough moment. Shouldn't I start thinking of a solution?
I'll start by tallying the number of cultivators in Yanqing tonight. Silently running through the numbers in his mind, Lin strolled over to Hua's side, then raised his hand to pat the young girl on the head, rousing her from her meditation.
Master?
Hua emerged from her meditation daze, looking as though she'd just woken up from a nap, her expression somewhat bewildered.
Then she heard Lin chuckle, "That's enough cultivation for today.
Go take a shower, and meet me for dinner later. It just so happens to be a holiday today."
Oh, Hua nodded instinctively, then realized, a holiday? Is today some kind of holiday in this world? Lin nodded and sighed, yes, today is the 7th day of the 7th month, the Lovers Must Die festival.
Hua, ha.
Chapter 56, The Investigation Team.
If he hadn't happened to glance at the calendar on a whim, Lin would have almost forgotten about this holiday. In previous years, around this time, the barrage of holiday marketing from major media outlets would have bombarded him a single guy until he was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. But this year, things were a bit different. The Qixi festival coincided with the appearance of the oasis, and people's attention couldn't be divided between two hot topics at once. Aside from the young couples who remained enthusiastic, most people were discussing matters concerning the fate of humanity. Although these topics were indeed a bit of a downer. In comparison, Lin, who should have been the one truly concerned, seemed rather irresponsible. He took Hua to a restaurant that wasn't hosting any Qixi events, grabbed a quick bite, and then headed straight for the bustling food street, eating their way from one end to the other in a warm and joyful atmosphere. They also caught an outdoor show along the way, and by the time they teleported back, it was already past 10 o'clock at night. Hua headed back to his place to wash up and practice his cultivation. Lin washed his face first, then moved a chair to the edge of the evolution sandbox. He picked up his phone and scrolled through the news. As expected, every media outlet's headlines were reporting on the suspected existence of an Earth-like civilization in the oasis. As for further details, they'd have to wait for the excavation work to begin. In fact, Lin couldn't help but marvel at just how lucky these people were. Although the underground ruins of the oasis were extensive, time acceleration had caused most artifacts to decay. Only a small fraction might have been preserved due to unique burial conditions and good sealing, and even those wouldn't number many. And yet, this group had stumbled upon them on their very first day. Shaking his head and letting the thought pass, Lin set the matter aside and turned his attention to the evolution sandbox. Switch to Yanqing. He tapped the card representing Yanqing with his mind. In his field of vision, countless lights danced and shifted across the long table. In the blink of an eye, the evolution sandbox in observation mode had switched from oasis back to Yanqing. In the city center, certain areas were ablaze with lights. The further out one went, the sparser the lights became. Viewed from above, they resembled a scattered galaxy. The night sky over Yanqing was clear, making it much easier to observe the ether. Wispy, pale blue vortexes were scattered across the sky above the evolution sandbox. Upon closer inspection, one could see countless ether threads descending from the heavens, connecting every corner of the city. These long, slender threads are not taut but exhibit a supple resilience, like wisps of smoke in the wind, connecting heaven and earth, ether and humanity. Each thread marks an individual currently practicing the blue spirit breath technique who has already mastered the basics. Depending on one's innate talent, the thickness of the ether threads varies accordingly. There are indeed quite a few more than a few days ago. There were too many threads to count. Lin estimated there were likely several thousand. This meant that, at this very moment, thousands of people throughout Yang City had sensed the ether and were absorbing it. The number might seem small, but considering that some time had passed since the technique was disseminated, and the early curious onlookers who had merely tried it out had already been weeded out. Most of those remaining had persisted for some time. Given that, the number was acceptable. Though it's still a bit on the low side. Lin pondered, his gaze sweeping over the dozens of thicker threads. They were scattered haphazardly, with no discernible pattern. The only two that caught Lin's attention were one connecting to the office building of his former company, though unfortunately, he couldn't make out who it was linking to. The other connected to Lishan, his own region, and pointed directly at Hua. I didn't expect the little girl to have such decent talent. A faint smile touched Lin's lips, though considering her status as an evolver, it wasn't entirely surprising. He had long suspected that the supernatural abilities of evolvers were simply a method of utilizing ether. With that in mind, Lin raised his hand once more. Using his permissions within the evolution sandbox, he forcibly interfered with the ether distribution, boosting the concentration of ether around these dozens of top contenders. Silently, wispy strands of pale blue mist dispersed and gathered in various locations. In the room next to Lin's, Hua, wearing a pink nightgown and barefoot, sat cross-legged on the bed, earnestly practicing the ether breathing skill. Wisp after wisp of ether, invisible to the ordinary eye, slowly entered her mouth and nose. With each breath most of it dissipated, while only a small amount remained within her body. Suddenly, Hua sensed a faint yet distinct intensification of that strange energy she had vaguely perceived in her mind. She was somewhat puzzled, but without pausing to think, she began absorbing it with all her might. Yang City, inside an office building, in the office on the floor where Lin's former company was located. The employees had already left for the day, and once again, the entire office area was left with only department manager Li Tai. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, facing the window, he breathed in and out slowly. Suddenly, he snapped his eyes open, his gaze filled with both surprise and delight, yet also tinged with confusion. That energy seems to have intensified again. This was the second time he'd experienced this. Li Tai clearly remembered that on the very first night he tried the breathing technique, he had successfully alleviated the pain caused by his occupational ailment. Over the next week or two, he persisted, only to discover that the energy he vaguely sensed was nowhere near as abundant as it had been that first night. He had suspected it was due to the special nature of that first time, and he had also wondered if it was a matter of location. Perhaps the office was simply a better spot than his home. This was also why he had been staying overnight at the office so frequently lately. As for his body, it had been changing steadily. Though the changes were subtle, they added up over time. Recently, he had completely stopped taking medication his neck hadn't hurt in ages, and most importantly, his mind was much clearer and his thoughts more active. To outsiders, these changes might simply look like he was looking healthier lately, but only he knew that this was entirely due to the effects of this mysterious breath technique. For this reason, he had even made a special trip back to his parents' home to teach them the practice step by step. Unfortunately, perhaps due to their age, their results were quite poor. At that moment, sensing the dense energy once again, Li Tai, filled with delight, wasted no time. He immediately closed his eyes and began his practice. The energy seems denser? Inside an apartment building, Jiang Yishan, who had once witnessed the mysterious martial artist of Taiha Mountain alongside her best friend, raised an eyebrow at that moment. She immediately held her breath and focused her mind without even opening her eyes. She swiftly calmed her heart and mind, continuing her cultivation. Outside the window, moonlight streamed into the room, falling upon her wheat-colored skin as if draped in a layer of moonlight. At the same time, in many corners of Yang City, dozens of cultivators with exceptional talent vaguely sensed the changes in the energy of heaven and earth. In contrast, the vast majority of those thousands remained completely oblivious to it. In Yang City, within a solemn building far removed from the crowds, the lights were still on. In a room on the third floor of the building, a man dressed in casual clothes with a crew cut had just voluntarily emerged from his cultivation state. The moment he opened his eyes, footsteps in the hallway had already reached the door. "Come in," the man said. Immediately, the door swung open, and two young people, a man and a woman, stepped inside. "Boss, your hearing is way too sharp." Hearing this, Lu Yan stood up and glanced at his female colleague. "It's just that you walk too loudly." "I forgot to change my shoes," the young woman said with a smile, then looked at Lu Yan. "Were you testing that breath technique again just now?" Lu Yen nodded, pointed to the sofa, and said, "Have a seat."
"So, have you found anything regarding the investigation?"
"Take a look for yourself," the young man sighed, handing over the documents he was holding. Lu Yen took them, sat down on the office sofa, and began flipping through them. The more he read, the more his brow furrowed. After a moment, he set the folder down, closed his eyes, and massaged the bridge of his nose. He was getting a headache. A week ago, the higher-ups in Yangcheng had received reports regarding the Qingling breath technique and organized an investigation team to handle the matter.
The team wasn't large, just 3 people in total, with Lu Yen serving as the team leader.
At first, they assumed this was just another case of con artists trying to take advantage of the situation to make a quick buck. Similar incidents had been popping up all over the place recently. They handled 2 or 3 such cases themselves. It should have been resolved quickly. But they never expected that, after so many days, not only had they failed to find the mysterious figure, but as the investigation deepened, even the team leader, Lu Yen, had become entangled in it.
Chapter 57, An Unexpected Catalyst. In Lu Yen's view, the entire incident in Yangcheng was extremely confusing.
From what he understood, the incident had actually been triggered by a viral video circulating within a small circle. It initially attracted some attention, and in the blink of an eye, the mysterious man of Taiha Mountain from the video made an appearance. He then spread a strange breathing technique.
There was no follow-up, it ended there.
The entire logic of the behavior was strikingly different from the scams that had emerged in other regions. Days have passed, and the person has not reappeared. Lu Yen tried to track down and investigate the girl who uploaded the video, confirming she was not a suspect and that the entire incident was purely coincidental. Therefore, the investigation could only focus on 2 areas: the video footage and the location where the person appeared. They visited Taiha Mountain several times but found nothing. As for the downtown commercial district, where they had pinned their hopes, the results of the investigation left the 3 of them completely dumbfounded. That mysterious figure seemed to have appeared and vanished out of thin air. None of the surrounding street surveillance footage captured a single image of him. Compounding the mystery, the thick fog on the day of the incident obscured visibility, leaving witnesses unable to provide any useful information.
We've combed the scene multiple times.
Not only is his whereabouts a mystery, but even how he got onto the rooftop remains a puzzle. We also examined that stone tablet closely. It had clearly been cleaned, not a single fingerprint was left. The paper was just ordinary printer paper. We traced the manufacturer, one of the top suppliers in the country. But right here in Yangcheng alone, countless companies and departments, big and small, use it. The ink was the same, and the handwriting had been altered. Across from the sofa, the young man looked bitter as he counted on his fingers.
We can extract some information from the surveillance footage, though.
The subject is of average build, likely male, and probably not very old, though given his physical condition, it's hard to say for sure.
He is wearing generic clothing, and his face is completely obscured.
The young woman beside him sighed. With this little information, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack. Although we can roughly narrow it down to the Yangcheng area, first of all, we can't determine if he is a permanent resident or a transient. Secondly, considering his intent to hide, I even suspect he might not be from Yangcheng at all. He could very well be from the neighboring city. Seeing his 2 colleagues looking dejected, Lu Yen sighed as well. He set down the documents in his hand and offered some reassurance.
Don't get discouraged. Actually, look at it this way: since we have no leads, why do we have to find him at all?
Team leader, what do you mean?
The 2 men across from him on the sofa were clearly taken aback. Lu Yen spoke earnestly.
So far, this mysterious person hasn't committed any illegal acts. At most, he has disrupted public order, and even that is a stretch.
We have no real reason to track him down in the first place.
Right now, the crux of the matter isn't who he is, but that this text might actually be useful.
Seeing the office fall silent, Lu Yen's expression grew complex as he continued.
As you've seen from our investigation over the past few days, there are indeed some people who have tried practicing this breathing technique, and judging by the feedback, it does seem to have physical benefits.
In particular, I've confirmed this through my own experimentation.
Although the improvement is extremely minor for most people, there are a few individuals for whom the changes are quite noticeable. At this point, Lu Yen paused briefly before continuing.
And so far, all the changes have been positive. So my recommendation is that we conclude the investigation here. As for this document, I want you to join me in drafting a report and submitting it. Submit it? Yes, send it up to heaven.
Lu Yen's expression suddenly turned grave, first the black box, then the oasis. The world has changed drastically.
We must bring in more specialized experts to analyze this. Right now, it isn't receiving enough attention.
At this, the other two also grew serious.
After a moment's hesitation, they nodded in unison.
All right, let us do it. Having made this decision, the three of them felt a collective sense of relief, as if a major burden had been lifted.
The young woman even chuckled.
It's a pity this still lacks a real hook, otherwise, getting it to the higher-ups would be much easier. Lu Yen could only smile at her remark. Lately, masters had been popping up all over the world, and for Yangcheng to stand out from a sea of even more fantastical reports wasn't as easy as they imagined.
Just then, the young woman's phone lit up.
She picked it up curiously and glanced at it, her expression suddenly becoming quite dramatic.
What's wrong? Lu Yen asked.
Immediately, she replied with a complex tone, the hook, it's here. Just as Lin had suspected while observing Yangcheng's cultivation earlier. Based on past experience, setting aside sudden, black box-like major events, it often takes a process for something to truly reveal itself to the public.
At first, it might only circulate and spread within a small circle.
Some people on the outside might have heard rumors, but they aren't concrete. It isn't until the situation reaches a certain stage and a tipping point emerges that it can be recognized by more people, thereby taking it a step further. Lin felt that the green spirit breath technique was on the verge of a small-scale breakthrough at any moment, and he began to seriously consider whether he could do something to accelerate the process.
Unfortunately, he couldn't come up with any ideas right away.
After staying up past 11, he had no choice but to stop thinking about it and go back to his bedroom to sleep. In his sleep, Lin had no idea that on that very night, the special investigation team tasked with looking into the green spirit breath technique had decided to conclude their investigation. He was even less aware that the tipping point he had been waiting for had arrived unexpectedly.
Not until the next morning.
When Lin woke up on time and casually opened his phone to check his messages, he was taken aback to discover that his social media feed had been flooded overnight with a single article. The article's title was straightforward. Breaking news.
Exam results released for multiple middle schools in Yangcheng. Principals call it unbelievable. Feeling a bit dazed, he tapped the link, which redirected him to a WeChat official account.
Lin glanced at it and saw that it was an article posted last night by a local Yangcheng account. The writing style matched the headline, simple and straightforward. Recently, with the start of the new semester, students have been returning to school to take entrance exams, assessing their progress over the holiday break. However, no one could have imagined that the results of these exams would be so shocking. In several middle schools, a significant number of underperforming students have shown dramatic improvements in their grades, a trend so widespread that it has caught the school's attention. Upon investigation, it was discovered that these underperforming students had, almost simultaneously, recently tried practicing the Qingling breath technique that had been circulating on Yangcheng's online forums a few days ago. The entire article was written in exaggerated language, with content reeking of marketing hype. Lin only skimmed it briefly but grasped the gist. Simply put, a few students with average grades showed marked improvement on the back-to-school exams, drawing attention within certain circles. It was discovered that a significant portion of these individual cases had attempted to practice the Aether breathing skill. Somehow, this marketing account got wind of the news and decided to spin it, framing it to their advantage. Although they didn't state it outright, the implication was clear: these students' improved grades were directly attributed to practicing the Aether breathing skill. Scrolling down to the bottom of the article, he saw that the view count had already soared past 100,000, with over 50,000 likes. The total readership had likely long since surpassed the million mark. A quick scan of the comments revealed they were mostly from parents. Many cited examples from their own lives to prove the article's authenticity, while others questioned its veracity.
Judging by the momentum, it had clearly gone viral among parents in Yangcheng. Is that even possible?
Seeing this, Lin snapped back to reality. He shook his head vigorously and gathered his thoughts.
So, the ether breathing skill actually improves grades? No. That's definitely an exaggeration.
It's impossible to see such a noticeable improvement in such a short time. Absorbing ether to achieve biological evolution does indeed significantly enhance memory, thinking, and reaction speed. Lin himself is a living example.
But how long has it been since he started teaching the ether breathing skill?
Even for those few dozen exceptionally gifted students, under his special guidance, the improvement was limited, let alone everyone else. In his view, even if there had been an improvement, it wouldn't have been significant. At the very least, it wouldn't have been as dramatic as this article claimed. This marketing account is clearly exaggerating the facts to maliciously grab attention, Lin said, rubbing his forehead, his feelings deeply conflicted.
However, he didn't think the article was entirely fabricated. During middle school, it's normal for grades to fluctuate. Curiosity runs high, and while parents might not care about the ether breathing skill, students certainly do. Driven by curiosity, most of them have likely tried it in secret.
If even a few persisted, absorbed a trace of ether, and saw a slight improvement reflected in their test scores, that would be perfectly normal. Originally, such fluctuations would have attracted very little attention, even if they did. But after being packaged by that marketing account, it unexpectedly went viral.
What is this? A godsend?
Lin was at a loss for words. Considering how much parents in China value grades, he didn't even need to imagine what would happen next.
People are scrambling to sign up for tutoring classes that cost tens of thousands of yuan, and now they're going to jump at a free ether breathing skill?
He closed the article and opened his group chat interface. Sure enough, every group was buzzing about it. Even the long-dormant college WeChat group had come alive. A group of classmates who graduated years ago were joking around and lamenting that they hadn't caught the wave. Come to think of it, has anyone in this group tried this stuff? Asked a classmate Lin recognized. I tried it a while back, but didn't feel any difference, so I stopped, someone replied. I haven't tried it myself, but my boyfriend has been sticking with it, and lately he does seem a bit stronger.
Whoa!
If that's the case, I'll give it another shot later and stick with it for a few more days.
Give it a try +1. Give it a try +1. Give it a try +1. What on earth is this?
Lin was at a loss for words, unable to decide whether to laugh or cry. He didn't join in the commotion, but turned and walked out to greet Hua, who was practicing his standing meditation, before heading straight into his study. The breath technique had unexpectedly caught on, so there was no immediate need for him to intervene.
In that case, matters concerning the new continent would have to be put on the agenda. Chapter 58, covering the Pacific.
Upon entering the room, Lin checked on the potted plants and fish tank as usual.
Everything was fine in the former.
In the section where the humans were, tents and wooden huts had already been erected, though their numbers were still extremely sparse.
Most people were sleeping on the ground. Fortunately, it was still summer, and the temperature was much better than on the wasteland.
Therefore, even though they were outdoors, the living conditions were perfectly acceptable for the wasteland humans.
As for the fish tank, have they adjusted yet?
Lin noticed that the strange fish seemed to have adapted to their new environment. In fact, right now, since it was time for their daily feeding, countless fishmen were breaking the surface, craning their necks, staring at the sky, and eagerly awaiting their meal. They looked as if they were starving. As soon as Lin scattered the breadcrumbs, they happily scrambled up to the surface, burying their heads in the food, looking completely carefree. Once he was sure everything was settled, Lin sat back down at his desk, took out paper and pen, and began sketching and organizing his thoughts. Evolution Sandbox number 1 had been deactivated and turned into an oasis. So, Evolution Sandbox number 2, the larger map, was next on the agenda. However, before opening a new Evolution Sandbox, Lin felt it necessary to summarize the first experiment. The civilization on the continent of Tark was an experiment that not only allowed Lin to harvest a significant amount of ether but also yielded unexpected benefits.
the first half of the evolution sandbox was unremarkable. What's worth reflecting on is my act of spreading science and the subsequent wastelandification that followed. After reflecting on this for some time, Lin concluded that while the explosion of the annihilation bomb was largely driven by the Mad Emperor's personal will, there was also a certain inevitability to it. Intelligent beings are born with an instinct to explore the world, yet this evolution sandbox was simply too small. During the Qi Kingdom era, humans were constrained by the storms of the endless sea and knew little of the borders. Consequently, they had no corresponding concerns. It wasn't until I disseminated science and the Qi Kingdom's productivity increased that people began to realize the true nature of the world they inhabited. Lin felt that even without the Mad Emperor, as the civilization's level advanced, problems would inevitably arise sooner or later. Perhaps not as intensely, but they would still require vigilance. To avoid this problem, one must either expand the map. Looking at the real world, humans also have a desire to explore the universe, but the universe is too vast. Even today, manned spaceflight is still limited to short distances. Clearly, I can't do that, at least, not yet. Or, we could lower the civilization's level, but that runs counter to my goal of obtaining Aether. Sitting at his desk, Lin furrowed his brow and wrote 2 lines on a piece of paper. Technology path. Cultivation path. This was what he had been pondering all along. Which path should the evolution sandbox civilization ultimately take? The former goes without saying. Using Earth as a template is a viable option, and it is also the development path taken by the Qi nation. As for the latter, it remains in the conceptual stage. Or rather, it was the path Lin was attempting to pioneer in reality, one where the entire population cultivated the ether breathing skill to achieve spiritual ascension. That is, teaching the ether breathing skill to the humans of the evolution sandbox to enhance their ether in this way. This idea had actually emerged quite early on, but the main reason Lin had never attempted it stemmed from a very practical problem. Namely, in his view, this path would be difficult to pursue under conditions of underdeveloped productivity. The reasoning is quite simple. Take Qigui as an example. Before the grant of science, the majority of the population lived in a state of hunger and poverty, with an average life expectancy of around 30 years, and infant mortality was widespread. Moreover, the ether breathing skill is a practice that yields slow results and is highly dependent on individual aptitude. Most people had no energy left after a full day of labor. Even if a few saw their lifespans extend, the resulting increase in ether was negligible by comparison. It was far less cost-effective than developing productive capacity. In reality, although phenomena like the 996 work schedule are severe, people generally have more energy to spare. A significant number of people have fitness needs, and this can be channeled into cultivation. Another point is this. Judging by the results of the promotion in Yangchang, most people actually lack the natural aptitude. Even if they persist in cultivation, their improvement won't be significant. It's only because of the massive population that the numbers look somewhat substantial. If we set aside the population factor, there aren't many individuals within the human population who are truly gifted and capable of significantly raising ether concentration. The ideal scenario is for the evolution sandbox to be sufficiently large, with a civilization within it approaching modern society. Under such conditions, promoting the ether breathing skill would theoretically be the best approach. Lin had realized this earlier, which is why he was so eager to boost Qigui's productivity. After all, in his view, given the limited space of evolution sandbox number 1, it would be difficult to achieve a civilizational upgrade without external impetus. But looking back now, this approach, akin to forcing growth, carries significant risks. The people of Qi Nation hastily mastered an entire body of science, saving a great deal of trial and error time. This has indeed allowed them to quickly enjoy a better life, reduced countless deaths and suffering, and boosted productivity. Yet, at the same time, it has sown the seeds of future trouble. Lin rubbed his pen thoughtfully. It was as if an immature civilization, whose mindset hadn't yet matured, had been given access to weapons of mass destruction prematurely. With a lack of reverence for power and checks and balances within society, the outcome was predictable. In other words, to prevent similar problems from recurring, we cannot forcibly skip this phase. Even if we wish to help them, we must proceed with caution.
Furthermore, once a civilization within the evolution sandbox develops the power to bring about destruction, I'll need to devote even more attention to preventing them from recklessly crossing the tipping point of destruction.
Yes, the tipping point of destruction.
For evolution sandbox number 1, the emergence of the annihilation bomb played a similar role. Previously, no matter how mad the Emperor became, he could at most stir up warfare. He was absolutely incapable of reaching the level of destroying the world. And based on experience, the operational logs do not issue warnings regarding this. In other words, Lin doesn't need to worry too much about the new continent in its early stages, but once the civilizations within it acquire apocalyptic-level weapons, he must enter frequently to investigate.
Or perhaps establish an observation post.
In short, he must prevent the civilization from self-destruction. Of course, without Lin's external intervention to accelerate progress, it would take considerable time for a civilization in the evolution sandbox to reach that level. In the past, such slow progress would clearly have hindered his acquisition of Aether. However, considering that the new continent's area would be many times larger than evolution sandbox number 1, and its population far more numerous, the sheer scale of its population would be enough to offset the issue of slow civilizational development. Building on this, we could also try granting them the Aether breathing skill. Even if their productivity limits their ability to draw significant amounts of Aether, when combined with their innate abilities,
perhaps something interesting might emerge.
Lin pondered this, an idea forming in his mind. He immediately sat down at his desk to refine the plan. By noon, Lin had drafted a preliminary plan, but he didn't rush to implement it. Instead, he decided to wait until evening to begin. While eating lunch, he was surprised to discover that the article that had been flooding the newsfeed had already been taken down.
However, it was too late. Its influence had already spread throughout Yangchang.
Through Evolution Sandbox, Lin noticed that an increasing number of individuals were attempting to cultivate and connect with the Aether cloud. In the morning, there had been only a sparse few hundred threads connecting heaven and earth. By noon, the number had surged to several thousand, and throughout the afternoon, it continued to skyrocket. As dusk fell and night set in, Lin made a rough estimate. In Yangchang alone, tens of thousands of people had already practiced the Qingling breath technique and successfully established a connection with the Aether. In other words, out of every 100 or so people, there might be one practicing.
That figure alone was staggering.
And unlike the first time, this time around, many of them would likely stick with it for a while. Once they practiced consistently over the long term, their physical conditioning would improve incrementally but significantly. Add to that the naturally gifted individuals serving as role models, and word of mouth spreading.
It wouldn't be long before cultivation became widespread throughout the entire city. All that's left is to wait.
Lin murmured softly, feeling quite pleased with himself, then glanced at the pitch-black night, his expression finally turning serious. Better to seize the day than wait for the right one. Let us do it tonight.
He was ready to begin construction of Evolution Sandbox number 2 right away.
First, he needed to purchase the land.
System interface.
Summoning the control interface in his mind, Lin skillfully opened the marketplace, his gaze settling on the item labeled Creation Range.
Creation Range, 1,000 points, 1 million square kilometers. How much Aether do I have?
Taking a light breath, Lin asked himself mentally.
In his mind, the Evolution Sandbox responded. Hostess current Aether value, 5,387 points. Over 5,000 points.
This was the fortune Lin had drawn from and accumulated in Evolution Sandbox number 1.
It had originally been over 5,400.
But after battling and tempering his body in the wasteland, coupled with frequent Aether consumption and using the weaponization fist to simulate illusory weapons, this was all that remained. Rounding down, 5,000 points was enough to purchase 5 million square kilometers.
What does that mean? It's equivalent to half the European continent.
If the majority of those 5 million square kilometers were arable and habitable land, the population it could support would be staggering. Compared to Evolution Sandbox 1, this represents an expansion of nearly 17 times.
Are you sure you want to purchase?
Yes. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin felt a sudden emptiness within him. His stored Aether had dwindled to just 387 points. At the same moment, a line of text popped up on the system interface. Purchase successful. Using his mind to return to the main page, Lin took a deep breath and clicked on Creation Mode. The screen shifted. Yang City within the evolution sandbox exploded into countless specks of light and vanished. In its place appeared a familiar, vast, dynamic world map spread out before him. Lin gazed impassively at the globe, surveying the floating landmasses and the wispy, ethereal vortexes swirling above them. His gaze swept over the major continents without lingering. With the evolution sandbox spanning 5 million square kilometers, there weren't many areas left to choose from to avoid existing human governments apart from Antarctica, which was unsuitable for such activities. The Sahara Desert was an option, but after giving it serious thought, Lin decided to set it aside for now. Since evolution sandbox number 1 had already transformed a desert, number 2 needed something fresh. How about placing it in the ocean? As Lin's gaze slowly drifted toward the Pacific Ocean, the thought involuntarily crossed his mind. Covering the Pacific, that actually sounds like a good idea. Chapter 59, Land Reclamation. Outside, the night was deep inside the study, the lights were bright. Lin quietly looked down at the virtual ocean before him, rendered by countless grid lines, a look of eager anticipation in his eyes. Compared to land, the ocean clearly offered far more room to maneuver. After all, the Pacific's total area reached 180 million square kilometers, making evolution sandbox number 2 seem insignificant by comparison. Moreover, on the vast open sea, as long as he avoided a few shipping lanes, the impact on the outside world would be minimal. The only concern was the potential for climate change, but he had already consulted evolution sandbox about this, confirming that the impact would be limited and that they would perform fine-tuning. Given the power evolution sandbox had demonstrated, this shouldn't be a cause for concern. Then let us place it at sea. Having made up his mind, Lin immediately began skillfully selecting the boundaries for evolution sandbox. Every grid his finger touched lit up. At the same time, the system interface continuously displayed the remaining available area. This should do. After tweaking a few details, Lin straightened up and exhaled. Selection complete. Do you wish to construct the evolution sandbox within the selected area? Yes. Host confirmed. Clearing the evolution sandbox area. Generating containment shield. Information flashed through his mind as the lights before him shifted. The map zoomed out, leaving only the selected sea area scaled down to a smaller size. Around the evolution sandbox, at the edge of the selected area, a familiar translucent light screen slowly rose, closing in high above to perfectly cover the entire sea. The entire process was silent. At the same time, in the South Pacific, far away from the mountain, night shrouded the ocean. Sparks of starlight fell from the sky, the sea breeze howled, and raging waves churned. Beneath the inky currents, countless marine creatures moved according to their natural order. Suddenly, a massive, translucent phantom emerged silently from the boundless ocean. The phantom was immense, obscuring vast swaths of starlight. At first, it was transparent, but soon its color deepened. In the blink of an eye, it grew dense enough to block out the light entirely, appearing as if it were a solid entity. As it solidified, the seawater in its vicinity was forcibly pushed aside. Along with it, countless marine creatures were also silently displaced by that immense, invisible force. If viewed from the sky, a somewhat irregular ring suddenly emerged in a corner of the boundless ocean. Inside, the sea surface plunged abruptly into pitch darkness. Outside, the surrounding winds began to stir. Whoosh! Shortly after the black box took shape, to the northeast of evolution sandbox, a long-distance cargo ship cut through the waves, riding the wind. This stretch of water is extremely remote, far from land, dotted only with a few barren islands, and rarely visited except by the occasional long-distance cargo ship. On board. The bright beams of the floodlights illuminated the deck, piercing the vast darkness like swords slicing through the night, while the steady hum of the engines was so monotonous it was almost soporific. Looking around, only a handful of crew members on watch were idly standing on deck, catching the breeze. "Doesn't the wind feel a little off?" one of them suddenly remarked as the two crew members stepped out onto the deck once more. "Really?" His colleague, clearly distracted,
Didn't he seem to pay much attention and muttered, "So what if it has?" No. Something's not right. Though the first sailor couldn't quite put his finger on it, his experience told him something was amiss. Muttering to himself, he quickened his pace, rounded a corner, and made his way to the port side of the ship. Braving the chaotic sea breeze, he gripped the nearby rope and strained to look ahead. What's that over there? An island? I don't recall there being an island this big around here. Staring at the hazy, dark silhouette in the distance, his confusion deepened. He couldn't help but rub his eyes and look more closely. Just then, the dark clouds in the sky parted, and moonlight poured down. It illuminated the vast sea, illuminating the mighty wall stretching across the water's surface, seemingly without end. It also illuminated this massive steel vessel, as well as the crew member at the ship's rail now frozen in shock, eyes wide, unable to speak. It took a full dozen seconds before a startled cry suddenly echoed across the deck. Look! What is that? In the study of Lishan Marshall Hall. When Lin saw that isolation shield fully formed, even though this wasn't the first time he deactivated it, he still couldn't help but marvel slightly. Under the indoor lighting, the ocean appeared deep blue, while the ring of raging waves at its edge was reduced to barely perceptible ripples. Just then, a sudden thought struck Lin, and a piece of information abruptly surfaced in his mind once more. It was a feature description transmitted by the Evolution Sandbox. New feature Zoom. Since the real-world area corresponding to the Evolution Sandbox exceeds the predetermined value, the Zoom feature has been activated to facilitate the hostess observation. The message was brief. Lin had grasped it in the blink of an eye. Simply put, such a vast area had been shrunk to the size before him, a scale far more extreme than that of Yangchang or the oasis. Lin had already found it quite difficult to observe the life within the oasis without this adjustment. He would likely have had to resort to a microscope. Zoom, Lin thought curiously. Following the instructions in his mind, he turned his gaze towards several uninhabited islands in the ocean. As his eyes settled on them, Lin mentally commanded the system to zoom in. Instantly, the entire map within the Evolution Sandbox briefly stretched before him. A large portion of the area vanished beyond the edges of the Evolution Sandbox, allowing Lin to observe the details of these islands with relative ease. Zoom out. With a single thought, the map returned to normal. Simply put, it works much like a smartphone navigation map. Of course, this function was purely for observation and did not actually alter the physical scale of objects. This is a pretty useful ability. Too bad the zoom has its limits. I can't see people's faces clearly through the Evolution Sandbox. Lin tried it a few more times to get the hang of it, and the Evolution Sandbox issued another alert. Evolution Sandbox number 2 has been constructed. Detected excessively high seawater concentration in the current environment. I don't need you to tell me that I can see it myself, Lin muttered to himself, then immediately fetched the bucket and other tools he prepared earlier and began pumping out the water. If he wanted to build a new continent, this situation was definitely unsustainable. The merfolk were fine enough, but the humans and mutated beasts in the transit zone couldn't survive in this environment. If he just dumped them in here, these creatures he worked so hard to rescue would likely go extinct immediately. Therefore, in Lin's plan, after cordoning off the ocean, the second step was reclaiming land from the sea. However, before reclaiming the land, he first had to pump out the excess water. Fortunately, Lin had just done this not long ago, so he was quite skilled at it. Gosh. He dipped the scoop into the Evolution Sandbox, scooping up millions of tons of seawater, then poured it into iron buckets. He then used the seawater, which had been sterilized by the isolation shield, to water the flowers in the yard. Soon, the water level inside the entire number 2 Evolution Sandbox dropped significantly. Numerous islands were exposed. Next, we'll pour in the soil. Rolling up his sleeves and hoisting a shovel, Lin headed straight for the back mountain. Chapter 60, Mystery is Never Far Away. 10 minutes later, Lin returned to his study and placed the fertile soil he dug from the back mountain into the Evolution Sandbox. After passing through the isolation shield's disinfection, the soil piled up where the Pacific Ocean had once been, forming a landmass resembling a mountain range. Lin thought for a moment, then used the shovel to level it out.
He placed various prepared metals within it to facilitate the derivation process. As the new materials entered, the remaining seawater rose again, and thus, the embryonic form of a new continent centered and surrounded by the sea emerged. Evolution's sandbox meets the basic requirements for derivation. Do you wish to initiate the project? A voice echoed in his mind. Initiate. There was no hesitation. A faint glow lit up, enveloping the entire evolution sandbox and reorganizing the materials within. A similar scene had occurred before it was part of the program. However, likely due to the expanded size of the evolution sandbox this time, the process took a bit longer. Lin wasn't in a hurry. He wiped the sweat from his brow, turned around, and made himself a bowl of instant noodles, covering it with his e-reader to serve as a late-night snack. By the time he returned, the process had finished. The evolution sandbox was no longer illuminated by the room's electric lights, but by the nebulae, sun, and moon that had evolved within it. The continent, which had previously appeared unusually rough due to shifts in material composition, now looked much more normal. At that moment, the new continent lay in complete silence. Time, like in the outside world, was still in the night, and the simulated moonlight swept coldly across the entire new world. Evolution Sandbox number 2 has been activated and is now running. Current ether concentration, none. The information appeared, and immediately, as the evolution sandbox began to run, the flow of time automatically adjusted. The scene before them refreshed rapidly, frame by frame, with each frame representing many years. This barren, lifeless world slowly transformed, much like a slideshow. On the system interface, the operation log popped up automatically. Operation log. On a certain day, month, and year, at a specific hour, minute, and second, the world's evolution began. At that time, it was a quiet world, shaped like an irregular circle. The land and oceans were devoid of life, filled with chaotic soil, gravel, water, minerals, and countless ages buried in the seabed silt. Yet, it already possessed the foundation for life to emerge. 100 million years passed, and the world remained unchanged. 200 million years passed, and it was still the same. Click, click text quietly appeared on the log. Based on experience, simple plants might appear as early as tomorrow morning. Lin yawned and closed the system interface. She turned on her computer to watch a silly video, finished her late-night snack, and then turned off the lights to go to sleep. The night passed without incident. Before she knew it, dawn had broken on the second day. Li Shan was in a remote area. The air was much cleaner than in the city. Early in the morning, as the sky began to lighten, Hua opened her eyes, following her body clock. After a brief moment of hesitation on the soft bed, she resolutely climbed out, let out a soft sigh, and muttered to herself. Hua, why have you become so lazy? Not long ago, back on the wasteland, the phrase sleeping in had never existed in Hua's life. Whether in the ruins or the wilderness, sleep was a matter requiring utmost caution, with constant vigilance against the slightest disturbance. Her biological clock had been honed to incredible precision. Hua could even control her sleep schedule with exacting accuracy. For example, before falling asleep, she would repeatedly tell herself in her mind what time she needed to wake up, and after repeating it a few times, she was guaranteed to wake up on the dot the next day. Of course, many times she'd wake up early from hunger and have to go out hunting for food. Where was there any room for sleeping in? But she'd only been gone a few days, and yet she already found herself reluctant to leave her warm bed. Decadence, decadence. Where's your iron will? Hua gritted her teeth, decisively got up, ran to the bathroom, and washed away her drowsiness with cold water. After a quick wash, he changed into his training clothes, then pushed open the door and stepped into the quiet courtyard. He glanced at the room next door. The doors and windows were shut tight. Lin must still be asleep. Hua immediately made a conscious effort to move much more quietly. While practicing last night, he seemed to hear some noise from next door. I wonder what the teacher was up to. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Hua took a deep breath of the crisp morning air, felt her spirits lift, and began her customary morning run around the spacious training ground. Just as she reached the wall, Hua suddenly let out a soft gasp, fixed her gaze on the corner, and froze in place. Creak! Just then, the door next to Hua's room swung open. Lin, who had just finished washing up, rubbed his sleepy eyes as he stepped out and asked, "Up already? What are you looking at?" Hua turned his head at the sound of his voice and asked in confusion, "Master, why are all the flowers in the corner wilted? They were fine yesterday." Lin's expression froze for a moment, then he cleared his throat and explained, "They haven't woken up yet." Hua was taken aback. Was that it? He was immediately convinced, as expected of flowers tended by the teacher, they were truly extraordinary. "Alright, since I got up early today, I'll check your practice results." "Okay." Half an hour later, having finished the morning lesson, Lin walked back into the study and looked at Evolution Sandbox. He saw that, after just one night, the entire world had been transformed. The landmasses had clearly shifted, some had risen, others had sunk, and plants had begun to appear on the land, though they were clearly still in their early stages, like a green cloak draped over the earth. Although there were no mammals visible to the naked eye yet, simple life forms had likely already emerged. Good progress. Lin was satisfied with the results. Although this wasn't the first time, Lin was still nervous. He hadn't slept well last night and had gotten up early. Only after seeing that the new continent had stabilized did he turn to his computer to check the news. Evolution Sandbox in the Pacific must have been discovered by now. Lin muttered to himself. One of the reasons he'd chosen to start last night was that the cover of darkness would help conceal the site of the containment dome. While it was only a matter of time before it was discovered, giving people a little more time was clearly better after all. The Oasis drama wasn't over yet. Lin almost wanted to give himself a thumbs up for his thoughtfulness. Just as I thought. Opening Weibo, Lin found, as expected, that the feed was filled with topics about the Pacific. The trending topic had already shot up to second place. The number one trending topic was Oasis. Here we go again. Here we go again. What did I tell you? This isn't over at all. I just woke up, and something else happened again? The Pacific? A black box? So, the black box didn't disappear at all, it just moved? It's not just a relocation, it's expanded. Check the latest news, the satellite measurements are in. The new black box that appeared in the Pacific is over 10 times the size of the Tucker black box. This feels a bit fishy to me. Online, netizens who had just woken up hadn't even finished digesting the last scandal before getting hit hard by a new one, leaving them reeling. In no time, major media platforms were all reporting on it. Breaking news! The missing Tucker black box reappeared last night in the Pacific's most remote and windless zone. Its total area is nearly 5 million square kilometers. Under the most trending news story, the number of comments had already surpassed 10,000 and it was still early in the day. Lin scrolled through his feed, automatically filtering out most of the information. Suddenly, in his feed, he spotted a lengthy post. The author was none other than the internet personality who had recently sparked a massive debate on the Oasis topic. The text wasn't long, and it was clearly written off the cuff. I have to be honest, when I saw this news just now, I wasn't all that surprised. Yes, we should have seen this coming. This is far from over. That invisible hand has never been far away. It now seems that perhaps the Tac Desert was merely a test, and right now, that mysterious, unknown force has turned its gaze toward the Pacific Ocean. I want to emphasize this point. I've been following the news. I don't know if you've noticed, but the location where the new black box appeared is worth paying close attention to. It's situated precisely in the most desolate, most silent region of the world's largest ocean current. Combined with the geographical location of the Tac Desert, we might be able to distill a pattern. That is, the locations targeted by the black boxes share a common trait, desolation, or, to put it another way, they are far removed from human society. Consequently, the impact on humanity is relatively minimal. We cannot fathom the complex considerations and rules behind this, but at the very least, the outcome isn't bad. Given the appearance of the Oasis, perhaps we can look forward to what comes next. Below, there were already many voices discussing the matter. Lin glanced briefly at the comments. Perhaps due to the continuous barrage of information, netizens seem to have developed some resilience. After the Taku black box and the Oasis incidents, major platforms had gained experience in handling such trending events. Overall, the public was far more composed than they had been the first time. Too bad you won't be seeing any follow-up anytime soon, Lin thought to himself. The new continent S area was far beyond what Black Box number 1 could offer. It was no longer cramped and could easily sustain Linus use for a long time. Even if unexpected situations like the wasteland emerged within it, there would likely be no need to replace it. After all, an area this vast was sufficient to support the simultaneous existence of many human nations. Think of Europe. Therefore, in Lin's plan, Black Box number 2 was likely to exist for a very long time. As he refreshed the web page, the morning passed quickly. By the time he finished lunch, the evolution of the entire evolution sandbox had reached a new stage. On the surface, forests and various landforms began to appear on a large scale. The climate and environment within the evolution sandbox were clearly independent of the Black Box's location. Instead, they evolved on their own. Previously, evolution sandbox number 1 was small, with various landforms crammed together in one place, making it feel extremely crowded. The new continent, however, had no such problem. Just looking down at it gave one a sense of vastness. However, after staring at the new continent for a while, Lin suddenly realized he might have overlooked a minor issue. Namely, once the environment here becomes suitable for habitation, he plans to transfer life from the transit zone to this location, allowing those animals and humans to reproduce and expand their populations rather than letting life emerge spontaneously in this world. The problem is that once humans and mutated beasts are introduced to the new continent, conflict between them is inevitable. Conflict isn't necessarily a bad thing, but in the early stages when expansion is urgently needed, he didn't want to see them squandering their energy on internal strife over resources, more comfortable living conditions, or simply territorial disputes. And such infighting was almost inevitable. Humans, in particular, are clearly divided into 3 major factions: the Ignition Guild, the Ash Mountain Guild, and the Mayfly Guild. In other words, they are already in a competitive relationship with one another. It is only because they are in the transit zone that their conflicts have been temporarily suspended. But once they are brought to the new continent, even if Lin disguises himself as a deity and issues warnings, time acceleration will likely render his words ineffective before long. I must find a way to separate them and let them develop independently, at least in the early stages. Once their population grows, if they want to fight among themselves, let them have their way. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the clean windows, falling onto the desk and onto Lin's pensive face. Outside, a gentle breeze blew, and the sound of cicadas filled the air. A moment later, he had an idea. Chapter 61, Home. Since living on a single piece of land leads to conflict, why not simply shatter the land and divide it into several pieces? Lin's idea was simple: physical separation. Currently, the continent within Evolution Sandbox 2 was a single, contiguous landmass. Therefore, by dividing it and placing the 3 human factions in separate regions, the problem could be effectively resolved. Of course, he didn't intend to go too far, otherwise, the distances between the landmasses would become too great, hindering trade. Furthermore, drawing on the history of various nations, different geographical environments exert distinct influences on the form of civilization. This could also be seen as a strategy to increase civilizational diversity. So how should we separate them? Use a shovel to forcefully cut them apart? Lin pondered this seriously for a moment, then, on a sudden whim, he inexplicably recalled scenes of meteorites falling from the sky that he had seen in movies and TV shows. A massive extraterrestrial meteorite colliding with Earth, causing mass extinction and the destruction of the world? It seemed quite interesting. Moreover, considering that the new continent was still in the early stages of evolution and didn't harbor any significant life forms, dropping a meteorite on it wouldn't be a burden. I'm just not sure if it'll achieve the effect I need. Well, I'll just have to try it and see. If it doesn't work, I'll just use the shovel. After a moment's hesitation, Lin got up, went to the base of the courtyard wall, and found a suitable rock. He then walked over to the evolution sandbox, took a deep breath, adjusted the timescale, and reached his hand holding the rock into the containment dome. After a 2-second pause, he tossed it toward the center of the new continent. In the most desolate, silent corner of the Pacific, wisps of clouds drifted across the sky. From a satellite-esque perspective, the pitch-black dome hovering over the ocean was clearly visible. Around the world, teams attempting to detect the new black box were still on their way, having heard the news. No one could have foreseen what was unfolding inside the evolution sandbox at that very moment. Inside the evolution sandbox, the nascent world was silent, broken only by the occasional sound of waves crashing against the reefs at the edge of the continent. At a certain moment, a colossal meteorite suddenly appeared in the sky. Its appearance was utterly abrupt, as if it had materialized out of thin air, and it plummeted toward the earth with unstoppable ferocity. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The meteorite was traveling at an extreme speed. As it entered the atmosphere, the intense heat generated by the friction instantly melted its surface, forming a layer of searing, brilliant lava and trailing a bright fireball. In that moment, the entire world seemed to be filled with this light. A split second later, the meteorite as massive as an asteroid crashed violently into the Earth's surface. The entire continent shook, and a deafening roar filled the air. Mountains collapsed, earth churned, rivers boiled, and the flames on the meteorite's surface ignited a forest. Under the force of this terrifying impact, the entire geological structure was violently shaken. Under the force of this single blow, the new continent was literally split in two. It split open down the middle, collapsing into a scene of apocalyptic devastation. At the same time, beside the evolution sandbox, Lin reactivated time acceleration at just the right moment. In his field of vision, the sky turned dark and the sea began to boil. Instantly, the newly formed continent shattered under the force of tectonic shifts, with roughly 1/3 of it drifting slowly away. The remaining 2/3, though not further fracturing, saw mountain ranges rise, while a gash was torn open along its edge, filling with seawater. This scene was also recorded in the system logs. It was a long time before the tectonic movement finally came to a halt. During this same extended period, the vegetation on the continent continued to evolve, growing ever closer to the environment familiar to humans. It really works. The violent collision caused widespread crustal tremors, triggering continental drift. Lin looked down at the results of his experiment with great satisfaction. In his mind, he couldn't help but think of the widely accepted theory of continental drift. Namely, before the Mesozoic era, all the land on Earth was a single landmass known as the supercontinent or Pangaea. Later, under the influence of Earth's rotation and tidal forces, it gradually broke apart, taking on the form familiar to people today. It's a pity, though. After all, evolution sandbox is just a simulation. The land is flat, and there is no rotation. So, without external forces, I'm afraid it won't change no matter how many years pass. After a moment of reflection, Lin waited a little longer to confirm that the evolution sandbox environment was ready for the transfer. Only then did he turn his gaze toward the transit zone located at the edge of the evolution sandbox, outside the containment barrier. Next, it's time to send them in. However, before doing so, Lin planned to do one more thing: teach these people the ether breathing skill. This required some preparation, such as translating the specifics of the ether breathing skill into a language they could understand, keeping the style as concise and straightforward as possible, avoiding anything too esoteric. After adjusting the evolution sandbox's time flow to 1:1 and marking several deployment points, Lin turned away and spent some time drafting the instructions before finally flying up to hover above the transit zone. At that very moment, blazing sunlight bathed the potted plants, while the towering pine in the center cast a vast expanse of shade. Scattered across the smooth sandy ground were a few crumbs of bread that hadn't been eaten. In the distance, the lake's surface was as smooth as a mirror, glistening with ripples. Countless humans lay on the ground, basking in the sun. Suddenly, at that very moment, the sunlight across the entire land was blocked. Countless humans opened their eyes in bewilderment and looked up at the sky, but could only see a hint of color in the sky, unable to make out Lin's form. The heavens and earth are now complete. From this moment on, you shall move to the new continent. A thunderous voice boomed from the sky. What was a whisper to Lin sounded magnified many times over to the ears of the wasteland humans and the many mutated beasts. So much so that it became distorted, yet possessed an indescribable majesty. A new continent?
Are we going to a new continent now?
From the three major settlements, the Ignition Guild, Ash Mountain Guild, and Mayfly Guild, the leaders and elite members rushed frantically out of their tents and log cabins, gazing in astonishment at the sky. Yet all they could see were the branches of that giant tree. In that moment, many felt a tinge of reluctance and anxiety. Though the transit zone was barren, for the vast majority of the displaced people, these few short days had already been a life they could never have imagined in the past. The climate was warm, there was no need for hard labor, food fell from the sky every day, and pure, untainted water was freely available. So much so that many had begun to feel a sense of attachment. In contrast, the evolvers were filled with anticipation and excitement. To them, while life here was safe and comfortable, it ultimately felt lacking. I wonder what the new continent looks like. Probably similar to our original world, after the pollution is gone. The evolvers gathered on the ground, huddling close together and whispering to one another. Suddenly, a phantom voice echoed once more from the depths of the sky. The new land is newly born, and the earth is harsh and cold. I shall bestow upon you a method of cultivation to help you rid yourselves of your mutations and thrive. Let this be remembered for generations to come, it must not be lost. The voice echoed across the land. Countless humans grew even more bewildered, yet among the crowd, many eyes suddenly lit up as they realized they were about to receive a gift from the divine. They immediately pricked up their ears, desperately trying to memorize the content of the voice's message. Some evolvers even pulled out the paper and pens they carried, scribbling furiously, while others sat cross-legged on the spot, closed their eyes, and focused their minds, attempting to alter their breathing rhythms as guided by Lin's voice. The first to react were the evolvers, followed immediately by the quick-witted among the refugees. Gradually, more and more people sat on the ground, closing their eyes and attempting to adjust their breathing. In the end, even those refugees with impaired cognitive abilities who still hadn't realized what was happening instinctively mimicked the evolvers' movements, sitting cross-legged on the ground. Hundreds of thousands performing the same movements, even though they appeared minuscule from Lin's perspective, presented a uniquely spectacular sight. Lin repeated the instructions 5 times in a row to ensure enough people had memorized the cultivation method before pausing to say, "There are 3 continents in the New World. I shall send you to each of these 3 lands. From this day forward, you must strive to survive." As soon as he finished speaking, the people saw another enormous, pure white landmass descend from the sky, the familiar, flying continent of white paper they knew so well. Under Lin's guidance, the Ignition Guild led the way, guiding the evolvers and displaced people under their jurisdiction, tools in hand, as they climbed onto the paper. Immediately, Lin slowly transported them into the evolution sandbox, placing them on a plain near a river on the new continent. Afterward, without pausing, he forcibly took 1/3 of each remaining species from the transit zone and cast them all into this area. As his limbs descended, perhaps because the mutated beasts were more sensitive to the energy currents, countless ferocious animals trembled and prostrated themselves on the ground, cowed by that invisible yet immense aura of authority. This greatly facilitated Lin's relocation efforts. After several repetitions, he divided the humans and various animals into 3 groups, placing them in the 3 respective zones of evolution sandbox number 2. Once this was done, he exhaled and returned to the fish tank. Lifting the entire fish tank, he hesitated briefly before moving it to the center of the northern and southern continents, hovering above the ocean near the western coast. As he moved it, countless merfolk, sensing something, swam to the surface, half their bodies exposed, and began to cry out in a mix of panic and excitement. "As for you, live in these waters." Lin smiled faintly and tilted the tank slightly. Immediately, a torrent of seawater surged out, roaring into the ocean like a waterfall cascading from the sky. Countless merfolk were carried by the current into this new world, then gathered in a daze on the ocean's surface, gazing around them and chattering incessantly. "From now on, you are on your own." Retracting the fish tank, Lin leaned forward to gaze at this vast world and spoke these final words. On the continents and in the oceans, countless humans and merfolk listened together to the ethereal, fading sound emanating from deep space, falling into an indescribable silence. Soon after, the merfolk dived back into the deep sea, vanishing without a trace. On the northern and southern continents,
the leaders of the three major factions, the Ignition Guild, the Ash Mountain Guild, and the Mayfly Guild, finally withdrew their gaze from the sky and turned to the humans around them, who looked both anxious and hopeful. And at the primal, pristine mountains, rivers, and vegetation at their feet. Almost simultaneously, they spoke similar words. Now, this is our new home. Chapter 62, The Year of Slash and Burn Farming. Now, this is your new home. In the study of Lishan, Lin withdrew his body from the isolation shield and looked down over the entire territory of Evolution Sandbox number 2, murmuring to himself. As he moved, the automatically adjusting map of Evolution Sandbox zoomed out. Unless he focused on a specific area, at this scale, there was almost no sign of human presence. They were too small. The entire relocation process went smoothly. The three factions, each leading a large group of refugees, were settled in different regions of the northern and southern continents. Consequently, mutated beasts would also coexist with human society and evolve alongside it in the years to come. As the living environment changed with the radiation of the wasteland gone over the course of time, inferior individuals and genes would be naturally weeded out. It is foreseeable that, after at most a few generations of natural selection, humans will eventually regain their health and tend toward a normal appearance similar to that of the evolvers. Just as Lin had settled these lives and reactivated time acceleration. In his field of vision, on the system interface, the current ether concentration in the top left corner changed from none to trace. Clearly, with the presence of highly intelligent life, ether had naturally separated from the spirit realm and appeared within the evolution sandbox. Given the barrenness of the new continent, the primary focus of the first few generations of humans after their arrival will inevitably be on pioneering, farming, hunting, and establishing a habitable environment. Few will truly have the energy and ability to practice cultivation, and the low concentration will be sufficient to sustain them. As the population grows and a new, healthier generation is born and raised, the ether concentration within the evolution sandbox will also increase significantly. Combined with a few individuals achieving mastery of the ether breathing skill, this will ultimately create a positive internal cycle. Once this cycle is established, I can try harvesting ether again. Lin pondered silently. Although cultivation had only recently begun to spread widely in Yang City, the feedback he had observed over the past few days helped Lin become increasingly convinced of the feasibility of universal cultivation. However, unlike Evolution Sandbox number 1, when Lin harvested ether from Evolution Sandbox number 2 in the future, he could not simply drain it all at once. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to creating an age of decline. He must leave a small portion behind, enough to sustain the cultivation of the humans within Evolution Sandbox number 2. He would strive to achieve a mutually beneficial relationship between himself and the humans of the Evolution Sandbox. He would never do something as foolish as draining the pond to catch all the fish. Having finished this task, Lin, in a rather cheerful mood, returned the potted plant and fish tank to their original places. When he returned to his study, he looked down and, using the zoom map ability, began observing the three groups of humans. He was pleased to discover that they had already established a settlement. Of course, this settlement was still quite rudimentary. It could be understood as a large encampment. Back then, the apocalypse in the wasteland had destroyed the fully developed industrial civilization, causing a massive regression of civilization and severing the transmission of countless forms of knowledge. The people of the wasteland could only scavenge and use supplies left over from the old era, having lost the ability to produce anything themselves. Even if some individuals still retained fragments of knowledge in their minds, it was of no practical value. Lin had once read a book that explored a hypothetical scenario: if modern human civilization were suddenly struck by a catastrophic disaster, humanity's situation would likely become dire. On the one hand, the physical capabilities of humans, having adapted to modern life, have severely deteriorated, let alone their ability to hunt. Furthermore, in the industrial age, the knowledge possessed by any single individual is merely a small part of a vast system. For example, a highly skilled surgeon, once deprived of medical equipment, medications, and a surgical environment, would be helpless in the face of illness if cast into the wilderness. Therefore, in Lin's view, as the tools in the hands of the first generation of immigrants gradually break down and deteriorate, the traces of industrial civilization will vanish completely within the next few generations.
Humankind must start anew, sourcing materials from nature and rebuilding civilization from scratch. Of course, even so, this still saves a great deal of time compared to primitive humans who evolved slowly from apes. At the very least, they have already mastered a systematic writing system and language, and understand the principles of division of labor and cooperation. Moreover, considering changes in their living environment, perhaps, little by little, their physical features and skin tones will change as well. People living in the cold northern lands need to conserve heat, while life forms on the sun-drenched southern continent need better heat dissipation. Sooner or later, differences in geographical environment will transform these people, who originally shared a common ancestry, into distinct ethnic groups. I'm actually looking forward to it. Lin pulled a wicker chair over, sat down slowly, glanced at the rapidly shifting world before him, summoned the system interface with his mind, and opened the operational log. Many new lines of text had already appeared there. Operational log. In the first year of the settlers' arrival in this realm, Year 1, humans established vast settlements along rivers and plains, cutting down trees to obtain food and seeds. Mutant beasts also gained a foothold in this brand new, young world and began to multiply. Faced with a rapidly expanding population, humans scattered across the northern and southern continents began, almost in unison, to cut down trees and plants and burn them, using the resulting fertility to grow crops, practicing crop rotation, and migrating gradually. The era of slash-and-burn agriculture lasted for hundreds of years, and as human tribes continued to migrate, they gradually explored, understood, and integrated into this world. During this process, a select few powerful individuals within the human tribes played a pivotal role, leading humanity to conquer and pioneer this wild and perilous world, an era known as the Age of Pioneers. One by one, these pioneering heroes secured vast territories and established their own clan-based rule, causing the original human social structure to gradually disintegrate. This gave rise to distinct human alliances, in the north, led by numerous pioneer knights, and in the south, led by a group of wizards who wielded mysterious powers. In the 1300th year of the World Evolution era, the first large-scale war in human history erupted on the northern continent, sweeping across 32 pioneer territories. Subsequently, the two major factions, each with a history spanning 1,000 years, clashed. One side suffered a crushing defeat and was annexed, unifying the northern continent under the Sano Empire. At that time, the northern continent's foremost pioneer knight became the first emperor of the empire, styling himself Augustus, and the imperial era began. In the 1428th year of the World Evolution era, a sudden plague struck the southern continent, sweeping across the entire region. Beliefs shifted, and sorcerers from all directions converged to form the Southern Sect. In the 1722nd year, a civil war erupted within the Sano imperial family, splitting the empire into Eastern and Western Sano. Over the next 1,000 years, the territories of human kingdoms gradually expanded, regimes changed hands several times, trade flourished between the northern and southern continents, the Southern Sect spread to the northern continent, numerous faiths emerged, and the Northern Church rose to prominence. In the 2895th year of the World Evolution era, the Northern-Southern religious war began. The conflict raged on and off for nearly 300 years, ultimately leading to the collapse of the Southern Primitive Sect. In the 2937th year of the World Evolution era, the Mages Guild was founded. Over the following centuries, it gradually expanded to rival the Church, leading to an explosive development in the theories of sorcery and magic, and ushering in the Age of Knowledge. Chapter 63, Who Moved My Aether? Click, click. The light and shadows on the evolution sandbox were constantly shifting. As humanity developed, its transformation of nature became increasingly evident. Eventually, even without activating the zoom function, Lin could see the structures scattered across the land. In the log, new text would appear every few minutes. Frontier Knights? The Sano Empire? The Church? Wizards? Seeing these terms, Lin's expression grew somewhat peculiar. Why does it feel like the style has changed? Is it because of factors like geography and time, the succession of races and the succession of civilizations? Although slightly surprised, Lin hadn't entirely expected this. So many years had passed, humanity had become fragmented, and even their languages had likely changed. As for terms like Sano, they were probably phonetic translations from Evolution Sandbox. In any case, it made it easier for him to understand, though compared to last time, the exotic flavor was noticeably stronger. The Pioneer Knights and Wizards, both groups are likely evolvers, or descendants of evolvers. I can't rule out the possibility of cultivators either. In any case, they must be groups that possess supernatural abilities. The Church. I wonder what they worship. Probably the so-called deity I'm portraying. Sectarian wars, are they due to doctrinal differences? Or a struggle for power? As for the so-called Age of Knowledge, it sounded like a systematic cataloging and summarization of supernatural abilities and cultivation methods. Lin was quite curious to see what these people would come up with. His mind wandering, he watched as Aether S level rose alongside the Civilization S development, finally reaching low tier. The arrow pointing upward was a healthy, vibrant greenish sight that was truly pleasing to the eye. As he observed the World S development within the Evolution Sandbox, time slipped by unnoticed. When Lin looked up again, he was surprised to find that it had grown completely dark outside. Have I really been watching for this long? Lin startled, shook his head, and gave a wry smile. It was already night judging by the sky, he'd completely missed dinner time. He didn't feel hungry, though. Oh, right, Hua. Lin hurriedly stood up and pushed open the door, only to find himself bathed in clear moonlight. Looking up, from this angle, he could just make out a full moon hanging in the sky above the courtyard. Far from the mountains and the city, with little light pollution, the starlight and moonlight were always brilliant here. The training ground was silent, broken only by the low chirping of insects in the night. The outdoor lights were off, and the entire building seemed draped in a thin blue veil. Glancing around, Lin didn't see Hua anywhere. He paused for a moment, then turned his head and noticed a small, dark figure crouching outside the door. Right there under the eaves at her feet. Her head was buried between her legs, which she held in her arms, and she lay completely still. Listening closely, Lin could hear soft snoring. Asleep? Lin was taken aback, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. She reached out and tapped her on the head, trying to wake her. Only then did the drowsy Hua finally lift her head, her eyes half closed. She stared blankly for a few seconds before jumping up suddenly, looking somewhat flustered.